Within Sichuan province, Longquan Mountain stands. In the early morning the eastern sky was a deep purple-black, the heavens and earth one color. Gradually a line of light opened at the horizon, wisps of red clouds rose supporting a few golden-edged clouds heralding the arrival of a glorious day. Beneath the colorful clouds on the vast purple-blue canopy a speck of purple-red emerged, slowly rising, gradually turning into a small arc, a semicircle, turning orange-red, golden-red, then with a slight leap trailing a fleeting tail of light around red sun embedded itself on the horizon. On an unnamed peak clouds and mist swirled, white cranes occasionally flew across the sky, and on the slopes countless exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed. A small thatched cottage stood in the middle of the slope. Before it stood two people, an old man and a young one. The old man wore a blue robe, was of imposing stature with a face like a silver basin, eyes bright as stars, a straight nose, a square mouth, and a three-strand beard under his chin. His graying hair danced in the morning breeze. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, quietly gazing at the rising sun in the east. The youth stood tall and straight as a pine, his aura vigorous like the blazing sun. Beneath his sword-like brows a pair of bright cold star eyes gave him an ethereal otherworldly air. Fana, you are now 16. You have been gifted since childhood, and I have imparted all my skills to you. Today you shall descend the mountain. Remember, do not commit evil because it is small, and do not neglect good because it is small. After a long pause the old man looked at the youth beside him with affection and spoke with emotion. Hearing the old man's words the youth's eyes showed reluctance. Master, master, your disciple still needs master to guide me by my side. I do not wish to descend the mountain. Fana, your own path must be walked by yourself. Your master cannot accompany you forever. A good man aims for the four corners of the world. Listen to your master, go. Seeing the master's determination the youth choked out, Master, your disciple obeys. But this time I know not when I will see you again. Foolish child, I will not hide it from you. Last night I observed the celestial signs and realized that my end is near. I have little time. So we may never meet again, the old man said calmly, his tone so peaceful as if he had seen through everything in the world. Master, I will not leave. I want to stay with you. Please do not drive me away. Hearing this the youth in panic fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Even as his forehead broke and blood flowed he was unaware. Tears gushed out like a mountain flood. The old man gazed at the kneeling youth and sighed deeply. Alas, in the blink of an eye 14 years have passed. I have raised this child with great effort and naturally I am reluctant to part. But my life is coming to an end and the child has grown up. It is time for him to gain experience in the world, otherwise I might ruin his life. Having resolved, the old man forced back his emotions and scolded, a man sheds blood, not tears. Say no more. If you still regard me as your master, descend the mountain at once. Otherwise our bond as master and disciple is severed from this moment. With that he turned his body aside, his eyes blazing as he stared into the distance, ignoring the youth. Master. The youth wanted to plead again but saw his master was unmoved. He knew his master's temperament, once decided he never changed. So he stopped begging and kneeling on the ground he kowtowed 9 times, each knock resounding with determination. After finishing the bows the youth looked around at the grass and trees that had accompanied him for 14 years and said with tears streaming down his face, Master, I am leaving now. I will surely live up to your expectations. Take care of yourself. With that he turned, tears in his eyes, and drifted down the mountain. The old man watched his fading figure, 2 streams of turbid tears sliding from his eyes, and murmured involuntarily, Child, do not blame your master for being cruel. Go, the world below is your true stage. Time flew like a white horse passing a crack. 8 years later. In London, England, at an outdoor shooting range of an upscale leisure club, a young man with exceptionally handsome yellow skin stood motionless like a statue. His sharp eyes locked onto the distant target. After 5 seconds he resolutely raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. 5 crisp gunshots rang out and the remote target scorer reported, 10 rings, 5 times. The young man smiled slightly, put down the gun, walked to a nearby lounge chair, took a sip of red wine with relish and then quietly closed his eyes. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit walked over softly, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Chairman, the Queen of England has sent an invitation to dine with you. What is your decision?" The young man, with an air of calm composure, after a moment slowly spoke, "All right, I accept the invitation." "Very well, Chairman, I will arrange it at once," the middle-aged man said deferentially. Seeing the middle-aged man about to leave, the young man quickly called him back. "Oh, by the way, Lin, there is something I need you to handle personally." "What is it, Chairman?" "Please instruct," the middle-aged man replied with his usual unflappable tone. The young man took a sip of red wine and said, "President Lin, I will return to China in 3 days. I plan to relocate the group headquarters to Beijing, China. As for the assets here in the UK, I have decided. The British government has been quite kind to us over the years, so I will keep all British operations. Also contact the domestic side and prepare for me an admission letter from Peking University, a house and a car. Remember, the car should not be too good." The young man said calmly with a firm glint in his eyes. "Very well, Chairman. I will start handling this from tomorrow. Is there anything else?" the middle-aged man added. "Oh, right, during the press conference you may appropriately disclose my identity. But after returning to China, do not reveal my identity to the outside world. I want to live an ordinary life for a while. Over the years I have been truly tired. It's time to rest for a while." The young man thought for a moment and said, "Very well, Chairman, I understand," the middle-aged man replied. The middle-aged man turned and left. Having finished his instructions, the young man closed his eyes again, enjoying the rare moment of peace and tranquility. The young man was none other than Ye Fan, the mysterious chairman of the world's largest conglomerate, Yanhuang Group. 8 years ago, Ye Fan left his master and descended the mountain, intending to make a career in China. But unfortunately, the domestic environment at that time was too poor, so he had to cross the ocean alone, arriving in the foreign land of London, England, and single-handedly founded the Yanhuang Group. During these 8 years, relying on his innate extraordinary business acumen and the peerless secret formulas passed down by his master, Ye Fan started from pharmaceuticals and catering step by step, day and night, tirelessly working, forgetting to eat and sleep, finally developing a small company into the world's largest super business conglomerate. The middle-aged man was named Lin Feng, 38 years old, a graduate of the University of Cambridge with dual doctorates in economics. He had published several influential papers at internationally renowned economic forums and was hailed as a business genius by industry insiders. After graduation, he worked as a group vice president at a large British conglomerate. Because he trusted his friend too much, he was cheated out of a large sum of money by his best friend, causing serious losses to the company. As a result, he was fired. Worst of all, his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for a year and was about to marry, ran off with that same best friend. Under the double blow, Lin Feng felt his future was utterly dark. Despondent, he prepared to drown himself in a river to end what he considered a failed life. Fortunately, he was saved by the passing Ye Fan. Through Ye Fan's guidance, he regretted his actions and became utterly devoted to Ye Fan. The achievements of Ye Fan's company today owe much to Lin Feng's hard work. Now the Yanhuang Group has thousands of subsidiaries with industries spread across the world and total assets exceeding $980 billion. Its subsidiaries cover dozens of industries including pharmaceuticals, hotels, construction, investment, real estate, apparel, shipping, high technology, and more, becoming a focus of worldwide attention. 3 days later, Ye Fan boarded a flight from London to Beijing, carrying an endless longing for home. 5 or 6 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Beijing Capital International Airport. Ye Fan stepped off the plane with his suitcase, drew a deep breath of the fresh air of his homeland, and felt his mood ease at once. 8 years had passed, at last he had returned, and it felt like being reborn. Seeing the familiar yellow skin and black hair around him, Ye Fan felt a deep warmth. Since he had given the order, no one at the Beijing branch knew the mysterious chairman had returned, so no one came to meet him. Though he had lost the usual entourage, Ye Fan was rather pleased to have some peace and quiet. After leaving the airport, he took a taxi to the Beijing Hilton Hotel. Under the warm greeting of the receptionist, Ye Fan booked a standard suite. He put away his luggage, took a shower, and dozed off for a while. When he woke and checked the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and he felt hungry as well. He went to the restaurant for a simple meal. Since it was still early and staying alone in the room would be dull, he thought he might as well go out and look around Beijing. Having made up his mind, he returned to the room, changed into casual clothes, and walked out of the hotel alone. At midnight, Beijing was at the height of its bustling nightlife. Brilliant lights dressed the ancient city in a seductive splendor, while people who had labored all day released their final frenzy in different ways, numbing their tired bodies and minds. As he walked the streets of Beijing, waves of decadent music drifted into his ears from time to time, and women dressed in dazzling finery kept sending him coy glances and whistles. Ye Fan ignored them all. As he walked, he thought, 8 years. I wonder where Master is now. He probably is no longer in this world. He had been an orphan since childhood, and it was Master who took him out of the orphanage. Master personally taught him medicine, martial arts, the Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Gifted from a young age, he learned swiftly, and after more than 10 years there was nothing he did not excel at, which delighted Master so much that he laughed every day and often spoke of having a worthy successor. Life over those 10-odd years had been austere, yet the old man and the boy lived with great ease. Lost in thought, sorrow welled up in him and tears slipped down his gaunt cheeks. By then he had arrived at a bar called Moonlit Temptation, and he casually pushed open the door. A classic explosive RB track crashed over him. The bar was tastefully decorated with moon-shaped colored lights set into the ceiling, miniature mountains with fountains, bridges, overflowing water, and lotus leaf-shaped tables and chairs everywhere. The bartenders were performing with abandon, their flashy moves drawing bursts of shrieks from the women around them. Ye Fan gave a wry smile, glanced around, and walked straight to a corner seat. He called over a waiter, ordered a bottle of Hennessy, and sat alone, drowning his sorrows in drink, though wine only deepened sorrow. His appearance drew many beautiful women. His refined face, melancholy eyes, and detached bearing struck deep into their hearts, bringing a stream of flirtatious advances that he could only turn down one by one with a helpless smile. Ye Fan sighed, thinking that being handsome was not always a good thing. If other men knew what he was thinking at that moment, who knew what they would make of it? Then a piercing cry rang clearly in Ye Fan's ears, "Help! Help!" Ye Fan lifted his head casually and saw a young woman in disordered clothes stumbling out of a private room, hurrying in his direction. When she saw Ye Fan, she hurried to hide beside him, clutching his clothes with her small hand and saying anxiously, "Sir, please save me. Please take me away." Tears would not stop falling, and she looked utterly helpless. In the dim light of the bar, Ye Fan looked at the woman beside him. She had slightly wavy long hair, exquisite features, snow-white skin, and a well-proportioned figure. She wore a business suit, but because of the struggle her clothes were torn, and from time to time a glimpse of skin showed through. What a peerless beauty she was! Even after seeing women of every kind in England, Ye Fan had never felt such a shock. Looking into the woman's pitiful eyes, Ye Fan decisively took her hand, walked out of the bar, hailed a taxi, and drove away. A group of men cursed and hurried after them, but when they saw the two leave by car, they ground their teeth in fury. The thin, sleazy-looking middle-aged man at their head said through clenched teeth, "Damn it, I finally got that bitch here today, and she was just about to be mine. That bitch, if she still wants to stay at Peking University, I don't believe she can escape my grasp. What a pity that beauty was mine at such a high price." With that he turned back into the bar with the others still seething. Inside the taxi, Ye Fan said to the woman, "Miss, where do you live? I'll take you home." The woman mumbled indistinctly, her face flushed red, her small hands constantly tearing at her own clothes. Her abnormal behavior made Ye Fan realize something was wrong. She must have been drugged by those scum. He thought quickly, his mind racing for a solution. "Driver, take me to the Hilton Hotel at once. Make it quick." "I'll pay double," Ye Fan said anxiously, turning to the driver. "All right, sit tight," the driver said. As soon as he finished speaking, the car accelerated. Since it was late at night and there were not many vehicles on the road, the taxi soon weaved through the streets and stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel. Ye Fan helped the woman out of the car, paid double the fare, and watched the grateful driver leave. He almost half carried her into the room, but by then she could no longer restrain herself, tearing at her clothes and murmuring, "So hot. So uncomfortable. Ye Fan went to the bathroom, fetched a hot towel, and came back intending to help her wipe her face. But the moment he entered the bedroom, he was stunned by the sight before him. The woman had already taken off her outer clothes, leaving only black lace lingerie. Ye Fan forced down his desire and stepped forward with the damp towel. Yet the instant his hand touched her, she clung to him desperately, like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, seized him and whispered, "I want it, I want it." Ye Fan was still searching for another way to help her. Seeing the pain on her face, Ye Fan thought that perhaps this was fate. The woman tore off Ye Fan's clothes in disarray, grabbed him and sat down against him. A cry escaped her lips, but she could no longer care about anything and moved wildly with abandon. With cries rising higher and higher, Ye Fan also lost himself, and at last the two fell together into the depths of passion before sinking into deep sleep. At dawn, a strand of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and fell across the bed. Chen Feier slowly opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar room, murmuring, "Where is this?" She remembered being tricked into drinking at the bar last night by the Dean He Chen Jing. Later that beast drugged her. Fortunately, she had realized it in time and escaped. Then she saw a very refined young man, and for some reason she had gone to him for help. What happened after that she remembered nothing at all. Chen Feier rubbed her still aching head and was trying hard to recall the events when her arm accidentally touched a warm body. Startled, she screamed and sat up at once. Turning her head, she saw a very handsome young man sleeping beside her. As the blanket had slipped open, a bright stain on the bedsheet came into view, and the pain below made Chen Feier understand at once what had happened the night before. 2 lines of bitter tears slid down her gentle face and fell onto the sheet. Chen Feier could no longer hold back the pain in her heart and broke into tears. Her crying woke Ye Fan. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, glanced at the vivid red stain on the sheet, then looked at the weeping Chen Feier and felt deeply troubled. "Miss, what happened last night? I was also forced by circumstances. Don't cry, I am sorry. If I had not done that, you might have. Rest assured, I am a man, and if you do not mind, I will take responsibility," Ye Fan said haltingly, his voice full of apology and guilt. When Chen Feier heard Ye Fan's voice, she realized he was awake. Thinking back on what had happened yesterday, she knew it could not all be blamed on him. Wiping away her tears and suppressing her pain, she said calmly, "You do not need to apologize. This is not your fault. I will not ask you to take responsibility. Let us forget this matter and pretend we never met. Thank you. I should go now." As she spoke, she put on her clothes in silence, tears still falling. "Miss, my name is Ye Fan. This is my contact information. Think it over after you go back. If you ever change your mind, you can call me anytime." Ye Fan handed Chen Feier a slip of paper with his phone number on it, his eyes full of concern. Chen Feier had no idea how she managed to return to her dormitory. The moment she entered, she collapsed onto her bed, weeping bitterly. Her first time had been lost in such an inexplicable manner. If not for her younger sister, who still needed her care, she might have wished for death. After crying for what felt like an eternity, she drifted into a hazy sleep. Chen Feier was born into an ordinary family in Wenling City, Zhejiang Province, a family of 4: her father, mother, herself, and her younger sister Chen Cixi, who was 5 years her junior. They had been a warm and loving family. But just as Chen Feier was about to graduate from university, her father was killed in a car accident during a business trip, and her mother, who suffered from a severe heart condition, couldn't bear the shock and passed away alongside him. On her deathbed, her mother entrusted her younger sister, who was still in high school, to Chen Feier's care before passing away in sorrow. The sudden loss of their parents devastated the sisters, and from then on they were left to depend on each other. Thanks to her outstanding academic performance, Chen Feier gave up the opportunity to pursue a master's degree after graduating and chose to stay at the university as a teacher in order to cover her sister's tuition and living expenses. He Chuanjing, the school's academic dean, lusted after Chen Feier's beauty. Relying on the fact that his uncle was a vice principal, he threatened her job and invited her for drinks at a bar. Under the immense pressure of her life, Chen Feier reluctantly agreed. This decision, however, led her into a trap he had set. Fortunately, her vigilance allowed her to escape, which led to the subsequent events. 3 days later, Peking University welcomed a new batch of students for registration. A young man dragging a black suitcase stood before the university's main gate, silently gazing at the campus he had longed for, his heart stirred with deep emotion. The young man was handsome and spirited, with an imposing demeanor. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he appeared somewhat slender. He had a broad forehead, a straight nose, and a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Clad in a simple, unassuming casual outfit, he exuded an air of free-spiritedness. His eyes, carrying a hint of world-weariness, gave him a distinctive and refined temperament. Stepping onto the campus, he was greeted by lush ancient trees and verdant lawns. Banners welcoming new students were arranged neatly, and the place buzzed with the activity of students and parents registering, creating a scene of bustling liveliness. Ye Fan dragged his suitcase to the finance department's registration point, only to find it surrounded by layers upon layers of people. Ye Fan couldn't help but wonder why this spot was so crowded while others were deserted. "Bro, are you wondering why there are so many people here?" A somewhat surprised Ye Fan turned around to see a bespectacled, scholarly-looking guy panting under the weight of 2 large bags, smiling at him. "Yeah, how did you know?" "Bro, you don't know who I am? I'm known as Little Zhuge, a master of schemes, knowing heaven above and earth below, loved by all, omitting 500 words here. Xiao Fei is my name." Xiao Fei's words flew like spittle, leaving Ye Fan dumbfounded. Satisfied with this reaction, Xiao Fei continued, "Bro, since you're here to register, you must be from the finance department." "I'm from finance too. How about we go together?" "Sure. I'm Ye Fan. Can you tell me why there are so many people registering here?" Ye Fan asked, full of confusion. Xiao Fei glanced at Ye Fan and whispered in his ear, "Bro, it's because the person in charge of our finance department's registration is Lin Waner, the beautiful campus belle from the sophomore finance class. See, look over there, that's her. Look at her face, her figure, simply amazing. Actually, I heard this from a buddy of mine in the sophomore year." Ye Fan followed Xiao Fei's gaze and sure enough saw a beautiful girl sitting upright in a chair, diligently filling out registration forms. The beauty had long flowing hair, a face like an egg with a rosy complexion, eyes as clear as autumn waters, and lips like a small cherry. Standing about 1.68 meters tall, she wore a pleated purple blouse and a cream-colored knee-length skirt, giving her an aura of sanctity, elegance, and untouchable purity. The crowd of male students stared at her with eyes wide as gongs, drooling at the corners of their mouths, gazing at Lin Waner with wolfish intensity, afraid of missing any chance to steal a glance at the beauty. No wonder, Ye Fan thought to himself. Chatting with Xiao Fei, Ye Fan waited his turn. After about half an hour, it finally reached him. Lin Waner looked at the young man before her and her eyes lit up. His 1.8-meter stature, handsome features, star-like yet weary eyes, and ethereal temperament, coupled with a faint, slightly roguish smile, made her heart flutter involuntarily. Seeing the girl staring at him blankly, Ye Fan, not being overly perceptive, was a bit puzzled and didn't understand what was happening, so he urged her along. "Excuse me?" Lin Waner snapped back to reality at the sound of Ye Fan's voice. Her face flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed and flustered. She quickly took his admission notice and said somewhat hurriedly, "Sorry. You're Ye Fan from the finance department. Your dorm is room 204, building 28. Here are your living supplies." "Thank you." "Oh no. It's fine." After completing the formalities, Ye Fan picked up his suitcase, whistled, and strolled leisurely towards the dormitory, completely oblivious to the astonished and envious stares from the crowd. A murmur of discussion broke out among the onlookers. "Damn, that pretty boy has insane luck. The goddess of my heart stared at him for a full 68 seconds. 68 seconds? I remember when I registered, she didn't even look at me for a second. It's so humiliating. Oh my god. Why did you make me so ugly? It's so unfair." A super fan of Lin Waner, wearing thick bottle-bottom glasses and looking extremely ordinary, complained to the heavens. The crowd sighed in sympathy. Who could blame their parents for not giving them a better face? Watching Ye Fan's retreating figure, Lin Waner mentally scolded herself. How embarrassing. I was staring at a boy in public. It's so shameful. But he's so handsome, especially those eyes with a hint of world weariness. They sent ripples through my heart which I've kept pure for 20 years. Could I be a lovesick fool? No, no, no. I only just met him. How could I like him? Many boys have pursued me before, including plenty of handsome ones, but I never felt that tingling, numbing sensation. But that feeling was so pleasant. Could it be? Lin Waner was lost in a fierce internal struggle, leaving a group of dazed boys staring at her. Ye Fan was slowly walking towards the dormitory when he heard a shout from behind. Bro! Wait up! I'm in the same dorm as you. Let's go together, haha. Zhao Fei, panting heavily and carrying his 2 large bags, caught up from behind. Ye Fan stopped and turned to wait for Zhao Fei. Bro, you're my idol. Didn't you notice the way Lin Waner looked at you? Zhao Fei said hurriedly, still trying to catch his breath. What about it? Haha, I think you're the one seeing things. Man, my eyes are always accurate. I bet Lin Waner has taken a fancy to you and has secretly given you her heart. Bro, I think you've read too many romance novels. I don't even know Lin Waner, we've never met. Why would she like me? Ye Fan scratched his head, finding Zhao Fei's tendency to make startling statements a bit hard to understand. Well, only time will tell if I'm right. But if I am, you'll have to treat me to a meal. Alright, no problem. Ye Fan replied, not taking it seriously at all. Soon the two arrived at the door of room 204, building 28. Well, looks like this is it. Ye Fan said to Zhao Fei, who also carefully checked the number and nodded. Ye Fan raised his hand and knocked on the dormitory door, which looked so flimsy it could be blown open by a gentle breeze. The door opened and a wave of stinky sock odor hit them. Ye Fan quickly covered his nose to avoid being overwhelmed. Zhao Fei wasn't so lucky. With both hands occupied by his bags, he got the full brunt of the smell. The person who opened the door was a burly guy with dark skin wearing slippers. The lingering stench continued to assault the olfactory nerves of Ye Fan and Zhao Fei. Hey man, are you the legendary Hong Kong Foot? I've heard so much about you and now I see it's true. A pleasure to meet you, haha. Zhao Fei said boisterously. The dark-skinned guy scratched his head sheepishly, his face turning red, and said with a simple smile, you two are also from room 204. Yeah. Ye Fan and Zhao Fei nodded in unison. Come in, come in. My name is Chen Liang, I'm from a rural village in Hebei. Chen Liang quickly helped them with their luggage and introduced himself. They all introduced themselves to each other. Zhao Fei was from Hangzhou and his parents were civil servants. Another roommate named Qi Yuan was from Shanghai. His family ran a company with an annual income of over 10 million, so he came from a relatively privileged background. Ye Fan also briefly introduced himself. When he mentioned he was an orphan, everyone stepped forward to offer their condolences. Being young, they quickly hit it off. Since Ye Fan was the oldest, he became the big brother. Chen Liang was the second brother, Qi Yuan was the third, and Zhao Fei was the fourth. Chen Liang had some objections to being called second brother, but under the overwhelming pressure of the group he had no choice but to accept it with a forced smile. The four of them tidied up their beds. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Fei suggested that Qi Yuan, who came from the wealthiest family, should treat them all to a welcome dinner. He called it robbing the rich. Qi Yuan didn't decline, and the four of them, arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughing and joking, headed out of the campus. The four of them went straight to a restaurant called Zhuyuan Restaurant across from the school. The atmosphere inside was quite elegant and the prices were reasonable, so it was packed with diners, mostly college students from nearby universities. They found a table by the window and sat down. After calling over a waiter, they ordered 5 or 6 dishes and a case of beer. The service was fast. Within about 10 minutes all the dishes had arrived and they were just about to dig in. Suddenly a slight commotion stirred in the restaurant and someone murmured, "Hey look everyone, the campus belle Lin Waner is here to eat too." The four of them looked up at the sound. They saw Lin Waner walking into the restaurant hand in hand with a plainly but neatly dressed girl who had a round face. As soon as Lin Waner entered, she glanced around and spotted Ye Fan by the window. Her eyes lit up and an inexplicable force compelled her to walk toward their table. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the stunning beauty, completely forgetting the delicious dishes before them. One guy who was dining with his girlfriend got so engrossed in ogling the beauty that he neglected her. As a result, his sturdy taekwondo-trained girlfriend pinned him to the floor and gave him a thorough beating until he was howling and begging for mercy. Everyone couldn't help but laugh privately, feeling relieved that they hadn't ended up with such a tigress, or they'd be deprived of even the right to admire a pretty girl. That would truly be a tragedy. Qi Yuan couldn't help but daydream. Given the direction the beauty was heading, she seemed to be coming straight toward them. Could it be that his charm had skyrocketed, drawing her in? And not just any girl, but a top-tier stunner at that. Buddha God, you've been too good to me. On behalf of the entire Qi family, I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations. As the beautiful lady drew closer and closer, Qi Yuan was about to stand up and greet her, but to his utter shock she walked right past him as if he didn't exist, heading straight for Ye Fan, who was quietly sipping his wine and nibbling on his food. Qi Yuan demanded loudly, "Author, why? Why don't I get the favor of beauties?" The author replied, "Because you're not our handsome, dashing, suave, gorgeous, universally adored, peerless, super universal, mega handsome protagonist Ye Fan." Qi Yuan fumed. "No, this is unfair, I protest." "Protest denied," the author said with a cold glare. "I quit. Don't threaten me. Wives are hard to find these days, but actors are a dime a dozen. If you don't believe me, I'll kick you out right now, and a flood of people will beg me to give them your role." No, please, I'll do it. In this day and age it's tough to make a living. Even if I can't get the meat, at least let me have some soup." Qi Yuan said with immense frustration. You're teachable." Qi Yuan was left speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Waner approached Ye Fan and said with a gentle smile, "Ye Fan, what a coincidence to run into you here." Ye Fan heard the beauty's greeting and quickly stood up, saying, "Oh, isn't this senior sister? We've met twice in one day, what a stroke of fate. Are you here for a meal too?" "Yeah. I was wondering if the handsome Ye Fan would be gracious enough to treat us 2 girls to dinner," Lin Waner said playfully. That single remark sent all the wolfish guys collapsing to the floor in a swoon. Of course. Actually, I was already thinking of treating you to a meal today since you helped me out earlier, but I was afraid you'd refuse, so I didn't dare bring it up. Well, heaven has made it happen. Come, please, both of you have a seat." "Ye Fan, hello. My name is Li Ting. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Ting looked Ye Fan up and down, finding him rather handsome. Then, noticing the deep affection in her best friend Lin Waner's eyes as she gazed at Ye Fan, she quickly caught on. She extended her hand gracefully and introduced herself. "Hello," Ye Fan said, shaking Li Ting's hand. Lin Waner and Li Ting then took their seats beside Ye Fan. "Oh, senior sister, let me introduce you. These are my dorm mates Chen Liang, Qi Yuan, and Xiao Fei." "Hello, sorry to intrude on you all," the 2 girls said in unison as they stood up to greet them. The 3 of them, still dazed, snapped back to reality upon hearing the beauties greet them and replied flatteringly, No, it's fine. They thought to themselves, the boss is truly the boss, a master. From now on we must stick close to him. Maybe one day, thanks to him, we'll also find our own beauty. That would be an honor for our families. With Lin Waner and Li Ting joining in, the atmosphere at the table grew livelier. Just as they were eating with great relish, a particularly grating voice chimed in, "Oh, isn't this Waner? What a coincidence." Everyone turned to look and saw a mediocre-looking young man with a hint of effeminacy flanked by 4 burly bodyguards striding over. His steps were a bit unsteady from a life of excess. Reaching their table, he sat down beside Lin Waner as if no one else were there. Everyone frowned slightly, feeling uneasy but not daring to say anything. Li Yu and Liang were just ordinary classmates. "Please call me Lin Waner from now on," Lin Waner said with some displeasure. Li Ting also frowned slightly, but due to the Li family's influence she could only vent her frustration inwardly. "Oh, Waner, don't be upset. I heard a fantastic new Western restaurant just opened in Beijing. How about I treat you to a taste? Oh, and Li Ting too. What do you say?" Why lower yourselves by dining with these broke losers? Li Yuangliang glanced at the four of them, noting their cheap clothes, and sneered with an air of arrogance. Chen Liang, who had a straightforward temper, was incensed by such insults to his brothers. He shot to his feet and snapped, "Hey, we're trying to eat here. Leave immediately." Li Yuangliang didn't even spare Chen Liang a glance and said arrogantly, "Oh, someone wants to play hero? What are you going to do if I don't leave?" He stared at Chen Liang with utter contempt. I. Chen Liang stammered at a loss. He wanted to teach Li Yuangliang a lesson, but seeing the four bodyguards glaring at him, he was helpless. Li Yuangliang watched Chen Liang's frustration and sneered, "I thought you were some kind of hero, but you're just a coward. If you don't have the guts, don't act so tough in front of me." Ha 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 ha. The four bodyguards behind him joined in the laughter. You. Chen Liang's face flushed red. Unable to contain himself, he swung a punch at Li Yuangliang. But before his fist landed, a sharp pain shot through his arm. One of the bodyguards had moved with lightning speed, dislocating Chen Liang's right arm with a single blow. It happened so fast that Chen Liang couldn't dodge. He crouched down in agony, clutching his arm, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he didn't utter a single cry of pain. Everyone panicked. Ye Fan hadn't wanted to reveal himself, but seeing Chen Liang endure such pain without a whimper, he gained a new respect for him. He decided he couldn't stand by any longer. Rising, he walked over to Chen Liang, took hold of his arm, and with a subtle surge of inner energy gave it a gentle push. With a soft crack, the arm was back in place. Chen Liang felt a warm current flow through him and the pain vanished. He was filled with deep gratitude toward Ye Fan. Seeing Ye Fan step forward, Li Yuangliang said with a cynical sneer, "Oh, another fool who's asking for trouble." "Oh, is that so?" Ye Fan shot Li Yuangliang a cold glare and said indifferently, "Humans are born of humans, demons are born of demons. What surname does your mother bear?" Ye Fan's single glance sent a chill down Li Yuangliang's spine, and his mouth moved beyond his brain's control as he mumbled, "My mother's surname is..." But he quickly came to his senses and snarled, "Damn it! You dare mess with me? You've got guts. Do you believe I'll beat you so badly your own parents won't recognize you?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Oh, is that so? Then I really can't let you down. Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to scare people is. So today I'll help the city management clean up the streets." Ha ha. Ye Fan took a sip of wine, clapped his hands, stretched his limbs, and walked toward Li Yuangliang with a smile. Lin Waner saw the situation turning dire, knowing well the prowess of the four bodyguards behind Li Yuangliang. She quickly stood up, tugged at Ye Fan, and whispered softly, "Ye Fan, don't bother with him. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. You can't afford to provoke him." Ye Fan wore a completely unconcerned expression and said with a smile, "It's fine. But he has four bodyguards, and they look quite formidable. You shouldn't go." I. Lin Waner was still worried, her small hands tightly clutching Ye Fan's sleeve. Ye Fan looked at Lin Waner's anxious expression and felt a wave of gratitude stir within him. Apart from his late master who had cared for him, Lin Waner was the second person to show him such concern. A special feeling blossomed in his heart, and he said to her gently, "Thank you, senior sister. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Then be careful. Don't get hurt or I'll worry." Lin Waner's voice grew softer and softer, her shy demeanor displayed to the fullest. "All right, I understand, senior sister." Ye Fan gently patted Lin Waner's delicate shoulder before continuing his stride toward Li Yuangliang. The crowd couldn't help but envy Ye Fan at the intimate display between him and Lin Waner. Li Yuangliang was even more furious, thinking to himself, "You bitch. I've chased you for 2 whole years and you've never once smiled at me. If it weren't for your family's power, I would have. Humph. The woman I, Li Yuangliang, have claimed is not for the likes of you common mortals to touch." The more he thought, the angrier he became. He shouted at the four bodyguards behind him, "Are you all a bunch of pigs? What are you standing there for? Get over here and cripple this arrogant brat for me." The 4 bodyguards, not daring to dawdle, let out a shout and charged at Ye Fan with lightning speed. The crowd was stunned by their eerie footwork and many covered their eyes, unable to watch. Lin Waner grew even more tense, her small hands tightly gripping her friend Li Ting's hand, her palms drenched in sweat, her face etched with anxiety. Ye Fan, seeing this, smiled faintly and thought to himself, these 4 do have some skill. What a pity they've followed the wrong master. They've clearly aided in villainy and committed their share of misdeeds. Today they've fallen into my hands. Humph. With that, Ye Fan lunged forward. A blur of motion swept past, followed by 4 crisp thuds. The 4 bodyguards who had come swiftly were sent flying just as fast, like arrows loosed from a bow. They crashed into several tables and collapsed on the floor unconscious. This drew a chorus of screams from the crowd. Having never witnessed such a scene, they were all frozen in fear, not daring to move. Lin Waner never expected Ye Fan to be so skilled. She could hardly believe her eyes, yet the truth stood right before her, forcing her to accept it. Wow, the way he fights is so dashing. He's even more formidable than the elite special forces soldiers under my father's command. Her gaze at Ye Fan sparkled with stars. Growing up in a military family, she was bold and decisive in love and hate. A bold decision took root in her heart: she would definitely become Ye Fan's girlfriend. His chest must be so warm. And I really want to feel it. I can't wait. Yanhuang was utterly shocked. He knew the capabilities of his 4 bodyguards well. They were retired special forces soldiers recruited by his father, exceptionally skilled. They had traveled north and south with him for years without a single defeat. Yet just now this unknown young man had knocked them all out in a single move. At the thought, his entire body began to tremble like a leaf in the wind. Watching Ye Fan draw closer and closer, Li Yuanliang's earlier arrogance had long since vanished. He was so terrified that he wet himself, and a foul stench quickly filled the entire restaurant. The crowd couldn't help but cover their noses, secretly despising Li Yuanliang. Wah! What the hell do you think you're doing? Li Yuanliang stammered, a hint of panic flashing across his pale face. Ye Fan said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh? Why are you so forgetful? Didn't you just say you wanted me to beat you so badly your parents wouldn't recognize you? How could I not fulfill such a simple request? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of Yanhuang Group. If you dare lay a finger on me, my father will make you pay." After saying this, Li Yuanliang felt a bit more at ease. Whenever people heard he was the young master of Yanhuang Group, they would immediately show him respect. It was a trick that had never failed him. A sense of smug satisfaction crept into his heart. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated this time. What he never expected was that he was dealing with Ye Fan, the chairman of the world's largest conglomerate, a tycoon whose wealth rivaled nations. The paltry Yanhuang Group didn't even register on Ye Fan's radar. Upon hearing Li Yuanliang's words, Ye Fan couldn't help but feel disdain. What a spoiled brat, trying to show off his meager skills in front of a master, like wielding an axe before Lu Ban or flourishing a sword before Guangdong. Utterly ridiculous. With a contemptuous sneer, he said, "Yanhuang Group? What Yanhuang Group? Sorry to disappoint you, but I've never heard of it. So today I'll still have to grant your little request." Ha! The crowd was astounded by Ye Fan's words. Good heavens, is this kid from another planet? The famous Yanhuang Group is known by everyone in the country. And he claims not to know it. He even threatens to teach the young master of Yanhuang Group a lesson. Is he genuinely clueless or just pretending? The crowd couldn't help but worry for Ye Fan. Ye Fan was also a bit puzzled, seeing everyone staring at him like he was a gorilla in a zoo. He thought to himself, I truly have never heard of this Yanhuang Group. I'm not lying. Ignoring the thoughts of others, he walked straight up to Li Yuanliang. Before Li Yuanliang could even beg for mercy, a dizzying flurry of punches and kicks mixed with screams ensued. And just like that, a living, breathing giant panda was born. The crowd suppressed their shock. Not only did this guy not know about Yanhuang Group, but he actually beat up its young master, and did it so artistically. Get lost. And remember, don't ever let me see you again, or I can't guarantee I'll be as merciful as I was today. Ye Fan glanced at Li Yuangliang with disdain and said arrogantly. Li Yuangliang endured the intense pain, scrambled up from the ground, and kicked the bodyguards awake. As he staggered away, he snarled, "Just you wait. I'll be waiting. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, my name is Ye Fan, a freshman in the finance department at Peking University. I'm at your service anytime. No need to see me off." After Li Yuangliang left, Lin Waner approached Ye Fan with a puzzled expression. "Ye Fan, you beat him up, that's fine. But why did you tell him your name? Aren't you afraid at all?" Li Ting and the three roommates wore the same expression, waiting for his answer. Life can get so dull and lonely sometimes. Swatting a few flies or kicking a couple of dogs now and then helps pass the time, don't you think? Ha! Ye Fan replied with an air of profound mystery. Lin Waner couldn't help but burst out laughing at his answer. Her smile was so enchanting it could topple cities and captivate nations, leaving the crowd utterly mesmerized. Covering her mouth with a coy giggle, she said, "You rascal! I've never seen anyone who enjoys courting trouble. Today is truly an eye-opener. Oh, by the way, your martial arts are so impressive, could you teach me a few moves? It'd be useful for fending off wolves later." Lin Waner had cleverly found a pretext to visit Ye Fan whenever she wanted, and she felt quite pleased with herself. "Boss, you're truly wise and mighty, unmatched in the world." The three roommates rushed over to shower him with flattery, hoping to learn some extraordinary skills from him to conquer the beauties later. Ha! Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Ye Fan said, "All right, I promise I'll teach you a few moves when I have time." But what?" everyone asked in unison. Ye Fan flashed a sly grin and said, "Shouldn't we discuss the tuition fee? I mean, I spent over a decade painstakingly honing these skills. Teaching them to you for free would be a loss for me, don't you think?" Lin Waner shot Ye Fan a resentful glare when she heard he wanted to charge. Seeing Lin Waner's displeasure, Ye Fan quickly added, "Seeing your sister's tuition is waived, of course, she's easy on the eyes after all. But you three? That's a different story." The three roommates, upon hearing this, flew into a rage and chased after Ye Fan, playfully hitting him. "Damn it! This guy values women over friends. He deserves a beating." Seeing Ye Fan's flustered look, Lin Waner laughed heartily, doubling over with glee. The wolves in the crowd thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Ye Fan paid the bill, and the four of them parted ways, with Lin Waner and Li Ting at the fork between the men's and women's dormitories. Under Lin Waner's insistence and coquettish pleading, Ye Fan and Lin Waner exchanged phone numbers. The other three were green with envy. On the way back to the dorm, Zhao Fei said to Ye Fan with a sly grin, "Boss, you lucky dog. I'm certain that Beauty Lin has her eye on you. So envious. Boss, why don't you just win her over? It'd show off your prowess, and we'd have more face following you around. But make sure to have sister-in-law introduce us to some beauties too." Qi Yuan said with a thoughtful look. "You looking for a beating, huh?" The four of them laughed and horsed around as they ran back to the dorm. After returning to the dormitory, Ye Fan received a phone call from Lin Feng. He strolled out to the balcony and pressed the answer button, hearing Lin Feng's respectful voice on the other end. "Chairman, I've essentially wrapped up all the affairs here in London. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, which is 6 in the evening Beijing time, I've invited over 1,000 journalists from countries around the globe to a press conference as per your instructions. There we will announce the decision to relocate the headquarters to Beijing. Chairman, do you have anything else to add?" Ye Fan thought for a moment and said, "Have you informed the British government about this?" "Oh, I notified them yesterday. After learning of this, British Prime Minister Butcher immediately sent Treasury official Philip to meet with me. When he learned that you intended to keep all our UK assets intact and only move the headquarters, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. I still laugh just thinking about his disgruntled expression. Furthermore, on your behalf, I expressed gratitude to the British government for their support over the years. The Prime Minister initially asked Philip to convey an invitation for you to dinner, but dropped the matter upon learning you had already returned to China. Finally, Philip, on behalf of the British government, stated that you will always be Britain's most honored guest. You've handled this matter well. Ye Fan's face showed a hint of approval upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Oh right, Chairman, the villa and cars you requested are ready. The members of the Dragon Team and Phoenix Group have already returned to the country. You can see them tomorrow morning. Well, that's all for now. We'll meet the day after tomorrow. Goodbye, Chairman. Goodbye. With that, Ye Fan ended the call. Standing on the balcony facing the cool autumn night breeze and gazing at the countless stars on the horizon, Ye Fan thought of the Dragon Team and Phoenix Group, and a warm smile involuntarily spread across his face. The Dragon Team and Phoenix Group were orphans gathered from all over the country by his master. Each group had 4 members, and they had lived and grown up together with Ye Fan since childhood. The Dragon Team members were Long Tian, Long Di, Long Qian, and Long Kuan. The Phoenix Group consisted of Feng Shui, Feng Yu, Feng Bing, and Feng Shuang. Due to differences in talent, their achievements were slightly inferior to Ye Fan's, but by any measure all 8 were top-tier experts. The old man had instilled in them the ideology of unwavering loyalty to Ye Fan from a young age. Through this subtle influence, they regarded Ye Fan as their master and were fiercely devoted to him. To better assist Ye Fan in the future, the old man was exceptionally strict with them, making brutal training the main theme of their daily lives. Although Ye Fan despised the old man's methods towards them, he also knew it was for his own future. Thus, from a young age, Ye Fan treated them like his own siblings. Unexpectedly, this only made them even more grateful and utterly devoted to Ye Fan. After lingering on the balcony for a while, Ye Fan turned and went back into the dormitory. He played a few rounds of study documents, do dijou, with his 3 roommates before heading to bed. Late at night, the spacious living room of the Li family villa was brightly lit. Li Zhihe, the chairman of Yanhuang Group, sat on the sofa with a furious expression, his cold, sinister gaze fixed on his son, who stood before him covered in bruises. A plump, middle-aged woman adorned with expensive jewelry was tenderly applying medicine to her son Li Yuanliang's wounds, occasionally letting out soft sobs. Li Zhihe had built Yanhuang Group into one of the nation's top 10 conglomerates, a testament to his deep cunning. Unfortunately, his son turned out to be such a disappointment. Looking at his son's pathetic state, he knew the boy wasn't a good sort either. The fact that the other party could knock out 4 bodyguards with a single move suggested they had shown his son considerable mercy. Since this Ye Fan was so formidable, it was best to investigate him first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If this kid had a powerful background, then so be it. Otherwise, even if his son was useless, it didn't mean anyone could bully him with impunity. He summoned the butler and ordered him to investigate this Ye Fan's background. The butler acknowledged and left. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ye Fan habitually got up, dressed, brushed his teeth, and changed into a tracksuit. Glancing at his 3 still sleeping roommates, he quietly closed the door and headed to the campus track for his morning exercise. A few people were already scattered on the track working out. Ye Fan took a few deep breaths, feeling refreshed and invigorated, then began to jog around the track. Lap 1, lap 2. 20 laps. Having cultivated the limitless divine art since childhood and achieving mastery, Ye Fan felt no fatigue after running 10,000 meters, only breaking a slight sweat. Seeing it was 6:45, Ye Fan returned to the dormitory. Noticing Zhao Fei and the others still in bed, likely dreaming, he quietly slipped into the bathroom, took a cold shower, and got dressed. He crept silently to Zhao Fei's bedside, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Suddenly he shouted right into Zhao Fei's ear, "Lao Si, there's a beautiful girl outside looking for you. Wow, she's gorgeous." Before he even finished speaking, Zhao Fei sprang up from the bed like a leaping carp, almost overturning it, and yelled, "A beauty? Where? Where?" This commotion also woke up the other 2 sleeping emperors. Zhao Fei rubbed his sleepy eyes and scanned the room. There was no beauty in sight, only Ye Fan's all too familiar face. Utterly disappointed, Zhao Fei let out a long sigh and said, "Alas, it was just a dream. OMG, when will my dreams come true? Lord, I am your most devout follower, please help me." With that he collapsed back onto the bed like a sack of potatoes, his vigorous movements causing the poor bed beneath him to creak and groan, sending puffs of dust dancing wildly in the air. The dormitory fell into a temporary silence again, the three of them seamlessly resuming their synchronized snoring in the not-so-spacious room. Ye Fan looked at them and shook his head with a wry smile. Suddenly Chen Liang let out a piercing scream. "Damn, it's 7:30. Get up, we have a class meeting at 8. The moment he spoke, a series of thumping and clattering sounds erupted, followed by shouts from the bathroom, "Hey, I was here first. Move over," and other such protests. Their speed of getting ready left Ye Fan astonished. 10 minutes later the four of them grabbed a quick breakfast at the nearest cafeteria and hurried to the classroom. The classroom was already packed. The four of them took seats in the back row. As the female students saw Ye Fan enter, their expressions turned dazed, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. "Wow, oh my god! My daily incense offerings have paid off. You've sent me such a Prince Charming. I'm so happy." A top-tier dinosaur, with a face full of freckles, a striking resemblance to Sister Furong, and a figure shaped like a square chewed on an unfinished chicken leg, drooling as she daydreamed aloud. The entire class collectively facepalmed, nearly vomiting. Ye Fan in particular felt utterly exasperated by the favor of this meat-eating creature before him. Just as they settled into their seats, they overheard classmates whispering about their new class teacher. A rumor had circulated that she was an absolute stunner, causing all the male students to wait with bated breath, silently sketching her image in their minds. Finally, after much anticipation, the classroom door was pushed open and a female teacher dressed in a light red suit walked in. All the male students were stunned. An absolute beauty. A rare find. As the ancients said, add an inch and she's too tall, subtract an inch and she's too short. She was the very incarnation of the Luo River goddess, and the addition of an intense intellectual allure deeply shook everyone's hearts. Chen Feier had spent the last 2 days cooped up in her dormitory, barely leaving, spending her days either crying or sleeping and barely eating. Since today was the first day of the semester, Chen Feier forced herself to rally and went to the classroom. She walked up to the podium, scanned the class, and was about to speak when a familiar figure suddenly caught her eye. It was him, the man who had saved her that night and also the one who had taken her innocence. Chen Feier was stunned, standing frozen on the podium. She wanted to avoid him, but find the will to do so she could not. These past 2 days Ye Fan's image had constantly appeared in Chen Feier's dreams. Amidst her sorrow she occasionally thought she should consider herself lucky. He was so handsome and refined. Wasn't he exactly the kind of man she had hoped to find as her partner? Certainly better than having her innocence taken by that beast. Ye Fan also noticed Chen Feier. He never expected her to be his class teacher. In just 2 short days she had lost weight and looked haggard. Ye Fan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, a feeling of being hollowed out. Sigh, such a foolish woman. He had to take responsibility for her and couldn't let her continue like this. He would go talk to her after class. Having made up his mind, Ye Fan felt a bit lighter. The students also noticed their teacher's unusual state. "Teacher, are you feeling unwell?" A cute-looking girl stood up and asked. Chen Feier realized she had lost her composure and quickly steadied herself, saying, "Thank you, classmate. I'm fine." Chen Feier gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Feier and I will be your class teacher for the next 4 years. It was then that Ye Fan finally learned her name was Chen Feier. It was a nice name. An hour and a half later the class meeting finally ended. Chen Feier left the classroom with a hint of panic. Ye Fan greeted his roommates and left the classroom. Not knowing where Chen Feier's dormitory was, Ye Fan used the excuse of needing to see the head teacher to ask around. After learning the specific location, he hurried towards her dormitory. Meanwhile, Chen Feier rushed back to her room. As she reached the door, a loathsome figure appeared before her. It was He Chunjing. Chen Feier was momentarily stunned. He Chunjing had been simmering with resentment ever since his failed attempt that day. After enduring for a few days, he waited early today at Chen Feier's dormitory door. He thought, this bitch. I heard her sister also studies at Peking University, a freshman in the language department named Chen Feier, also a beauty. Ha, heaven helps me. I can use her work and her sister as leverage to threaten her. She'll have no choice but to submit. He having both sisters would be so thrilling. Chen Jing fantasized as he waited, a sinister smug smile occasionally curling at his lips as if he were already pressing down on Chen Feier's beautiful body, venting his most primal desires. Suddenly a glimmer of joy appeared in Chen Jing's barely noticeable beady eyes. It was Chen Feier returning. Seeing the alluring beauty before him, he couldn't help but drool and spoke with a hypocritical smile. Oh, teacher Chen is back. How did your first day at work feel? As he spoke, his lecherous eyes roved over Chen Feier. Ah, such a firm chest, such a shapely rear, such fair skin. If I could just get a feel. The thought nearly made his nose bleed. Chen Feier looked at the despicable man she hated to the bone, her gaze icy cold. She spat at him with utmost disdain. You beast! What are you doing here? Get lost! Her voice was hysterical, filled with utter revulsion. Seeing her strong reaction and the people passing by, Chen Jing, fearing a scene, snatched the key from her hand when she wasn't paying attention, opened the door and forcibly shoved her inside. What do you think you're doing? Chen Feier's lips trembled as she spoke, her eyes fixed on the beast before her in sheer terror, her delicate body shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, feelings of helplessness, pain and despair engulfed Chen Feier, making it hard for her to breathe. Chen Jing leered obscenely at the beautiful woman before him, his male hormones fueling an insatiable desire to conquer. A threat laced his voice. My little darling, my sweetheart, if you don't want anything to happen to your sister, you'd better just give in to me. You know I've always liked you. If you're with me, I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. As he spoke, he cornered her. Consumed by lust, he pounced, his large hands tearing desperately at her clothes. Chen Feier struggled with all her might, his words echoing in her mind. Her heart sank. Her sister was her only family left in this world. She would rather die than let any harm come to her. Knowing this beast was capable of anything, despair filled Chen Feier's eyes. She continued to struggle fiercely, but a fragile woman was no match for a man in his prime, especially one acting like a rabid animal. With a loud grip, her outer garment was torn, revealing a sexy white bra and large expanses of fair skin. The sight of her beauty only intensified Chen Jing's lust, making him fumble clumsily. Trapped with no way out, Chen Feier felt like crying but had no tears. Her mind inexplicably drifted to that handsome man, the one who had taken her virginity. If only he could appear now, maybe she would have given herself to him. Being a woman constantly bullied by others, she was so tired. She longed for a warm embrace to lean on. Perhaps her plight moved the heavens, for just as Chen Jing was about to breach the last line of defense, the dormitory door was kicked open with a loud bang, sending dust flying. As the dust settled, a tall, imposing figure stood in the doorway. It was none other than Ye Fan. Ye Fan had just arrived at the door of Chen Feier's dormitory when his keen hearing, honed by years of martial arts training, caught the faint sounds of her crying and a man's lewd laughter inside. Sensing something was wrong, he didn't bother trying to open the door and kicked it down in one swift motion. The scene before him ignited a blazing fury in Ye Fan. His eyes turned bloodshot, his pupils constricted rapidly, veins bulged on his forehead, and his usually fair face darkened ominously. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. A fierce, murderous aura radiated from him, making him look like an enraged lion or a god of death descended from the heavens. The commotion at the door made the despairing Chen Feier open her eyes. A familiar figure stood before her. Overwhelmed with emotion, 2 streams of tears welled up and flowed down her cheeks. He had come for her after all. Perhaps he was sent by heaven to protect her, Chen Feier thought silently. Chen Jing was in a state of extreme excitement when the door was kicked open. His manhood, which had been standing tall and proud, instantly went limp and drooped dejectedly. Enraged beyond reason, Chen Jing spun around and roared without even seeing who it was, "You fucking want to die." But the sight before him made him sense danger. A chilling, sinister coldness spread through his body. He couldn't help but shudder, his heart filled with a dense sense of fear and oppression. Killing intent. a palpable naked killing intent. With a blur of movement, Ye Fan appeared before Chen Feier in an instant. He kicked He Chuanjing, sending him flying several meters away. A high-pitched miserable shriek erupted from He Chuanjing's mouth, so pathetic it was unbearable to hear. Ignoring him, Ye Fan wrapped his arms around Chen Feier's trembling body. Seeing her disheveled state, he quickly took off his own jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Her pitiful appearance fueled his rage. Gently stroking her hair, he said with deep affection, "You silly woman, why did you avoid me? Why couldn't you come to me? If I hadn't arrived in time, I would have spent the rest of my life in guilt and regret." Looking at the man before her, the pain and helplessness of the past days overwhelmed Chen Feier. She collapsed into his arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Her tears flowed like a breached dam, soaking Ye Fan's shoulder. Hearing her heart-wrenching sobs, Ye Fan felt as if a knife were twisting in his heart. His brow furrowed deeply in anguish. After a long while, when Chen Feier's sobs subsided, Ye Fan gently released her. He looked coldly at He Chuanjing, who was writhing on the floor and groaning. An oppressive, suffocating, murderous aura enveloped He Chuanjing, once more terrifying him so much that he couldn't move a muscle. He lost control of his bodily functions, and a foul stench filled the small room. "You know you shouldn't have offended my woman. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Today is your last day," Ye Fan said calmly, his face devoid of any expression. His tone was as flat and lifeless as still water, without a single ripple, making it all the more terrifying. Seeing that Ye Fan was about to kill someone, Chen Feier panicked and hurriedly stepped forward to embrace him, pleading, "Ye Fan, don't kill him. If you do, you'll have to pay with your own life. He's not worth it, not for a scumbag like him." He Chuanjing, trembling like a leaf at Ye Fan's icy, lifeless tone, had already collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. Seeing Chen Feier begging for mercy, he clung to it like a lifeline, stammering incoherently, "Please, don't kill me. I can give you a lot of money." "Money?" Ye Fan cast a contemptuous glance at He Chuanjing, thinking to himself, "What a joke. Do I, Ye Fan, lack money?" He then burst into sudden loud laughter laced with sarcasm. "You'd better save that money for your own coffin." His tone was so frigid it sent a chill down one's spine. Ignoring the utterly petrified He Chuanjing, Ye Fan turned to Chen Feier with a tender gaze. He gently patted her head and spoke with immense softness, "Feier, your heart is too kind. To be honest, even if I killed him, no one in this world would dare to do anything to me. But since you've asked, I'll promise you, I won't kill him. Now be a good girl and turn around." Ye Fan gently patted Chen Feier's back to comfort her. Chen Feier obediently hummed in agreement and turned around. Ye Fan walked over and with a single kick rendered He Chuanjing a eunuch. Then with a series of crisp cracks, he shattered both of He Chuanjing's arms into a comminuted fracture. Ye Fan figured that He Chuanjing's hands would be crippled for life and he could no longer commit atrocities. Another, even more miserable shriek pierced the sky, instantly reaching the very heavens. "Demon! Demon!" He Chuanjing writhed on the ground, rolling around in agony until the searing pain finally caused him to pass out. Ye Fan kicked He Chuanjing awake and coldly snarled, "You can crawl away now. I'm letting you off this time. If there's a next time, you can go directly to pay your respects to the King of Hell." He Chuanjing, staring at the demonic Ye Fan, didn't dare to linger. Enduring the pain, he scurried away in disgrace. Knowing that He Chuanjing wouldn't let things rest and guessing that Long Tian and the others had already arrived in Beijing, Ye Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. It was answered promptly. A respectful voice came through the line. "Young master, hello. We've arrived in Beijing and are currently at Peking University. We didn't want to disturb you, so we didn't reach out. And thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng told me yesterday that you'd arrive in Beijing today. I had planned to pick you up at the airport, but I was delayed by some personal matters. Please forgive me." Ye Fan said to Long Tian with a hint of apology. "Young master, thank you for your concern. We can take care of ourselves, you don't worry about us," Long Tian said gratefully. "Long Tian, I need you to investigate the Dean of Academic Affairs at Peking University, He Chuanjing. I'm certain that bastard isn't clean. Call me as soon as you find something. Understood, young master. Give me 2 to 3 days at most. Just wait for my good news, Long Tian replied. For the highly trained Long Tian, such tasks were indeed trivial. After arranging everything, Ye Fan went to Chen Feier's side, scooped her into his arms, and whispered softly, Feier, from now on you are my woman. Remember, your man is the most outstanding man in the world. No one will ever bully you again. I will make you the happiest woman on earth. I swear it. Ye Fan gently wiped the tears from Chen Feier's face as he spoke. Chen Feier looked at Ye Fan and tears welled up in her eyes once more. If it weren't for him, she would have died twice by now. Perhaps this was fate. Listening to Ye Fan's sweet and tender words, her heart surrendered completely, and she couldn't help but kiss him on the lips. Ye Fan responded with equal passion. They embraced, locked in a deep kiss. Gradually his hand crept up to her full chest, caressing and kneading it. Chen Feier let out a soft muffled moan, feeling her entire body grow hot. Her hands instinctively began to explore Ye Fan's body as well. Their clothes grew fewer and fewer. Ye Fan carried Chen Feier to the bed and removed her garments. Gazing upon her naked, flawless body, he couldn't help but marvel, so beautiful. His hands roamed over her curves. Chen Feier, overwhelmed by such caresses, was already drenched, and she whispered, Fan. I want you. Give me now. Finally they reached the peak together. Throughout the day they took from each other, relentlessly venting their passion as if to expend their very last ounce of strength. Time and again Ye Fan carried Chen Feier to the summit of ecstasy. Afterward Chen Feier leaned tenderly against Ye Fan's chest, her eyes shimmering with shyness. She parted her lips slightly and murmured, Fan, you're so strong. I can hardly take it. Still calling me, Fan? Shouldn't you change the way you address me? Ye Fan pretended to be angry and lightly smacked her smooth fair bottom. And then the feel is fantastic, soft yet firm with excellent elasticity. Ye Fan thought lecherously. Husband. Don't be mad, okay? Chen Feier shyly coquetted, her face flushing crimson. And then that's a good girl. Now give me a kiss. Satisfied with this outcome, Ye Fan seized the moment and planted a kiss on her lips. Holding her warm, fragrant and supple body in his arms, Ye Fan felt pure bliss. Husband, my parents are both dead. I have a younger sister, Chen Cece. She's a freshman at our university too. After my parents died, my sister and I had only each other to rely on. Unfortunately, I lack the ability to give my sister a better life. Chen Feier sighed as she spoke. Ye Fan gently stroked Chen Feier's silky hair. What a pitiful woman, he thought. I must cherish her from now on and never let her suffer the slightest grievance again. He silently vowed. Don't worry, my dear. I'll take care of you and your sister for the rest of your lives. From now on, just be at ease as my wife. You don't need to worry about anything else. Overwhelmed by Ye Fan's affectionate words, Chen Feier was deeply moved. Yet she let out a soft sigh and said, I never imagined my future husband would be my student. Honey, I have a small request. Will you grant it? Feier, just tell me what you want. As long as it's within my power, I'll agree to anything. Ye Fan said with a hint of doting affection. Well, honey, since I'm your teacher, please try not to reveal our relationship at school to avoid unnecessary trouble. Is that okay? All right, I promise. Thank you, honey. Just then an untimely growl echoed from her stomach. Chen Feier blushed and lowered her head, murmuring, Honey, I'm a bit hungry. Let me get up and cook something for you. To be honest, I haven't had a proper meal in 2 days. I'm starving. Ye Fan lovingly picked her up and said, You silly woman. If I ever find out you're not eating properly again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Come on, no need to cook. I'll take you out for a feast. And later tonight I'll bring you somewhere special. And then thank you, honey. Chen Feier quickly pecked Ye Fan on the cheek. The gloom that had clouded her heart for days vanished instantly, and a radiant flower-like smile blossomed on her face once more. She quickly dressed and got ready. And how fragrant. Ye Fan savored the lingering taste of that kiss. Oh, by the way, bring your sister along. From now on you're both my family and I should get to know her. Chen Feier happily agreed. Ye Fan and Chen Feier tidied up a bit, each took a quick shower and then walked one after the other towards the school's main gate. When Ye Fan arrived at the school gate, he saw a beautiful girl standing there waiting on her tiptoes. She bore a resemblance to Chen Feier but was dressed more plainly, yet exuded an air of refined elegance. The formidable entourage of admirers surrounding her was a testament to her beauty. Among the crowd, some bold young men frequently stepped forward to lavish her with attention, hoping to win a smile from the beauty. But their affections were like flowers falling on the river, drifting away with the current. Chen Cixi paid no heed to her followers, appearing utterly indifferent. Suddenly a gleam of delight sparkled in the girl's limpid big eyes. "Sis, you're here?" Chen Cixi spotted Chen Feier approaching in the distance and with a light, graceful step rushed forward to throw herself into her sister's embrace. The two sisters hugged each other warmly, whispering secrets in hushed tones. The male creatures around were all stunned by the sudden appearance of another great beauty. Drool cascaded down their chins like waterfalls and their eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets. One particularly slick-haired specimen boasted smugly to his fellow beasts, "Did you know? According to my intel, Chen Cixi and teacher Chen Feier are sisters. Man, what a pair of beauties." The group of beasts nodded in unison, silently marveling at the wonders of creation. Ye Fan looked at Chen Cixi. Indeed, she resembled her sister, a stunning beauty capable of toppling nations. However, compared to Chen Feier, she lacked a certain maturity and allure, replaced instead by a touch of youthful shyness and charm. Truly, each possessed her own unique grace, like the orchid of spring and the chrysanthemum of autumn. Chen Cixi also noticed Ye Fan beside her. Catching a glimpse of the man looking at her from the corner of her eye, she shyly lowered her head. My, what a handsome man! And those eyes so deep! Intrigued, she couldn't help but point at Ye Fan and whisper, "Sis, who is he?" Chen Feier, who had been so engrossed in reuniting with her sister that she had forgotten about Ye Fan, cast him an apologetic glance, then pulled her sister close and whispered, blushing, "Cixi, this is your future brother-in-law, Ye Fan." Chen Cixi's eyes shimmered, her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, not daring to look again. Brother-in-law," she exclaimed, startled by her sister's sudden revelation, her voice louder than she intended. Realizing there were others around, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful big eyes darting up and down, scrutinizing Ye Fan curiously. Ye Fan felt a little unnerved by her gaze. Chen Cixi was puzzled. When did my sister start dating? Why did I never know? She always tells me everything. I need to get to the bottom of this. Sis, when did you two start dating? How come I didn't know? Chen Feier knew this was all too sudden, so she carefully recounted the story of how she and Ye Fan met, how he had saved her twice, and all the details to Chen Cixi. The more Chen Cixi heard, the more shocked she became. Her expression shifted from initial surprise to anger. She hadn't realized her sister had been through so much in just the past 2 days. Her heart ached and tears welled up, spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. That damn He Chun Jing! A beast in human clothing? If only I had the power to avenge you, sis. Sigh. Chen Cixi clenched her little fists, letting out a frustrated sigh. Cixi, your brother-in-law has already avenged me. Don't worry about it, Chen Feier said softly, comforting her. But as she thought of He Chun Jing, a trace of melancholy crept into her eyes. Ye Fan sensed Chen Feier's unease. He walked over, wrapped his arms around her and whispered soothingly, Feier, don't think about it anymore. As long as I'm here to protect you, you'll never be hurt again. Seeing the blissful look on her sister's face, Chen Cixi felt overjoyed that her sister had found her soulmate. She walked over to Ye Fan and said shyly with a smile, Brother-in-law, I'm Chen Cixi. Thank you for saving my sister. Our parents passed away early and my sister has always taken care of me. It hasn't been easy for her. I hope you'll treat her well. A flicker of sorrow passed through Chen Cixi's eyes as she recalled their parents' death. Don't worry, Cixi. I will, Ye Fan promised with a nod. Chen Feier roused herself from the painful memories, tidied her chaotic thoughts, took her sister's hand and said with a smile, Cixi, let's go. Your brother-in-law is treating us to a big meal. Huh? Really? Chen Feier jumped for joy at the prospect of a lavish dinner. Having grown up in frugal circumstances, the thought of feasting tonight made her face light up with excitement. The three of them hailed a taxi. Once inside, Ye Fan said to the driver, "Driver, please take us to the Imperial Dynasty Western restaurant." "Sure thing," the driver replied, quickly starting the car and heading towards their destination. The Imperial Dynasty? Chen Feier was taken aback when she heard where they were going. Chen Feier had been to the Imperial Dynasty once before. A female classmate with a wealthy boyfriend had taken her there for a meal. The sheer opulence inside had left her utterly astounded, a memory she would never forget. She had heard that a simple meal there could cost hundreds of thousands. Hesitantly she suggested, "Honey, we're all family here. The Imperial Dynasty is too expensive. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Ye Fan glanced at her worried expression and smiled, "No need." Chen Feier looked at his nonchalant attitude and thought to herself, this guy always seems so inscrutable. I wonder if he's really even a student. In a flash the car pulled up in front of the Imperial Dynasty. Ye Fan paid the fare and they got out. Wow! A Porsche sports car? It's so beautiful. I love this car so much. But it's just too expensive, Chen Feier exclaimed loudly upon seeing the luxury vehicle. "Cece, if you like it, your brother-in-law will buy you one someday. How about that?" Ye Fan teased, looking at her adorable reaction. "Get out of here, stop messing around. Do you know how much this car costs? 3 or 4 million? If you can afford that, I'll eat my hat. Don't regret your words later." "I definitely won't." Chen Feier pouted, refusing to even look at him, and with her head held high she strutted towards the restaurant. Seeing her adorable display, both of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon entering the Imperial Dynasty, both women were awestruck by the sheer luxury within. Ye Fan, of course, was unimpressed. After all, he had been to the British Royal Palace countless times, yet this little restaurant was nothing. Under the waiter's guidance they found a seat by the window. A massive LCD screen in the restaurant was broadcasting a live press conference from the Yanhuang Group. Everyone in the restaurant watched the screen intently, whispering amongst themselves. Ye Fan called over a waiter and ordered fresh steak, foie gras, salmon, caviar, and other delicacies for the two women, along with a bottle of 1972 Bordeaux red wine. Then the three of them began to dine. The captivating press conference combined with the delicious food made the Chen sisters thoroughly enjoy themselves. Ye Fan watched the two women finish their meal, then stood up and stretched his limbs. He made a gentlemanly bow and said with a smile, "Ladies, let's go. I'll take you somewhere." "Where are we going?" the two women asked, puzzled. "You'll see when we get there, hee hee." Chen Feier cast a reproachful glance at Ye Fan's mysterious expression. Ye Fan beckoned the waiter to settle the bill. When the two women glanced at the check, Chen Feier couldn't believe her eyes. She covered her mouth in exaggeration and exclaimed, "My God, 380000! Honey, do you know that's more than 6 years of my salary? Honey, you're a student. Where did you get so much money? Yeah, brother-in-law, you need to be more frugal in the future. You can't be so extravagant. You're not on your own anymore," Chen Feier said, her face slightly flushed. Ye Fan looked at the sisters' strange expressions, smiled, and took Chen Feier's hand. "It's a secret. I'll tell you when we get there. But you better be mentally prepared, don't be too shocked." "Ha ha ha. But what I can tell you now is this: forget supporting the two of you. Even if there were 20,000 of you for 10 lifetimes, you couldn't spend all my money." Both women were astonished, their curiosity about Ye Fan's identity growing even stronger. Ye Fan paid them no mind. He walked to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and the three got in. He gave the driver the address, and the car headed toward Beijing's Shushan Villa district. This guy never thought the world's largest conglomerate, Yanhuang Group, would move its headquarters to Beijing. "And I never imagined the founder of Yanhuang Group would be Chinese," Chen Feier remarked with emotion in the car. "Yeah, I heard from President Lin of Yanhuang Group that their chairman has returned to China. That man is truly remarkable. He accomplished in just 8 short years what most people couldn't even dream of. I'd really love to see what kind of person he is, Chen Feier echoed. Ye Fan listened to their comments about him and smiled faintly. He wondered how they'd react when he told them he was the chairman of Yanhuang Group. He was really looking forward to it. 20 minutes later the taxi stopped in front of a luxurious and elegant mansion. The three got out. Wow, what a huge and beautiful villa! Chen Feier couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chen Feier was also stunned by the magnificent villa before her. She couldn't help asking Ye Fan, "Honey, why did you bring us here?" Ye Fan smiled and pointed at the villa. "Feier Cici, this is our home from now on." "Home? Ours?" Both Chen Feier and Chen Feier were dumbfounded. This villa was huge, beautiful, and located in Shishan. It had to be worth tens of millions. Both thought they were dreaming. They each pinched Ye Fan to check, and when he yelped in pain they knew it was all real. They jumped for joy with excitement. The death of their parents had deprived the sisters of a warm home. Now they had a new home again, and such a beautiful mansion at that. Unable to contain their overwhelming emotions, they threw themselves into Ye Fan's arms and wept. Ye Fan held the sisters with deep affection. "I'll take good care of you from now on. I won't let you suffer any more grievances. Trust me." The two women nodded gratefully. At the villa entrance, the members of the Dragon Team and Phoenix Group saw the young master return and ran over joyfully. Ye Fan walked over to greet them, embracing each one in turn. Then he asked with sincere concern, "Are you all doing well?" Long Tian said gratefully, "Young master, thank you. We're all doing great. You have many matters to attend to, young master. You don't need to be so kind to us in the future. We can take care of ourselves." Everyone nodded in approval at Long Tian's words. Ye Fan made introductions for everyone. After learning the identities of the two women, Long Tian and the others respectfully addressed them as "Young Madam" and "Miss," and they all walked into the villa chatting and laughing. "Young master, the 8 of us live in the villa next door. Please assign us our duties," Long Tian couldn't help saying after they had sat for a while. Ye Fan pondered for a moment, then said, "Starting tomorrow, Long Qian and Long Kuan, you two will go to the group headquarters to oversee security there. Phoenix Group, you'll be responsible for the villa and the two of them from now on. Long Tian and Long Di, you'll stay at the villa ready to await my orders at all times." All 8 acknowledged in unison. Long Tian saw that it was getting late, so he stood up and took his leave. "Young master, we won't disturb your rest. We'll head back now." "All right." Ye Fan rose and escorted Long Tian and the others to the door. After they left, the vast villa was left with only Ye Fan and the two women sitting on the sofa. The once lively house suddenly fell quiet. Chen Feier walked over to Ye Fan and nestled gently in his arms. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Honey, there's no one else around now. Can you tell us your story? You've brought us so many surprises today, we really want to know." "Yeah, brother-in-law. Those people just now were all so respectful to you. And how do you have such a big villa? And what did you mean by group headquarters? What exactly do you do?" Chen Feier also walked over to Ye Fan, squatting in front of him with her chin resting on her hand, looking adorable. Ye Fan looked at the eager anticipation in the two women's eyes and said slowly, "What I'm about to tell you, you mustn't reveal it to anyone. You have to keep my secret. I don't want my identity exposed, all right?" Both women nodded obediently. "You were discussing the chairman of Yanhuang Group in the car, weren't you?" "Well, actually I know him," Ye Fan said with a mysterious smile, a faint trace of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. "Really, brother-in-law? What does he look like? I really want to meet him, see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, Chen Feier blurted out eagerly. "Him? Well, he's actually quite handsome. As for height, about 1.8 meters. Ye Fan began describing himself in vivid detail. "Hey honey, aren't you just blowing your own trumpet? It sounds like you're describing yourself," Chen Feier said with a laugh. Chen Feier caught on after hearing her sister's words. A sweet smile played on her rosy lips. Right, brother-in-law, why does it sound like you're talking about yourself? Hee, you might not believe this, but the person you've always wanted to meet is right here before you, far on the horizon yet near before your eyes. In other words, I am the one and only chairman of Yanhuang Group Ye Fan. Ye Fan said this with complete seriousness. Brother-in-law, you're too funny. Who'd believe that? If you're the chairman of Yanhuang Group, then I'm the Secretary General of the United Nations, Chen Feier said with utter disbelief. Honey, stop joking around. Just tell us who you really are, Chen Feier urged, thinking Ye Fan was only kidding. Ye Fan was caught between laughter and tears. He really was the chairman of Yanhuang Group, yet they wouldn't believe him. It seemed he'd have to produce some evidence to convince them, otherwise in their eyes he'd be nothing but a fraud and his reputation would be ruined. Didn't you watch the press conference today? You should still recognize President Lin's voice, right? Both women nodded simultaneously. Good. I'll call him right now. I'll put it on speakerphone. Don't say a word, just listen carefully. With that, Ye Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly and Lin Feng's voice came through clearly. Chairman, hello. This is Lin Feng. I've just finished the press conference and am heading to the airport. I should be seeing you tomorrow morning. Is there anything you need? Oh, nothing much. I watched the press conference today. Overall it was pretty good. I called to ask when you'd be arriving in Beijing. Now I know. Alright, have a safe trip. Goodbye. Goodbye, Chairman. With that the call ended. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, both women's mouths formed perfect O shapes and they stood frozen in place as if turned to stone. Ye Fan stepped forward and gently patted their heads, smiling helplessly. See? You didn't believe me when I said it earlier. Now do you believe me? You'll meet Lin Feng tomorrow morning. Sigh, do I really look that untrustworthy? He said, feeling a little dejected inside. Seeing that they were too stunned to snap out of it, Ye Fan figured the news was too shocking and they needed time to process it. He went into the bathroom by himself and took a shower. The two women finally snapped out of their dazed state only to realize Ye Fan was gone. Where did my brother-in-law run off to? Chen Feier spoke first. Chen Feier looked around and heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. He's taking a shower, she said. Sis, is my brother-in-law really the chairman of Yanhuang Group? I'm not dreaming, am I? Chen Feier still couldn't believe it. She pinched herself. Ouch, it hurt. Could it actually be true? Chen Feier ran over to Chen Feier, hugged her and said, Sis, I think you hit the jackpot. You found a husband who's both rich and handsome. I'm so jealous. Yeah, he's the chairman of Yanhuang Group. I can hardly believe it's true. He's truly extraordinary. Chen Feier murmured, a little dazed. The two women began to chat quietly in the living room. After his shower, Ye Fan came to the living room in his pajamas. Seeing both women staring at him without blinking, he chuckled, So do you believe me now? He walked over and sat down beside Chen Feier. Chen Feier circled around Ye Fan, looking him up and down with excitement. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You really are the chairman of Yanhuang Group. I admire you so much. I don't care anymore, I'm sticking with you from now on. You have to take care of me. Oh, and don't forget to buy me a car, hee. Chen Feier with a playful look walked to Ye Fan and hugged his arm, acting coy. Her small chest rubbed against his arm without any shyness, stirring up a bit of restless desire within him. Ye Fan tapped Chen Feier's cute little nose and said with a smile, Didn't someone say earlier they weren't interested? Why the change of heart? But since you call me brother-in-law, I'll agree. Chen Feier pushed his hand away, pouting, Brother-in-law, you're so mean. You flattened my nose. If no one wants me now, you have to take responsibility. Ye Fan looked at this little minx and said, Don't worry, if I flatten your nose, I'll pay for you to get it fixed. Then someone will want you. Sis, look how he's bullying me. Chen Feier ran into Chen Feier's arms, whining. Feier, you little devil, I know everything about you. Stop your nonsense with your brother-in-law. You say he's bullying you, but I think it's the other way around. Chen Feier said with a smile, then gave Ye Fan a sly look and teased, "How about I share your brother-in-law with you? That way he can't get out of it, right? Ha ha ha. Okay sis, you better keep your word. If I can't find a husband, I'll just cling to my brother-in-law. Don't be jealous then, hee hee. Alright, it's a deal. I won't regret it, hee hee." The two women started to wrestle on the sofa laughing. Ye Fan watched the scene of chirping beauties feeling a bit dizzy and speechless. He was truly at a loss with these two sisters. They were even dividing him up like an item. He decided to change the subject and pulled out 2 bank cards. "Honey Cece, take these cards, one for each of you. Consider this your future allowance." "Thank you, dear." "Thank you, brother-in-law. You're the best." Both women ran over, grabbed a card, and each gave him a kiss on the cheek. This made Ye Fan feel great. He really enjoyed this. The money was definitely well spent. "Brother-in-law, that was my first kiss. I gave it to you, so you have to be responsible for me now," Chen Cece said, lying on Ye Fan's lap, batting her big beautiful eyes playfully. This. Ye Fan was a bit flustered and didn't know how to respond. He stammered without getting a word out. Seeing his awkward expression, the two sisters couldn't help but burst into laughter. It took Ye Fan a while to snap back to reality. "Cece, why don't you go upstairs and pick a room? You'll be staying here from now on." Upon hearing this, Chen Cece gave Ye Fan a suggestive look, then ran upstairs with a laugh to pick a room. Chen Feier also stood up, sat on Ye Fan's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said affectionately, "Dear, I'm going to take a shower. You watch some TV by yourself. Alright, make sure you wash thoroughly. I'll be inspecting later, hee hee," Ye Fan said, giving her a playful squeeze on her rear. Chen Feier let out a soft moan, her face flushed as she said coquettishly, "Honey, you're so bad." Then she hurriedly ran upstairs, and Ye Fan laughed heartily watching her go. In Beijing, at Zhongnanhai, the political power center of the nation. Late at night, in an antique small meeting room, several elderly men were seated discussing matters. Upon closer inspection, several top leaders of the standing committee were all present. Chairman Hu took a drag from his cigarette and said gravely, "Yanhuang Group has announced today that it will relocate its headquarters from London to Beijing. What are everyone's thoughts on this?" Premier Zhu remarked with emotion, "I never expected that Yanhuang Group, the world's largest conglomerate, was founded by our own Chinese people. And fortunately, after achieving such success, the chairman still had the welfare of his motherland in mind. It's truly moving. Yes, we saw the press conference today. The chairman's patriotism is something all Chinese people should learn from. If everyone were like him, our nation's strength would be unstoppable. I would really like to meet this legendary figure," Vice Chairman Wu also added. Chairman Hu continued, "What Lao Zhu and Lao Wu said makes a lot of sense. You all should be aware of the significant impact Yanhuang Group's return will have on our economy. Just the tax revenue alone would be tens of billions a year. This is a blessing for our country and our people. Therefore, to welcome Yanhuang Group back, we must show our sincerity. Tomorrow, issue an urgent directive to all provinces, cities, and counties. After Yanhuang Group's return, all its domestic operations can be handled with special expedited procedures as long as they don't violate fundamental principles." I agree with Lao Hu's opinion. We must strengthen our protection of Yanhuang Group. We shouldn't let outdated customs and biases from some people in our country discourage them, General Lin, Vice Chairman of the Central Military Commission and Minister of Defense, also proposed. Yes. Secretary General Huang immediately sent out notices for the top officials of all provinces and military regions to come to Beijing for a meeting tomorrow. General Manager Lin of Yanhuang Group will be back in Beijing tomorrow morning. I plan to use this opportunity to invite the chairman of Yanhuang Group to a dinner banquet, and we'll all host him, Chairman Hu said after some thought. Everyone agreed. Back at home, Ye Fan was idly flipping through TV channels in the living room, finding nothing but soap operas and Korean dramas. Bored, he went out to the rooftop terrace and stared at the stars and the moon, pondering his future direction. Suddenly a soft body hugged him from behind. Ye Fan recognized the scent instantly as Chen Feier's. "Honey, done with your shower?" "Dear, how did you know it was me?" Hee hee. Chen Feier asked, puzzled. Because why? Tell me quickly, you're making me anxious. Because I recognized your scent. Dear, are you part dog? Your nose is so good. You woman, are you looking for a spanking? I think you're getting too bold. Ye Fan turned around, held her and gently patted her bottom a few times. Dear, I won't do it again, please forgive me. Chen Feier pleaded repeatedly. Ooh la la sis bro-in-law, you two are so romantic. Flirting under the bright moonlight, a pretty girl in a pink pajama suddenly said, sneaking up on them. Chen Feier, embarrassed, buried her head in Ye Fan's chest and protested, it's all your fault. My sister saw us. So embarrassing. You're always taking advantage of me. Ye Fan smiled and said, little girl, don't you know it's not nice to spy on people? Is your bottom itching for a spanking? Want me to give you a few swats too? Okay bro-in-law, come on and spank me then. Chen Sisi said, sticking her bottom out towards him playfully. Ye Fan looked at this little vixen, not knowing what to do with her. I surrender, you little minx, he said, conceding defeat. Chen Sisi ran up to him and whispered in his ear, brother-in-law, you disappoint me. You know the saying, half of the sister-in-law's butt belongs to the brother-in-law. So you're welcome to spank my butt anytime you want, hee hee. With a giggle she ran off. Ye Fan was so taken aback by her words that he nearly fell over, which sent the two women into a fit of laughter. The three of them hung out in the living room for a while before heading upstairs to bed. After much lovemaking, a spent Chen Feier lay in Ye Fan's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Honey, I'm so happy. Having you is a gift from heaven. But you're so outstanding, Feier is afraid of losing you one day. A mist of tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Feier, don't think such things. You will always be my most beloved wife. No other woman can ever replace your place in my heart. Ye Fan gently wiped away her tears and said with deep affection. Okay dear, I believe you. But you're so extraordinary, I'm afraid I won't be the only one who can have you. I just hope there will always be a place for me in your heart. I've come to terms with it. If you find someone you love in the future, I hope you'll tell me and not keep it a secret. Hearing this, Ye Fan was moved to tears. Feier, stop overthinking. No matter what happens, for all eternity you will always be the most important woman in my life. Okay. Thank you, dear. I will stay by your side forever. Now it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Chen Feier snuggled closer into his arms and fell into a peaceful sleep with a contented smile. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ye Fan woke from his slumber. Gazing at Chen Feier sleeping soundly in his arms, a faint smile lingering on her lips, she looked utterly enchanting. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her on the lips, then quietly slipped his arm free, dressed, and closed the door behind him, heading downstairs to prepare breakfast. Ye Fan went downstairs, took out some eggs, milk, bread, and sausages from the refrigerator, and after some bustling about, he had breakfast ready. He then drove out to buy some mung bean cakes and steamed buns. Seeing that it was still early, he picked up a newspaper and sat down in a chair to read. Chen Feier opened her eyes and noticed to her surprise that her husband was gone. She checked the time, it was 7 o'clock. She got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and headed downstairs. Seeing Chen Feier up, Ye Fan quickly stood and said, Feier, good morning. Come have breakfast. I'll go wake up that little sleepyhead. With that he headed upstairs. Chen Feier, seeing the table full of breakfast, was moved to tears. Since her parents had passed away, she had never truly experienced the warmth of a home again. Though tears were in her eyes, her heart was filled with sweetness. Husband, thank you for giving me a warm home. I'm so happy, she said softly, running into Ye Fan's arms. Ye Fan patted Chen Feier's head with a smile, then turned and went upstairs to Chen Sisi's door. Sisi, time to get up and have breakfast. Ye Fan called out while knocking. Brother-in-law, let me sleep a little longer. It's still early, came Chen Sisi's lazy voice from inside the room. If you don't get up now, I'm coming in to pull off your covers. I'll count to 3. If you're not up by then, I'm coming in. 1. Brother-in-law, I'm getting up, came the frantic sound of Chen Sisi scrambling out of bed accompanied by her quiet muttering. Soon Chen Sisi came downstairs and the three of them sat down to eat breakfast together. Just then the doorbell rang. Ye Fan went to answer it and saw that it was Lin Feng. Chairman, good morning. I hope I'm not disturbing you, hee. Lin Feng, you're here? Come in. Have you had breakfast? Ye Fan led Lin Feng inside. Chairman, I've already eaten, hee. Seeing Lin Feng enter, the two women quickly stood up. It was only at this moment that they truly believed in Ye Fan's identity. Ye Fan introduced the two women to Lin Feng. This is Chen Feier, my future wife, and this is my sister Chen Sisi. Hello, young madam. Hello, miss. Lin Feng quickly greeted them. The two women returned the greeting. Lin Feng then turned to Ye Fan and said, Chairman, there's something I need to report to you. Ye Fan said to the women, you two go ahead and eat. Lin Feng and I have some matters to discuss. He then led Lin Feng to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Chairman, it's like this. Early this morning I received a call from Secretary General Huang of the Central Secretariat. President Hu and Premier Zhu would like to meet with you. The time is set for 3 p.m. this afternoon. Ye Fan pondered for a moment, then said, all right, I accept the invitation. Oh, go prepare the relevant materials, they might be needed. Come pick me up this afternoon and we'll go together. Very well, Chairman. I'll go prepare right away. Lin Feng said goodbye to the two women and left. Ye Fan walked over to Chen Feier and said, honey, I have some matters to handle today. Could you help me ask for leave? Come on, it's getting late. I'll drive you both to school. The two women said, okay, and followed Ye Fan to the garage. Wow! A Mercedes-Benz 350. Brother-in-law, when are you going to buy me a car? Chen Sisi begged Ye Fan upon seeing the car. Sisi, you see, your brother-in-law has been quite busy lately. Once this busy period is over, I'll have Lin Feng order one for you from abroad. How does that sound? Ye Fan said. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Oh right, Sisi. From now on, why don't you just call me brother? It sounds more comfortable that way, okay? Ye Fan remembered Chen Feier's earlier request and said to Chen Sisi. Chen Sisi was still reveling in the joy of soon owning a sports car and agreed without a second thought. At this moment, even if Ye Fan had said, Sisi, how about you marry me? Chen Sisi would have agreed without hesitation. Soon the car stopped at the school gate. Ye Fan said goodbye to the two women and mentioned that he would have Feng Shui pick them up in the evening. After sharing intimate goodbyes, the two women ran off to school giggling, leaving Ye Fan savoring the moment. At 3 p.m., Ye Fan and Lin Feng drove off to Zhongnanhai. The car stopped in front of the main building. As ordinary vehicles aren't allowed inside, Ye Fan went through rigorous checks and boarded an internal shuttle. The shuttle wound its way through the complex and finally stopped in front of an antique two-story building. As Ye Fan and Lin Feng entered the courtyard, three elderly men came forward to greet them. Ye Fan looked closely and recognized them as President Hu, Premier Zhu and Minister Lin. Ye Fan quickly stepped forward with Lin Feng following suit. President Hu watched as a young man walked directly towards him and said to Premier Zhu with a puzzled look, "Oh Zhu, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why has Mr. Lin of the Yanhuang Group come with a young man? Could this young man be the chairman of the Yanhuang Group? Old Hu, to be honest, I'm a bit confused too." Lin Feng quickly walked up to President Hu, Premier Zhu and Minister Lin shook their hands and said, "President Hu, Premier Zhu, Minister Lin, hello. I am Lin Feng, the General Manager of the Yanhuang Group. Allow me to introduce you. This is our chairman, Mr. Ye Fan," Lin Feng said, gesturing towards Ye Fan behind him. Ye Fan reached out and shook hands with President Hu, Premier Zhu and Minister Lin, saying, "President Hu, Premier Zhu, Minister Lin, it's a great honor to meet you all. My goodness. I never expected our Yanhuang Group's chairman to be such a young and handsome fellow. Haha, come, shall ye please come in?" President Hu was a bit astonished, but being a man of great stature, he quickly regained his composure and greeted them warmly. Everyone entered the office building and took their seats according to rank. "Shao Yi, where is your hometown?" Do you have any family? President Hu asked with concern. I grew up in Sichuan and I'm an orphan. When I was 2, my master adopted me from the orphanage and raised me. In this world besides my master I have no other family. Unfortunately my master has also passed away now. Alas. Ye Fan replied with a hint of sadness. Adversity breeds talent. Your master was a remarkable man to have cultivated such an outstanding young talent as you. Xiao Yi, how about this? I don't have any grandchildren of my own. I would like to adopt you as my nominal grandson. Would you be willing? The chairman said, looking at Ye Fan with a benevolent expression, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Having had no family since his master's death, Ye Fan cherished kinship deeply. Seeing the chairman's intention, he thought briefly, then knelt down and said, Grandfather, please accept your grandson's bow. President Hu, somewhat moved, stood up with a slight loss of composure, his hands trembling as he helped Ye Fan up. He looked him over and said, my good grandson, please get up. Chairman, congratulations on gaining such an outstanding grandson. I'm envious, old Lin. If you hadn't acted first I would have vied with you for him, Minister Lin said with a smile. Indeed, Chairman, old Lin is right. It seems you'll have to bring out those 2 bottles of 30-year-old Matai to celebrate today, ha 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 ha. Premier Zhu chimed in with a hint of playful extortion. Old Lin, aren't you envious? How about this? Don't you have a precious granddaughter? Since our families are well matched, if you marry your precious granddaughter to my grandson, then my grandson would become your grandson too, wouldn't he? The chairman said with a smile. That sounds great. But that little girl is quite mischievous. I wouldn't dare make that decision on my own for now. We'll have to arrange for them to meet another time and see, Minister Lin replied. I never thought you, old Lin, would be afraid of someone. Haha, Premier Zhu joked. Haha. Xiao Fan, now that you've moved the group's headquarters back to the country, what are your plans for the future? Tell your grandfather. Chairman Hu said. Grandpa Zhu, Grandpa Lin, first I plan to establish orphanages, hospitals, schools, and a charitable foundation nationwide to assist the impoverished and homeless. Additionally, I intend to invest 100 billion yuan to build factories across the country, helping the state address the issue of laid-off workers. Secondly, my years abroad have taught me a profound lesson: a nation's prosperity requires a formidable military might to safeguard its path. Therefore, I have spent heavily to recruit a cadre of top-tier high-tech military experts from around the world, secretly establishing a military research division. Addressing our nation's current military shortcomings, we have developed the Yanhuang military satellite navigation and positioning system, engines for large warships and fighter jets, aerial refueling tankers, early warning aircraft, and aircraft carriers. Let's review the data. As he spoke, Ye Fan opened his laptop and began demonstrating to the 3 elders. Our Yanhuang military satellite navigation and positioning system surpasses other nations' systems in advancement. It utilizes. An hour later, after reviewing the materials, the 3 elders were visibly stirred, though their long-held composure masked their excitement. Xiao Fan, we 3 old men feel ashamed. You've hit the nail on the head regarding our country's problems. Although you are my grandson, on behalf of the nation and its people, I thank you. Chairman Hu said emotionally, his wrinkled forehead etched with gratification. Indeed, Xiao Fan, imagine the immense benefits to the country if all these proposals are implemented nationwide. A son should be like Ye Fan. Chairman, I truly regret not having vied with you for this grandson. Premier Zhu said with a hint of chagrin. Everyone laughed at his expression. Xiao Fan, the military equipment data you showed us addresses our nation's most critical deficiencies. Currently, we rely almost entirely on imports for these systems, costing us vast amounts of foreign exchange annually. Could you consider transferring these technologies to the state? We are prepared to purchase them. Chairman Hu asked earnestly. Grandpa, here's the thing. These technologies were developed with the nation in mind. I plan to donate them to the state unconditionally. Furthermore, I will build 5 aircraft carriers to gift to the country. Additionally, I intend to assign the military experts from the Yanhuang Group to the General Armament Department to continue serving the nation. The Institute's future research expenses will be sponsored by the Yanhuang Group. Ye Fan said after a moment's thought. The three elders, deeply moved, had tears in their eyes. Premier Zhu, holding Ye Fan's hand with gratitude, said, Xiao Fan, thank you. Thank you for your contributions to the country. I don't care anymore, Xiao Fan. You must call me Grandpa from now on. I can't bear to lose such an outstanding grandson, haha. Minister Lin also rushed over, embracing Ye Fan like a child, and said playfully, Xiao Fan, Grandpa Lin has made a momentous decision. I've decided to risk having my beard pulled by my granddaughter and marry my precious granddaughter to you. Xiao Fan, haha, although my granddaughter has a bit of a temper, I can guarantee she's stunningly beautiful. Suitors have worn down the threshold of my door. Haha. Ye Fan, taken aback by Minister Lin's words, quickly stammered, but Grandpa Lin, I already have a girlfriend. I don't care about that. Where else am I to find such a handsome and exceptional grandson-in-law? This is the most correct decision I, old Lin, have ever made. You are my grandson-in-law from now on, ha ha ha. Minister Lin said, stroking his beard with a roguish grin. Ye Fan couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and everyone burst into laughter. After a while the three elders exchanged glances. Chairman Hu stated solemnly, in recognition of Ye Fan's contributions to our nation, I hereby, in my capacity as General Secretary of the Central Committee, appoint Ye Fan as the Director of the Central General Armament Department's Ordnance Research Division with the rank of Major General. This order is effective immediately and will be transmitted to all provinces and military regions. Grandpa, this won't do. I truly cannot accept this. I am still studying, I'm afraid. Ye Fan interjected hastily, thinking to himself that he had finally found some leisure and couldn't bear to step into another cage. Xiao Fan, don't decline. You have made tremendous contributions to our country, and this is the least we can do to show our appreciation. Moreover, with you as the Director of the Ordnance Research Division, your subordinates can work even more efficiently, developing more advanced equipment for the nation. You can continue your studies as usual. Rest assured you won't be disturbed unless it's a matter of utmost importance. Ha ha. Premier Zhu, seeing through Ye Fan's thoughts, persuaded him. Indeed, grandson-in-law. If a talent like you doesn't serve the motherland, wouldn't that be a great loss to our nation? Minister Lin echoed. Seeing the earnest expectation in the three elders' eyes, Ye Fan found it hard to refuse publicly and reluctantly accepted their arrangement. All right, I thank the three grandfathers for your kindness. Oh, look how we've lost track of time. It's already 5:30. Xiao Fan, you must be hungry. Let's go have a simple meal together. Secretary General Huang, please inform them to prepare the banquet. We'll be there shortly. Secretary General Huang acknowledged and left. The Diaoyutai State Guest House, established in 1959, is located in the Diaoyutai Scenic Area in the western suburbs of Beijing. In 1958, the Chinese government decided to build a state guest house to host foreign heads of state and government leaders invited to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. The guest house was built in the ancient Diaoyutai Scenic Area, which boasts a history of over 800 years, and was completed on the eve of the National Day in 1959. Since hosting its first state guests, the party and government delegations from 11 socialist countries, including the Soviet Union, for the 10th anniversary celebrations, the Diaoyutai State Guest House has received several hundred foreign heads of state and government leaders visiting China by the end of 2005. The group soon arrived at the Diaoyutai State Guest House Private Room No. 1. After everyone was seated, Chairman Hu raised his glass, stood up and said, this first toast is to welcome Mr. Ye Fan, Chairman of the Yanhuang Group, back to the country. Cheers, everyone. They all clinked glasses and drank in one go. During the banquet, Ye Fan, thanks to his internal energy, was largely unaffected by the alcohol. The chairman and others took turns toasting him, but none could make him yield an inch. They were all astonished, their initial bravado gone. Even Minister Lin, who usually prided himself on his tolerance, looked as deflated as a beaten eggplant. Minister Lin's dejected demeanor caused the chairman and the others to laugh heartily, exclaiming phrases like, "The waves behind drive on those before," and "Each generation produces its own talents." After all, facts speak louder than words, if there was no denying it. After the wine had gone around several times and the dishes were nearly finished, everyone dispersed. Before leaving, Minister Lin reminded Ye Fan to visit his home at his earliest convenience. Only after Ye Fan gave his solemn assurances was he allowed to leave. Late at night in the eastern suburbs of Beijing, inside the Li family villa, Li Zhiha was holding a background file on Ye Fan. The file was simple, containing only a few brief lines. Ye Fan from Sichuan, an orphan, originally lived in an orphanage in the suburbs of Chengdu, Sichuan. At the age of 2 he was adopted by a wandering old man, and his whereabouts thereafter were unknown. Currently a freshman majoring in finance at Peking University. So he's an orphan, yet he dares to lay a hand on my son. He truly knows no bounds. Butler, notify my second brother of this matter and have him handle it, Li Zhiha instructed the butler, a fierce and piercing glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, master. The butler acknowledged, and not daring to delay, quickly turned and hurried outside. The second son of the Li family, named Li Zhiping, was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. A retired Special Forces soldier, he had founded the Black Tiger Gang with the assistance of his elder brother Li Zhiha. Through over a decade of ruthless and merciless actions, he had built the Black Tiger Gang into one of the capital's most formidable organizations. Its power was immense, with thousands of members and connections in high places. It was the kind of force that could make the capital's underworld tremble with a single stomp. Tiancheng Entertainment City served as the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. Inside a lavishly decorated office on the 18th floor, Li Zhiping and his nephew Li Yuangliang were busy with 2 naked women. After finishing, Li Zhiping patted one woman's pale, ample backside and dismissed them. The 2 men settled onto the sofa to enjoy some tea. Uncle Father has already investigated Ye Fan. He's an orphan with no background. However, this man is highly skilled in martial arts. We must resort to strategy. Indeed, since he dared to beat my nephew like that, I'll make sure he wishes for death but cannot die. But how should we go about it? Li Zhiping said, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. The uncle and nephew fell into thought. Suddenly Li Yuangliang slapped his thigh and grinned sinisterly. Uncle, I've thought of a brilliant plan. Here's the idea. According to our surveillance, Ye Fan has been getting quite close to Chen Feier and Chen Cixi, 2 sisters from our school. I suspect their relationship is more than ordinary. If we kidnap the Chen sisters and bring them to Tianlong Entertainment City, where we've ambushed hundreds of men, and then notify Ye Fan to come for them, I'm certain he will show up. Once Ye Fan arrives, no matter how formidable he is, he'll be like meat on our chopping board. Besides, Chen Feier and Chen Cixi are stunningly beautiful. They'd be far more enjoyable than those college girls from earlier. Then we can have our fun, uncle. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Li Zhiping was delighted by Li Yuanliang's proposal. Excellent. Nephew, your plan is truly brilliant. Alright, let's do it. Along who take a few men tomorrow and do this. Li Zhiping turned and whispered instructions to the 2 men. They nodded and left. A conspiracy against Ye Fan was set in motion. It was already past midnight when Ye Fan returned home. After parking the car, he opened the villa door and found Chen Feier asleep on the sofa. He tiptoed over to her, carefully lifted her into his arms and carried her upstairs. As soon as he laid her on the bed, she stirred awake. Honey, you're back. Cixi wanted to wait up for you too, but it got too late, so I sent her to bed. Hee hee. Chen Feier mumbled sleepily, her voice laced with a touch of languor. Her hair cascaded loosely, making her look incredibly alluring. Her jade-like arms instinctively wrapped around Ye Fan's robust frame, her delicate nose greedily inhaling his unique masculine scent. Ye Fan gazed at the stunning beauty before him, his deep eyes slightly glazed over. He couldn't resist leaning down to gently kiss her lips, then said with a hint of concern, Feier, if I'm late in the future, go to bed without me. Don't wait up. Staying up late is a woman's worst enemy, you know? Chen Feier tilted her head slightly, her sparkling eyes filled with immense tenderness. She smiled softly, but I worry about you, honey. Have you had a lot to drink? Are you hungry? Let me make you a midnight snack. As she spoke, she slipped out of his warm embrace and prepared to head downstairs. Ye Fan gently reached out, took her hand and said, No need, Feier, I'm not hungry. Alright then. Honey, go take a shower. I've already laid out your change of clothes in the bathroom. Okay, but I want you to join me, haha. No way, honey, I've already showered. Then come shower again with me. Not giving her a chance to escape, Ye Fan scooped her up and carried her towards the bathroom. Chen Feier was slightly flustered, struggling in his arms, but she couldn't break free from his powerful grip. She pounded her small fists against his chest, a rosy blush spreading across her cheeks. She protested coquettishly, honey, put me down. Ye Fan smirked and gave her bottom a few playful spanks. A tingling sensation weakened her instantly, leaving her helpless to his whims. Ye Fan slipped off her nightgown, revealing a perfect, softly glowing body. He began to kiss her, starting from her head, moving to her lips, then her neck and down to her breasts, continuing further down, leaving no inch of her skin untouched. Chen Feier, overwhelmed by his teasing, grew hot and restless, moaning involuntarily. She was already wet and she murmured, honey, I can't take it anymore. Please give it to me now. Ye Fan immediately complied and they made love passionately in the bathroom. Soon the room was filled with a symphony of moans, gasps, and the rhythmic sounds of their bodies composing a moving melody. Chen Feier reached the peak several times. Finally, with a loud cry, Ye Fan climaxed. They both lay back in the large bathtub, spent. Chen Feier snuggled in Ye Fan's arms, her jade-like hand gently caressing his muscular chest, a look of utter contentment on her beautiful face. Honey, you're amazing. I'm so happy. Ye Fan played with her breasts, a mischievous grin on his face. Babe, your breasts seem to have grown a bit. So tempting. I wish I could go again right now. Honey, you're so bad. I'm exhausted. Let me rest. You're like a bull with no regard for a lady's delicate state. Chen Feier complained with a coquettish pout. She thought to herself that he was as strong as an ox, even giving her all every day. It seemed she couldn't satisfy him. What was she to do in the future? Looking at his vigorous state, she couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. They quickly rinsed off and Ye Fan carried her to bed. Ye Fan gave her a sly look and Chen Feier sensed trouble. Before she could protest, his mouth was on hers and his body pressed her firmly beneath him. No. No. Honey, I can't take any more, Chen Feier pleaded, her words muffled. But Ye Fan was already too far gone to heed her pleas. They engaged in another fierce round, moving from the bed to the floor and back again. Chen Feier's cries grew louder. In the next room, Chen Cece listened to the faint sounds of moaning coming from her sister's room. Her face flushed crimson as she thought to herself, how is my brother-in-law so vigorous? He's been at it for so long. Can my sister handle it? As she thought about it, she became lost in a haze of desire. Her hand unconsciously moved to her own body, gently caressing it, her mind filled with images of Ye Fan as if it were his touch. Soon a spasm passed through her lower body and she climaxed. Oh my, how embarrassing. Am I a bad girl? No, it's all that wretched brother-in-law's fault, not sleeping properly at night and causing me to have such thoughts. Chen Cece couldn't sleep. The next morning Ye Fan got up at 6 as usual, prepared breakfast, and after seeing the Chen sisters eat, he drove them to school. He said to Chen Feier, honey, I still have some things to take care of today, so I won't be going to the campus. Okay honey, drive safely. Chen Feier kissed him on the cheek, then hopped out of the car with a smile and walked towards the school with Chen Cece. Ye Fan watched until their figures disappeared, then was about to drive away. Just then his phone rang. He saw it was Long Tian and answered immediately. Long Tian, what's the matter? Young master, we've finished investigating that Chen Jing. That guy is indeed no good. He and his brother-in-law, the vice principal, have been abusing their power, embezzling public funds and bullying others. Long Tian briefed Ye Fan on Jing's situation. After listening, Ye Fan thought for a moment and said, Long Tian, make a copy of the evidence and send it to the Beijing Municipal Commission for discipline inspection. I trust they will deal with these scumbags. All right, young master, I'll get on it right away. Long Tian acknowledged, said goodbye, and they hung up. When Zhang Tianlin, the head of the Beijing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, saw the anonymous letter, he was furious and immediately established an investigation team. Chen Jing was summoned for questioning. The poor man was still in his hospital bed when he was invited by the commission members for a talk. At 8 o'clock Ye Fan drove towards Songnanhai. After passing through numerous security checks he arrived in front of the chairman's building. Secretary General Huang saw Ye Fan approach and hurried over to greet him saying, "Young Master Ye, you've arrived. Please come in. The chairman is waiting for you." Ye Fan smiled and said, "Uncle Huang, please just call me Xiao Yi from now on. Young Master Yi sounds a bit unnatural." "Alright then, I'll call you Xiao Yi from now on. Don't mind me for acting familiar, hee," Secretary General Huang said with a smile. "Of course not, Uncle Huang. Let's catch up another time, I'll head in now." After exchanging greetings with Secretary Huang, Ye Fan arrived at the door of the chairman's office. He knocked and a voice from within said, "Come in." Ye Fan pushed the door open and entered. The chairman's office was strikingly austere, a single desk, a bookcase, a landscape painting adorning the wall, a rosewood tea table and a set of leather sofas behind it. Nothing more. Compared to the offices of local officials, this was a world apart. Ye Fan couldn't help but sigh. "Grandpa, hello," Ye Fan said respectfully, seeing the chairman engrossed in his documents. "Ah, Xiao Fan, you're here. Have a seat. Xiao Chen, brew 2 cups of that finest Dahongpo tea for us." "Yes, Chairman." The guard Xiao Chen acknowledged and went to prepare the tea. Soon 2 steaming cups were brought over. "Xiao Fan, enjoy your tea for a moment. I have a few more documents to review. It won't take long and then we'll head to the meeting together," the chairman said, adjusting his reading glasses before turning his attention back to the papers. "All right, Grandpa, take your time." Ye Fan picked up the cup, gently blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface and took a delicate sip. Indeed, the finest Dahongpo lived up to its legendary reputation. Its color resembled agate and the taste had a profound textured depth, not a delicate fragrance nor a floral aroma but a distinct roasted scent. It was said that the finest Dahongpo came from just 4 tea trees on Wui Mountain, producing only a few jin each year, making it exceedingly precious. The great Song dynasty literatus Fan Zhongyan once wrote of it, "The rare tea by the stream reigns supreme. Wui immortals have cultivated it since ancient times." After reviewing the documents, Chairman Hu removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. Seeing Ye Fan savoring the tea with an expression of pure bliss, he smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, isn't this tea excellent?" "Yes, Grandpa, it's truly top grade." "It seems you enjoy it." "I have 2 tins left. You should take one with you," the chairman said with affection. "Thank you, Grandpa," Ye Fan accepted without hesitation. "All right, I'm done with the documents. Let's go to the meeting." Ye Fan acknowledged and rose to follow the chairman to the main conference room. Upon arrival, the commanders of all the major military regions had already assembled. Seeing Ye Fan, everyone offered their greetings before taking their seats in turn. Once the Premier and Minister Lin had arrived, the chairman said to Secretary Huang, "Xiao Huang, today's meeting is classified as Level 1 security. Please make the arrangements immediately." Secretary Huang acknowledged and went to arrange it. 5 minutes later, seeing that everything was prepared, the chairman began, "The reason I've gathered everyone here today is this. I believe you all know Ye Fan by my side. The Yanhuang Group has selflessly donated its successfully developed Yanhuang satellite navigation and positioning system as well as technologies for aerial refueling tankers and early warning aircraft to the nation. Additionally, they are gifting the country 5 aircraft carriers which are currently under construction. Therefore, I have officially appointed Ye Fan as the Director of the Armament Research Department of the Central General Equipment Department with the rank of Major General." A stir ran through the room the moment the chairman finished. Good heavens, satellite navigation, aerial tankers, fighter jet engines, and even aircraft carriers. "These are precisely the weakest areas of our nation's military," said Political Commissar Chen of the Beijing military region, his voice thick with emotion and his eyes glistening. "Old Chen is right. My God, 5 aircraft carriers. This is of monumental significance to our military. The Yanhuang Group is truly remarkable. We've been researching these technologies for years, yet they've not only developed them but are also giving them to the nation for free. It's simply unbelievable," added Commander Su of the Nanjing military region in his characteristically booming voice. Indeed, indeed. The other commanders chimed in agreement. Each of them was visibly overjoyed, filling the conference room with an atmosphere of elation. Seeing the excitement, the chairman raised his hand to quiet them. Everyone please settle down. The room fell silent immediately. Now let's invite our director of the Armament Research Department Ye Fan to introduce the performance capabilities of these systems. Let's give him a warm round of applause. The chairman began clapping, leading the room. Ye Fan opened his laptop, stood up and walked to the projector. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Premier Ministers and Commanders, good morning. Please direct your attention to the screen. This is the fighter jet engine designed by our Yanhuang Group, and these are its capabilities. Ye Fan proceeded to explain each piece of advanced technology in detail. The meeting lasted the entire morning. When it concluded, Commander Su of the Nanjing military region enthusiastically approached Ye Fan, clapping him on the shoulder with a broad smile. Director Yi, thank you. You must visit our Nanjing military region for guidance sometime. When you do, your old brother here will drink you under the table, haha. Indeed, Director Yi, the Beijing military region also welcomes you. We just hope you'll give us that honor, he added Political Commissar Chen. Both commanders are far too kind and I'm truly flattered. I'll definitely take you up on that offer for a drink sometime. Just don't turn me away at the door, haha. Brother Yi, how could we ever do that? Right, old Chen? Hee. The other commanders also came forward to curry favor with Ye Fan, each thinking it wise to build a good relationship with him, so that when new weapons were developed they might secure a larger share. Moreover, the look of admiration and trust in the chairman's eyes for Ye Fan suggested a boundless future ahead. Each of them harbored their own private calculations. Ye Fan was well aware of their motivations but didn't call them out. He simply smiled and returned their courtesies one by one. The commanders then departed high-spirited. Xiao Fan, it's getting late. Why don't you join your grandpa for a meal? The chairman's expression softened into one of grandfatherly warmth. Ye Fan glanced at his watch. It was already past noon. All right, Grandpa, I'll gladly accept your kind invitation. With a chuckle, Ye Fan followed the chairman towards the small canteen of Zhongnanhai. When they arrived, the waiter served 4 dishes and a soup. Looking at the modest meal, Ye Fan couldn't help but reflect officials today are mired in a culture of extravagance, feasting on rich delicacies with tables laden with countless dishes. If every official were as frugal as the nation's leaders, how prosperous and strong would this country be? He once heard a joke. An official from a poverty-stricken county proudly declared in his annual report, "Our county has achieved tremendous results this year, saving over 2 million yuan in entertainment expenses alone." A poor county saving 2 million, truly shameful. Xiao Fan, we won't be drinking at lunch since there's work this afternoon. Come, let's eat. The chairman said, looking at Ye Fan warmly. All right, Ye Fan replied. The dishes were simple, yet he found them exceptionally delicious. After the meal, they returned to the chairman's office. The chairman took out 2 ID documents and a pistol from his desk. Xiao Fan, your credentials are ready. Here they are. This is your issued sidearm. Ye Fan didn't decline thanking the chairman as he accepted them. Oh right, Xiao Fan. Given your special status, the state has made an exception to provide you with a personal guard and a vehicle. You'll meet them shortly. Grandpa, I don't think I need a guard. You may not know this, but my master passed down all his extraordinary martial arts skills to me. I doubt I require protection, hee. Oh. Xiao Fan, I didn't realize you were skilled in martial arts too. Ha, it seems you're full of hidden talents. The chairman smiled warmly, a sharp glint flashing briefly in his eyes before he continued, however, Xiao Fan, a bodyguard still has its uses. Do you understand what I mean, Grandpa? Ye Fan understood perfectly. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa. They chatted for a while longer before Ye Fan took his leave and walked out of the office. A soldier, seeing Ye Fan emerge, quickly trotted over, snapped a crisp standard salute, and said with a serious expression, Commander, sir. I am Qin Xiaojun from the Central Guard Bureau. I'm reporting for duty under orders from my superiors. Please give your orders, Commander. Ye Fan returned the salute. Xiao Chen, there's no need to call me Commander all the time. We're about the same age. Just call me Brother Yi. Commander, I can't do that. Military regulations forbid it. Chen Xiaojun felt a surge of admiration for this young commander who was so approachable while also marveling at how someone so young could hold such a high position. How about this, when there are outsiders around, just call me young master. What do you think? Yes, Commander, I mean young master, Chen Xiaojun said, feeling a bit awkward. Just then Ye Fan's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw the caller ID Feng Shui. What could she want? As soon as he answered, Feng Shui's anxious and remorseful voice came through. Young master, it's terrible. The young mistress and the young miss have been kidnapped. Ye Fan's mind went blank for a moment. He had been careless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly said, Feng Shui, where are you right now? I'm coming over immediately. I'm at the school gate, young master. Please hurry. Feng Shui sobbed, her voice trembling with panic. Xiao Chen, get to the gate of Peking University as fast as you can. Ye Fan urged anxiously. Yes, young master. The car sped through the streets at breakneck speed. Thanks to its special license plates, no traffic police dared to pull them over. In the car, Ye Fan called Long Tian and Long Di, ordering them to rush to the Peking University gate immediately. They arrived quickly, with Long Tian and Long Di pulling up just moments later. A crowd had gathered at the school gate, buzzing with chatter about the recent incident. Ye Fan pushed open the car door and stepped out. Seeing Ye Fan, Feng Shui lowered her head and walked over to him, her voice full of guilt. Young master, please punish me. It was my carelessness that led to the young mistress and the young miss being taken. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Ye Fan gently pulled Feng Shui into a brief hug and carefully wiped away her tears. Feng Shui, tell me exactly what happened. Young master, this afternoon the young mistress and the young miss were about to go out for lunch when they realized they had forgotten something. I ran to the supermarket across the street to get it. But when I came back, I saw them being pulled into a white van. It drove off so fast that I couldn't even catch the license plate number. I tried to chase after them, but I couldn't catch up. Feng Shui choked out. Feng Shui, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. Ye Fan sighed, pulled out a cigarette and crouched down on the ground to smoke. His brows furrowed in thought, and the crowd dared not disturb him. His mind raced, trying to figure out who could be behind the kidnapping. He became so lost in thought that he didn't even notice the cigarette burning down to his fingers. Suddenly a flash of insight. Could it be Li Yuangliang? Yes, it had to be him. Ye Fan angrily stubbed out the cigarette and stood up, silently vowing that if Li Yuangliang was indeed responsible, he would not be forgiven this time. Just as he was about to dispatch someone to investigate Li Yuanliang's whereabouts, his phone rang. Ye Fan glanced at the phone. It was actually Chen Feier's number. He quickly answered, saying anxiously, Feier, where are you? But sensing something was wrong, he said coldly, who is this? Ye Fan, is that you? Can't you recognize my voice? Don't be so forgetful, ha ha ha. A sinister, cunning voice immediately reached Ye Fan's ears. Li Yuanliang, what have you done to them? Ye Fan said coldly. Ha ha, so you do know it's me. That's right, your women are by my side now. Don't worry, I won't do anything to them. They're all so beautiful, how could I bear to? Li Yuanliang, you bastard. Slap. You bitch, keep yelling and I'll rape you right now. The terrified cries of Chen Feier and her sister then came through the phone. Ye Fan listened to the cries coming through the phone, his heart wrenched with pain. His eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. A faint murderous aura emanated from his body, chilling the air around him and making it hard for everyone nearby to breathe. Ye Fan, how about it? Haha, now you know the consequences of offending me. If you have the guts, come to Tiancheng Entertainment City in the east of the city at 6 o'clock tonight. We'll be waiting for you here. But if you're a coward, I can't guarantee the safety of these two women. Ha ha ha. Fine, I'll be there. Li Yuanliang, I'm warning you, if a single hair on their heads is harmed or they suffer any injury, you'd better start preparing your own coffin. With that he hung up the phone. Ye Fan turned to the anxious crowd and said, "They'll be fine for now. Don't worry. Long Tian Long Di Xiaochen, you three will come with me to Tiansheng Entertainment City at 6 o'clock to rescue them." Ye Fan commanded, his tone carrying an unyielding authority. "Yes, young master." The three replied in unison, determination etched on their faces. Long Tian and Long Di in particular were excited, eager for the chance to fight alongside their master once again. They could hardly wait to rush to Tiansheng Entertainment City and see which reckless fool had dared to offend their master. The group returned to the villa by car. Ye Fan sat in silence waiting for nightfall, chain-smoking cigarettes. The thought of Chen Feier in their clutches made his heart bleed. "Are you all ready?" The clock finally struck 5:30. Ye Fan checked the time and asked. "Ready, young master," Long Tian and the others replied. "Then let's go." Ye Fan stubbed out his cigarette and strode out resolutely. Feng Shui and the others quickly followed, speaking in unison, "Young master, would you like us to come along?" Ye Fan patted their shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't you trust me?" "Yes, young master." "Please be careful." Feng Shui and the others said simultaneously. Feng Shui and the others had great confidence in their master's strength. Once in London, when the son of a British gang boss offended him, he went alone that very night, storming the gang's headquarters. Facing hundreds of armed gangsters without a trace of fear, he used his extraordinary martial arts to cripple them all. From then on he earned the title, God of Slaughter, in London's underworld, and even the most hardened criminals would avoid him. After bidding farewell to Feng Shui and the others, Ye Fan and his three companions got straight into the car. They quickly arrived at Tiansheng Entertainment City. Located in the eastern part of Beijing, it was one of the largest entertainment venues in the area. Its lavish decor and wide array of services, including a small underground casino, ensured a thriving business. Ye Fan got out of the car, checked the time, it was exactly 6 o'clock, and turned to Xiaochen. "Xiaochen, in 5 minutes notify the police to come and handle the cleanup. I'll contact you by phone when it's done." "Commander, please let me go in with you," Xiaochen pleaded, hoping his commander would change his mind. Ye Fan looked at Xiaochen sternly and said, "Obey orders." "Yes, Commander." Xiaochen saluted. Ye Fan turned and led Long Tian and Long Di into the Tiansheng Entertainment City. As soon as they entered, a burly man approached and said, "Are you Ye Fan?" He looked Ye Fan up and down with a contemptuous gaze, thinking, "This pretty boy. Why would the boss make such a big fuss? A few of us could easily handle him." "I am." "Where's Li Yuangliang?" Ye Fan noticed the big man's disdain but didn't bother with him, knowing that while the devil is easy to deal with, his minions are troublesome. He let it slide. "Follow me." The burly man led Ye Fan and the others upstairs. Along the way, Ye Fan noticed many people lying in ambush. Realizing this wouldn't end peacefully, he quietly instructed Long Tian and Long Di, "In a moment cripple everyone you see. Leave Li Yuangliang to me." "Yes, young master." Long Tian and Long Di replied in unison. The burly man led them to a massive hall on the 18th floor. Ye Fan looked around and saw a middle-aged man in a Tang suit sitting in a grand armchair in the center. Li Yuangliang stood beside him, looking smug. Behind them stood over a dozen burly men in black suits and sunglasses. The middle-aged man had a shaved head and a square face marred by a long, fierce scar that seemed to testify to his violent past. He exuded an innate authority and a barely concealed murderous intent. His sharp gaze like a knife bore into Ye Fan, as if trying to see right through him. Ye Fan thought to himself that this man was a formidable opponent, but for him such a small fry wasn't worth his attention. With a hint of disdain, he ignored the man's stare and looked coldly at Li Yuangliang. "Li Yuangliang, I'm here." "Where are they?" Li Yuangliang stood up, smugly clapped his hands, and said, Well, Ye Fan, you actually came." "Ha! Don't worry, they're fine. But you won't be for long." Li Yuangliang gloated inwardly, "You little shit, how dare you offend me? I'll show you who's boss." "Ha ha ha. Is that so? You're pretty confident. Do you really think these trash can do anything to me? Here's a chance, release them now and I'll let you off the hook." Otherwise. Ye Fan slowly took out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and said contemptuously. The crowd burst into laughter at Ye Fan's words. They thought this pretty boy was a ridiculous braggart. Li Zhiping had been observing Ye Fan all along, but he couldn't get a read on the young man. Seeing that Ye Fan dared to ignore his presence, the man, long accustomed to being in a position of power, couldn't swallow this insult. He said coldly, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Do you know where you are?" "Where? Isn't this just a den of thieves? Don't think you're king just because you have a few trashy underlings. As the saying goes, when the cat's away the mice will play. Don't you think I'm right?" Ye Fan mocked. Ye Fan's words nearly made Li Zhiping spit blood. His precious Heihu gang, built with so much effort, was being so thoroughly despised by this snot-nosed kid. His lips trembled as he sputtered, You must be tired of living, daring to act so insolently in my Heihu gang. Boy, remember this today, next year will be your death anniversary." Li Zhiping roared in shame and anger, wishing he could tear this arrogant brat limb from limb to vent his fury. "Men, bring those two bitches up here. I want them to watch with their own eyes as we toy with this clueless fool." Ha ha ha. Soon Chen Feier and her sister were escorted up by two burly men in black, one on each side. When Chen Feier and Chen Sisi saw Ye Fan arrive, tears of agitation welled up in their beautiful eyes simultaneously. But seeing the overwhelming number of their captors, they couldn't help but feel anxious. "Honey, go now. Don't worry about us. Even if we die, we don't want anything to happen to you. Go." Chen Feier cried out, her voice hoarse and her face swollen clearly from being struck. Chen Sisi also sobbed, "Brother-in-law, please leave." The sister's plight was truly pitiful. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Ye Fan smiled at them and said, "Feier, Sisi, I once promised to protect you both. Don't worry, even if it costs me my life, I will get you out of here." Oh, what a touching scene. I'm almost moved to tears myself. I'm sure it'll get even more touching in a moment. Ha ha ha. Li Yuanliang said with an insincere smile, clapping his hands slowly. Li Yuanliang, you had a perfectly good life. Why did you seek your own doom? I told you before, if you harmed a single hair on their heads, I would kill you with my own hands. Ye Fan's tone was chillingly somber, causing everyone present to draw in a sharp breath. Li Yuanliang felt a stir of panic in Ye Fan's voice, and gaze made him feel as if he were already a dead man. A wave of fear washed over him instantly. Li Zhiping flew into a rage and shouted, "Men! Cut this brat down!" The moment the command was given, Ye Fan and his two companions were instantly surrounded. Ye Fan glanced around, quickly assessing the situation. There were at least several hundred men. Ye Fan stubbed out the burning cigarette with his fingers, then turned sideways to Long Tian and Long Di, saying, "Stay behind me and be careful." "Don't worry, young master. We'll be fine," the two replied with confidence. "Let's begin," Ye Fan said coldly, then charged into the crowd. He kicked down the first man in his path, snatched the machete from his hand, and began a brutal assault. Wherever the three passed, bloodshed followed. Suddenly an axe swung towards Long Tian. Reacting swiftly, Ye Fan flashed in front of him, taking the blow squarely on his back. Blood immediately gushed from the wound. "Young master!" Long Tian cried out in shock. The Chen sisters were terrified, begging Ye Fan to leave. Enduring the searing pain, Ye Fan yanked the axe from his back, sending a spray of blood across the floor. The sight of his own blood ignited Ye Fan's fighting spirit. He grew increasingly ferocious, his machete reaping lives like a scythe. The crowd, terrified by his madness, began to retreat, but a bloodlust-driven Ye Fan showed no mercy. In a mere 10 minutes, just 10, all 500 men lay in pools of blood. The hall had transformed into a veritable hell, strewn with blood and dismembered limbs. Only 3 blood-soaked figures remained standing in the center like demons from the underworld. Li Zhiping and his nephew were utterly terrified. In just 10 short minutes, 500 of the gang's elite lay on the ground. Neither could believe it was real, but the evidence before their eyes was undeniable. Blood dripped steadily from Ye Fan onto the floor. Whether his own or others, it was indistinguishable. A dense, murderous aura enveloped him. Li Zhiping, a man who had weathered many storms, was the first to snap out of his shock. He turned to seize the Chen sisters, but as his hands were about to reach Chen Feier, Ye Fan moved with incredible speed, kicking him flying across the room. Long Tian and Long Di then moved in and crippled both uncle and nephew. Seeing Ye Fan, the Chen sisters rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The bloody scene had terrified them. Ye Fan quickly pressed their pressure points to put them to sleep, then called Xiao Chen to bring the police up. Soon Xiao Chen led a large contingent of heavily armed police officers into the hall. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. The brutal scene caused the officers accustomed to peacetime to vomit profusely. Xiao Chen was also shocked. Damn, the chief was truly ruthless. 3 men had taken down over 500. Soldiers always admired strength, and Xiao Chen was no exception. He was filled with profound admiration for Ye Fan. Xiao Chen and a middle-aged police captain, both fighting back their nausea, rushed to Ye Fan's side and snapped to attention, saluting him respectfully. Ye Fan returned the salute. "Chief, I am Tang Zhenghe, captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. Acting on orders from our director, I've brought my team to report to you." "Please give your orders," Tang Zhenghe said respectfully. Internally, he was astounded by the youthful appearance of the chief, especially after witnessing the awe-inspiring feat of 3 men taking down over 500. Ye Fan wiped the still moist blood from his hands, shook Tang Zhenghe's hand, and calmly ordered, "Captain Tang, I'm ordering you to immediately seal off the Black Tiger Gang and conduct a thorough search of their headquarters." "Yes, sir." Tang Zhenghe saluted and hurried off to make arrangements. After a comprehensive 2-hour search, the police uncovered a large cache of firearms and drugs at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. More shockingly, they found evidence in a safe within a hidden chamber that implicated over 20 high-ranking officials. Ye Fan was stunned by the weapons, drugs, and the list of corrupt officials and their crimes. At the Li family villa in Beijing, Li Zhiha was pacing in a frenzy. He had just received word that his brother and son had been crippled by Ye Fan, and the police had surrounded Tiancheng Entertainment City. He was about to call his father-in-law, Deputy Minister of Public Security Hao Yuan, for help when the phone rang urgently. Li Zhiha snatched it up. The moment the call connected, Hao Yuan's furious roar came through. "Li Zhiha! You idiots! What have you done? You're driving me crazy! Do you know what happened? My informants tell me the police found a huge amount of guns and drugs at Tiancheng. Worse, they found substantial evidence against me. We're finished. All finished." Li Zhiha collapsed to the floor, the phone clattering down beside him. Despair washed over him. It was over. Decades of carefully built enterprises all gone, all because of one moment of carelessness. He had been shrewd his entire life. How could he have made such a foolish mistake? Even the wisest can err. In that instant he seemed to age considerably. "It's all karma," Li Zhiha muttered to himself, dazed and dejected. Soon the evidence reached Yan Zhenxing, the secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Recognizing the severity of the situation, he convened a special investigation team that very night. Over 20 high-ranking officials led by Deputy Minister Hao Yuan were placed under investigation. The Yanhuang Group was shut down by authorities for its involvement in organized crime and drug trafficking. The Black Tiger Gang, under the full might of the police, collapsed and disbanded. Li Zhiha and his associates met their fates. Some were executed, others were imprisoned. When the major media outlets reported on these events, the public cheered, celebrating the eradication of these social cancers. It became a popular topic of conversation, and with that the incident came to a close. After handling matters at Tiancheng Entertainment City, Ye Fan brought the Chen sisters back home. It took a while before the 2 sisters finally regained consciousness. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Feier rushed to Ye Fan's side, sobbing, and said, "Darling, is your knife wound okay?" With that she lifted his shirt to examine it carefully. A startling 20-centimeter long scar was clearly visible. Ye Fan had already treated the wound, so it was no longer a serious concern. Tears streaming down her face, Chen Feier looked at the vivid red scar. She gently touched it with her small hand and asked with concern, "Darling, does it hurt?" Ye Fan tenderly embraced her and said, "Silly girl, don't worry. As long as you two are safe, no matter how severe my injuries, I would endure them willingly." Chen Feier couldn't help but bury herself in Ye Fan's arms and cry. Exhausted from the fright, she gradually fell asleep in his embrace. Ye Fan couldn't bear to wake her and simply held her throughout. Autumn in Beijing is the most beautiful time of the year. The sky was a vast expanse of azure, and the soft sunlight gently bathed the beautiful landscape, appearing bright yet not glaring, neither wearying nor irritating. Ye Fan walked quietly along the tree-lined avenue on campus. The plane tree leaves on both sides of the road danced freely in the autumn breeze, as if showcasing their final captivating charm to the world. The ground was covered with withered yellow plane tree leaves. With each step they made a satisfying, crunching sound. Back on the beautiful campus, Ye Fan truly savored the peace and tranquility of the moment. If only life could be like this forever, without worries or scheming, how wonderful that would be, he thought. Just as Ye Fan was lost in this idyllic reverie, a sudden ouch broke the silence, and a soft, warm, unidentified object collided into his arms, knocking him to the ground. Instinctively he reached out his hand. It was so soft, so pleasant to the touch, that he couldn't help but squeeze it. Ah! A sharp scream brought Ye Fan back to reality. Looking up, Ye Fan saw a young beauty in a red dress glaring at him angrily. Her fair skin resembled a freshly peeled egg. A pair of dimples were evenly distributed on her cheeks. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded casually over her delicate shoulders, making her appear incredibly charming. Her beautiful eyes were faintly veiled with a mist of tears. Realizing his mistake, Ye Fan quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was just too absorbed in my thoughts. Can you take your hands away first?" The beauty stammered angrily. Ye Fan looked down. Oh! His hands were still resting on the beauty's chest and even making irregular movements. Startled, Ye Fan snatched his hands away as if shocked, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. You pervert. You touched my. There, and you think a simple apology is enough?" The young beauty shouted at the handsome boy, her eyes welling up with tears. Ye Fan quickly covered her mouth, saying, "Miss, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to. Please don't shout. It wouldn't look good if others hear. Besides, I've already apologized. What do you want me to do? Tell me. If it's within my power, I'll do it." Ye Fan felt a bit exasperated too. Even though he had gotten a cheap thrill, it was unintentional. A passing male student commented, "Wow, who is this guy? He actually dared to touch the chest of Tong, the little chili pepper, ranked 6th among the 8 campus beauties. Impressive. Truly a master." Another male student added, "Dude, I think he did it on purpose. But I do admire his courage. Offending this thorny rose won't end well for him." Yeah. The flower may be beautiful, but one must live long enough to enjoy it." The two lamented. Tong was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Letting this guy off just like that? No way. It can't be that easy. What's your name and phone number? I can't think of what to do right now, but I'll find you once I do. Tong said in a sweet, coquettish voice. This old lady has been carefully cultivating her precious chest for 20 years, and you just gotta feel. It won't be that simple. Ye Fan scratched his head, thinking there was no better option since he had indeed taken advantage of her. He smiled wryly and said, "All right, my name is Ye Fan from the finance department, freshman year. My phone number is 138. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Fan knew he had to leave immediately. Before Tong could react, he quickly made his escape. Tong memorized Ye Fan's name and number. Just as she looked up to speak, "Hey, where did that pervert go? Am I that terrifying? Damn Ye Fan, stinky Ye Fan, this granny will definitely not let you off. I'll make your life a living hell so you know what it means to cross me." Tong stomped her feet on the ground in frustration, then turned and flounced away with her lips pouted. Whistling a little tune, Ye Fan arrived at the dormitory. Pushing open the door, he was surprised to find all 3 of his roommates there. Strange, had the sun risen from the west today? Usually at this time these guys would be out scouting for pretty girls. Ye Fan, you seem to be in a good mood. Get over here. Confess honestly, where have you been enjoying yourself these past few days? Out fooling around with some girl? Spill it. Leniency for confession, severity for concealment. Trust the party. The party never lets a bad person off the hook, but never wrongs a good one either. The three of them pounced on Ye Fan, pinning him to the bed. Brothers, how could that be? Besides, even if I were willing, the beauties wouldn't agree, right? I just had some personal matters to attend to these past few days. I've been swamped. Where would I find the time to chase after girls? Ye Fan said evasively. He thought to himself, nice try trying to trick me. Not a chance. Confess and get life in prison. You stay silent and go home for New Year. The three of them simultaneously spat at him in disdain. Their spittle was enough to drown Ye Fan. Ye Fan was speechless. Seeing they couldn't pry anything out of him, the three stopped pressing him. They all lay on their beds chatting idly about everything under the sun. Did you know? Some of the school's authorities recently released a new list of campus beauties. There are 8 in total. The first is Xiao Qingwu, known as the Purple Lily. She's from Nanjing. She's a sophomore in the art department and the daughter of Xiao Yuanhe, the president of the Xiao Group in Nanjing, Jiangsu. Her family's assets are over 100 million. She's skilled in singing and dancing, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a true talented woman. She's as cold as ice. Although she has countless admirers, none have succeeded in winning her heart. Xiao Fei said, lying on his bed with his legs crossed. The other two listened with great interest, occasionally drooling, looking like complete idiots. Ye Fan frowned at the sight. He thought it was really ruining the mood. The second is Lin Waner, a sophomore in the finance department, a Beijing local. It's said her family background is extremely formidable. Anyone pursuing her must carefully consider their own standing, or the consequences would be dire. But there's no hope for anyone now. According to my analysis, this girl has already fallen for our boss here. Hee hee. After saying this, the others gave Ye Fan a suggestive look. Ye Fan got goosebumps all over from their stares. The third is Su Yuan, a freshman in the law department, also from Beijing. Her family is relatively poor and she is quite humble and amiable. Xiao Fei sat up, took a sip of water and continued. The fourth is Chen Feier, a freshman in the language department from Zhejiang. Oh right, according to insider info, our beautiful class teacher Chen Feier is her sister. They are a real pair of beauties. The fifth is Chen Fong, a junior in the art department from Yunnan. It's said she already has someone in her heart. The sixth is Mu Tong, a freshman in the language department, nicknamed Little Chili Pepper. She usually likes to wear red clothes. She's from Beijing and her father is the deputy director of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. Her mother is a middle school teacher in Beijing. Her family background is also good. She has a fiery temper and especially loves to play pranks, a typical female dinosaur. The seventh is Jiang Lily, a junior in the tourism department from Tianjin. The eighth is Shi Yan, a senior in the history department from Liaoning in the northeast. Sigh, if I could pluck one of these flowers, I'd have no regrets in this life, hee hee, Shi Yuan said with emotion. But with only these few narrow bridges, there are countless people trying to cross them. The others continued their fantasy. Ye Fan ignored them and read Haruki Murakami's novel Norwegian Wood by himself. Time slipped away unnoticed. Seeing that it was getting late, Ye Fan put down his book, rallied his roommates, and headed to the cafeteria for dinner. The school's 2-week military training commenced and Ye Fan and his friends packed their bags early, gathering at the main playground for the opening ceremony. School and military leaders delivered lengthy speeches from the podium, lulling the crowd into a drowsy, listless state. Finally, after enduring a grueling hour and a half, the leaders concluded the meeting to their satisfaction. Then, organized by class, the students followed their drill instructors in neat lines and boarded the military trucks waiting for them. After a journey of over an hour, they arrived at a remote military camp on the southwestern outskirts of Beijing. Upon disembarking, the lieutenant in charge of Ye Fan's class introduced himself as Huang Wei. Instructor Huang briefed them on the rules of the training and assigned them to their dormitories, officially kicking off the intense military training. Over the next 2 weeks their daily regimen included standing at attention drill practice, military boxing, 5-kilometer cross-country runs, and finally live fire shooting. To Ye Fan these exercises were child's play. He mastered every task effortlessly. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the live fire shooting. He hit the bullseye nearly every time, leaving Instructor Huang and his classmates utterly astonished, exclaiming that he was a freak. Back in England, Ye Fan's favorite pastime was honing his shooting skills at the range, and his marksmanship was already impeccable. Thus hitting the bullseye every time was a piece of cake for him. He completed the training with outstanding results. Back in the dormitory his 3 friends were disgruntled to see Ye Fan still fair-skinned while they had turned as dark as loaches from the sun. They cursed him for being inhuman. Seeing their frustration, Ye Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Unbeknownst to them, the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. One day Ye Fan returned to the dorm after class, poured a glass of water, and was about to drink. At that moment the door flew open with a bang as Chen Feier rushed in frantically. Seeing Ye Fan, he grabbed the freshly poured water and gulped it down, shouting, "I'm dying of thirst." "Hey Lao Si, are you kidding me?" "That was my water," Ye Fan said, exasperated. "We're brothers, no need to be so particular," Chen Feier replied with a chuckle. Wiping his mouth, Chen Feier continued, "Boss, the school is planning a gala for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The goddess has announced that every dorm must perform a number. What do we do?" Just then Qi Yuan and Chen Liang returned and heard the news. They exclaimed in surprise. "What can we do?" "We'll just wing it," Ye Fan muttered with a roll of his eyes, completely indifferent. "Yeah, our beautiful class teacher said it's a mandatory task. Every dorm has to come up with something. Let's discuss what to do. I'll say up front I can't carry a tune, let alone dance. I'm clueless about that stuff, so don't count me in," Chen Liang said, trying to shirk the responsibility. A sly glint appeared in Chen Feier's eyes as he winked at Qi Yuan and Chen Liang, who immediately caught on. They all turned to Ye Fan with mischievous grins. Ye Fan, feeling uneasy under their lecherous stares, waved his hands defensively. "Why are you all looking at me? I'm a perfectly normal straight guy, I'm not interested in you. We're all real men here, we wouldn't fall for a pretty boy like you," they said in unison. Clearing his throat, Chen Feier said with a sly look, "Now let's decide via a democratic vote who will represent our 204 dorm at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Raise your hand if you agree that the boss should represent us at the gala." 3 hands shot up instantly, leaving Ye Fan staring at them in bewilderment. "All right, we have 3 votes in favor and 1 against. By a decisive majority, the dorm committee of 204 declares that Ye Fan will represent us at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Meeting adjourned." "No way, I object, I protest, I don't have time." Ye Fan, seeing through their scheme, quickly tried to refuse. "Say that again." The 3 of them bared their teeth like wolves, slowly closing in on him as if they'd devour him if he didn't agree. Ye Fan glanced at them nonchalantly and repeated, "I really don't have time for this boring gala." Exchanging a look, Chen Feier and the others pounced on him using every trick in the book, but Ye Fan remained unmoved. Finally exhausted and sprawled on the bed, their combined assault was declared a failure. Seeing that force didn't work, Qi Yuan quickly changed tactics and started flattering Ye Fan. After a relentless verbal assault, Ye Fan finally couldn't take their silver-tongued persuasion any longer and yelled, "Stop, stop, I beg you, just stop." "Fine, I'll do it." "But what?" they asked in unison. "I have a condition. If you agree, I'll perform, otherwise no deal," Ye Fan said with an expression that left no room for negotiation. "What condition?" "You have to do my laundry for 3 months, ensuring it's washed promptly every day. You have to fold my quilt for 3 months, and it must be as neat as a tofu block. You have to treat me to meals for 3 months with at least 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes per meal, and also... there's more. Boss, have mercy on us. Give us a moment to discuss these 3 conditions, all right?" Qi Yuan said with a face full of misery, as if he had been wronged. "All right, considering how sincere you seem, I'll settle for these 3 conditions," Ye Fan said with a smile, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, if you want me to perform you'll have to pay a price. Nothing in this world comes for free. After discussing for a long while, the three finally, with tears in their eyes, gritted their teeth and signed the humiliating treaty with Ye Fan, which they dubbed the Mid-Autumn Treaty. Boss, what performance are you planning? A striptease or pole dancing? I bet with your looks you'd definitely take first place if you did either. Am I right? Chen Liang said. Lao you're absolutely right. Boss, that's a great idea from Lao. Would you consider it? Qi Yuan chimed in with a laugh, picturing Ye Fan dancing a striptease and letting out a foolish giggle. A dreamy smile spread across his face as he imagined the scene. Indeed, you two are so wise. Ye Fan stood up, stretching his limbs, and walked towards Chen Liang and Qi Yuan with a smile. His tone suddenly shifted. You two asking for a beating, huh? Looks like I need to loosen up your bones for you. Before they could beg for mercy, he pinned them to the bed and gave them a thorough beating, their cries for forgiveness filling the air. After a bit of a ruckus, Ye Fan finally stopped, and seeing their disheveled state, he and Zhao Fei doubled over with laughter. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was Lin Waner, he answered, and her sweet voice came through. Ye Fan, are you free right now? I want to see you. Senior, I'm free. Where are you? I'll come to you right away, Ye Fan replied. I'm at the entrance of your dormitory. There are so many guys here. Hurry up and come down, Lin Waner said, then hung up. As soon as Ye Fan hung up, Zhao Fei and the others crowded around him, saying, Boss, is that our sister-in-law calling? I bet she's going to confess her love to you. You're so lucky, boss. The three of them stared at him with gleaming eyes, drooling like wolves. Ignoring them, Ye Fan put on his jacket and headed downstairs. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, he saw a group of boys surrounding Lin Waner. When Lin Waner spotted Ye Fan approaching, she quickly broke free from the encirclement and ran towards him. All the boys' gazes followed her movement. Finally, Lin Waner's small hand clasped the hand of a man, and disappointment, envy, jealousy, longing, and anguish flickered in the onlooker's eyes. Unmindful of the public setting, Lin Waner took Ye Fan's hand and led him away. Ye Fan instantly became the focus of many male gazes. He felt somewhat helpless. If not for the constraints of the law, he would likely have been set upon by all the boys, torn limb from limb, quartered and snuffed out. Their glares alone could have killed him countless times. At the thought, Ye Fan couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread. Lin Waner led him to the edge of the small woods on campus. Along the way, Ye Fan endured the killing intent radiating from all directions. Had it not been for his unwavering will and formidable skills, he would have long been separated from his head and body. Lin Waner suddenly realized she was still tightly holding Ye Fan's hand. She released it as if shocked, a deep blush spreading across her pretty face as she lowered her head. Ye Fan looked at the slightly shy Lin Waner before him. Wow, she was truly beautiful. Her beauty differed from that of Chen Feier and Chen Cixi. Lin Waner possessed a dignified, gentle charm. Truly, each flower blooms with its own unique grace. Senior, is there something you need from me? If there's anything I can help with, I certainly will. Seeing that Lin Waner remained silent for a long time, Ye Fan spoke up. Ye Fan, please don't call me senior anymore. It makes me sound so old. Just call me Waner. You're older than me, so I'll call you Fan Go from now on. Is that alright? Lin Waner said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Fortunately, Ye Fan had exceptional hearing, anyone else wouldn't have caught it. He hesitated slightly before replying, is that appropriate? Lin Waner felt a bit exasperated. She had been so forward, couldn't he see she liked him? Or was he pretending not to? She said with a hint of grievance, why isn't it appropriate? Seeing her slight displeasure and not knowing what he had done wrong, Ye Fan quickly said, alright then, senior. Oh no, Waner hat. Ye Fan scratched his head and gave a silly laugh, looking a bit embarrassed. That's more like it. Fan Gu, I want to ask a favor of you, Lin Waner said, feeling that her relationship with Ye Fan had drawn a step closer, a hint of joy welling up in her heart. Waner, just tell me what it is. Well, it's like this. My grandfather recently found a boyfriend for me and insists that I be with him. But I already have someone I like. Lin Waner twirled a strand of her hair, glancing at Ye Fan as she spoke. So I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me once. Having said that, Lin Waner dared not look at Ye Fan. She lowered her head awaiting his reply, her heart pounding like a startled deer. This probably won't work. Ye Fan said hesitantly. Waner, to be honest, I already have a girlfriend. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I'm sorry. Hearing Ye Fan say he had a girlfriend, the joy Lin Waner had felt upon arriving was instantly obliterated. It felt like a bolt from the blue. Her mind buzzed and her body swayed unsteadily. Ye Fan quickly reached out to steady her. Lin Waner burst into tears, feeling as though all her dreams had shattered. She couldn't help but throw herself into Ye Fan's arms, sobbing. Between sobs she pounded his chest with her small fists and cried out in panic, "What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Waner, what's wrong?" Ye Fan asked, puzzled by her tears. Looking at the man she loved to the depths of her soul, Lin Waner wept, "You're such a blockhead, a stupid oaf. I like you. Don't you? Don't you know that?" Having said that, she buried her face in his chest and cried again. Ye Fan's mind went blank upon hearing Lin Waner's confession. Although he did have feelings for her, he couldn't be unfaithful to Feier. Hesitation leads to disaster. He steeled his heart and said, "Waner, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your feelings. Even though I like you too, I cannot betray my girlfriend. I hope you can forgive me. In the future I will treat you like my own sister, okay?" Ye Fan said with a touch of melancholy. A wave of inexpressible bitterness washed over him as if his heart had been hollowed out. "Who wants to be your sister? I don't care. I don't care," Lin Waner shouted, losing control. Seeing the anguish on Lin Waner's face, Ye Fan couldn't help but pull her tightly into his arms. Tears streamed down his own face as well. Ever since the incident at Jiyuan restaurant, Ye Fan had discovered that he had fallen for this young woman, and thoughts of her would surface from time to time. But he was also deeply in love with Chen Feier. Was he truly a fickle man? What was he to do? How was he to handle these two relationships? No, he couldn't be unfaithful to Chen Feier. Waner, don't cry. This is already the way things are. I hope you can understand. You are so beautiful and lovely. I'm sure the man your grandfather chose for you will be 10 times better than me." Ye Fan said consolingly. "You bastard. Who wants you? I never want to see you again." With that, Lin Waner ran off crying. Ye Fan watched her heartbroken figure and let out a long anguished howl at the sky, filled with immense sorrow and misery. He crouched down on the ground, remaining motionless for a long time. As dusk fell, Ye Fan did not return to the dormitory or go home. Instead, he went alone to a bar called Blue Moon and began to drink his sorrows away. He lost count of how much he had drunk. Empty bottles lay scattered haphazardly across the table, and Ye Fan's consciousness began to fade. At the Shishan villa, Chen Feier glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 2 in the morning. Why wasn't her husband back yet? His phone went unanswered. Could something have happened? She had sent Long Tian and the others out to look for him, but they hadn't returned either. Chen Feier paced anxiously in the hall. The bar was about to close and all the patrons had left. The owner noticed a young man who had consumed a great deal of alcohol but showed no sign of leaving. He approached and said, "Sir, we're about to close." "Sir." But no matter how many times he called, the young man didn't respond. The waiter Shaoli said, "Boss, this guy must be passed out. Why don't we check if he has a family contact number in his pocket and call them?" Good idea. The bar owner fumbled through Ye Fan's pockets and soon found his phone. When he opened it, he saw over 30 missed calls. He quickly dialed the number to call back. Chen Feier was frantic, not knowing what to do, when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw it was her husband's number. She answered, "Honey, where are you?" "What? Oh, hello. Sorry to bother you. I'm the owner of the Blue Moon Bar. Your husband is passed out drunk here. We're closing up soon. Could you come and pick him up?" The address is. Okay, thank you. We'll be right there. After hanging up, Chen Feier thought to herself that her husband rarely got drunk. Could something have happened? Doubts began to cloud her mind. Without dwelling on it further, she quickly called Feng Shui to drive her to pick up Ye Fan. Soon the car stopped in front of the Blue Moon Bar. Chen Feier saw Ye Fan, his face etched with pain, utterly drunk, and her heart ached for him. Chen Feier paid the bill, thanked the owner, and together with Feng Shui took Ye Fan home. Back home, the two women helped Ye Fan into bed. Chen Feier told Feng Shui to go rest, then fetched some hot water, washed his face and feet. She then struggled to lift him, helped him out of his clothes, and tucked him into bed. She lay down beside him, still in her clothes, and held him. In his sleep, Ye Fan kept murmuring, "Waner, I love you too. But I already have Feier, and I love her deeply too. I can't betray her. What should I do?" Chen Feier heard Ye Fan repeating the same words intermittently in his drunken stupor, and finally understood the reason for his intoxication. She let out a deep sigh. Her husband was too outstanding. In the future there would surely be many women who liked him. But he seemed to care so much about her feelings. In truth, she had already told him that she didn't mind if he had other women, but she didn't know if he could ever resolve this inner conflict himself. At dawn, Ye Fan woke from his slumber. He patted his slightly dizzy head. He remembered going to the bar yesterday, drinking a lot, and then passing out. How did he get home? Just then Chen Feier pushed the door open and said gently, "Honey, you're awake. Feeling better?" "I'm much better, just a bit dizzy." "Feier, how did I get home yesterday?" Ye Fan asked. "Oh well." Chen Feier recounted the events of the previous day, then continued, "Honey, who is Waner?" "Waner? How do you know about Waner?" Ye Fan asked, puzzled. Chen Feier smiled and said, "Honey, you were drunk last night and kept calling out that name in your sleep. How else would I know?" Ye Fan slapped his forehead and sighed, "Drinking really causes trouble. I need to be more careful in the future. Oh, Waner is a student at our school. There's nothing between us." Ye Fan said with a forced smile. "Honey, do you like her?" Chen Feier suddenly asked. Honey, I'm sorry. Yes, I like her. But liking her doesn't mean I have to accept her. Don't worry, I'll forget about her." Ye Fan tried to sound nonchalant, but inside his heart felt as if it were being cut with a knife. Chen Feier sighed and said, "The Waner you mentioned is Lin Waner from the finance department, right?" "Yes, not bad, honey. You have good taste. Your wife fully supports you in pursuing her, he. Do you want your wife to help?" Chen Feier suddenly whispered into Ye Fan's ear. Ye Fan's mouth formed an O shape. Chen Feier's words were too shocking. Ye Fan took a deep breath and said, "Honey, thank you, but I will forget this feeling. I can't do anything to betray you." Chen Feier could see that Ye Fan's words didn't match his heart. She thought to herself that she would have to go and talk to Lin Waner. Otherwise her husband would always have an unresolved knot in his heart. "Honey, get up and have breakfast. Your wife made your favorite century egg and lean pork congee." He. Ye Fan looked at Chen Feier with gratitude, embraced her and gently pressed his cheek against hers, saying, "For a man to have a wife like you, what more could he ask for in this life?" After leaving Ye Fan and returning to her dormitory, Lin Waner hid under her blanket and wept throughout the night. Her close friend Li Ting, unaware of what was troubling her, could only offer endless words of comfort. Li Ting thought to herself, what could have happened? Could it be that she and Ye Fan had a quarrel? Yes, that must be it. Waner had once confessed to her that she had feelings for Ye Fan. She had gone out earlier, seemingly to the boys' dormitory, to find Ye Fan. She had left with such joy and excitement, only to return in this state. This thing called love can truly toy with people. She resolved to be cautious in matters of the heart, to avoid repeating the countless mistakes of those who came before. A lesson learned, Li Ting mused with a sigh. Seeing Lin Waner looking exceptionally haggard and pale, Li Ting said with concern, "Waner, stop crying. You'll make yourself sick. Can you tell me what happened? I can help you make sense of it." "How does that sound?" He has a girlfriend now. He doesn't want me anymore. What am I supposed to do? I can't live without him. Life would be worse than death. Waner sobbed into Li Ting's embrace, her voice hoarse, her shoulders trembling slightly. Li Ting thought, so that's what it was. Fate is indeed a cruel joker. Waner has had countless admirers. It's no wonder given her beauty and family background. Many knew the risks, yet they were still drawn to her like moths to a flame. But Lin Waner had never grieved over a man like this before. Li Ting sighed and said, Waner, you're so outstanding. Since Ye Fan already has a girlfriend, why hang yourself on this one branch? But there's no room in my heart for anyone else. My heart aches so much, Ting Ting. Please help me think of something. He loves me too, I know it. He only rejected me because he already has a girlfriend. I don't care about titles or what others might say. I just want to be with him. Waner, do you truly love him that much? Yes, I adore him. I would do anything for him, even die. I would not hesitate. Lin Waner declared with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Li Ting sighed, thinking it was a doomed entanglement. At a loss for how to advise her, she simply held Waner and sighed. Chen Feier asked around and finally obtained Lin Waner's phone number. She took out her phone and dialed. The call connected quickly. Immersed in her sorrow, Lin Waner was startled by her phone ringing. She listlessly pulled it out, saw an unfamiliar number, hesitated for a moment, and then answered. Hello. Hello, is this Lin Waner? Chen Feier asked. Yes, this is she. Who is this? Lin Waner replied, not recognizing the voice. Oh, Lin Waner, hello. This is Chen Feier. Oh, it's you, Teacher Chen. Hello. Is there something you need? Lin Waner said with a bitter smile. Lin Waner, it's like this. Did you go to see Ye Fan yesterday? Actually, I am Ye Fan's girlfriend. Do you have time now? I'd like to talk. I'm waiting for you at Blue Mountain Coffee across from the school. Is that all right? Chen Feier said. Lin Waner was shocked to learn that Ye Fan's girlfriend was none other than the stunningly beautiful Teacher Chen. Unsure of what to do, she stammered, Oh, okay, I'll be right there. She hung up feeling dazed. Waner, who was that? Li Ting asked, noticing the complex expression on her friend's face. Teacher Chen Feier is actually Ye Fan's girlfriend. She's asking me to meet her at Blue Mountain Coffee. Li Ting, what should I do? Lin Waner was starting to panic. What? Teacher Chen Feier is Ye Fan's girlfriend? That Ye Fan is something else. Oh my god. Li Ting was also taken aback. Teacher Chen was the most beautiful woman on campus, gentle, refined, and virtuous, the epitome of elegance. She was in no way inferior to Lin Waner. Ting Ting, do you think I should go? Lin Waner's heart was in turmoil, pounding with anxiety. Li Ting patted her own chest to calm down and said, Waner, going to talk might be a good idea. Teacher Chen won't make things difficult for you. Go on. Lin Waner tidied herself up a bit, grabbed her beloved purple handbag and left the dormitory. The Blue Mountain Coffee, usually just a short walk away, felt impossibly far today. At the entrance to the Blue Mountain Coffee, Lin Waner took a deep breath of fresh air to steady her nerves. With a heavy heart and a sense of hesitation, she stepped inside. Seeing Lin Waner enter, Chen Feier immediately stood up with a smile and waved. Waner, over here. Come sit. Lin Waner was bewildered by Chen Feier's warmth. Wasn't she supposed to be confronting her? Why was she smiling? She was her rival in love after all. Filled with 1,000 questions, Lin Waner sat down across from Chen Feier. She lowered her head and nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes. Waner, what would you like to drink? Chen Feier asked, noticing Lin Waner's haggard face and the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. She thought to herself that this girl must have cried herself to sleep last night. Her eyes were still red and puffy, barely concealed by a layer of makeup. Oh, I'll just have an orange juice, Lin Waner said flusteredly. She felt as if she had been caught red-handed. Looking at the embarrassed girl before her, Chen Feier called the waiter over and ordered an orange juice. Then she said with a smile, "Wanna you know why I asked to see you, right?" I. Teacher Chen, I didn't know you were Ye Fan's girlfriend. I didn't mean to. But. Lin Waner couldn't hold back and burst into tears, burying her face in her arms on the table. All eyes in the coffee shop turned to the two women. Their stunning beauty was already a focal point, and Lin Waner's sobs drew even more attention. Everyone looked at them with confusion and began to speculate wildly. Chen Feier was startled by the girl's sudden outburst. She quickly moved to sit beside Lin Waner, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. "Waner, don't cry. I'm not here to accuse you. Please don't cry, there's a good girl." Lin Waner wiped her tears and said in confusion, "Teacher Chen, I'll try to forget Ye Fan. Just give me some time, okay? Silly girl, do you think I'm the kind of shrew who fights over a man? Waner, I'm a few years older than you, so you can just call me sister from now on, alright?" Lin Waner, puzzled, replied, "Okay." She then waited quietly for what was to come. "Waner, are you sure you really like Ye Fan?" "Yes, sister. I love him deeply. I would give up everything for him, even my own life." Lin Waner nodded vigorously, her tone resolute and without a hint of hesitation. Moved by Lin Waner's sincere words and passionate feelings, Chen Feier said, "Waner, do you know that last night Ye Fan drank himself unconscious at the bar because of you? In all my time knowing him, that has never happened before. And in his sleep he kept calling your name. It seems he loves you deeply too, he. Ah!" Lin Waner exclaimed in surprise. "Waner, you're probably wondering why I'm Ye Fan's girlfriend. Well, this is how Ye Fan and I met." Chen Feier began to slowly recount the story of how she and Ye Fan had come to know each other. As she recalled those past events, tears welled up in Chen Feier's eyes. Lin Waner was also deeply moved by Chen Feier's misfortune. The two women held each other and wept softly. After a long while, Chen Feier continued, "Waner, my life was given to me by Ye Fan. So I would do anything for him. When he is happy, I am happy. When he is in pain, I am in pain. When I saw the agony on his face last night, my heart was bleeding." Chen Feier took a sip of her bitter coffee and continued, "When I asked him about it today, he admitted to me that he has feelings for you. But Ye Fan is an exceptional man, and he has a strong sense of responsibility. To spare me from pain, he was determined to swallow this bitter pill himself. I know that if he did that, he would forever carry an unhealable knot in his heart. Rather than having everyone suffer, I've decided to accept you. That is the main reason I asked to meet you today." "What? Sister, you're willing to share Ye Fan with me?" Lin Waner was stunned. She could never have imagined such an outcome. She had never thought such a magnanimous woman could exist. Yet here one sat right in front of her. Chen Feier nodded. Overwhelmed by Chen Feier's generosity and kindness, Lin Waner threw herself into her arms and cried, "Sister, thank you. Thank you for sharing Ye Fan with me. Don't worry, you will always be Ye Fan's wife. I won't fight you for any title. I just want to be with him. That's all I ask for. Silly girl, I know your love for Ye Fan is as unwavering as mine. That's why I've accepted you. Ye Fan has been an orphan since he was young, so he values family ties above all else. From now on, let's both love him, care for him, and warm his heart together, all right?" Chen Feier said softly, stroking Lin Waner's head. I will, sister." Lin Waner nodded emphatically. "But sister, because of you, Ye Fan might not accept me. What should we do?" Lin Waner asked, a hint of anxiety creeping back into her voice. The cloud of worry that had just lifted began to gather again. Chen Feier gave a wry smile. Most women guarded against their husbands having affairs, but here she was doing the opposite. She didn't know if it was right or wrong. But one thing she was certain of, she couldn't bear to see Ye Fan unhappy. After a moment's thought, she said, "How about this? Come to my dormitory at noon today. I'll invite Ye Fan over as well. I'll create an opportunity for you too. That should solve the problem." "Hee, little sister, you'll need to be brave then," Chen Feier said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, sister." Lin Waner's tears turned into a smile. Her mood lifted, a touch of color returned to her cheeks, and she looked radiant and lovely once more. Well, since our business is settled, we should head back to school. Remember, Waner, come to my dorm at noon? Chen Feier said cheerfully. Lin Waner agreed shyly. The two of them then left the coffee shop and made their way back to school. For an entire morning Ye Fan sat through his last class in a state of restless agitation. His mind was filled with nothing but Lin Waner's image. He haphazardly gathered his books, preparing to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Suddenly his phone rang. Ye Fan picked it up and saw it was a call from Chen Feier. He quickly found a secluded corner and answered the call. Honey, are you done with class? Chen Feier's sweet voice came through as soon as the call connected. Just finished. I was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch. What, sweetheart, did you miss me? Ye Fan composed himself and teased. Yes, Feier missed you. He. Come to my dorm now, I've cooked a meal and I'm waiting for you. Hurry up and come. Chen Feier said in a coquettish tone. Alright, I'll be right there. Ye Fan hung up the phone, handed his books to Zhao Fei and the others to take back to the dorm, claiming his homeroom teacher wanted to see him. Amidst their lewd snickers, Ye Fan, feeling like a guilty thief, ran towards Chen Feier's dormitory. He reached Chen Feier's dorm quickly and knocked on the door. Hearing footsteps approach, he assumed it was Chen Feier. As the door opened, without looking, he pulled the person into a tight hug. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he quickly let go. Why is it you? Ye Fan exclaimed, startled. The person he had embraced was none other than Lin Waner. She stood shyly behind the door, her passionate gaze fixed directly on Ye Fan. Ye Fan's head spun. Stammering, he said, Waner, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Why are you here? Oh right. I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. I have to go now. Bye. With that he turned to flee. Ye Fan, you stop right there. Get back here this instant. A furious shout came from behind him. Chen Feier stood there, her face stern, yelling loudly. Left with no choice, Ye Fan turned back and walked into Chen Feier's dormitory, head bowed like a child who had done something wrong, unsure how to face Lin Waner. Lin Waner was also quite nervous. She quickly said, Sister, let me go bring the dishes over. With that she hurried towards the kitchen. Sister. Feier, since when did Waner become your sister? Ye Fan asked, utterly bewildered, feeling completely lost. What? Can't she be? Waner is my little sister now, he. Chen Feier said with a laugh, occasionally casting seductive glances at Ye Fan. Ye Fan felt a surge of lust from Chen Feier's teasing. If not for Lin Waner's presence, he would have eagerly pounced on the little vixen right then and there. He shot Chen Feier a glare and asked, Why is Waner here at your place? Oh, I was just trying to help someone resolve their little worry, so I went and fetched Lin Waner over. He. Chen Feier said with a smile. Lin Waner brought the dishes over one by one, then sat quietly at the table, not saying a word, like a demure young bride. Chen Feier took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and said, Come, let's have a little drink to lighten the mood. She opened the bottle and poured wine for the three of them. The three sat at the table eating in silence. Honey, how's the sweet and sour fish? Chen Feier asked playfully. Ye Fan took a bite and said, it tastes great. And the fish-flavored eggplant? It's delicious. Comparable to a top chef at a big hotel. Do you like it then? I love it. If you like it, then just take Waner as your woman. Why? Because this delicious feast was made by Sister Waner. If you take her in, won't I get to enjoy the benefits too? He. Hearing Chen Feier tell Ye Fan to take her, Lin Waner blushed deeply and nervously stole glances at him. No, that won't do. I already have you. I can't ruin Waner's life, Ye Fan quickly refused, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Hearing Ye Fan reject her again, a layer of mist welled up in Lin Waner's beautiful eyes. But Sister Waner said if you don't want her, she won't live on. Honey, what are we going to do? Chen Feier continued, the Buddha says saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Honey, you wouldn't just stand by and watch her die, would you? Ye Fan felt exasperated. What kind of twisted logic was this? If I followed your logic, then every woman who likes me would be dying to have me, so wouldn't I have to take them all in? He wondered what was going on in Feier's head that she was so eager to help him find other women. But Ye Fan kept these thoughts to himself, not daring to voice them unless he wanted a lifetime of trouble. Not knowing what to say, he stammered, This. Chen Feier saw the awkwardness between the two and quickly hid a smile behind her hand, saying, Oh honey, I'm full. I have some things to deal with at school. Wait for me in the dorm, I'll be right back. Have a good chat with Sister Waner. With that she glanced at Lin Waner, signaling her to be proactive, and then left the dormitory. Wife, don't go. Ye Fan tried to chase after her, but the door was locked from the outside by Chen Feier. He had no choice but to turn back and sit down again. Only the two of them remained in the room. They sat for a long while, neither speaking, with only the occasional sound of Lin Waner sobbing breaking the silence. Ye Fan couldn't bear the silence any longer. He spoke earnestly, Waner, why are you doing this? I'm not worth you treating me this way. You are worth it, you are. Lin Waner cried, suddenly hugging Ye Fan tightly. Through sobs she said, Fangu, I like you so much. I can't live without you. Please, I beg you, take me. Please take me. Lin Waner clung to Ye Fan's arm, pleading earnestly. Waner, you'll regret this, Ye Fan said helplessly. Fangu, I'm already 21 years old. I'm not a child anymore. I know my own feelings. I truly love you. But. Ye Fan still hesitated. Suddenly Lin Waner's lips met Ye Fan's in an unexpected kiss. Moved by her persistence and knowing he still harbored feelings for her, Ye Fan, being an adult, found it hard to resist such a beauty. Deciding to throw caution to the wind, he stopped overthinking and passionately kissed her back. The two ignited like dry kindling meeting a flame, the fire burning intensely. Ye Fan's hands gradually climbed to Lin Waner's breasts, gently kneading them. The feel was exquisite, not too big, not too small, comparable to Chen Feier's in its perfection. Ye Fan sighed in admiration. Lin Waner let out a soft moan, feeling a wave of numbness and her body going weak. She whispered softly into Ye Fan's ear, Fangu, carry me to the bed, will you? Unable to contain his burning desire, Ye Fan scooped her up and carried her to the bed, swiftly stripping her bare, as clean as a peeled egg. Lin Waner shyly closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Ye Fan gazed upon the exquisite body that countless men dreamed of, the proud perky peaks with their rosy tips, the lush dark forest already glistening with dew, the snow-white skin and long slender legs. He felt the urge to have a nosebleed and couldn't resist running his hand over her soft skin. Lin Waner couldn't handle such intense stimulation. Her sensitive body tingled like an electric shock, and she couldn't help but let out soft moans. Ye Fan felt like he was about to explode. He shed his clothes, leaned over her and asked gently, Waner, are you sure you won't regret this? Fangu, I won't. Be gentle, it's my first time. Lin Waner said shyly. Ye Fan entered her slowly. A sharp cry of awe escaped her lips. Lin Waner winced in pain and 2 tears welled up in her eyes, tears of joy and fulfillment. Ye Fan gently kissed away her tears and began to move rhythmically. Guided by him, Lin Waner gradually became more accustomed, moving in sync with him, meeting each of his thrusts. Soon they both reached the peak of ecstasy together. Lin Waner lay contentedly on Ye Fan's chest, saying with immense satisfaction, Fangu, Waner's dream has finally come true. I'm yours now. I'm so happy. Ye Fan held her tenderly and said, Waner, even though I can't give you a title, I will make you the happiest woman in this world. From now on, you and Feier are my most beloved, and I will treat you both well. And then thank you, husband. Waner will be your most obedient wife, he. Honey, you're amazing. Now I understand why Sister Feier agreed to share you with me. Lin Waner said with a sly smile. Oh, is that so? Want me to refresh you a bit more? Ha. Hubby, no. Lin Waner quickly begged for mercy. But Ye Fan had already pinned her beneath him and they began to toil away once more. Finally both lay exhausted on the bed. Just then they heard the sound of the door opening from outside. Lin Waner quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. Soon Chen Feier walked in. Seeing the two lying on the bed, a flicker of sadness passed through her eyes as she instantly understood. She composed herself and walked over with a smile saying, "Congratulations, Sister Waner, you finally achieved your goal." He. Lin Waner, embarrassed, buried her face in the blanket and didn't dare come out. Ye Fan reached out, pulled Chen Feier into his arms and kissed her forcefully. Chen Feier begged for mercy, mumbling indistinctly, hubby, spare me. Spare me. Seeing that Ye Fan was ignoring her pleas, she turned to Lin Waner for help. "Sister Waner, quick, help your sister." But Lin Waner just lay there giggling silently. Chen Feier couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Soon Chen Feier's defenses completely crumbled. Ye Fan lay on the bed contentedly holding both women in his arms. Ah, the feeling of having a beauty on each arm was truly wonderful. No wonder those ancient emperors favored beauties over their kingdoms. He hummed a little tune, his expression one of sheer triumph. Seeing his smug look, the two women exchanged a glance and simultaneously pinched the soft flesh on his waist. A sharp cry of "ah" escaped him as he jumped up in pain. He looked at them and yelled, "Are you two trying to kill your husband?" The two women, seeing his indignant expression, delved under the covers and burst into giggles. Ye Fan wasn't having any of it. With a sly grin, he dove into the blanket like a wolf. Soon cries for mercy came from under the covers, "Hubby, no." The trio noticed it was getting dark outside and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Ye Fan patted the two women on their bottoms and said, "Wives, get up now. Call CC, let's go eat, then head home together." The two women agreed, quickly got dressed, tidied up, and left the school together. Ye Fan took out his phone and called Lin Feng, asking him to notify the Beijing Yanhuang Grand Hotel to arrange dinner, then walked towards the school gate with the two women one after another. Qi Yuan, Zhao Fei and Chen Liang had just finished their meal at a small restaurant outside the school and were strolling back to campus with a swagger, their eyes darting around hoping to catch a glimpse of some beauties to feast their eyes upon. "Second brother, third brother, look over there. Isn't that our big brother?" Zhao Fei suddenly said, his eyes lighting up. The two followed the direction of the fourth brother's gaze. Well, wasn't that Ye Fan? But wait, why were teacher Chen Feier and Lin Waner following behind him? There must be something going on. Quick, fourth brother, get your digital camera out and be ready. This time I want to see how that bastard Ye Fan can deny it. This is solid proof. Qi Yuan quickly nudged Zhao Fei and said with a sly grin. "Hey, look. Isn't that Chen Cici? Why is she here too? Wow, the three great beauties seem pretty chummy with the big boss. Ha. Zhao Fei rapidly snapped photos of their intimate interactions, chuckling to himself. The trio watched as Ye Fan and the four of them got into a Mercedes-Benz and sped away. That beast. The big boss is so unfair. He's snatched away most of the school's beauties. How are we supposed to live?" Chen Liang lamented. His eyes were filled with utter dejection. Good heavens! The big boss is truly a master. He's even hooked up with teacher Chen Feier. He's really good at hiding it. Admirable, truly admirable. Yeah. Did you see that? The big boss is driving a Mercedes-Benz. Man, we're such failures. We've been with him for so long and never realized how extraordinary he is. Damn it, when he gets back we need to investigate this thoroughly. The three walked back to the dormitory, their hearts filled with shock, disappointment, and dejection. Meanwhile, Ye Fan and the three women got into the car and drove off towards the Yanhuang Grand Hotel. Brother-in-law, how come after just 2 days apart you've got another stunning beauty by your side? You're really something, getting your hands on Lin Waner, ranked second on our school's beauty chart. You're such a womanizer. Isn't my sister enough for you? Chen Cici said with a mischievous grin, leaning her hand on Ye Fan's shoulder. Ye Fan didn't know what to say, stammering, This. Lin Waner was so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Feier looked at their awkward expressions and teased, "Cici, I've already agreed to your brother-in-law taking in Waner. Are you just jealous? How about you marry your brother-in-law too? Then we sisters can live together forever. Wouldn't that be great? He. If only you two treat him like a treasure. I couldn't care less. I'm as pure as jade and beautiful enough to topple cities. I'll find a man 10 times better than that womanizer." Chen Cici pretended to look disdainful. Ha ha ha. The two women burst into laughter at Chen Cici's words. "Cici, a man better than your brother-in-law hasn't even been born yet, let alone one 10 times better. I think you're just envious of us. But when you finally come to your senses, you can come and find me and we'll agree to it." Ye Fan really couldn't understand Chen Feier. Other women would try to stop their husbands from finding other women, but Chen Feier seemed more than happy to help him find them. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking and focused on driving. "Honey, where are you taking us to eat?" Chen Feier asked. "Oh, the Yanhuang Grand Hotel," Ye Fan said casually. "What? Honey, the Yanhuang Grand Hotel?" Lin Waner exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Ye Fan in disbelief. "What's wrong, Waner? Is there a problem?" Ye Fan asked with a smile. "The prices at the Yanhuang Grand Hotel are too high. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Lin Waner said. "Just kidding, the Yanhuang Grand Hotel is a super 5-star hotel under the Yanhuang Group. Although its environment and service are second to none in the country, the prices are equally exorbitant. Once a friend of her father's had invited them to a meal there, and a single dinner had cost over 800,000 yuan. Lin Waner still remembered it vividly. The two women burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Waner's words. Lin Waner looked at them utterly confused. She hadn't said anything wrong, so why were they laughing so exaggeratedly? Chen Cici turned around, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, "Sister Waner, you already call him husband, but you don't even know what he does for a living." Lin Waner replied without hesitation, "Isn't he just a student?" Then she looked at the two women with a bewildered expression. Chen Feier laughed. "Honey is indeed a student, but he's a rather wealthy one. Waner, if he were an ordinary student, could he afford a Mercedes-Benz?" "That's true," Lin Waner said, scratching her head. She had been puzzled when she got into the car earlier. Wow, a Mercedes-Benz S350, which costs over 1 million yuan. How could her husband afford that? So she asked, puzzled, "Honey, what exactly do you do?" Ye Fan glanced back at Lin Waner and said with a sly smile, "Waner, your husband owns a small company." "Oh, I see," Lin Waner said. The two Chen sisters were laughing so hard that tears were streaming down their faces. Chen Feier shot a glare at Ye Fan and said, "Honey, you're so bad. If that's a small company, then what would you call all the other companies in the world? If the heads of those companies heard you say that, they'd all go find a toilet to drown themselves in." He. Lin Waner looked at Chen Feier puzzled and asked, "Sister Feier, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Chen Feier patted her chest and said, "The small company your husband owns is actually the Yanhuang Group. He's the chairman of the board. Now you understand why we're laughing, right?" What? Honey is the chairman of the Yanhuang Group?" Lin Waner exclaimed in astonishment. She reached out and touched Chen Feier's forehead, saying, "Sister Feier, you don't have a fever, do you? It can't be true, right? Honey, are you really the chairman of the Yanhuang Group?" Lin Waner pressed for confirmation. "Genuine, no doubt," Ye Fan said. Lin Waner was completely stunned. Then she jumped up in excitement. It hurt. She touched her head and realized she was in the car. Everyone laughed at Lin Waner's adorable reaction, and she joined in with a silly grin. At that moment Lin Waner was filled with immense happiness, so overjoyed that she had forgotten all her worries. The car quickly arrived at the Beijing Yanhuang Grand Hotel. After parking and getting out, they saw that Li Ming, the hotel's general manager, had already received a call from President Lin and knew the chairman was coming for dinner. He had immediately led a large group of the hotel's middle and senior management to wait respectfully at the entrance. As soon as Ye Fan got out of the car, Li Ming hurried over with his team, smiling and saying, "Chairman, you've arrived. Please come in." Ye Fan smiled and shook hands with Li Ming, then introduced the three women beside him. "These two are my girlfriends Chen Feier and Lin Waner, and this is my sister Chen Cece." Li Ming promptly and respectfully said, "Good evening, madams and miss." The three women returned the greeting. Then the group escorted Ye Fan and his party into the hotel. The guests dining at the Yanhuang Hotel that day were all unusually curious. General Manager Li of the Yanhuang Group was personally leading the hotel's middle and senior management at the main entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Even when the mayor of Beijing came, General Manager Li wouldn't show his face. Who were they waiting for today? Many were surprised, and the more curious ones decided to wait in the hotel lobby. Finally, after much anticipation, they saw Li Ming respectfully accompany a young man and three extraordinarily beautiful women inside. Everyone was astonished. Could they be waiting for this young man? Good heavens, who was he? All sorts of speculation ran rampant. Some said he was the child of a central leader, others guessed he might be an executive's child from the Yanhuang Group, and everyone had a different theory. Li Ming led the four of them to the hotel's exclusive presidential suite. The interior was lavishly decorated and incredibly spacious, covering a full 200 square meters. Once they were seated, Li Ming said respectfully, "Chairman, how would you like this evening's arrangements? Please give your instructions." "Oh, Brother Li, please don't call me Chairman. You're older than me, so just call me Ye Fan from now on." Ye Fan said with a smile. "Chairman, I wouldn't dare. I'm not worthy of such familiarity," Li Ming said humbly. "In recent years, under your leadership, the Yanhuang Grand Hotel has achieved excellent results. You have been indispensable. I am very satisfied with your work. Thank you for your kind words, Chairman." "It's my duty," Li Ming replied with calm confidence. Ye Fan was quite pleased with Li Ming's demeanor and felt a sense of goodwill towards him. "Brother Li, for tonight just prepare a table of the hotel's most signature dishes. I'll leave the specifics to you. As for the wine, just bring a bottle of 1972 Bordeaux red wine." "Yes, of course. Chairman, madams, miss, please wait a moment." With that, Li Ming turned to make the arrangements. "Honey, is this hotel really ours?" Lin Waner stuck out her tongue and asked. "Yes, he. This hotel is just a small part of the Yanhuang Group." "So honey, how much money do you actually have?" Lin Waner continued to ask. The two Chen sisters also perked up their ears to listen. "Well, to be honest, I don't really know exactly how much I have. Maybe around $900 billion US, Ye Fan said after a moment of thought. "What? 900 billion and in US dollars? Wow, how much money is that?" The three women started counting on their fingers, occasionally patting their chests in astonishment. "Oh right, Waner, this is a bank card for you. Use it as you wish from now on." "Feier and Cece, you have one too," Ye Fan said, pulling a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Lin Waner. Lin Waner quickly ran over to Ye Fan, took the card, and gave him a kiss on the cheek, saying, "Thank you, honey." Then she flitted back to her seat like a little bird. As the saying goes, three women make a play. Soon the private room was filled with the chattering voices of the three women. Watching the charming scene before him, with the ladies occasionally making flirtatious moves towards him during breaks in their conversation, Ye Fan found it a bit overwhelming. Too many women can be a burden too. "It's a bittersweet feeling," Ye Fan said with a wry smile. Soon exquisite dishes were brought to the table one after another. Li Ming personally opened the red wine for everyone, then stood quietly by the side attending to them. "Brother Li, you don't need to stay. Go attend to your own affairs. We can take care of ourselves." Ye Fan instructed, seeing that the three women were a bit reserved with Li Ming standing there. Li Ming acknowledged and left. The three women, seeing the beautifully presented dishes on the table, couldn't help but feel their appetites whetted. With no outsiders present, they picked up their chopsticks and began to eat heartily. The three women's devouring manner of eating left Ye Fan astonished and dumbfounded. His right hand holding the chopsticks remained suspended in midair, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't help but say, "Cece, don't you think eating like this is a bit unladylike?" Chen Feier holding a large shrimp in her left hand and a chicken leg in her right with her mouth full and cheeks puffed out mumbled indistinctly, ladylike. What's that? How much is it a pound? Ye Fan was dumbfounded by Chen Feier's words. Looking at the other two women who actually nodded in agreement, his chopsticks unconsciously fell onto the table. My goodness. So this is how eating can be done. What an eye-opener. It took Ye Fan about 5 minutes to snap out of it. Seeing the dishes on the table nearly finished and the trend the women were on, he knew he'd go hungry if he didn't join in quickly. He grabbed his chopsticks in a hurry and joined the fray. With a whirlwind of activity, the four of them cleaned the table of all dishes. The three women, patting their full bellies while burping contentedly, enjoyed the after-meal fruit. Chen Feier, after eating a grape, suddenly said, "Brother, it's still early. How about we go shopping? We haven't gone shopping in a long time." Hearing Chen Feier's suggestion, the other two women readily agreed, all looking at Ye Fan with expectant eyes. Ye Fan, upon hearing their proposal, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, his heart pounding heavily. Oh boy, shopping? And with 3 women at that? Isn't that asking for my life? But seeing the look of anticipation on their faces, he couldn't bear to refuse. So with a hint of helplessness and reluctance, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Ye Fan agree, the 3 women jumped up with a joyful yay, which made Ye Fan's head spin. After the meal, Li Ming personally escorted the 4 of them to the hotel's main entrance. As Ye Fan was about to get into the car, he suddenly felt his arm being grabbed. Turning around, he saw Lin Waner and asked curiously, "Waner, what's wrong?" Lin Waner said to Ye Fan with a hint of coyness, "Honey, let me drive, okay?" Ye Fan looked at Lin Waner with a doubtful expression and said, "Waner, can you handle it?" "Honey, you underestimate me. I learned to drive in the military. My skills are excellent, hee." Ye Fan thought for a moment and casually tossed the car keys to Lin Waner. Catching the keys, she eagerly got into the driver's seat. Once everyone was in the car, she started the engine and drove towards Wangfujing. Along the way, watching Lin Waner skillfully navigate the car through the traffic, Ye Fan said, "Waner, your driving is quite good. I really didn't see that coming." "Well, of course," Lin Waner said with a triumphant laugh, a bit carried away by the compliment. "Driving this Mercedes is so much smoother than my dad's old military Jeep." Giggle. "Sister Waner, what does your dad do in the military district?" Chen Feier asked. "Oh, he's just a small commander, nothing special." "Ah, a commander? Isn't that the highest rank in the military district?" Chen Feier exclaimed in surprise. "I suppose so. Lin Waner replied nonchalantly. "Oh right, honey, you need to come home with me sometime. I have to let them meet you. You know, a couple of days ago I was so annoyed. My grandfather, for some strange reason, insisted on setting me up with some guy. He praised that boy as if he were a rare gem found only in heaven. It was unbearable. Now that my husband is the chairman of the Yanhuang Group, I don't believe that guy can be better than you. I want them to admit their judgment was wrong." Giggle, giggle, giggle. Lin Waner said. "Yes, Sister Waner is right. Honey, you should go." Chen Feier thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, tomorrow is the weekend. I'll go with you. Will that do?" Suddenly Lin Waner let go of the steering wheel and hugged Ye Fan, giving him a kiss, saying, "Honey, you're the best." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat from Lin Waner's actions. They were in the middle of the city. Ye Fan reached out and smacked Lin Waner's bottom, saying, "Crazy girl, do you have a death wish? If you do that again, I'll revoke your driving privileges for life." Lin Waner stuck out her tongue apologetically and said, "Honey, I was just too excited. That's why. I won't dare do it again next time." The car quickly arrived at the Wangfujing commercial area. Lin Waner found a spot to park, and then the 3 women, clinging affectionately to Ye Fan, headed towards Wangfujing Street. Wangfujing Street, known as China's #1 street, is Beijing's most famous commercial district. Stretching from East Chang'an Avenue in the south to the National Art Museum of China in the north, it spans about 3 li. It integrates shopping, leisure, culture, entertainment, tourism, dining, business, and accommodation. Its long history and culture blending modernity with tradition give birth to a unique charm. Under the dim enchanting lights of the night, Wangfujing appeared even more prosperous. As the next day was the weekend, the streets were bustling with crowds of people. The appearance of the four immediately attracted countless gazes. The man was handsome and the women were beautiful. Everyone stared at this peculiar group in amazement. Especially the men. Seeing the three beauties, each with looks that could topple cities, they were all dumbfounded, with saliva practically dripping from the corners of their mouths. What infuriated the male onlookers even more was seeing these three stunning beauties being affectionate with that pretty boy in public. They glared angrily, half tempted to go over and give Ye Fan a good beating. Ye Fan was well aware that he had become the center of attention, but he paid it no mind. He continued to act as he pleased, becoming even more intimate with the three women. "Brother-in-law, have you noticed there are a lot of people staring at you? I feel like their gazes aren't very friendly." Giggle. Chen Feier raised her cute head and said in a coquettish tone, a trace of a mischievous smile still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Ye Fan gently patted Chen Feier's head and said, "You little rascal. Your brother-in-law has peerless martial arts skills. Why would I fear these mundane people? Besides, aren't I being treated this way because of you three? Who told you all to be so delicate and charming? They're definitely just envious and jealous of me." Hee. Hearing Ye Fan's compliments, the three women felt sweet and elated inside, and they didn't hesitate to press even closer to him intimately. Ye Fan, teased by this deliberate seduction, felt a burning desire rising within him. But being out on the street, he had to secretly circulate his calm heart technique to suppress his lustful thoughts. Seeing Ye Fan's discomfort, the three women couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. "Oh right, Waner. If I'm going to your house tomorrow, I need to prepare some gifts. What does your family like? Tell me." Ye Fan deliberately changed the subject to avoid his own embarrassment. Seeing that Ye Fan placed such importance on her family, Lin Waner felt secretly pleased. She cast a grateful glance at him and said, "My grandfather likes paintings and calligraphy by famous people. My father, perhaps influenced by him, is also quite obsessed with that. As for my mother, she usually pays quite a bit of attention to her appearance." Hee. "Oh, I see." Ye Fan felt relieved after learning the preferences of Lin Waner's family. He then continued walking forward with the three women. They entered a large department store, and upon seeing the various clothes and accessories, the three women were like fish returning to the sea. They immediately left Ye Fan's side and went ahead to browse and pick things out. Watching the three women's joyful expressions, Ye Fan could only sigh wryly to himself. The three women spotted a Chanel boutique inside the mall and pulled Ye Fan along as they walked in. A saleswoman with a sweet appearance saw a handsome man and three beautiful women enter and secretly rejoiced. She quickly stepped forward with a professional smile and said politely, "Welcome to Chanel. Sir, ladies, how may I assist you?" Ye Fan smiled and said, "Miss, please help each of them pick out 5 to 10 sets of clothes." "Thank you." The saleswoman's heart raced upon hearing Ye Fan's words. Wow, this man is so handsome. Especially that charming smile of his, it nearly captivated her soul. And he's so wealthy too. If only she could be his girlfriend. But alas, none of the women beside him were any less beautiful than her. Thinking it was unlikely, she figured selling more clothes and earning more commission was good enough. The saleswoman was briefly stunned, then quickly recovered. With a hint of shyness, she said, "All right, ladies, please follow me." Seeing the three women go in to pick out clothes, Ye Fan sat down on a bench nearby and took out his phone to call Lin Feng. He said, "Brother Lin, please prepare 2 pieces of calligraphy and painting and a bottle of perfume for me. I'll need them tomorrow morning." Lin Feng agreed and hung up. After about an hour, the three women had each selected 8 sets of clothes, looking at Ye Fan with satisfaction. Ye Fan walked over and asked, "Miss, how much is the total?" The saleswoman excitedly pulled out a calculator, did the math, and said with a smile, "Sir, the total is 458,600 yuan. Our boss said to waive the change, so it comes to 458,000 yuan." Ye Fan handed his bank card to the saleswoman, swiped it, and left the boutique as the saleswoman saw them off. The four continued browsing the mall. When they passed a diamond counter, the three women were captivated by three dazzling diamond rings on display. They couldn't help but lean over the counter to gaze at them, but the price tags were astonishing. Each ring cost over 20 million. The rings were exquisitely crafted and radiant, surely the work of a master artisan. The three women adored them, yet the price held them back and they didn't know what to do. While they hesitated, an arrogant voice cut through the air. "Hey you three! If you can't afford anything, don't just hang around here making spectacles of yourselves." The three women turned around to see a heavily made-up young woman clinging to the arm of a bald, pot-bellied, middle-aged man pointing at them with disdain. The bald man's lecherous gaze fixed on the three stunning beauties, his eyes filled with lust as he stared intently. Clearly the middle-aged man was no better than he looked. The young woman pressed her proud figure against the bald man, cooing in a saccharine voice, "Honey, oh, these rings are so pretty. Won't you buy me one?" Her syrupy tone made the onlooker's skin crawl. The bald man squinted his tiny bean-like eyes. Damn, over 20 million for one ring. Investing that much in this woman at once was a painful thought. But in front of these beauties he couldn't afford to lose face. Suppressing his inner agony, he feigned generosity. "Oh, my little treasure, it's just over 20 million. Take your pick and I'll buy you one." Hearing this, the young woman gleefully planted a loud kiss on the man's cheek, leaving a distinct lipstick mark on his face. Everyone grimaced in disgust. The young woman strutted over to the three ladies, rudely shoving them aside, and sneered, "If you're not buying, don't block the way. How amusing this world has become. Even paupers dream of paradise, it's laughable. You. The three women were furious but could only glare at her. Ye Fan saw the women's aggrieved expressions and walked over calmly. He gently pulled them behind him, then delivered a resounding slap that sent the young woman sprawling to the ground. In a contemptuous tone he said, "I never strike women, but you've crossed a line. Next time wash that filthy mouth of yours before stepping out so you don't embarrass yourself in public." With that he didn't even spare her another glance. The onlookers were astonished. The bald man, seeing his woman struck, felt humiliated and stormed over, angrily demanding, "Blast it! You dare hit my woman? Do you know who I am? Huh? Who's talking to me? I only hear a dog barking. Truly the world is full of wonders, even dogs can speak now." Ye Fan mocked, dismissive of the bald man's challenge. The bald man, never having suffered such humiliation, was so enraged he could barely speak. "You what? I what? Oh, I see, you're not an ordinary dog. You're a plucked dog. Ha ha ha." Ye Fan laughed. Then he turned to the saleswoman and said, "Miss, I'll take all three rings. Ring them up for me." "What? You want all three?" The saleswoman was incredulous. Good heavens! These rings had been on display for 3 years. Due to their exorbitant price, many admired them, but almost everyone balked at the cost. Yet this plainly dressed young man claimed he wanted all three. That's 60 or 70 million. If sold, her commission alone would equal years of her salary. Boy, don't lose your sense of proportion just to impress the ladies. This is 60 or 70 million, not 6 or 700. I'd like to see how you plan to pay for it. Ha ha ha. The bald man seized the moment to mock him. "Oh, is that so? Ha 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 ha." Ye Fan suddenly burst into laughter and pulled out a gleaming golden card from his pocket. The crowd was momentarily blinded and stood stunned. Goodness! The Swiss bank sovereign diamond card, fewer than 5 exist in the world, several knowledgeable onlookers exclaimed. Holders of this card were invariably ultra-wealthy tycoons or figures of immense power for whom money was merely a number. And yet the young man before them held one. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. The bald man was terrified by the card. His mind went blank. He thought, "Damn it, I've stepped on a landmine this time. Anyone with this card is a titan of power. If they so much as lift a finger, I'm done for." At that moment the bald man's emotions churned like a spilled spice rack, and he seethed with resentment toward his mistress, wishing he could drink her blood and devour her flesh. Trembling, the bald man pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He shuffled over to Ye Fan groveling, "This esteemed sir, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. I offended you. I beg you, sir, to be magnanimous and spare me." The bald man dared not look up, trembling as he awaited Ye Fan's response. Ye Fan had no intention of troubling such a petty man. Without even a glance he waved dismissively and said, "Get lost. Next time keep your woman in check and don't be so snobbish, got it?" The bald man, relieved that Ye Fan let him off, thanked him profusely. Then he turned and kicked the woman on the ground, yelling, "You damned wretch! Get out of my sight." With that he fled in disgrace without looking back. The young woman, consumed by regret, cursed her own vanity. She had neither gotten the ring nor been abandoned by the man. Weeping, she too slunk away. Given the commotion, the mall manager arrived. He respectfully addressed Ye Fan, "Esteemed sir, hello. Would you still like the rings?" "Yes, I'll take them all. Here's my card, run it," Ye Fan said indifferently. The manager accepted the card deferentially, quickly completed the transaction, and handed the rings to Ye Fan. He then said politely, "Esteemed sir, to express our gratitude, the mall would like to offer you 2 million yuan in complimentary purchases." "Oh, thank you then," Ye Fan replied. He thought to himself that passing up a freebie would be foolish. So he and the three women embarked on another shopping spree. Soon their hands were laden with bags. The women chattered excitedly as they left the mall, with Ye Fan all in high spirits. Back in the car, the three women looked at Ye Fan with gratitude. Chen Feier said, "Honey, that was so satisfying. On behalf of us three sisters, thank you." "Well then, how will you thank me?" Ye Fan asked with a mischievous grin. This. The three women were at a loss, their faces flushed as they looked at Ye Fan. Seeing their awkward expressions, Ye Fan laughed until his stomach ached. Realizing he was laughing at them, the three women pounced on him, unleashing their playful wrath. Ye Fan, unable to withstand their affections, quickly said, "If you keep hitting me, I won't give you the rings." The women immediately stopped gazing at him expectantly, each hoping he would personally place a ring on her finger. Chen Feier felt conflicted. If she wore her brother-in-law's ring, wouldn't that mean she was truly to marry him? But she couldn't resist the allure of the ring, and she'd realized she had feelings for him. She wondered what he would do and felt a sense of anticipation. Ye Fan took out the 3 rings. He personally slipped 2 onto the ring fingers of Chen Feier and Lin Waner. Both women trembled with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their beautiful faces. They embraced Ye Fan in deep kisses, as if offering all their beauty to the man who had brought them so many surprises. As the saying goes, women adorn themselves for those who appreciate them, and men spend freely for the same. Seeing the happiness of the other 2, Chen Feier felt a pang of disappointment. How she longed for her brother-in-law to put the ring on her finger too. Ye Fan looked at the last ring in his hand, feeling a bit at a loss. Chen Feier's heart was in turmoil. Seeing their awkwardness, Chen Feier and Lin Waner teased, "Cici, what's wrong? Feeling shy? Haha, are you afraid to wear it?" "Who says I'm afraid? Brother-in-law, I want it too. Put it on for me." Provoked by the 2 women, Chen Feier defiantly extended her slender jade-like fingers toward Ye Fan. Seizing the opportunity to save face, Ye Fan quickly, though somewhat guiltily, slipped the ring onto her finger. Seeing that Ye Fan had put the ring on her, a faint blush crept across Chen Feier's face. "Oh Cici, you're wearing your brother-in-law's ring now. You'll be his little concubine from now on, he he he." Chen Feier and Lin Waner teased. Chen Feier protested, blushing, and playfully tussled with them. The car was filled with boundless joy. The car was filled with their playful laughter and boundless merriment. Early the next morning, Ye Fan rose at dawn, shared breakfast with the women, and dressed in a crisp new suit. With a touch of grooming, his already handsome and charming appearance was amplified by the Armani, his tall, slender figure and tailored suit, leaving the women spellbound, their gazes lingering with irresistible allure. Ye Fan picked up the gift that Lin Feng had prepared, took Lin Waner's delicate hand, and under the reluctant gazes of the Chen sisters got into the car and headed towards Lin Waner's home. Lin Waner's family resided in the military family compound of the Beijing military region. Following her directions, Ye Fan quickly arrived at the compound's main gate. The sentries at the gate recognized Lin Waner, so the two entered without trouble. The compound was quiet with only the occasional soldier patrolling. The car wound its way through the streets, finally stopping before a modest two-story building. As Lin Waner had informed them beforehand, her parents were both present. As Ye Fan and Lin Waner stepped out of the car, the housekeeper Aunt Wu approached with a beaming smile. "Miss, you're back." "Oh, and who is this?" she asked, glancing at Ye Fan. "Aunt Wu, this is my boyfriend Ye Fan." "Handsome, isn't he?" Lin Waner said playfully. Aunt Wu had raised Lin Waner and, having no children of her own, treated her like a daughter. Their bond was deep and affectionate. Ye Fan stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, Aunt Wu." Aunt Wu exchanged pleasantries with him, then looked him over carefully and remarked, "Indeed, our Waner has excellent taste. A fine young man. Do come in. The young master and mistress are waiting inside." The three of them then walked towards the house. Stepping inside, Ye Fan took in the surroundings. The decor wasn't luxurious, but it exuded a strong military atmosphere. It was rugged yet refined, simple yet elegant, a testament to the designer's skill. Several works of calligraphy by famous artists hung in the living room, where a stern-looking middle-aged man in military uniform sat on a leather sofa reading a newspaper. A graceful middle-aged woman was busy in the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, I'm home," Lin Waner called out, rushing over to them. She wrapped her arms around the middle-aged man's neck, acting coy. Hearing her daughter's voice, the woman hurried out. "Oh, my precious girl is back. Daddy missed you so much, ha ha ha." Lin's father embraced his daughter heartily, his eyes brimming with deep affection. Lin's mother also came forward to greet her daughter warmly. Watching the family's affectionate reunion, Ye Fan felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow. Thoughts of his own tragic origins, had it not been for his master he knew not where he would be, darkened his expression, and a trace of melancholy crept into his brow. Noticing the handsome young man standing nearby, Lin's mother nudged her husband and daughter. Suddenly remembering Ye Fan, Lin Waner hurried to his side. Seeing his subdued mood, she whispered, "I'm sorry, honey. Please don't be upset." Ye Fan gently stroked her hair and said softly, "I'm not angry with you. I was just moved by seeing your happy family, and it reminded me of my own situation. That made me a little sad." "Oh, don't be sad. You have us now, you won't be alone anymore," Lin Waner comforted, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I'm fine," Ye Fan quickly composed himself. Seeing his daughter being affectionate with a man so openly, Lin's father felt a twinge of loss. He cleared his throat and asked, "Waner, and who might this be?" Startled by her father's question, Lin Waner blushed, suddenly aware of the others present, and shyly introduced everyone. Ye Fan stepped forward and greeted, "Uncle, Aunt." Lin Zhenghua and Qing Ro took in the young man before them. Their first impression was that he was quite handsome. To test Ye Fan, Lin Zhenghua deliberately released an imposing pressure. He was confident that any young man would feel intimidated in his presence. The result, however, took him by surprise. Ye Fan showed no sign of discomfort, appearing instead quite at ease and perfectly calm. He perceived Lin Zhenghua's intent, but with his well-honed immunity to such pressure he was naturally unaffected. A glint of approval appeared in Lin Zhenghua's eyes. He thought to himself, "This boy is not simple. He's destined for greatness. Not bad, my daughter has good taste." He stood up smiling. "Shall you please have a seat? Aunt Wu, pour our guests some tea." Ye Fan stepped forward, presenting the gift to Lin's mother. "Uncle, Aunt, as this is our first meeting, please accept this small token." Lin's mother accepted it with a smile. "Xiao Yi, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Please sit down." Lin's father took a sip of tea and said, "Waner, go to the kitchen and help your mother and Aunt Wu. Your grandfather will be back soon. I want to have a word with Xiao Yi. Dad, you'd better not make things difficult for Ye Fan or else." Lin Waner said with playful defiance, then shot Ye Fan a look before turning and heading into the kitchen with her mother. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin's father sighed. "A daughter is a daughter, but once she's in love she's lost. She's not even married yet, and she's already taking sides. Has Xiao Yi have some tea?" Ye Fan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and sat quietly waiting for Lin Zhenghua's questions. Xiaoyi, where are you from? Lin's father asked. Oh uncle, to be honest I don't know where I'm from. I was an orphan and grew up in Sichuan. To this day I don't know who my parents are, Ye Fan said, a hint of sadness in his voice. Ah Xiaoyi, I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories. It's alright uncle. I'm used to it. Xiaoyi, to be frank, my daughter has been spoiled by us since she was a child. She can be quite willful and I apologize for any trouble she may have caused you. Ha! Uncle, you're too kind. Waner is actually quite well behaved. She's a rare and wonderful girl, Ye Fan said sincerely. Actually, from the moment you walked in I could see that you two care for each other. I admire you and I don't intend to make things difficult. So when do you plan to get married? Lin Zhenghua asked, leaning back on the sofa. The straightforwardness of a soldier was fully evident in Lin Zhenghua. Ye Fan hadn't expected Lin Zhenghua to bring up marriage so soon and was caught off guard. However, he didn't want to hide anything from Lin Waner's family. Uncle, honestly, I don't want to deceive you. Besides Waner, I have another woman. What? Lin Zhenghua sprang to his feet in shock. Years of holding a high position allowed him to quickly suppress his emotions. He said calmly, Xiaoyi, I appreciate your honesty, but I only have this one daughter. I'll give you two choices, either leave that woman and marry my daughter or leave my daughter. Choose one. Lin Zhenghua then turned away, awaiting Ye Fan's answer. Hearing his shout, Lin Waner and her mother rushed out, looking at the two men in bewilderment. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Waner asked. Lin Zhenghua sighed in anger. Waner, your father actually wanted to agree to your marriage, you know. I was even risking your grandfather's wrath to do so. You know his temper. But he has another woman. That I cannot tolerate. I've given him a choice, either he chooses you or he leaves you. After speaking, Lin Zhenghua panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly furious. Hearing that her father knew the truth, Lin Waner's eyes filled with tears. Dad, you can't do this. It's not fair to Sister Feier. Whether you agree or not, I will stay with Ye Fan. With that, she buried her face in her mother's arms and sobbed. You. Stunned by his daughter's words, Lin's father collapsed onto the sofa, trembling all over. Lin's mother gently stroked her daughter's back. Waner, you know your father and I love you dearly. We didn't want to oppose you, but she too found it hard to accept. Ye Fan glanced at everyone, then stood up and said calmly, Uncle, and I truly apologize for upsetting you. I want to make one thing clear, I will not give up Feier, but I will also not give up Waner. Waner, don't cry. I won't abandon you. Stay here with your parents for now. I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and walked out. He had barely stepped outside when Lin Waner ran after him, wrapping her arms around his waist and sobbing, Honey, I'll come with you. Don't leave me behind. Ye Fan held her and said, Silly girl, didn't I tell you? I won't abandon you. Not now, not ever. As Ye Fan was about to leave, a car screeched to a halt in front of them. Minister Lin, having heard his granddaughter was home today, had rushed back to talk some sense into her. Remembering Ye Fan, he couldn't help but smile. That young man was truly outstanding. What a wonderful thing it would be for Waner to marry him. As soon as the car stopped, Minister Lin stepped out and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Hey, speak of the devil. Isn't that Ye Fan? What's he doing at my doorstep? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. He rubbed his eyes. No mistake. It was Ye Fan. He hurried over, ignoring the astonished looks, and embraced Ye Fan. Xiao Fan? What are you doing here? Ye Fan looked up and smiled. Grandpa Lin, what are you doing here? Haha, this is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? Minister Lin said, still holding on to Ye Fan. Ye Fan exclaimed in surprise. Could Lin Waner's grandfather be Minister Lin? What a coincidence. No one expected the old man to know Ye Fan. They were all stunned, jaws dropping in disbelief. It was a scene straight out of a TV drama, yet it was happening right before their eyes. Seeing Lin Waner beside Ye Fan, Minister Lin suddenly realized something. He looked at Ye Fan with a mischievous glint in his eye. Xiao Fan, you rascal! You're something else. Didn't you say you didn't want my granddaughter? And now you've gone and charmed her yourself, ha ha ha. What? Waner is your granddaughter? Ye Fan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if it could swallow a duck egg. That's right, she's my granddaughter. What do you think, boy? Didn't I tell you? Isn't she beautiful? The old man gestured proudly at Lin Waner. Lin Waner quickly realized what was happening and walked over to Minister Lin saying, Grandfather, is Ye Fan the young man you wanted to introduce to me? Who else would it be? Minister Lin said with a hint of exasperation. He had worked so hard to bring them together, yet neither of them seemed to appreciate his efforts. Now they had managed to find each other on their own. Hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Waner felt a surge of joy. She thought to herself, the world is truly small. This is perfect. Now that grandfather approves, my parents won't dare say a word against it. Hey Xiao Fan, come inside. Why are you standing out here? The old man pulled Ye Fan into the house, then suddenly remembered something and turned to his guard saying, Xiao Li, hurry and take the game, meet my old comrade sent to Aunt Wu. Today I must have a good drink with my grandson-in-law. Everyone was stunned by the old man's behavior. They had never seen the usually stern patriarch act like a playful old child. Lin Zhenghua and his wife were so shocked their mouths hung wide open. Yes, chief. Guard Xiao Li saluted, then turned to fetch the items. Everyone settled onto the sofa. Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law seemed to have something to say, the old man quickly stood up and said to Lin Waner, My dear granddaughter, keep Xiao Fan company. I'll be right back. With that he gave Lin Zhenghua and his wife a meaningful look and headed towards the study. They understood the signal and followed him. Ye Fan didn't mind. In an antique study, Lin Zhenghua immediately asked, Father, is the young man you mentioned Ye Fan? Yes, what's on your mind? Speak up. The old man's expression turned serious as he entered the study. Father, did you know that Ye Fan has another woman besides Waner? The old man took a sip of tea and said calmly, Yes, I've known about that for a while. What? Lin Zhenghua and his wife both exclaimed in disbelief. The old man chuckled, What's so surprising about that? A man as outstanding as Ye Fan is one of a kind in this world. Is it so strange for him to have a few women? Outstanding? Isn't he just an orphan? Lin Zhenghua asked, puzzled. The old man gave his son a meaningful look and said, Yes, Ye Fan is indeed an orphan, but do you know who he really is now? Who? Lin Zhenghua and his wife asked in unison. Ye Fan's true identity is the chairman of the Yanhuang Group. He also holds the position of director of the Ordnance Research Department of the Central General Equipment Department with the rank of Major General. The old man said slowly. Chairman of the Yanhuang Group and a Major General at such a young age. My God. The old man looked at his still dazed son and daughter-in-law and continued, Do you know that Ye Fan is also the chairman's adopted grandson? Furthermore, he has gifted our nation. The old man went on revealing more of Ye Fan's deeds. Lin Zhenghua and his wife were utterly stunned by the bombshells the old man was dropping one after another. Once his son and daughter-in-law had come to their senses, the old man said, You nearly ruined my plans today. Tell me, with Ye Fan being so outstanding, is it a grievance for your daughter to marry him? No grievance at all. Lin Zhenghua and his wife shook their heads emphatically. Good heavens, where else would they find such a perfect son-in-law? Thank goodness the old man had returned in time, or they would have regretted it for the rest of their lives. Father, I'm so happy. I must go and apologize to my son-in-law, haha. The couple said as they headed out. Back in the living room, Lin Zhenghua looked Ye Fan up and down. He had sensed that Ye Fan was extraordinary before, but he never imagined how truly exceptional he was. Indeed, the young man had remarkable qualities. He had almost misjudged him. Ye Fan felt a bit uneasy under their intense scrutiny and asked, Uncle, Aunt, is something the matter? Oh well. Lin Zhenghua struggled to find the right words. His military discipline quickly helped him regain his composure. Xiao Fan, I was rude earlier. I'm truly sorry. We've thought it over and Waner's mother and I approve of you two being together. Ah! Lin Waner was overjoyed that her parents had changed their minds so quickly. She rushed into their arms exclaiming, "Thank you, father, mother." Ye Fan also stood up speaking seriously, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your blessing. I promise here and now that I will cherish Waner all my life and never let her suffer the slightest grievance." Still calling us uncle and aunt? Don't you think it's time to change that? Lin Zhenghua said with a sudden smile. Ah! Ye Fan was a little taken aback, but he respectfully called out, "Father, mother." Hearing this, Lin Zhenghua and his wife were beside themselves with joy. Lin's mother stepped forward taking Ye Fan's hand and saying emotionally, "Xiao Fan, you've been an orphan since you were young. From now on we are your real parents and this is your home." After saying this she couldn't help but sob softly. "Thank you, mother. I will take good care of you both from now on." Ye Fan was deeply moved by her sincerity. Now why the tears on such a happy day? The old man walked over then suddenly noticed the gifts on the table. He quickly approached and asked, "Xiao Fan, are these gifts from you?" "Yes, they are," Ye Fan nodded. "My goodness, Xiao Fan. Isn't this Tang Yin's, withered branch and Mina, and, autumn wind and round fan?" Minister Lin's hands trembled as he held the scrolls. He quickly put on his reading glasses to examine them closely. Indeed, they were authentic. Minister Lin had spent a lifetime appreciating famous paintings and had developed a keen eye for them. Influenced by his father since childhood, Lin Zhenghua was also passionate about this. Upon hearing his father's exclamation, he rushed over and the father and son studied the paintings intently, exclaiming, "Authentic? Truly authentic." They were completely absorbed in the world of art. Ye Fan smiled at the sight of the father-son duo. He then took the perfume from the bag and handed it to Lin's mother saying, "Mother, this is for you." Lin's mother took it and looked at it. "Oh my! Isn't this royal dignity? No? 1 foot. Yes, it is. Xiao Fan, this is too precious. I can't possibly accept it. You should give it to Waner instead." Lin's mother exclaimed in surprise, then tried to hand it back, feeling it was too valuable. She had seen royal dignity no. 1 foot online and knew it cost hundreds of thousands per bottle, with only 10 bottles in existence worldwide. Ye Fan smiled and said, "Mother, please keep it. I have more for Waner." He. "Yes, mother, it's just a bottle of perfume. If Ye Fan gave it to you, you should just accept it." He. Lin Waner added with a smile. Hearing this, Lin's mother happily said, "All right, then I'll accept it. Xiao Fan, I still want to thank you." At that moment, Minister Lin and his son came over to Ye Fan and said, "Xiao Fan, these gifts are far too precious. We can't accept them. You should take them back." Minister Lin said the polite words, but their eyes never left the two paintings, filled with intense longing. Of course, with their salaries they could never afford such priceless paintings. Besides, these were treasures not even available on the market. Ye Fan laughed at their comical expressions and said, "Grandfather, father, we're family now. What's mine is yours. There's no need to be so polite." Overwhelmed with joy at Ye Fan's words, Lin Waner nestled contentedly in his arms. With eyes fixed solely on the two paintings, Minister Lin and his son heard Ye Fan's words and replied cheerfully, "Indeed, from now on we are family. We accept you as our grandson-in-law." "Good, very good. On behalf of your father, Grandpa thanks you." He. Having said this, the two men hurried back to the paintings, utterly absorbed in them once more. Watching everyone busy with their own affairs, Lin Waner took Ye Fan's hand and said, "Honey, come, let's go see my room." Seeing nothing else to do, Ye Fan agreed, and the two of them headed upstairs. Entering Lin Waner's room, they were surrounded by various plush toys scattered throughout the modest space. A bear over a meter tall dominated the bed, making the room feel like a fairy tale world. "Waner, you really love plush toys," Ye Fan couldn't help but remark, casually sitting on her bed with its pink sheets. Lin Waner ran over, playfully plopping onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and pouting, "Yes, honey. Is my room pretty?" He. "I don't even let my father in here. You're the first man to ever enter this room. Aren't you honored?" She leaned obediently against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Holding her, Ye Fan shifted to a more comfortable position, pressing his cheek against her hair and gently inhaling her unique scent. He whispered softly, "Ma'am, I am quite honored. I never imagined my Waner's boudoir would be so kawaii." Ye Fan gazed at Lin Waner, his eyes brimming with affection. Then he gently kissed her soft, sweet lips. He nibbled lightly, then teased her lips with his tongue before gently parting them, his tongue intertwining with hers as they savored each other's sweetness. The thrilling sensation stirred Lin Waner, leaving her utterly submissive. Both were deeply aroused. While kissing, Ye Fan undid the buttons of her blouse, pushed aside her pink bra, and cupped her supple breast, kneading it gently. Lin Waner let out a soft cry, pressing her body even closer to his. His other hand wandered with practiced ease beneath her skirt. Finding her already wet from sensitivity, he gently stroked her there. Overwhelmed by the intense stimulation, Lin Waner's face flushed and she murmured incoherently, "Dach, honey, please. Give it to me now. Waner can't take it anymore." Ye Fan scooped her up, laid her on the bed, and began undressing her, preparing to mount her. "Honey, can I be on top instead?" Lin Waner suddenly whispered shyly, her face blushing like a ripe apple, making her even more alluring. Ye Fan was taken aback by her request, but his own urgency was unbearable. He stammered, "All right." As Lin Waner undid his underwear, she was astonished by his size. Gently stroking him, she slowly guided him inside her, letting out a soft moan. Ye Fan felt as if he had entered a warm, tight cavern, the sensation utterly blissful. "Waner, you're so tight. It feels amazing," Ye Fan couldn't help but moan. "Truly exquisite." Blushing even deeper at his words, Lin Waner bit his shoulder playfully and scolded, "Honey, you're so bad. That's your punishment." Ignoring the sting, Ye Fan began to thrust, their bodies moving in a powerful rhythm, each stroke plunging to the hilt. The thrill of being in her parents' house with family downstairs heightened their excitement. Finally, after relentless thrusting, Lin Waner reached her peak and Ye Fan released his essence deep within her. Lin Waner's body trembled slightly, her arms wrapped tightly around him as she savored the intense pleasure. Afterwards, she lay in his arms like a contented bird, her fingers tracing patterns on his skin. "Honey, that felt so good. I felt like I was floating," she whispered. It felt good, didn't it?" Ye Fan looked at her with a mischievous grin. "If you like it, we can do it often." "Honey, you're so bad. You seem like a lecherous big bad wolf right now." "Oh, is that so? Well, this big bad wolf is craving a little lamb again." He pounced on her again. "And no. I'm sorry. Honey, please have mercy." Lin Waner begged, giggling. Just then a knock came at the door and Lin's mother called out, "Waner, are you and Xiao Fan in there? Come down for dinner." Having just recovered from the joy of receiving perfume, she looked around and wondered where the two kids had gone, so she came upstairs to find them. As she reached her daughter's door, she heard faint moans coming from inside. Blushing, she thought, these kids are fooling around at home in broad daylight without a care for appearances. But then she thought it's all for the best, as she might be holding a grandchild soon. The thought cheered her up. "No need to hurry, you two. We'll wait for you," Lin's mother said suggestively. Startled by her call, the couple's passion instantly evaporated. Lin Waner shot Ye Fan a reproachful glare. "It's all your fault. Mom must have found out. How am I supposed to face them downstairs now? What's there to fear? Our relationship is already settled, you were just getting a head start. Besides, maybe your family would be happy if we gave them more chances to be grandparents," he chuckled wickedly. "Honey, I've noticed you've become so naughty and lecherous. I really dislike it." Lin Waner complained, though she felt sweet inside. "Bad boys are attractive to girls. Come on, get up, don't keep your family waiting," Ye Fan said, patting her fair bottom to hurry her along. They quickly dressed and tidied themselves before heading downstairs. As Lin's mother came down, Lin's father asked, "Dear, where are the kids?" "Oh, they're upstairs doing something meaningful." "Ah," Lin's father exclaimed in surprise, then broke into a smile. "Well, doing something meaningful is good." Old Master Lin was puzzled by his son's words and asked, "What are you two talking about so cryptically?" Dad, I think you'll be holding a great-grandchild before long, hee. A great-grandchild? The old man was startled, then realization dawned. He slapped his forehead and chuckled. Well said, Jingguo. This is indeed something meaningful. Very meaningful, ha ha ha. Everyone shared a good laugh. Ye Fan and Lin Waner descended the stairs to find everyone watching them with knowing smiles. As a man, Ye Fan had a thicker skin, but Lin Waner was different. Flustered by the probing gazes, her face flushed crimson and her small hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes as if the fabric had personally offended her. What are you all laughing at? Keep it up and I won't speak to any of you, Lin Waner said in a soft mock-threatening voice. All right. Xiao Fan, you must be hungry. Come sit right next to Grandpa. The old man's face was beaming as he beckoned Ye Fan over. Seeing her grandfather fuss over Ye Fan, Lin Waner pouted in displeasure. Grandpa, you're so biased. Waner is hungry too, but you didn't even call me over. I'm so sad. She even pretended to cry, her expression so pitiful that it would soften anyone's heart. Old Master Lin quickly responded, Oh, my precious granddaughter. How could Grandpa forget you? Come here now. Don't cry, be good. He pulled Lin Waner by the hand and sat her down. Everyone else was clutching their stomachs, laughing so hard at her adorable antics. Once everyone was seated, a series of exquisite home-cooked dishes were brought to the table. The old man smiled at Ye Fan and said, Xiao Fan, we don't have any delicacies to offer a big chairman like you. You'll have to make do with simple fare. Hee, don't be shy now. Grandpa, you're too kind. Honestly, I prefer home-cooked meals. They have a taste of home. Ye Fan said with a chuckle. That's right, Xiao Fan makes a good point. Xiao Fan, from now on this is your home. Make yourself comfortable. The old man said. Thank you, Grandpa, Ye Fan replied gratefully. Here, Xiao Fan, have some food. Mother Lin kept piling food onto his plate. Soon a small mountain of food had formed in front of Ye Fan. He thanked her repeatedly, saying, Mom, I can serve myself. Lin Waner watched her mother constantly adding food to Ye Fan's bowl and felt a pang of envy. Poking at the rice in her own small bowl with her chopsticks, she said sulkily, Mom, I want you to add food for me too. Mother Lin glanced at her daughter and retorted, Silly girl, can't you help yourself? She then ignored her and continued to attend to Ye Fan. Seeing Lin Waner's unhappiness, Ye Fan quickly picked up a piece of fish for her and said, Waner, this fish is delicious. You should have some. Lin Waner immediately brightened up at the gesture. She pouted her lips and said, Mom is so mean. My husband is much nicer, hee. Everyone was laughing so hard at the little girl's antics that tears streamed down their faces. The meal concluded in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, everyone settled on the sofa with tea, chatting comfortably. Old Master Lin took a sip of his Dahong Pao tea, his expression turning serious. Xiao Fan, I have some news for you. The international situation is getting increasingly tense. So the chairman, the premier, and I have tentatively formulated a plan. We intend to conduct a rigorous selection process across all major military regions to form an elite rapid response unit, the cream of the crop. Codenamed Tiger, this force will be equipped with the most advanced gear with a projected strength of 10,000 personnel. Its purpose is specifically to handle sudden domestic and international incidents. Once the Tiger force is established, it will report directly to the chairman, the premier, and myself. It won't be subordinate to any military region or organization. Dad, I've heard a bit about this, but what does it have to do with Xiao Fan? Lin Zhenguo said thoughtfully. Yes, Grandpa, how does this concern me? Ye Fan asked, confused. The old man took another sip of tea and continued, Originally it had nothing to do with you. As you know, the commander for this unit hasn't been decided yet. Due to its special nature, the position carries immense authority. During missions, all military regions must cooperate unconditionally. So this prime assignment has attracted a lot of interest. At first, the three of us were racking our brains over this issue, unable to decide who to appoint as commander. Then a major case occurred a few days ago, the Black Tiger Gang incident. Based on our intelligence, we learned that you Xiao Fan single-handedly with just 2 companions effortlessly wiped out over 500 of the Black Tiger Gang's elite members. Coupled with the fact that you once mentioned to the chairman that you know martial arts, we have tentatively decided that you will be the commander of this force. The old man said slowly, a resolute look settling on his deeply wrinkled forehead. What? Xiao Fan, you're that formidable? Did you really bring about the fall of the Black Tiger Gang? You should know the military and police have tried to eradicate them many times. But with so many skilled fighters and guns in their ranks, every attempt ended in failure. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, I was the one who handled the Black Tiger Gang. Ye Fan said calmly, his expression showing no sign of pride but rather an increased composure. After a moment's thought he said, Grandpa, I admit I know martial arts. But what makes you believe I can lead this unit effectively? Besides, I have no experience in commanding troops. Ye Fan asked, puzzled. I'm ashamed to say this, Xiao Fan. Please don't blame Grandpa after I tell you the truth. I did this for the sake of the country, it was a last resort. Old Master Lin said with a hint of guilt. Grandpa, please go ahead. I won't blame you. Ye Fan, eager to resolve his doubts, quickly replied. Well, you see, to assess your capability to lead this unit, we conducted a secret investigation on you. We discovered that you have 8 individuals constantly protecting you, 4 men and 4 women known as the Dragon Team and Phoenix Group. We looked into these 8 people. In every aspect they are top-tier experts. I doubt we could find anyone in our million-strong army who could match them. Moreover, their coordination is flawless, displaying exceptional discipline. This solidified our decision. Although you lack experience in this area, we still hope you can personally lead this force. After all, you managed to grow such a massive corporation in such a short time. We believe in your abilities, so we've settled on you. It might be a bit of a gamble, but as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The old man stated. Ye Fan suddenly understood and was silent for a moment before saying, Grandpa, to be honest, if I were to lead these 10,000 men, I do have a way to train them into the elite, the kings of soldiers within a year. I believe I have the ability to do so. What? Both father and son exclaimed in unison upon hearing Ye Fan's words, completely abandoning their dignified demeanor. Xiao Fan, are you serious? Minister Lin asked again, unable to believe his ears. His eyes were fixed on Ye Fan with a look of pleasant surprise, as if afraid he might run away. Ye Fan nodded, then said, however, for now I just want to finish university in peace. To be honest, the reason I returned to the country and chose to study is to relax. The past few years abroad have been incredibly exhausting. After speaking, Ye Fan closed his eyes, gently leaned back against the sofa and fell silent. The father and son were overjoyed upon hearing Ye Fan's confirmation, but his reluctance cooled their initial excitement. Minister Lin sighed and said, Xiao Fan, we know it hasn't been easy for you, and we don't wish to disrupt your peaceful life. Honestly, the chairman, the premier, and I all admire you greatly. We've always considered you as our own grandson. But we are left with no choice. Grandpa promises you here that we will keep your student status. Once this unit is fully operational, you can return to school to continue your studies. What do you think? Ye Fan thought for a moment and said with a wry smile, Grandpa, this is all too sudden. Give me a couple of days to think it over and I'll give you my answer then, all right? Good, good. Xiao Fan, as long as you're willing to consider it, we'll agree to any condition you have, haha. I can guarantee that the chairman will come to talk to you within the next couple of days. Minister Lin was pleased again, seeing there was still room for negotiation. He thought to himself, I'm not afraid you won't agree. If worst comes to worst, we'll have Water work on you, hee. If this matter were settled, it would be one less worry for him. Oh, Xiao Fan, your father has a favor to ask of you, if that's all right. Lin Zhenghua suddenly spoke up. His eyes were full of hope. Dad, whatever it is, if I can help, I will. Ye Fan replied. Well, your father would like you to come to my military region sometime and help train the soldiers. What do you think? Lin Zhenghua said with a broad smile. Ye Fan considered it and said, all right, I can agree to that for now. In a couple of days I'll send Long Tian over to provide some guidance. Ling Zhenguo was overjoyed to hear Ye Fan's agreement. That's wonderful. Your father will be waiting for you at the military region, ha ha ha. Ye Fan chatted with the old man and his son for a while longer, politely declined the invitation to stay for dinner, and left the Lin residence with Lin Waner in his car. The Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, and the university, organized by its student council, held a grand gala to celebrate the occasion. As Peking University had long been a cradle of exceptional talent, the grand event drew the attention of numerous media outlets, which eagerly arranged for live broadcasts. Students from various classes and departments participating in the performances were intensely rehearsing, striving to secure a commendable result. Meanwhile, Ye Fan was leisurely secluded in the library, quietly engrossed in a book, devoid of any trace of anxiety. He held no regard for such performances. He appeared utterly indifferent. His classmates and his 3 dormitory mates had been frantically searching for him, yet locating someone on the sprawling campus was no easy feat. It was already 2 in the afternoon, with less than 5 or 6 hours remaining until the evening performance. However, apart from registering for a piano solo, he hadn't rehearsed even once. Whether he was exceptionally skilled or simply resigned to failure, no one was certain, especially his 3 dormitory mates, given that Ye Fan had only joined under their coercion. Stop searching. I bet he's in the library. Let's go there now, Xiao Fei suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The others murmured in agreement. They dashed to the library. Upon arrival, sure enough, there sat Ye Fan. Overjoyed, Qi Yuan and the other 2 rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, "Boss, you're way too relaxed. Come on, you need to rehearse now. The gala starts in a few hours, and the school is taking this very seriously. Tons of media are here too." Ignoring his protests, the 3 grabbed him and started pulling him out. Stop. Let go of me. I'm not worried, so why are you? It hasn't started yet. Besides, since I promised you, I won't let you down. Ye Fan halted them, speaking with unwavering confidence, a hint of assurance visible in his expression. Boss, you're not messing with us, are you? They asked, half doubtful. They were still uneasy, but Ye Fan's demeanor suggested he was not the least bit concerned. Seeing their anxious faces, he smiled and said, "Don't worry." He then sat back down and resumed his reading. Seeing him settle back down, the group had no choice but to leave, silently hoping his performance that night wouldn't be an utter embarrassment. At 7:40 p.m. the Peking University gymnasium was buzzing with chatter, packed to capacity, as nearly all faculty and students had gathered. Indeed, for students, a grand event amidst their monotonous academic routine was immensely appealing, especially an artistic gala offering the chance to see many beautiful women and handsome men. The attending media personnel filed in, busily calibrating their equipment, hoping to capture some highlights. Ye Fan, tugged along by Lin Waner and his roommates, arrived at the gymnasium. Ye Fan had been informed that his performance was scheduled 8th. At precisely 8 o'clock the stage lights blazed to life. Amidst a melodious tune, a male and female host adorned in splendid attire gracefully walked onto the stage. Respected leaders, distinguished guests, dear teachers and fellow students, good evening. I am your host Huang Lei. I am your host He Bing. Welcome to Peking University's 2006 Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. On this crisp autumn evening, fragrant with osmanthus blossoms, we gather to share in the beauty, warmth and bounty of the season. Let us bear witness to this splendid season through song and dance, the hosts declared with deep emotion. Our first performance is a grand dance, Ode to Autumn, presented by the junior students of the art department. Please join us in a warm round of applause to welcome them. Performance followed performance, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Soon it was Ye Fan's turn. He stood up, left his companions, and headed backstage to prepare. After the pop song, Looking Back, concluded, the hostess He Bing sashayed onto the stage with an alluring grace and announced, following that beautiful song we have a piano solo, Romeo and Juliet, performed by the handsome freshman from the finance department, Ye Fan. Please welcome him. Below Lin Waner, the Chen Feier sisters and Ye Fan's roommates watched with bated breath, their anxiety palpable as they knew nothing of his abilities. Hearing his cue, Ye Fan strolled onto the stage. Dressed in a casual white shirt and trousers, his handsome features and confident demeanor coupled with a faint smile instantly elicited a chorus of excited screams from the female students. The male students in contrast felt a surge of envy, silently lamenting the injustice of fate. Good evening everyone. I'm Ye Fan from the Freshman Finance Department. I'd like to dedicate this piece to my beloved as well as to all the teachers and students present tonight. Thank you. His voice, incredibly magnetic, washed over the audience like a gentle spring breeze, leaving everyone feeling remarkably at ease. Ye Fan glanced towards Chen Feier, her sister, and Lin Waner. The three women blushed deeply under his gaze. Ye Fan turned and walked to the piano, taking his seat. His slender fingers began to dance across the black and white keys. Notes flowed like a babbling brook, crystal clear and fluid, instantly silencing the previously noisy auditorium. Everyone was captivated by the enchanting music. Ye Fan was completely immersed in his own world, pouring his soul into the performance, weaving a tragic love story through the piano. As the final note faded, tears streamed down the faces of the entire audience. A profound silence hung in the air as all remained entranced by the lingering emotion. After about 5 seconds, the spell was broken and the hall erupted in thunderous applause. The crowd went wild. Many bold young women shouted, "Ye Fan, I love you," while others cried out, "Ye Fan, I want to marry you." The scene nearly spiraled into chaos. The three women sat quietly, tears of joy welling in their beautiful eyes. Overcome with emotion, they could no longer restrain themselves and hurried backstage to wait for him. A genius. Absolutely perfect. Professor Lee from the music department wiped away tears of excitement as he spoke. The three roommates finally snapped out of their daze, exclaiming involuntarily, "Damn, boss is incredible. If I were a woman, I'd marry him without a second thought." Tong also recognized Ye Fan. With glistening tears in her eyes, she murmured to herself, "He's so handsome, especially when he's focused on playing the piano. It's utterly captivating. Alright, I've decided I'm definitely going to win him over." Tong nodded to herself, a sly smile forming. But how should she pursue him? She had an idea. She felt immensely proud of her own cleverness. She thought, "Damn you, Ye Fan. Since you took advantage of me, you're going to have to take responsibility." She chuckled to herself. Backstage, Xiaoqing's heart was also in turmoil. Although she was an excellent pianist herself, she paled in comparison to Ye Fan in every aspect. His performance could only be described by one word: perfect. This girl, who typically shied away from boys, felt a stir of emotion. As her own solo dance was imminent, a bold idea spontaneously surfaced in her mind. She wanted to ask Ye Fan to accompany her. Though slightly nervous, her resolve was firm. She discussed it with the host and then waited quietly backstage for Ye Fan. As Ye Fan stepped off the stage, he saw the three women waiting for him, their faces alight with excitement. He quickly walked over to them. Upon seeing him, the three women couldn't help but throw themselves into his arms, sobbing softly. The three wolves following behind were utterly dumbfounded, instantly frozen in place. "Honey, I never knew you were this amazing. I love you to death," Chen Feier said, wiping away her tears. Yes, Chen Cece and Lin Waner echoed. "Honey, we want you to play for us alone every day, okay?" Lin Waner pleaded, her eyes full of longing. Ye Fan nodded, then noticed his three roommates who were still frozen in shock. He walked over and asked, "Brothers, what's wrong with you?" Snapping back to reality at the sound of his voice, Chi Yuan remarked with emotion, "Boss, we are in such awe of you. You've even won over our head teacher and three beautiful women at that. It's a massive shock." Ye Fan smiled, not knowing how to explain, so he simply told the truth, "Brothers, I won't hide it from you. Chen Feier and Lin Waner are both my girlfriends." After finishing, Ye Fan turned and called the three women over. They felt a bit embarrassed when they saw Chi Yuan and the others. Chen Feier inwardly regretted her impulsiveness. Now that their secret was out, how could she continue to stay at school? The three men, not knowing what to call Chen Feier, scratched their heads in confusion. Seeing their awkward expressions, Chen Feier figured they knew anyway, so she said generously, "Chen Liang Qi Yuan Zhao Fei, since you are Ye Fan's brothers, you can call me Big Sister in private from now on." Hee hee. Hearing this, Zhao Fei and the others exchanged mischievous grins and said in unison, "Greetings, three big sisters. We pay our respects." The three women were all shy, especially Chen Cece, who protested verbally, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not one of them if they are the ones." But in her heart she was secretly delighted. "Oh, it's all the same, hee hee," the three men said with sly smiles. They then turned and said, "Boss, you've become a celebrity now. Should we make a quick exit? If we don't leave soon we won't be able to. Didn't you see those girls' craze? Looks like they're determined to marry you. Ah, so envious." Ye Fan thought it was a good idea and was about to leave with the women when a sweet, delicate voice came from behind him. "Hello, are you Ye Fan?" Xiao Qingwu had seen Ye Fan earlier and wanted to approach him, but noticed three extraordinarily beautiful girls surrounding him intimately, causing a deep sense of loss to well up within her. But she reasoned that a boy as outstanding as Ye Fan was bound to have beautiful girls pursuing him, and she came to terms with it. Seeing Ye Fan about to leave, she hurried forward and called out to him. Hearing someone call him, Ye Fan turned around and saw a stunning beauty walking towards him, her face flushed with shyness. She had long flowing hair, willowy eyebrows, a peach blossom complexion, and small cherry-like lips. Truly a beauty whose looks could topple cities and nations. Ye Fan sighed inwardly. "Xiao Qingwu!" Zhao Fei suddenly exclaimed in surprise from behind. Hearing Zhao Fei's call, everyone quickly looked over. The girl's ethereal beauty left them all stunned. This girl is truly a celestial being, not meant for the mortal world, Ye Fan thought. So this is the school's #1 beauty. She certainly lives up to her reputation. But I don't seem to know her. Why is she looking for me? Filled with questions, Ye Fan walked over and said, "Hello, were you calling me?" "Why, yes, it's me," Xiao Qingwu said nervously. Apart from her father, she had rarely interacted with men. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, not daring to look at Ye Fan, and said shyly, "Ye Fan, hello. I'm Xiao Qingwu from the sophomore art department. I'd like to ask you a favor, is that okay?" After speaking, she felt her heart pounding as if it might leap out of her chest, her palms slick with sweat. Xiao Qingwu, what is it? Just tell me. If I can help, I will. I want to. Xiao Qingwu didn't know how to phrase it, stuttering, but not wanting to waste the opportunity, she steeled herself and said, "Ye Fan, it's like this. I really admire your piano playing. My performance is coming up soon and I was hoping you could accompany me. Would that be alright?" Ye Fan didn't agree, immediately pondering whether he should. Seeing Ye Fan remain silent for so long, Xiao Qingwu feared he would refuse. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, making her look even more pitiful and endearing, stirring a strong urge in anyone to comfort her. Chen Feier quickly leaned in and whispered in Ye Fan's ear, "Honey, I don't know what to say. You're really lucky with the ladies. Look at how wrong that beauty feels. I think you should just agree." Hee hee. Ye Fan let out a soft sigh and said, "All right, I agree. What piece do you need me to play?" Hearing that Ye Fan agreed, Xiao Qingwu's worry turned to joy. She quickly said, "Ye Fan, thank you. I'll be performing a solo dance, and the piece is Wedding in a Dream. Is that okay?" Ye Fan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, no problem." Soon it was time for Xiao Qingwu's performance. After the host announced the act, the audience erupted upon hearing that the school's top beauty would be collaborating with Ye Fan. Everyone rubbed their eyes and watched the stage intently, afraid of missing a single detail. The media representatives present were also buzzing with excitement, feeling that their trip had been well worth it. Ye Fan and Xiao Qingwu walked onto the stage together, and the sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman drew waves of envious gazes. Ye Fan turned and sat down at the piano, exchanging a glance with Xiao Qingwu to signal that she could begin. Ye Fan began to play the piano with practiced ease, and a beautiful melody filled the entire gymnasium. Xiao Qingwu danced gracefully to the flowing music, appearing like an angel who had fallen to earth. Involuntarily, Xiao Qingwu became lost in the music, envisioning the moment she would walk down the aisle with her beloved. But alas, perhaps this was just a beautiful dream. Her illness could cause her to collapse at any moment. At this thought, tears fell from her eyes as she danced. The perfect music and moving dance captivated everyone's hearts. Everyone was deeply shaken, unable to snap out of it. When the dance ended, the audience was still lost in a daze. Ye Fan and Xiao Qingwu bowed to the crowd and quietly left the stage. When the audience finally came to their senses, they realized the performers had already left. Applause erupted, lasting a full 5 minutes, as everyone was astounded by such a high-level performance. The entire gymnasium erupted in collective excitement, with everyone passionately shouting the names of Ye Fan and Xiao Qingwu. Backstage, Xiao Qingwu couldn't contain her emotions and leaned against Ye Fan's shoulder, sobbing. Ye Fan, taken aback by her reaction, didn't know what to do. He stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to embrace her or not. The 3 women also came over to Ye Fan, their eyes filled with ambiguous amusement. Chen Liang and the others were completely numb by now. They had received too many shocks today. They probably would have believed it if someone said the Queen of England was marrying Ye Fan. They stared at the group, dazed. Xiao Qingwu also realized she had lost her composure. She quickly wiped her tears and said, "I'm so sorry. I got too excited and got your clothes wet." "Oh, it's no trouble, Xiao Qingwu," Ye Fan said. "Ye Fan, since we've worked together once, I guess that makes us friends, right?" Seeing Ye Fan nod, Xiao Qingwu continued, "Ye Fan, could you please not call me Xiao Qingwu? It sounds so formal. From now on, just call me Xiaowu, okay?" Ye Fan found the nickname a bit too intimate and was about to refuse, but seeing the hopeful look in Xiao Qingwu's eyes, he relented. "Alright. Oh, by the way, Xiaowu, we're about to get some late-night snacks. Would you like to join us?" Yes. Sister Wu, I've heard so much about you. I'm Chen Feier. Your dance was just breathtaking. I'm so envious. Let's go together." Chen Feier had already guessed Xiao Qingwu's intentions and ran over to say this, mischievously causing trouble as usual. Chen Feier and Lin Waner also chimed in to persuade her. Hearing everyone's invitation, Xiao Qingwu nodded in agreement, sneaking a glance at Ye Fan. When she saw him looking back at her, she couldn't help but blush. "Let's go, brothers. I'll treat you all to some late-night snacks," Ye Fan said, nudging his still dazed friends. "Boss, we'd better not come along and be a third wheel. We'll catch you next time. But remember, you owe us a big meal?" Qi Yuan said with a hint of melancholy. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Ye Fan patted them on the shoulder and said, "All right, we'll head off then." With that, he quietly left the school with the 4 women. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala drew to a triumphant close, and everyone frantically searched for Ye Fan. News reporters clamored for an interview, but despite their exhaustive efforts, they couldn't find him anywhere. It wasn't until a backstage staff member revealed that Ye Fan had already left that the crowd dispersed in disappointment. Meanwhile, Ye Fan and the 4 young women sat quietly in a barbecue restaurant, savoring their skewers with relish, utterly unaware that the campus was in an uproar over his sudden disappearance. "Ye Fan, I'm so happy today. This has been the most joyful day in my 20 years of life. Thank you so much. Honestly, your piano playing was absolutely phenomenal. I truly yearn for the chance to collaborate with you again," Xiao Qingwu said with a smile while enjoying her barbecue. "Indeed, I feel the same. Xiaowu, your dancing was simply exquisite. I'm so glad to have met you as a friend, hee. Ye Fan replied with a chuckle. Chen Feier, upon hearing their exchange, said slyly, "You 2 prodigies should stop flattering each other. Honestly, we're green with envy." Giggle. Sigh, I regret not learning to dance as a child. I never knew dancing could be so flawless. Lin Waner said, taking a resentful bite of her chicken leg. But Xiaowu, how about you teach me from now on? Would that be okay? I want to learn too, me too. Chen Feier chimed in eagerly. Sure, no problem. But, alas, it's a pity. Xiao Qingwu let out a sigh and 2 crystal tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. She had suffered from a severe heart condition since childhood. Had it not been for her family's wealth and the expensive medications that sustained her, she might have withered away long ago. Every extra day she lived was a blessing. Perhaps one day. At the thought a wave of melancholy washed over her. Xiaowu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Ye Fan asked with concern upon seeing her tears. The other three women also looked at Xiao Qingwu with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminded of some sad memories, so I teared up. Xiao Qingwu quickly composed herself, replacing her tears with a gentle smile. I'm so sorry for worrying you all. Honestly, I've never had many friends, perhaps due to my own disposition. Or maybe it's just that meeting all of you today has made me so incredibly happy. Lin Waner gently patted Xiao Qingwu's delicate shoulder to comfort her. Xiaowu will all be your friends from now on, hee. The others nodded in agreement. Thank you all so much, Xiao Qingwu said gratefully, a resolute and unwavering light shining from her clear eyes. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was midnight. Seeing how late it had become, they all rose and left the barbecue restaurant. Xiaowu, it's getting late and the dormitory is probably locked by now. Why don't you stay at our place tonight? What do you think? Ye Fan suggested. Yes. Sister Wu, I sleep alone every night and it's so boring. Come sleep with me? Chen Cece hopped up and down excitedly. But. Xiao Qingwu hesitated, yet she was reluctant to part from Ye Fan and the others. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? No trouble at all. We'd be delighted to have you. Xiaowu, please don't be so formal with us. From now on, let's treat each other like sisters, all right? Chen Feier said with a smile. Xiao Qingwu nodded repeatedly, holding back her tears, and threw herself into Chen Feier's arms, sobbing, Thank you, sister. I'm so happy. All right. Xiaowu, since I'm a few years older than you, you can call me brother, just like Cece does, okay? Ye Fan stepped forward and said. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Xiao Qingwu's eyes. But she reasoned that she didn't have much time left anyway. Calling him brother was better than having nothing at all. At least it would leave her with beautiful memories in her final chapter of life. She nodded and said, Thank you, brother. Everyone happily piled into the car and Ye Fan drove off towards the Shushan Villa district. Along the way the women chattered incessantly. Ye Fan couldn't be bothered to join their conversation and simply focused on driving. The car soon came to a stop at the villa's entrance. Everyone got out and the women playfully scurried towards the house, leaving Ye Fan shaking his head with a wry smile. Late at night, after a passionate interlude, Ye Fan and Chen Feier lay quietly in bed. Honey, have you noticed that Xiaowu seems to carry some heavy burden in her heart? Chen Feier murmured with her eyes half closed. Yes, I noticed that early on. But since Xiaowu doesn't want to talk about it, there's no way for us to know what's troubling her, Ye Fan said with a sigh. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. Anyway, it's late. Honey, let's get some sleep. Chen Feier curled up and nestled into Ye Fan's embrace. Ye Fan's mind drifted to recent events. He had a feeling that he would be extremely busy in the days ahead and wouldn't have time to attend to the group's affairs. Feier, would you be interested in becoming the CEO of the Yanhuang Group? As Chen Feier was finding the most comfortable position to sleep, she was startled by Ye Fan's question and sprang up from the bed in shock. What? Honey, you want me to be the CEO of the Yanhuang Group? Yes, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Honestly, I have two reasons for this decision. First, since our relationship is out in the open, it's no longer appropriate for you to stay at the school. Second, I'll likely have other matters to attend to soon and won't have time to manage the group. Besides, I've looked into it. You majored in finance, so I'm confident you'll handle it without much trouble. But, that's such a huge corporation. How could I possibly manage it? Honey, you. Before Chen Feier could finish, Ye Fan gently stroked her hair and said, Feier, don't worry about these things. Honestly, the group is already on the right track. There's not much to do, just sign a few documents here and there. Besides, I've already spoken with Lin Feng and Feng Shui. They'll assist you in any matters that arise. After hearing Ye Fan's words, the heavy weight in Chen Feier's heart finally lifted. She murmured softly, All right, honey, I agree. I'll resign tomorrow and head to the Yanhuang Group. But honey, are you planning to leave us? Where are you going? Ye Fan forced a bitter smile and said, Feier, I'm not leaving you all. I just have some important matters to attend to in the near future. Honey, go ahead and do what you need to do. Feier will take good care of the group's affairs for you. But no matter what you're doing, we don't want anything bad to happen to you. Silly, nothing will happen to me. Don't worry, hee. I've come to realize that only by gaining greater power can I better protect all of you. Alright, my dear, let's get some sleep. Thank you, honey. Good night, honey. Good night. In the adjacent room, Xiao Qingwu lay quietly in bed watching Chen Cixi sleeping soundly beside her, yet she herself could not fall asleep. Her mind kept drifting to Ye Fan's every smile and frown, the elegance he displayed while playing the piano. Remembering that she would soon leave this world and the man she loved, her eyes grew moist. It was a sleepless night. The next day, after escorting the young women to school, Ye Fan walked alone toward the dormitory. Along the way, many people greeted him and some girls boldly approached to express their affection without hesitation. Unable to endure the relentless attention, Ye Fan broke into a sprint and dashed all the way back to his dorm. Finally, after overcoming countless obstacles, a weary Ye Fan pushed open the dormitory door. Seeing his disheveled state, his three roommates burst into laughter. Boss, enjoying the perks of fame, are we? Ye Fan smiled wryly at their smug faces. Sigh, if I'd known this would happen, I never would have joined that talent show. I'm regretting it with every fiber of my being. Tisk, you say you're crying without tears, but who knows what's really in your heart? Maybe you're secretly thrilled. Do you know most of the girls on campus want to be your girlfriend now? Xiao Fei said with a hint of envy, but then his tone shifted. Still, boss, you're bound to have plenty of trouble ahead. You've made yourself the enemy of every guy on campus. May fortune favor you. Heavens! I'm innocent. It was you guys who forced me into that boring event. Ye Fan cried out to the sky. Boss, come quick. Someone's challenging you to a duel. Chen Liang, who was at the computer, suddenly shouted. Everyone crowded around to see who dared to challenge their boss. Good heavens, they all exclaimed. 1, 2, 3. A full 10 challengers? And every single one of them was a prominent figure on campus. Among them, the most renowned were Lu Ming, president of the Taekwondo Club, Lu Zhong, president of the Judo Association, and Chen Debao, president of the Martial Arts Club. Dubbed the three heroes of North University, their martial arts skills were top-notch and their family backgrounds were equally impressive. Few on campus dared to cross them. It was common knowledge that Lu Ming and Chen Debao were pursuing Xiao Qingwu while Lu Zhong was courting Chen Cixi. Many who had previously shown interest in the young women had been beaten so severely they ended up with broken limbs. Yet they dared not voice their grievances, settling for meager compensation for medical expenses. Someone had witnessed Ye Fan's intimate interactions with the women the previous day and spread the word. Upon hearing this, the trio flew into a rage, vowing to teach this arrogant pretty boy a lesson. They promptly issued a challenge to Ye Fan on the campus network. Boss, what are you going to do? Will you accept their challenge? Qi Yuan asked. Ye Fan walked over, glanced at the screen and said dismissively, boring. This young master has no time for such pointless games. Let them do as they please. It's none of my concern. But boss, if you don't accept, you'll become a laughingstock on campus. If you do accept, those guys are not only skilled fighters but also come from powerful families. It's a lose-lose situation, Xiao Fei said, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, how troublesome. Ye Fan shook his head. Looks like I have no choice but to deal with them. Lao Er, what times are they proposing? Chen Liang read out the times one by one. Ye Fan frowned slightly, realizing he didn't have time for 10 separate duels. He said, Lao Er, contact all 10 of them. Tell them to come to the basketball court in the gymnasium at 2 p.m. today. They can come all at once. I accept their challenge. What? Boss, have you lost your mind? All three of them exclaimed. Your boss here has unmatched skills. A few flies like them are nothing. Lao Er, just do as I say. Ye Fan said with a look of utter disdain. Boss, I know you're strong, but they're not pushovers either, Shen Liang said. But then he reconsidered, trusting his boss's judgment. Alright boss, if things go south we three will stand with you through thick and thin. Qi Yuan and Zhao Fei nodded in agreement, their faces set with resolve. Ye Fan, visibly moved, patted each of them on the shoulder. You three are my brothers for life. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. 4 pairs of hands clasped tightly together, their bond conveyed through silent understanding. Sometimes the bond between men requires no words, just a look or a promise. News that Ye Fan would challenge 10 opponents at the gymnasium basketball court at 2 p.m. spread like wildfire across campus, causing a stir throughout the entire university. Lin Waner and the other 2 girls were not worried in the slightest, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. However, Xiaoqing Wu and Mu Tong were deeply concerned, unaware of Ye Fan's true abilities. Soon Ye Fan received a call from Xiaoqing Wu, her anxiety palpable through the phone. He reassured her patiently for a long time, offering every possible guarantee until she finally agreed to hang up, insisting on accompanying him to the gymnasium. Ye Fan had no choice but to accept. Otherwise, who knew how she'd react? When Lu Ming and the others heard the news, they laughed until their stomachs hurt, thinking that this fool truly had a death wish. They were determined to humiliate him in front of the entire school. By 2 p.m., the gymnasium basketball court was packed. Everyone was predicting the outcome, and unanimously they believed Ye Fan would suffer a crushing defeat. After all, Lu Ming and his crew's fearsome reputations were deeply ingrained. Many secretly prayed for Ye Fan. Looks like the coward isn't showing up, Lu Ming sneered as 2 p.m. came and went. Yeah, his cronies echoed with laughter. Brother Lu, you're so formidable, that pretty boy Ye Fan is probably scared out of his wits, one sycophant flattered. The others chimed in with agreement. As Ye Fan was about to enter the gymnasium with Xiaoqing Wu, Lin Waner, Chen Feier and his 3 roommates, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared before him. Ye Fan looked closely and his heart nearly stopped. It was the girl whose chest he had accidentally touched on campus that day. He turned to flee, but the beautiful girl shouted, Ye Fan, don't you run. You think you can just... MMPH. Hearing this brainless beauty about to blurt out that embarrassing incident, Ye Fan rushed back and clamped his hand over her mouth. My dear young lady, I beg you, please don't say anything. Everyone around was baffled by the scene, scratching their heads and looking at the pair with confusion. Only after receiving the girl's assurance did Ye Fan release his hand. Mu Tong let out a long breath and cast a reproachful glance at Ye Fan. Ye Fan, you idiot! Are you trying to suffocate me? How could I ever do such a thing? As long as you don't bring up what happened that day, I'll agree to any condition you ask. What do you say? Ye Fan said pitifully, his face full of grievance. That's not impossible. As long as you don't run away the moment you see me, I won't say a word. Hey, you little rascal, don't think you can escape from Mu Tong's grasp. Giggling softly, Mu Tong felt immense delight at seeing Ye Fan's look of utter misery. Mu Tong is another campus belle? Oh heavens! With 3 consecutive thuds, Chen Liang and his 2 companions, foaming at the mouth, collapsed directly onto the ground in a dead faint. Ye Fan, can you really handle this? Challenging all 10 of them alone? If you're not sure, maybe you shouldn't go. Mu Tong tugged at Ye Fan's clothes, completely ignoring the stares from the other 3 girls beside them. Ye Fan turned his head to look at the girls and said, I'm a man. Don't you know that a man hates being told he can't do something? Let's go. The guys inside must be getting impatient. Seeing that Ye Fan could still crack jokes right before a major confrontation, the girls couldn't help but burst out laughing. They watched him stride inside, then quickly followed in his wake. As they entered the gymnasium's basketball court, the previously noisy venue fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. 4 of the school's 8 renowned campus beauties had arrived, all obediently trailing behind Ye Fan. Feeling the murderous intent projected from the eyes of every man present, Ye Fan inwardly cried out in injustice. Sometimes having too many beautiful women around was indeed a big trouble. Lu Ming and his group saw Xiao Qingwu and the others arrive and rushed over, completely ignoring Ye Fan calling out, "War!" and "Sisi" with fawning enthusiasm. But the next scene left every man present utterly dumbfounded. The four girls exchanged smiles and said in unison, "Sorry, our boyfriend is Ye Fan. Please don't bother us anymore." After saying this, the four girls nestled close to Ye Fan. Throughout the gymnasium, the sound of bodies hitting the floor echoed repeatedly, interspersed with startled cries from women, "Hey, you fell on me. Pervert." Ye Fan's legs also felt weak. He wasn't surprised that Lin Waner and Chen Feier had said this, but he never expected Xiao Qingwu and Tong to do the same. Breaking into a cold sweat, he nearly collapsed. The four girls quickly steadied him, each one calling out, Xiao Fan, what's wrong?" The girls' expressions further inflamed the crowd of onlookers, whose eyes showed envy, jealousy, despair, and pain, all while glaring at Ye Fan with unprecedented ferocity. They wished they could tear him limb from limb. Ye Fan forced a bitter smile and said, "You've all doomed me." The four girls cast him resentful glances upon hearing his words. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ming shouted, "Ye Fan! How dare you steal our women? You must be tired of living." Ye Fan stood up. Xiao Qingwu and Tong, feeling worried, stepped forward to stop him. Lin Waner and Chen Feier immediately pulled them back, grinning mischievously, "Our boyfriend is incredibly capable. Don't worry about him." That remark made the two girls blush deeply. Though they wanted to deny it, they knew in their hearts that they truly liked Ye Fan, so they fell silent. Ye Fan walked over to Lu Ming and his group and said indifferently, "Oh, is that so? All 10 of you should come at once. My time is precious, I don't have time to waste on your nonsense here." His words caused an uproar throughout the venue. The girls shouted loudly, "Ye Fan, you're so handsome. I love you to death. Ye Fan, you're so dominant," and similar exclamations. The entire basketball court was filled with Ye Fan's name. Lu Ming and the others sneered, "You're too arrogant, kid. Do you think you're worthy of having all 10 of us attack you at once?" Lu Ming turned to a lackey behind him and said, "Huang He, go up there and take that brat apart." "All right, brother Lu. Let me loosen up this pretty boy's bones for him." But before he could finish his sentence, a miserable scream rang out. Without anyone seeing Ye Fan move, Huang He was sent flying backward, crashing several meters away and wailing in pain. Everyone was horrified. He moved so fast. They were all frozen in shock. Seeing Ye Fan effortlessly take down one of them, the four girls jumped for joy, cheering, "Ye Fan, go!" Ye Fan said disdainfully, "Come on, guys. I don't have time to waste here. I still need to take my girlfriends shopping later." Hearing Ye Fan's words, the four girls blushed with embarrassment and couldn't help but cast him flirtatious glances. Enraged by this, Lu Ming and his men exchanged glances and charged at Ye Fan together. Seeing their clumsy attacks, Ye Fan smiled contemptuously. With a flicker of movement, they all missed. Before they could even react, they sensed something was terribly wrong as a series of agonizing screams erupted. All 10 of them lay on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised, wailing in pain, beaten so badly they were unrecognizable even to their own parents. The entire crowd was stunned, frozen in place. Seeing Ye Fan effortlessly defeat all 10, the four girls rushed to his side, jumping up and down, their eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly dazzling him. Before anyone could snap out of it, Ye Fan grabbed the four girls and swiftly fled the basketball court. Reaching a secluded spot on campus, Ye Fan stopped and said to the girls, "You've really gotten me into trouble. How am I supposed to show my face around school now? I need to leave campus right away. It's not that I'm afraid of trouble, but too much of it is overwhelming. You all go about your business. Hey, bye-bye." With that, Ye Fan tried to make a quick getaway. "Ye Fan, you stop right there. Do you think you can just touch?" Tong's words were cut off as a large hand clamped over her mouth. Ye Fan had somehow reappeared beside the girls, his hands covering Tong's mouth. "My dear young lady, I beg you. I'll do whatever you say, all right?" "Hey, that's more like it," Tong said slyly. Curious, the other 3 girls asked, "Tong, why does Ye Fan get so nervous whenever you mention that?" "Oh, I get it. Tong, did Ye Fan touch you somewhere?" Sensitive. Lin Waner said with sudden realization. Sister Ye Fan touched my. Tong started to say, but Ye Fan quickly interrupted, no, it's nothing. There's really nothing between Tong and me. How about this, ladies, let me treat you to a nice meal. What do you say? Ye Fan shot Tong a fierce glare as he spoke. He sighed inwardly, thinking she was truly a ditzy girl, though rather endearing nonetheless. Feeling unnerved by Ye Fan's glare, Tong stuck out her tongue and said, why are you so fierce? I've already made up my mind, I'm going to marry you in this life, hee. You can't bully me anymore. Ye Fan was about to lose his mind over this little girl, but he couldn't get angry. He forced a wry smile and stammered, well, this. Oh right, Tong, about that incident last time, it was purely an accident. I can agree to any other request but this one. Ye Fan couldn't find the right words, so he steeled himself and said, Tong. Don't call me Tong. Call me Xiao Tong. Tong interrupted to correct him. Oh Tong, I mean Xiao Tong. Look, I already have 2 girlfriends. You're young and beautiful with plenty of admirers. Please don't add to my troubles, alright? Ye Fan said humbly. At this moment there was nothing left of his usual demeanor as the chairman of the Yanhuang Group. If his employees ever saw him like this, they'd laugh their heads off. Ye Fan never expected Tong's words to leave him completely speechless. It's fine. I know you have 2 girlfriends. Since you already have 2, what's one more? I don't mind, so why are you panicking? Tong said with a smile. Suddenly her tone shifted, her eyes welling up with tears as she put on a pitiful act, stomping her foot and sobbing, you've already done that to me and now you want to just walk away. You're nothing but a heartless scoundrel. You big pervert. What? The girls were all stunned by Tong's words. Chen Feier blurted out thoughtlessly, bro, you didn't already do it with Xiao Tong, did you? Ye Fan was about to lose his mind, but he held his temper and said, no, it's not what you're imagining. Then what is it, hubby? Lin Waner pressed on with a teasing smile. Oh heavens! Ye Fan roared towards the sky. Fine, I'll just tell you everything. If I keep this up, I'll go insane. Ye Fan then recounted the whole story of what happened with Tong. What? Bro, you touched Xiao Tong's little breasts and even squeezed them. Chen Feier exclaimed in shock, sticking out her tongue. She patted her chest lightly and continued, bro, you really need to take responsibility for Xiao Tong. You can't ruin the glorious image we have of you by becoming a heartless man. No, look, it was an accident. Ye Fan never expected Chen Feier to say such a thing. He quickly said, Feier, aren't you afraid your sister will get angry? No, bro. My sister is a very forgiving person. Chen Feier said carelessly. Lin Waner also blinked and said, hubby, this really is your fault. You really do need to take responsibility for Xiao Tong, hee. Ye Fan knew he couldn't clear his name no matter what. He sighed helplessly and said, Xiao Tong, what do you want me to do? Tong blinked her beautiful big eyes cunningly, seeing her scheme succeed. She put on a lovesick expression and said, hubby, Xiao Tong is yours in life and yours in death. Starting today, I'm moving in with you. Ye Fan had no idea how to deal with these girls anymore. He waved his hand in defeat and said, fine, do whatever you want. Come on, I'll take you all home. Xiao, will you come along too? Hearing this, the 4 girls jumped up with a cheer and happily followed Ye Fan out of the school. Ye Fan drove home with the 4 women. As soon as they entered the house, Tong ran over, clung to Ye Fan's arm and coquettishly said, honey, I didn't expect you to be so refined living in such a big villa. Hee, it seems my judgment is really good. Xiao Tong, I beg you, please call me brother from now on. Don't keep calling me honey. I'm a married man, Ye Fan said helplessly. But the moment Ye Fan finished speaking, the little girl's face changed like July weather. What was clear skies a moment ago suddenly became overcast. As the saying goes, men fear women's tears the most. Even if you're a hard-hearted man, when a woman cries you immediately become flustered. Ye Fan was no exception. Seeing a storm about to break, he panicked and decided to compromise, saying in a wrong tone, "All right, Xiao Tong, please don't cry. Call me whatever you want, okay?" After saying this, Ye Fan felt like he was about to cry himself. Seeing Ye Fan give in, Mu Tong immediately wiped her tears and instantly regained her lively, radiant demeanor. Ye Fan thought to himself, if Mu Tong doesn't become an actress, it's a huge loss for the entertainment industry. If I ever meet a director, I should recommend her. After all, isn't it all about proper resource utilization these days? Can't let talent go to waste. Hee hee. Oh, Sister Waner, Sister CC, your rings are so beautiful. Mu Tong's big pretty eyes noticed the diamond rings on Lin Waner and Chen CC's hands, and she immediately bounced over to them. Xiao Qinghu also walked over, her eyes filled with envy. Lin Waner proudly showed off her ring in front of the two women, her vanity greatly satisfied. Then with a sly smile she pointed at Ye Fan and said, "Xiao Tong, this was bought by our husband. If you like it, go ask him." Hee hee. Ye Fan's head throbbed upon hearing Lin Waner's words. As expected, Mu Tong quickly ran to his side, hugged his arm and rubbed her rather well-developed chest against it, relentlessly pouting and pleading, "Honey, you're being unfair. You have to buy one for me and Sister Wu too, okay honey?" Xiao Qinghu blushed at Mu Tong's words but secretly hoped Ye Fan would agree. Ye Fan was getting flustered by Mu Tong's antics, so he shot Lin Waner a glare, causing her to tremble. "Oh no, he'll definitely make me pay for this tonight," she thought, and immediately put on a pitiful expression, hoping for his forgiveness. Looking at the persistent Mu Tong, Ye Fan had no choice but to compromise again. If he didn't agree, who knows what tricks this little girl would pull next. So with a grimace he said, "Fine, my little princess, I'll agree. Tomorrow I'll buy one for you and one for Xiao Wu. Is that all right?" At the same time he sighed inwardly, when will this ever end? Yay! Mu Tong cheered, jumping up in triumph. She wiggled her cute little bottom, gave Ye Fan a peck on the cheek, and then bounced back to the other women to boast about her success. At that moment Chen Feier returned, carrying a large bag of groceries. As soon as Chen Feier entered the living room, she noticed an unfamiliar young beauty and looked at Ye Fan questioningly. "Honey, who is this young lady?" "Oh Feier, you're back. She's a classmate from our school," Ye Fan said casually. Mu Tong shot Ye Fan a fierce glare at his dismissive reply, which sent a chill down his spine. Then she ran over to Chen Feier and with a honeyed tongue said, "Oh, you must be Sister Feier. I'm Mu Tong. You can call me Xiao Tong. I'm Ye Fan's little wife." "Little wife?" Chen Feier was a bit surprised, but then smiled at Ye Fan. "Honey, your charm is just too much. It's only been half a day and you've already got another little wife." I. Ye Fan wanted to say he was innocent, but the words wouldn't come out. Besides, would anyone even believe him? He felt as if he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Ye Fan felt more wronged than doughy, his face a picture of utter misery. Chen Feier looked at the cute little girl before her. How does hubby manage to pick such pretty girls?" She smiled and took Mu Tong's hand. "Xiao Tong, on behalf of our family, I welcome you to our big family." "Thank you, Sister Feier." Mu Tong made a playful face and then started giggling and playing around with the other women. Ye Fan nearly fell over hearing their exchange. He thought, I can't afford to offend them, but can't I just avoid them? So feeling guilty, he scurried over to Chen Feier, took the groceries from her hands and said with a fawning smile, "Honey, you've worked hard. Go and play with them. I'll cook." "Huh? Honey, can you actually cook?" Chen Feier asked doubtfully. The other women also looked at him with skepticism. Ye Fan glanced at Chen Feier, then leaned in and whispered, "Don't you know if I'm capable or not? If you're unsure, we can test it out tonight, ha ha ha." His words made Chen Feier blush deeply. Without giving her a chance to react, Ye Fan scurried off into the kitchen, leaving the girls gathered around Chen Feier, bombarding her with questions about what Ye Fan had said. Because his master had been a foodie, Ye Fan had honed excellent culinary skills from a young age to a level that could be called divine. Almost all the signature dishes at the Yanhuang Hotel were personally created by Ye Fan. As soon as he entered the kitchen, a young beauty ran over and said, "Brother, do you need my help?" She made a move as if to start helping. Ye Fan turned around and smiled. Wu, go play with your sisters. Brother will be done in a moment, hee. Okay, brother. I'll go out then. With that, Xiaoqing ran off. Ye Fan watched the endearing girl and felt a surge of affection inexplicably arise in his heart. Sigh, why am I becoming so fickle? Ye Fan silently scolded himself. I need to be more careful from now on. Ye Fan quickly washed and chopped all the vegetables. Then he started stir-frying. In less than an hour he had prepared 6 dishes and a soup: Beijing-style sauce fried pork fish with vinegar and pepper, stir-fried chicken shreds, mushu pork, lotus root slices with cucumber, celery with lily, and meatball soup with Tianjin greens. The dishes were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. It seemed his culinary skills hadn't rusted despite not cooking for years. Ye Fan brought all the dishes to the dining table and called the women to eat. Soon the women were drawn over by the rich aroma. Seeing the beautifully presented dishes on the table, the women completely forgot their manners. With a collective cry they pounced on the food, picking up their chopsticks and devouring everything. Between mouthfuls they showered praise upon the meal. In no time all the dishes on the table had vanished into their stomachs. The women leaned back in their chairs, patting their bellies and letting out satisfied burps, looking utterly content. Ye Fan stared in disbelief at the scene, noticing not a single shred of vegetable left in the dishes. He said in a wrong tone, "Ladies, I haven't eaten yet." Ah! The women suddenly realized Ye Fan hadn't eaten and felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaoqing especially blushed with shame. She walked over gently and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, your cooking was just too delicious. How about I make you something?" The other women also looked at him apologetically. Ye Fan said helplessly, "Forget it. You all go have fun. I'll just boil some noodles for myself." Ye Fan hastily filled his stomach with some odds and ends, then went to the living room. Seeing the women chatting, he sat down on the sofa. He picked up the remote control and started watching TV. No sooner had he settled in than the women gathered around him, chattering incessantly. Chen Feier spoke first. "Brother, your cooking is amazing. You're a god of culinary arts. I just love you so much." Yes, honey. You're so incredible. I think I can't live without you now, hee. Tong chimed in, making a face that showed she was savoring the memory of the meal. Ye Fan felt like giving her a few smacks on her cute bottom. Stop. Tong, don't call me honey anymore. Since the next day was the weekend, at Chen Feier's suggestion, Chen Feier, Lin Waner, and Tong set up a mahjong game. This left Ye Fan and Xiaoqing alone. "Wu, why aren't you playing?" Ye Fan asked, smiling at Xiaoqing beside him. Xiaoqing said softly, "I'm not interested in that. I want to talk with you, brother. Brother, can we go outside and look at the moon?" Ye Fan gently stroked Xiaoqing hair and said indulgently, "All right, brother will accompany my wooer to look at the moon." With that, Ye Fan took Xiaoqing delicate hand and led her outside. Her hand was soft and boneless, it felt wonderful to hold. Ye Fan marveled as they walked. Xiaoqing felt a bit shy when Ye Fan held her hand, but she obediently followed him up to the rooftop. Ye Fan smiled, "Wu, go play with your sisters. Brother will be done in a moment, hee. Okay, brother. I'll go out then." With that, Xiaoqing ran off. Ye Fan watched the endearing girl and felt a surge of affection inexplicably arise in his heart. The two of them arrived at the rooftop and found a spot to sit down. Gazing at the round luminous moon, Xiaoqing gently rested her head on Ye Fan's shoulder and whispered, "Brother, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight." "Yes, it is," Ye Fan replied, glancing up at the sky. "Brother, you play the piano so beautifully. Where did you learn?" Xiaoqing asked curiously. "Oh, I studied for a few years in England under a renowned pianist, Graham Scott." "Graham Scott? Yes, he's a very famous pianist. I admire him too. No wonder you play so well, brother, hee. The two chatted on one topic after another. "Wu, are you cold?" Ye Fan noticed Xiaoqing hugging her arms, so he took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. Xiaoqing gave Ye Fan a grateful look, then pulled the coat tighter around herself. A fresh masculine scent. She couldn't help but inhale deeply, feeling intoxicated. Her gaze then drifted towards the distant starry sky. The two sat in silence, neither speaking a word. After a long while, tears streaming down her face, Xiao Qingwu asked, "Brother, if I were gone one day, would you still miss me?" Slightly taken aback, Ye Fan looked at her and said, "Wu, what's wrong? Why are you crying again?" He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. "Brother, I'm fine. Just answer me, okay?" Xiao Qingwu looked at him with pleading eyes. After a moment of thought, Ye Fan said with deep affection, "Wu, no matter where you are, you will always be my most beloved sister. There will always be a place for you in my heart." "Sister." Xiao Qingwu murmured to herself, a wave of bitterness welling up inside. Perhaps with the little time she had left, being Ye Fan's sister was all she could ever be. Yet deep down she yearned to be his wife, to walk down the aisle with him, and to have many, many children. To grow old together, or even just to stay by his side for a lifetime, would have been a dream come true. But alas, fate was cruel. There was no time left to fulfill her wishes. Tears flowed silently as Xiao Qingwu felt her heart shatter into pieces. "Brother, could you kiss me?" she asked, suddenly, a hint of sorrow in her voice. This. Ye Fan hesitated, never expecting such a request from her. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Qingwu's heart ached. Could even this small wish go unfulfilled? A sudden frenzy overtook her as she threw herself onto Ye Fan, pressing her warm lips fiercely against his, kissing him with a desperate passion, as if pouring all her love into that single act. Ye Fan never imagined this fragile girl could harbor such fiery emotions. He gently pushed her away, saying, "Wu, we can't do this. I already have girlfriends, more than one. I already feel guilty towards them. For years I've wished for a sister, and your arrival fulfilled that dream. I hope you can understand my predicament, okay?" Tears streaming down her face, Xiao Qingwu suppressed the burning emotions within her and said softly, "Brother, I know. I won't pester you. Perhaps soon I'll go to a distant place and we may never see each other again. Brother, can't you grant me this one small wish?" "Wu, what's the matter? Is something troubling you? Tell me and I'll do my best to help." Sensing something amiss, Ye Fan gently embraced her and asked with concern. Looking at the man who made her heart ache with love, Xiao Qingwu forced a bitter smile and said, "Brother, I'm fine. In a while I'll be going abroad with my parents to a very distant country. Perhaps I'll never return." Xiao Qingwu had wanted to tell Ye Fan the truth, but fearing it would break his heart, she suppressed her own pain and told a white lie instead. This very lie would nearly separate them forever, but that is a story for another time. "Oh, I see. Which country are you heading to, Wu? I can visit you often." Ye Fan's mood dampened at the news of her departure, and his brow furrowed slightly. Gently caressing Ye Fan's face, looking at him like a devoted wife, Xiao Qingwu said, "I don't know which country yet. My parents haven't told me. When do you plan to leave?" "I'll see you off. I'll let you know when it's time," Xiao Qingwu said with a bitter taste in her mouth. "All right, Wu, it's getting late and chilly out here. Let's head inside and get some rest," Ye Fan said with concern. Xiao Qingwu longed to stay on the rooftop with Ye Fan a while longer, but she nodded and said, "Okay, brother." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The night breeze whispered, the moonlight was like water, and the curtains swayed gently in the wind. Xiao Qingwu sat alone by the window, gazing at the solitary moon in the sky, her face streaked with tears. Earlier that day, Xiao Qingwu had received a call from her mother. Her illness had worsened, and her mother had called no fewer than 5 times, urging her to come home. Xiao Qingwu sighed inwardly. Perhaps this is my fate. I had hoped to stay a few more days, but remaining here only brings more sorrow. It's better to head back early. What must be faced will be faced. At least I can spend some time with my parents before it's too late, and not have lived in vain." Having made up her mind and seeing dawn approaching, Xiao Qingwu decided to leave a letter for her brothers and sisters before slipping away quietly to spare them the grief. Though she hadn't known them long, she already considered Ye Fan and the others as her own family. She went to the desk, spread out a sheet of letter paper, and wrote her farewell through her tears. Then, unable to contain herself, she sobbed softly onto the desk, her shoulders trembling. As the first light of dawn began to break, Xiao Qingwu packed her belongings, crept downstairs, and cast one last lingering look at Ye Fan's room. She carefully opened the door and with tears in her eyes ran off resolutely. Hailing a taxi on the road, she headed straight for the airport. At 6 in the morning, Ye Fan's years of habit roused him from sleep. Gently moving Lin Waner's arm from his body, he got up, dressed, washed up, and went downstairs. Opening the door, he stepped out for his morning exercise. About half an hour later, Ye Fan returned drenched in sweat. He rushed into the bathroom for a cold shower. As he was about to prepare breakfast, a purple-red letter on the table caught his eye. He walked over, picked up the letter, and unfolded it. Elegant handwriting appeared before his eyes. Brothers and sisters, please forgive Wu for leaving without saying goodbye. It's only because I was afraid I couldn't bear to leave you all that I resorted to this. I hope you can understand. Brother, by the time you read this letter, I'll already be gone. Please don't come looking for me. Perhaps we will never meet again. No matter where I am, I will always think of you and the sisters. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days and for giving me such wonderful memories. I sincerely wish you all eternal happiness. With love, Wu. At that moment, on a flight bound for Nanjing, a girl was sobbing painfully against the window while a flight attendant patiently tried to comfort her. Ye Fan stared at the crumpled letter in his hand. It was clear that Wu had shed tears while writing it. It was evident how much pain she had been in. Ye Fan suddenly rushed upstairs like a madman and flung open Wu's door. The room was spotless, the quilt neatly folded. She was already gone. Dazed, Ye Fan walked out of the room and accidentally tumbled down the stairs. The thumping sound startled the women, who rushed out and gasped at the sight of him falling. They hurried to his side, checking him over frantically. Chen Feier, terrified by his vacant expression, cried out, "Honey, honey, what's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me." The others joined in weeping. "Wu is gone," Ye Fan said, his eyes hollow and his spirit utterly drained. "What?" The women were shocked. Seeing the letter in his hand, they quickly took it and began to read. As they read, tears streamed down their faces. When they finished, they could no longer hold back and embraced each other, sobbing. Over the past few days, Xiao Qingwu's kindness and vivacity had won them all over. They never expected she would leave like this. I finally understand what Wu meant by what she said to me last night, Ye Fan suddenly said, his voice devoid of emotion. Ah, I was such a fool. Wu was so innocent and I hurt her so cruelly. Honey, are you okay? What exactly did Wu say last night? Lin Waner asked quickly. With tears in his eyes, Ye Fan said, she said, "Brother, if one day I'm not here, would you miss me?" Honey, we could all see that Wu loved you deeply, and she must have been carrying a heavy burden. She kept things from us, so she must have had her reasons. But now she's left so suddenly. I hope she'll be alright. I know. Actually, last night she hinted at her feelings for me, but I ruthlessly rejected her. She must be heartbroken. I hurt her. Wu is such a kind girl. I truly couldn't bear it. Ye Fan's emotions grew more intense as he spoke, his body trembling slightly and his face turning pale. The women were terrified. Chen Feier held him tightly and whispered, "Honey, Wu will be fine. She'll understand. Don't be so sad." After a long while, Ye Fan regained his composure and said calmly, "Feier, you all go have breakfast. I want to be alone for a bit." With that, he turned and walked into his study, closing the door behind him. "Sister, is Honey okay?" "I'm so scared," Lin Waner said, clinging to Chen Feier. Chen Feier gently hugged her and sighed. "Honey is just too soft-hearted. He can't bear to hurt anyone around him." "Waner, do you remember the night you confessed your feelings to him? He went to a bar alone and drank himself into oblivion. Sigh, perhaps that's his only weakness. I just hope he can get through this on his own, and I hope Wu will be safe." Chen Sisi and Mu Tong also came over, embracing each other and crying softly. Ye Fan's earlier state had truly frightened them. Ye Fan sat alone in the study, chain-smoking, his brow deeply furrowed. For 2 whole days he never left the room. At dusk Ye Fan watched the setting sun in the west and let out a long breath. He thought to himself that he should find something to occupy his time. Perhaps staying busy was a good thing, at least it could help him forget many painful memories. He considered Grandpa Lin's earlier suggestion, realizing that perhaps with greater power he could better protect those he loved from harm. Just then Ye Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Xiao Fan, it's Grandpa. You haven't come to visit me these past few days. I've been missing you terribly," Chairman Hu said with a smile. Hearing it was his adoptive grandfather, Ye Fan forced a smile and said, "Grandpa, I've missed you too. How's your health?" "Good, I'm in great shape. But there's something I'd like to discuss with you in person. Can you come to my place tomorrow at 8 a.m.? Ye Fan thought, "Speak of the devil," and replied, "All right, Grandpa, see you tomorrow." "Okay, see you then." Hanging up, Ye Fan walked out of the study. The women were shocked by his appearance, bloodshot eyes, haggard face, stubble, and disheveled hair. They barely recognized him and rushed over saying, "Honey, are you okay?" The 4 women had been waiting outside for 2 days, worried sick. Seeing him finally emerge, they hurried over with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry. I'm going out for a walk alone. You all stay home." After reassuring them, Ye Fan turned and left the house. At 10 o'clock at night, after wandering the streets for hours and feeling a bit better, Ye Fan was heading home. As he passed the Lugo New Bridge over the Yongding River, he suddenly heard a plop behind him, as if something had fallen into the water. With his exceptionally quick reflexes and sharp eyesight, aided by the dim light of the street lamps on the bridge, Ye Fan keenly noticed that it seemed like a person had fallen into the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a perfect dive off the bridge. The river in late autumn had a thin layer of ice on the surface, and the water was bitingly cold. Ye Fan quickly channeled some inner energy to ward off the chill. After searching and groping in the water for a while, Ye Fan finally found the person who had fallen in. Upon closer look, it turned out to be a middle-aged woman. The woman had swallowed a large amount of river water and had passed out. Seeing the urgency, Ye Fan quickly brought her to shore as fast as he could. Once on the bank, he laid her flat on the ground and performed a series of emergency rescue measures. Finally, he channeled a wisp of inner energy into her body. Thanks to his timely rescue, the woman soon began to regain consciousness. The woman was shivering from the cold of her ordeal. Knowing she must be freezing, Ye Fan quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her. When the woman opened her eyes and saw she was still alive in this world, she despised. A tear rolled down her cheek. She remained silent. Ye Fan had no choice but to hail a taxi and take her home. When they got home, Chen Feier and the others saw Ye Fan carrying a middle-aged woman, both of them soaking wet as if they'd just been pulled from the water. They rushed out in a panic. "Honey, what happened? What's going on? Who is this ant?" A flurry of questions spilled from their mouths as they watched him anxiously. "Feier, find some clothes for this ant to change into. Wanna run a hot bath? You all help her soak in it later," Ye Fan instructed without answering their questions. The women hurried off to prepare. After a flurry of activity, Ye Fan changed into dry clothes, and the middle-aged woman, now in fresh attire, sat on the living room sofa attended to by the women. The woman seemed dazed. No matter what Ye Fan or the others asked, she didn't utter a single word. They were at a loss. "Honey, what exactly happened?" Chen Feier asked, a hint of anxiety in her expression. Ye Fan composed himself and said, "Well, on my way home." He recounted the entire chain of events in detail, and the women finally understood. Since the woman wouldn't speak, they had no idea if she had any family, so they let her stay. Ye Fan asked Feng Bing to come and take care of her. The night passed without incident. The next day, Ye Fan called Xiao Fei to ask him to request leave on his behalf. Xiao Fei complained bitterly over the phone. It turned out that during Ye Fan's absence, his 3 roommates had been suffering. The dormitory phone had been ringing off the hook all day with every call for Ye Fan from female students. The 3 of them had been transformed into telephone operators. Just in the past few days, the 3 of them had received so many love letters for Ye Fan that their hands had gone numb. TV station reporters had also come looking for Ye Fan to do an exclusive interview, but they simply couldn't find him. Ye Fan paid no attention and hung up directly, which made Xiao Fei gnash his teeth in frustration. It seemed he couldn't go to school for a while, otherwise he'd be swamped with trouble. He needed to lie low until this storm blew over. Ye Fan thought to himself. Chen Feier, since it was her first day working at Yanhuang Group, had left early. Waner Cici and Tong had also been taken to school by Fengyu. Ye Fan checked the time. It was about right. Having received the notice, Xiao Chen was already waiting by the door in the car. Seeing Ye Fan come out, Xiao Chen quickly got out of the car, saluted, and said, "Chief, good day." Ye Fan returned the salute and said, "Xiao Chen, let's hurry." Then he got into the car. The vehicle sped towards Songnanhai. Due to its special license plates, the car drove straight to the small building housing the chairman's office before stopping. "Uncle Huang, what are you busy with?" Ye Fan greeted as he got out of the car and saw Secretary General Huang at the door. "Ah, Xiao Fan, you're here. It's been a while. Go on in, the chairman is waiting for you." "Oh, all right then, I'll head in first." Ye Fan bid farewell to Secretary General Huang, arrived at the chairman's office door, knocked, and only pushed the door open after hearing, "Come in." Seeing Ye Fan arrive, the chairman stood up to greet him. "Xiao Fan, you've come. Have a seat." "Thank you, Grandpa," Ye Fan said, sitting down on a chair and taking a sip of the tea handed over by the guard. "Xiao Fan, you did our country a huge favor last time, helping us eliminate a tumor. Grandpa wants to thank you." Ye Fan knew what he was referring to and said, "Grandpa, no need for formalities." Hee. "Xiao Fan, the reason I called you here today, you probably know what it's about. I believe Grandpa Lin has already spoken to you, right?" Hee. "Yes, I've been thinking it over these past few days, and I'm ready to accept the arrangements you grandpas have made," Ye Fan said without hesitation. The chairman hadn't expected Ye Fan to agree so readily. He had prepared a whole speech to convince him. He hadn't expected his preparations to be in vain, so he smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, I'm very glad you think this way. I truly didn't see that coming, hee. I thought I'd have to do a lot of persuading. Actually, Grandpa, I only decided yesterday. But just as I made up my mind, your call came. Perfect timing, hee. Good. Xiao Fan, since you've decided, the appointment will be issued within 3 days. Be mentally prepared." The chairman took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "This time the formation of the Fierce Tiger Army will select the finest soldiers from the 7 major military regions nationwide. They will be equipped with the most advanced weaponry and will also have an independent intelligence battalion and a top-tier medical team. At that time we will need your help with their training. Furthermore, all positions in the Fierce Tiger Army except for the commander will be decided by you. This includes 1 political commissar, 2 deputy commanders, and so on. These positions will be selected from the commanders and commissars of the major military regions. Xiao Fan, I believe in a few days you'll become the most sought-after man in the eyes of those commanders, hee. Ye Fan nodded after hearing this and said, "All right, Grandpa. I understand. Xiao Fan, when you take office this time, your rank will be Lieutenant General. We old fellows have pushed you up under immense pressure. Don't let us down. We'll be waiting to drink to your success then, haha." Lieutenant General? Ye Fan was a bit surprised. This promotion was too fast. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Grandpa, let's skip the Lieutenant General rank. I already feel honored with my current Major General rank, hee. The chairman burst into laughter upon hearing Ye Fan's words. "You little rascal. I've only ever heard of people buying or asking for official positions, never of someone thinking their rank is too high. You've truly broadened my horizons today." The chairman took a sip of tea, paused, and then said earnestly, "Xiao Fan, we old fellows have high hopes for you. The burden on your shoulders will only get heavier. You must be mentally prepared. Grandpa, you haven't already mapped out my entire future and are just leading me step by step into a trap, have you?" No way, no way." Ye Fan quickly declined. "Xiao Fan, it's not like we're pushing you into a fire pit. Why are you so scared? Besides, as the saying goes, the ablest man is the busiest. If you weren't capable, could you have developed the Yanhuang Group to such a scale in just 8 years? You are a once-in-a-century genius. Extraordinary situations call for extraordinary measures. Xiao Fan, stop being modest, hee. Alright Grandpa, in that case I agree. But I think we should skip the lieutenant general rank. The pressure you're putting on me is too much. Ha ha ha, you kid. I really need to reassess you now, hee. Fine, Major General it is. As long as you agree, that's all that matters. Oh, back to business. Xiao Fan, in 3 days we will convene the commanders of all military regions for a meeting. You should attend and network with them to facilitate future work. Recently you might have less time for school. We will inform them on your behalf, so don't worry about that. The chairman said thoughtfully. Alright Grandpa. I won't disturb your work then. Please take care of yourself. I'll be going now. Seeing that the matter was settled, Ye Fan quickly stood up to take his leave. Okay Xiao Fan. Don't forget the meeting in 3 days. Ye Fan bid farewell to the chairman, exchanged a few jokes with Secretary General Huang, and left Songnanhai with Xiao Chen. The car drove smoothly along the road, but Ye Fan's mind was anything but calm. Grandpa entrusting him with such a coveted position was a sign of immense trust placed under tremendous pressure. He couldn't let the old man down after such a display of faith and patronage. Ye Fan suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders heavy enough to make it slightly hard to breathe. Upon returning home, Ye Fan decided to first check on the aunt he had rescued the previous night. Entering the room where the middle-aged woman was temporarily staying, Ye Fan finally got a clear look at her. The woman appeared to be around 47 or 48 years old with a full figure. Although she was nearing 50, her charm remained. It was easy to imagine she had been an incomparable beauty in her youth. But her face looked haggard, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her melancholy eyes seemed to hold a heavy burden. At that moment the beautiful middle-aged woman lay on the bed staring blankly out the window, a faint glimmer of moisture shining in her eyes. Ye Fan walked over, quietly sat on the chair beside the woman's bed and spoke. "Aunt, can you tell me what's on your mind? Perhaps if you say it I might be able to help." Ye Fan probed cautiously, hoping she would speak. The woman remained silent, only quickly glancing at Ye Fan before returning to her previous posture. Feng Bing walked over to Ye Fan and said softly, "Young master, this aunt is really strange. No matter what I do, she just won't say a word." Ye Fan felt helpless too. He scanned the room and thought, well, this strange aunt must have an unusual sorrow. Maybe in time she'll open up. He instructed Feng Bing to take good care of the woman, then stood up and said to the woman in bed, "And if you don't want to talk, I won't blame you. I can see that although you appear calm on the surface, you carry a great burden in your heart. Oh, by the way, aunt, my name is Ye Fan." Ye Fan. The middle-aged beauty's hopeless eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing his words, and she repeatedly murmured his name. Suddenly the woman looked at Ye Fan, a hint of surprise seemingly flickering in her eyes. Faced with such a change in the aunt, Ye Fan and Feng Bing were stunned. Ye Fan couldn't figure out why the aunt suddenly spoke and reacted so strongly just because he casually mentioned his name. "Aunt, what's wrong?" Ye Fan sat back down and asked with concern. The beautiful middle-aged woman scrutinized Ye Fan from head to toe. His skin crawled under her strange gaze. Then suddenly the silent woman spoke. "Child, can you tell me where you grew up?" Taken aback by her sudden question, Ye Fan was momentarily stunned, but also secretly pleased. He replied, "Oh, aunt, I grew up in Sichuan. I've been an orphan since I was little." Sichuan. Orphan. Li Mei kept repeating these 2 words, her emotions incredibly agitated. Her own child had been lost in Sichuan all those years ago. Could this really be her child? Li Mei felt like a person long trapped in darkness suddenly seeing a ray of brilliant sunshine, a feeling of finding hope in despair. But she didn't know how to confirm if this young man was her son. Suddenly Li Mei remembered something. Her son had a small plum blossom-shaped birthmark on the back of his neck. She wanted to see if this young man had one. Deliberately she let a piece of fruit slip from her hand and fall to the floor. Seeing the fruit fall, Ye Fan quickly bent down to pick it up. A bright plum blossom-shaped birthmark was clearly visible to Li Mei. Her body trembled uncontrollably and tears streamed down her face. She murmured, "My son, I've finally found you. Heaven has finally opened its eyes." Ye Fan was puzzled by the aunt's actions and asked confused, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell?" No. Xiao Fan, do you have a pink handkerchief on you with your name embroidered on the bottom right corner?" How do you know?" Ye Fan's body shook violently. He suddenly stood up trembling as he pulled a pink handkerchief from the inner pocket of his clothes and asked excitedly. Seeing the handkerchief, Li Mei couldn't hold back any longer. She hugged Ye Fan tightly and sobbed, "My son. Mother has finally found you." "Son. Mother." Ye Fan was dazed. Could this aunt really be his mother? Yes, it must be. How else would she know about the handkerchief, especially one embroidered with his name, a secret not even Chen Feier knew? Ye Fan could no longer contain himself and threw himself into Li Mei's arms crying. He cried out emotionally, "Mother." Over 20 years of separation, over 20 years of longing, over 20 years of pain. In that moment the emotions between mother and son erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Seeing the young master reunited with his mother, Feng Bing couldn't help but shed tears as well. After crying for a long while, Li Mei looked at Ye Fan carefully and said excitedly, "My son, the heavy stone that has weighed on my heart for so many years has finally been lifted. For all these years I've been searching for you, for 25 long years, but I never found you. Yesterday I simply couldn't hold on any longer, so..." As she spoke, Li Mei began to recount a sorrowful tale from over 2 decades ago. 25 years ago, when their child was a month old, Ye Fan's parents took a trip to Sichuan as a family of 3. On the way they encountered robbers. Ye Fan's father Ye Yang fought back fiercely to protect his wife and child, but being outnumbered he was brutally murdered by the thugs. Meanwhile, Li Mei, holding the baby in her arms, was shoved by a robber and the child accidentally slipped from her grasp and fell off the cliff. Fortunately, a group of tourists heard the screams and scared the robbers away, saving Li Mei's life. Despondent and on the verge of suicide, she was persuaded by the tourists, who reminded her that her child might still be alive. It was this hope that kept her going. Over the years, Li Mei never gave up searching for her child. Little did she know that heaven rewards the diligent and fate would unexpectedly reunite mother and son under such circumstances. Ye Fan listened quietly to the past events. Upon learning that his father had passed away, he felt a pang of sadness, but thinking of having a mother again, he couldn't help but secretly count his blessings. Feng Bing stepped forward and said, "Young master, madam, congratulations on your reunion." Ye Fan gave Feng Bing a grateful look and said, "Binger, thank you." "Oh right, Mom, let me first inform your daughters-in-law so they can come to meet you. I'll explain the details later." Ye Fan took out his phone and contacted Chen Feier, Lin Waner and the others. When the women learned that the aunt they had rescued last night was actually Ye Fan's mother, they could hardly believe their ears. What an incredible coincidence! Amidst their astonishment, they all expressed that they would rush over immediately. Ye Fan also notified Lin Feng, Long Tian and the rest. Upon hearing the news, everyone was overjoyed and wished they could fly to Ye Fan's villa instantly. After finishing his calls, Ye Fan sat back down by Li Mei's bedside. Li Mei looked at her son and tears welled up in her eyes again. Ah, he looks so much like his father did when he was young, she thought. She reached out and gently caressed Ye Fan's face, then looked around the room, realizing she was in a villa she had never even dared to dream of. "Son, what exactly do you do for a living? How can you afford such a big villa? It must have cost a fortune." Ye Fan, feeling his mother's loving touch, couldn't help but lean into her embrace and ask, "Mom, have you ever heard of the Yanhuang Group?" "Of course I have. The Yanhuang Group is the world's #1 super conglomerate. Anyone on this planet would know about it," Li Mei said, but then sensed something amiss. Why would her son bring up the Yanhuang Group out of the blue? Puzzled, she asked, "Son, why do you mention the Yanhuang Group?" "Mom, the truth is your son is the chairman of the Yanhuang Group. In other words, the Yanhuang Group was founded by your son." Ah! Li Mei was stunned, her mind buzzing. She couldn't believe it was true and was momentarily speechless. It took her a while to regain some composure. Seeing his mother come back to her senses, Ye Fan continued, Mom, I also need to tell you something else. I currently have 2 girlfriends and 2 younger sisters. When they arrive, you should be prepared for that. What? Xiao Fan, you can't just fool around like this. Will their parents even agree? Faced with one bombshell after another from her son, Li Mei was truly taken aback. Ye Fan chuckled and said, Mom, don't worry. Your son is so outstanding, their parents are more than happy about it. Haha. Li Mei glared at Ye Fan and said in exasperation, You little rascal, you're not trying to trick your mother, are you? Society advocates for monogamy these days. How could their parents possibly agree? Mom, how could I? I would never deceive you of all people. Don't you think? Li Mei let out a deep sigh and said, All right, then I won't interfere. But you must treat them well. If I ever find out you're bullying them, I won't let you off the hook, you hear me? Yes, Mom, don't worry. A gentle knock came from the door. Ye Fan guessed it was Chen Feier and hurried over to open it. Sure enough, it was Chen Feier and Lin Waner. But to his surprise, Lin Waner's parents had also come. Ye Fan quickly greeted them, Dad, Mom, why are you here too? I didn't expect this, hee. Please come in. Ye Fan ushered everyone inside. Lin Jinhua smiled and said, Xiao Fan, we got a call from Waner and heard you found your biological mother. We were so happy that we decided to come along. Lin's mother stepped forward and said with a smile to Li Mei, You must be the in-law, right? Hello. Li Mei quickly smiled back, Hello. Xiao Fan, hurry and get chairs for your in-laws. Ye Fan arranged for everyone to sit down, then brought Chen Feier and Lin Waner over to Li Mei and said, Mom, these are your daughters-in-law, Chen Feier and Lin Waner. Feier Waner, call her Mom. The 2 women felt incredibly shy and nervous in front of their mother-in-law, but they still managed to call out softly, Mom. Li Mei was overjoyed to see her 2 daughters-in-law, each more beautiful than the last. She quickly said, Feier Waner, come here to Mom. Let Mom have a good look at you. The 2 women shyly walked over and sat beside Li Mei. Li Mei looked at them and said, Feier Waner, Mom already knows about your situation. I won't oppose it. As long as you are happy, that's all that matters to me. With that, she took off the jade bracelets from her wrist and said, Here, these are my gifts for you. This jade bracelet was given to me by Xiao Fan's grandmother when I got married. Now one for each of you. I really feel for you too. As she spoke, she put the bracelets on the 2 women's wrists. A glint of surprise and delight appeared in their eyes, and they said excitedly, Thank you for the gift, Mom. Lin's mother laughed and said, In-law, don't spoil them too much. You still need to scold them when they deserve it, or these girls will get too big for their britches. Mom, you're always picking on me. I would never do that, Lin Waner pouted and said in a hurt tone. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Jinhua also smiled and said to Chen Feier, Feier, since we're all one family now, why don't you call us Dad and Mom too? Chen Feier glanced at Ye Fan, and with his nod of approval she went over to Lin Jinhua and his wife and softly called out, Dad, Mom. Lin Jinhua and his wife were absolutely delighted. Lin's mother affectionately held Chen Feier's hand and said, Yes, you're such a good daughter. Come over and keep Mom company often. Your dad is never home and I get so lonely by myself. Hee. Yes, Feier will. Just then 2 young girls came running in panting heavily. Ye Fan saw it was Chen Cece and Mu Tong. He quickly stood up, pulled them over and said to Li Mei with a smile, Mom, these are my 2 younger sisters, Chen Cece and Mu Tong. Although the 2 girls were secretly unhappy about being introduced as his sisters, they still followed Ye Fan's lead and called out, Mom. Li Mei saw that the 2 girls were beautiful and adorable, so she took their hands and looked them over from left to right, her heart filled with affection. The girls quick-witted clustered around Li Mei, showering her with attention, and soon they were getting along famously. Lin Feng arrived with the members of the Dragon and Phoenix teams. Ye Fan introduced everyone to his mother one by one. They all respectfully greeted those in the room and then sat down with smiles. Lin Jinhua glanced at his watch and as he still had matters to attend to stood up with a smile and said, In-law, we still have some things to take care of, so we'll be going now. Let's get together another day. You girls should come over to our place sometime to play. Hee hee. Li Mei smiled and asked Ye Fan to see them out. Once outside, Lin Jinghua said with a smile, Xiao Fan, I heard your godfather spoke with you today. Did you agree? Ye Fan smiled and replied, Dad, I've already agreed. Lin Jinghua patted Ye Fan on the shoulder happily and said, Good Xiao Fan, I believe in you. Since you've agreed, you must do well. The burden on your shoulders is not light. If you ever have any problems, you can always come to me and I'll do my best to help. Ye Fan looked at Lin Jinghua, gratefully nodded and said, Yes Dad, thank you. Lin's mother held Ye Fan's hand affectionately and said, Xiao Fan, take good care of your mother. Your dad and I will be off now. Yes Mom, I will. After seeing off, Lin Jinghua and his wife Ye Fan returned to the villa where the four women were chatting with Li Mei. Noticing it was getting late, Ye Fan figured everyone must be hungry, so he instructed Long Tian to go out and buy some food. At that moment, Ye Fan's phone rang. Seeing it was his godfather, he quickly answered, Grandpa, hello. Did you need something? Xiao Fan, congratulations on reuniting with your mother. Grandpa, how did you know about this? Ye Fan asked, puzzled. Xiao Chen told me. I have too many things to handle, so I can't come to your house to see your mother. I've already asked Secretary General Huang to go on my behalf. He should be arriving soon, the chairman said happily. Hearing the heartfelt words from his godfather, Ye Fan was deeply moved and said, Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Fan, there's no need to be so formal with me. The chairman said emotionally, Oh, by the way, will you still be able to attend the meeting in 3 days? If not, we can postpone it. Grandpa, no need to postpone. I will attend. Good, all right. Xiao Fan, I still have things to handle. Goodbye. Goodbye. Just as Ye Fan hung up, the premier called. After a brief conversation, he hung up and saw Secretary General Huang arriving hurriedly with 2 large bags of gifts. Ye Fan quickly went to greet him, smiling, Uncle Huang, you've come. I'm sorry to trouble you. Xiao Fan, congratulations on finding your mother. Secretary General Huang said with a smile. Uncle Huang, thank you so much. Hee, please come in, Ye Fan said as he led Secretary General Huang into the villa. Ye Fan led Secretary General Huang into his mother's room, then introduced him saying, Mom, this is Central Secretary General Huang. Li Mei never expected the Central Secretary General to come and visit her and was momentarily stunned. Such a high-ranking official was usually only seen on television, yet here he was visiting her. She thought to herself that her son must really be something. Li Mei greeted him warmly as Secretary General Huang set down his gifts and chatted amiably with her. After some small talk, Ye Fan led Secretary General Huang into the living room. The two of them sat down on the sofa. Secretary General Huang said with a smile, Xiao Fan, the chairman was very happy to hear that you found your mother. He wanted to come personally, but he's far too busy, so he sent me instead. Thank you so much. Xiao Fan, don't be so formal with me from now on. No need to be so distant. Secretary General Huang took a sip of tea and said with a smile, By the way, Xiao Fan, I'm sure many people will come to pay their respects tomorrow. I imagine you'll be overwhelmed, so I'll come over and help you receive the guests. Ye Fan thought to himself that many people must have heard he found his mother and would likely come. He would indeed be too busy to handle it alone, so he said without being overly polite, Then thank you very much, Uncle Huang. Xiao Fan, didn't I just say not to be so formal with me? Besides, this is a task assigned to me by the chairman, so I have to complete it. Alright, I'll take my leave for today and come back tomorrow. Ye Fan personally escorted Secretary General Huang to the door. That night, Ye Fan chatted with his mother and the others until late into the night, past midnight. Having been busy all day, Ye Fan was also a bit tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. That night he had a strange dream. In the dream he met Xiao Qingwu in a beautiful idyllic paradise. Ye Fan shouted her name, trying to reach out and grab her, but he couldn't. He chased her endlessly, and just as he was about to catch up, a distance always remained between them. Seeing Qingwu run to the edge of a cliff, Ye Fan tried to stop her, but his legs wouldn't move. Xiao Qingwu turned back to look at Ye Fan, tears streaming down her face, and said, Heaven brought us together to love, not to spend a lifetime together. With that she turned and leapt off the cliff. No, Wu, don't. Ye Fan screamed in despair, suddenly sitting bolt upright. Opening his eyes, he realized it was just a dream. He was drenched in cold sweat. Glancing at his watch, it was only 3:15 a.m. Chen Feier, awakened by his shout, turned on the bedside lamp and saw his sweat-covered face, asking anxiously, "Honey, are you okay? I heard you calling Xiao Wu's name. Did you have another nightmare?" Ye Fan nodded, recounted the dream to Chen Feier, and then comforted her back to sleep. Ye Fan got up, took a shower in the bathroom, then threw on a coat and went to the balcony. He lit a cigarette and, gazing at the flickering stars on the horizon, murmured, "Wu, where are you? Do you know how much your brother misses you? I never meant to hurt you." 2 lines of clear tears silently traced down Ye Fan's face. He stood on the balcony as still as a statue, the only movement being the slow wisp of smoke from the cigarette in his hand, as he softly repeated over and over, "Heaven brought us together to love, not to spend a lifetime together. When love is deepest, one grows weary. When affection is profound, the heart regrets not. Thinking of you or forgetting you both seem wrong. You better to let my own heart bear the sorrow. I blame neither heaven nor anyone else, for life is but a fleeting dream. I've grown used to watching flowers bloom and wither, yet I still fear the fate that brings us together and then tears us apart." At 8 o'clock the next morning, Secretary General Huang arrived bright and early. Ye Fan and the others had just finished breakfast. Ye Fan quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Uncle Huang, why are you here so early? I'm so sorry to put you to all this trouble. Xiao Fan, you must never be so distant with your uncle again, ha?" Secretary General Huang said with a smile. As the two were talking, a loud voice boomed from outside the door, "Little brother Yi, I heard you found your mother. Congratulations, congratulations." Ye Fan looked towards the voice and saw Commander Su of the Nanjing military region, dressed in full military uniform, walking towards the villa, followed by an aide carrying gifts. Ye Fan and Secretary General Huang quickly went out to greet him, saying, "Oh, isn't this old brother Su? What brings you here? Old Huang, you're here already? Ha!" Commander Su greeted Secretary General Huang upon seeing him, then walked over and patted Ye Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Fan, your old brother hasn't come too late, has he? Ha! Old brother Su, thank you so much for coming all this way to see my mother. I'm truly grateful." Ye Fan was a bit puzzled about how Commander Su had found out. Seeing Ye Fan's confusion, Secretary General Huang took the opportunity while Commander Su was distracted to pull him aside and whisper in his ear, "Xiao Fan, old Su is very close with your father-in-law, the commander of the Beijing military region. This news must have come from him, ha? Now we're in for it. You just wait and see. Once old Su knows, that means everyone knows." Ye Fan suddenly understood after hearing Secretary General Huang's words. It was then he truly grasped what Secretary General Huang had meant the day before, silently marveling at Uncle Huang's foresight. Ye Fan led Secretary General Huang and Commander Su into Li Mei's room. Li Mei was chatting with the women when she saw her son enter with the Secretary General and a general in his 50s. She quickly sat up from the bed. Ye Fan introduced him to his mother, saying, "Mom, this is Commander Su of the Nanjing military region." Then he turned and said, "Old brother Su, this is my mother Li Mei." Commander Su stepped forward and said, "Old sister-in-law, congratulations on being reunited with your son. Commander Su, I'm so sorry to trouble you coming all this way to see me. Please have a seat." Li Mei quickly urged him to sit. Just as Commander Su sat down, he suddenly noticed Lin Waner beside him and reflexively stood up from his chair, saying with a smile, "Oh? Waner, what are you doing here?" Lin Waner ran over, greeted him with a respectful "Uncle Su" and "Uncle Huang," then quietly sat back down next to Li Mei, as obedient as a little lamb. Commander Su was utterly bewildered. Good heavens, how had this little princess suddenly changed her ways and become so well-behaved? Were his eyes playing tricks on him? He quickly rubbed his eyes. No, there was no mistake. Puzzled, he glanced at Secretary General Huang and said, "Old Huang, what's going on here?" Secretary General Huang looked at him and whispered in his ear, "Old Su, you're usually a sharp man, why are you so slow on the uptake now? Can't you see that Waner has become young Master Ye's little wife? Commander Su was enlightened and looked at Ye Fan with immense admiration. Good heavens, this brother Yi was truly a master. Even he could tame this little princess. It seemed he needed to maintain a good relationship with brother Yi, then he wouldn't have to fear this little princess anymore. Commander Su felt more and more pleased with himself. After chatting with Li Mei for a while, Commander Su and Secretary General Huang left the room and went to the living room with Ye Fan, where they sat down. At that moment, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang from outside. Ye Fan got up to answer it and saw Political Commissar Chen of the Beijing military region standing at the door. He quickly invited him in. Upon seeing them, Political Commissar Chen exclaimed, well, old Su and old Huang are here too. Ha! Ye Fan invited Political Commissar Chen to sit down, and the four of them chatted away one after another. In the Western Hills Villa district, a place of inherent luxury inhabited by merchants and powerful officials, the residents were puzzled today. One after another, vehicles bearing military and central government plates converged before the gates of Villa No. 82. A large contingent of police and plainclothes guards had gathered at the entrance, all daring not to breathe too loudly, watching the magnificent spectacle from a distance. They speculated inwardly about the identity of the villa's owner, wondering if they should pay a visit. As the saying goes, each trying to outdo the other, those with connections and those without alike began to take action. For a time, Ye Fan's home was bustling like a market with a constant stream of visitors. To be honest, Ye Fan didn't recognize most of the guests, and it was a great relief that Secretary General Huang was there to help manage the reception. Li Mei and the other women were equally filled with questions. Chen Feier and the others greeted the procession of high-ranking officials. Finally, as evening fell, once Ye Fan had seen off all the guests, the women quickly called him inside. Lin Waner was the first to speak. Darling, what is your real identity? Why are all the visitors here to see mother high-ranking officials? Ye Fan had long noticed their curiosity and decided he could no longer keep it from them. He said, besides being the chairman of the Yanhuang Group, I am also the director of the National Weapons Research Department with the rank of Major General. Furthermore, the nation is about to establish an elite special forces unit codenamed Meng Hu, Fierce Tiger, and I have been appointed as its first commander. I am likely to assume my post in 3 days. Once you understand this, you must not speak of it to others. Chen Feier and the others were stunned by Ye Fan's words. How extraordinary their man was! Yet at the same time, how heavy were the responsibilities on his shoulders. They resolved to support him and share his burdens in the future. Without a word of celebration, the women silently walked over to Ye Fan and gently embraced him. Chen Feier said softly, Darling, no matter who you are, no matter what position you hold, we don't want you to bear too heavy a burden for our sake. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Ye Fan looked at the young women and said with feigned lightness, What's wrong with you all? Why does everyone seem unhappy? Xiao Tong, come on, show your brother a smile. Upon hearing this, Tong gently pinched his waist and said, You terrible husband, you bad husband. I've already given myself to you, yet I only learned about your identity today. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she turned her head away, pretending to be angry. The other women burst into laughter at Tong's words. Ye Fan scratched his head innocently and said, Xiao Tong, it's not that I didn't tell you, you just never asked. Ha ha. The women realized he had a point. Tong blinked her big eyes and said with a sly smile, Darling, I'm sticking with you no matter what, so don't think you can get out of it. Ye Fan sighed and said, Xiao Tong, isn't it good enough for you to be my sister? Why? In truth, I'm not as good as you think. This is a matter of lifelong importance for you. I don't want you to regret it for the rest of your life. If you stay with me, you won't have a proper title. Please think it over carefully. Ye Fan still wanted to persuade Tong to reconsider, as he couldn't bear to ruin her future. Tong walked over and clung tightly to Ye Fan's waist, sobbing, Darling, do you despise me that much? Why haven't you truly accepted me yet? Is there something I'm doing wrong? Just tell me and I'll change. As long as you don't send me away, I'll do anything you say. Isn't that enough? Ye Fan looked at the weeping Tong, gently held her and sighed, Xiao Tong, all right, stop crying. How about this? If you still believe you love me before you graduate from university, I will definitely accept you then. Until that time you are my sister and you will call me brother, just like CC. If you find someone you like, you are free to leave at any time. What do you think of this arrangement? Ye Fan said after a moment of thought. The other women were also moved by Ye Fan's sincere words. Chen CC couldn't help but embrace him and say, brother, can you give me a promise too? CC likes you as well. I don't ask for anything, I just want to stay by your side for my whole life. Ye Fan turned to look at Chen CC and said affectionately, CC, the same goes for you. The promise I just made applies to you as well. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, Tong and Chen CC knew he was thinking of their best interests. They exchanged a glance, clenched their little fists tightly and said in unison, brother, we will wait for the day you accept us. Chen Feier and Lin Waner smiled at Ye Fan, their eyes shining even brighter. They silently vowed to cherish the man before them and dedicate all their love to him. Ye Fan looked at the four women before him, opened his arms and gently drew them into his embrace. Yet in his mind the image of Xiaoqing Wu clearly appeared and he couldn't help but say silently, Wu, where are you? No matter how many women I have, I will always keep a place in my heart for you. This place belongs to you alone. 3 days later, in a meeting room in Zhongnanhai, the chairman, the premier minister Lin Ye Fan, and the commanders of the major military regions were all gathered together. The chairman first announced the meeting's rules of order, then slowly began, comrades, we are convening here today to discuss the establishment of the Meng Hu Fierce Tiger Unit. First, I will announce an appointment. Following deliberation and decision, Comrade Ye Fan is hereby appointed as the commander of the Meng Hu unit with the rank of Major General. Today Ye Fan wore a crisp new Type 04 military uniform which made him look even more dashing and imposing. Upon hearing the chairman's appointment, he stood up and rendered a sharp formal military salute. Minister Lin stepped forward, solemnly pinned the gleaming star of a Major General onto Ye Fan's uniform and then presented him with the flag of the Meng Hu unit. Witnessing the official birth of such a young Major General in history, many present felt a surge of emotion with tears welling in their eyes. They broke into enthusiastic applause that lasted a full 5 minutes. The applause was a mark of pride for Ye Fan's rapid rise to Major General at such a young age, and also a sign of relief and hope for China's even more glorious future. The chairman continued, the establishment of the Meng Hu unit marks an epoch-making significance for our military. Meng Hu will be the gathering place for our finest soldiers, the symbol of our armed forces and the very soul of our military. As the brain of the army, all major military regions must coordinate closely after its formation. Now Minister Lin will detail the specific circumstances of the Meng Hu unit. Following that, Minister Lin introduced the Meng Hu's organizational structure and personnel composition to the attendees. He also announced that immediately after the meeting all major military regions were to initiate personnel selection. The specific affairs would be primarily managed by Ye Fan, with the military region commanders providing support. Within 1 month 100,000 individuals would be selected and handed over to Ye Fan for intensive training. The training would employ an elimination system, retaining only the final 10,000. As for positions such as political commissar and deputy commander of the Meng Hu unit, the first commander Ye Fan would decide upon them himself, with the selection pool drawn from the commanders of the major military regions. Additionally, the chairman requested that Ye Fan produce a training plan within 3 days. Ye Fan readily accepted the mission. Upon hearing that the political commissar and other positions were still unfilled, the military district commanders imagined the immense honor of joining China's most elite forces in their lifetime. One by one they cast eager glances at Ye Fan, hoping he would consider them. Ye Fan, finding the flirtatious looks from the crowd a bit overwhelming, inwardly realized he had been tricked. The chairman and the others had foisted this thorny issue upon him, and he could see no peace ahead. There were 7 commanders but only 3 positions available. What was he to do? The chairman and the others, seeing Ye Fan's restless state and the eager eyes of the commanders, couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. After the meeting concluded, the commanders immediately surrounded Ye Fan as if afraid he would vanish into thin air, each eagerly recommending themselves with great fervor. Brother Ye, do you have time this evening? Let me treat you to dinner, what do you say? Commander Su spoke up first, a sly grin on his face. The others immediately objected upon hearing Su's proposal. Commander Li of the Jinan Military District retorted, "Su, why should Brother Yi dine with you?" He glared at Su, then turned to Ye Fan with a beaming smile saying, "Brother Yi, we've known each other for so long. How about I be the host this time?" The commanders bickered amongst themselves, each refusing to yield. Seeing them argue so heatedly, Ye Fan had no choice but to smile and interject, "How about this, allow me, your junior, to treat all you esteemed commanders to lunch. What do you think?" He figured this would settle the matter lest the commanders end up coming to blows. The commanders, hearing Ye Fan's proposal, felt a secret sense of relief. It was the best solution. They ceased their arguing and nodded in agreement. Ye Fan led the commanders to the Diaoyutai State Guest House. During the meal, everyone showered him with attention, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. He raised his glass and said, "Esteemed commanders, I find myself in a difficult position. As you know, there are only 3 posts but 7 of you. The chairman and the others have thrown this hot potato to me. It's a real dilemma. I can't play favorites. So what should we do?" He tossed the question back to them while secretly winking at his father-in-law Lin Jinghua. Lin Jinghua caught on immediately and spoke with a cunning smile, "Everyone, let's not argue. Here's an idea. In 3 days each military district will select 10 soldiers for a comprehensive competition. Our Commander Yi here will serve as the judge. The commanders of the top 3 districts will be awarded these positions. What do you all think?" As he finished, he thought to himself that the political commissar position was as good as his. His brilliant son-in-law had helped train a batch of elite soldiers, and he was confident of securing first place. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, though he carefully concealed it. The others at the table were old foxes after all. The other commanders perked up at the proposal. Not a bad idea from old Lin. This time they were confident of success. Each harbored their own secret ambitions, silently calculating their chances. Commander Li of the Jinan Military District slammed the table, his face brimming with confidence. "I agree with old Lin's suggestion. Let's settle this on the competition field." All the commanders nodded in agreement. Even before the competition, a triumphant smile was plastered on each of their faces, as if they had already secured the positions of political commissar or deputy commander. With the matter settled, they drank heartily. After the banquet, as everyone took their leave from Ye Fan, Lin Jinghua walked over excitedly and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Fan, I didn't know you were such a sly fox. Long Tian and his team really whipped those soldiers into shape. I'm very pleased. I'm determined to get that political commissar position." Ye Fan tossed him a cigarette and said with a smile, "Then let me congratulate you in advance, Dad, on securing the position." The father and son-in-law smoked and laughed heartily. Had the other commanders heard their conspiracy, they would have surely turned green with anger. Lin Jinghua took a deep drag from the cigarette Ye Fan had given him, savoring it, and relaxed his brow. He couldn't help but say, "Xiao Fan, this cigarette is excellent. It's much richer and more fragrant than our special supply." Leaning against a large tree, Ye Fan took a puff and smiled, "Dad, you have a good eye. These are for the exclusive use of the British royal family. They're priceless and hard to come by." Hearing this, Lin Jinghua's interest was piqued. A sly grin spread across his face as he sidled up to Ye Fan. "Well, your dad has always had good taste. But Xiao Fan, I only have 2 pleasures in life. Do you have any more of these? Could you spare some for your old man?" He then looked at Ye Fan with an expression of eager anticipation. Ye Fan had already seen through his father-in-law's intentions. Smiling, he took a freshly opened pack from his pocket and handed it to Lin Jinghua, saying, "Dad, take this pack for now. I'll have Xiaochen deliver a whole carton to you later. But you must keep this under wraps. These cigarettes are produced in limited quantities. The British royal family allots them to me annually. Is that all right?" Lin Jinghua took the cigarettes with delight, nodding his head vigorously. He looked at his son-in-law with increasing fondness, thinking he had hit the jackpot with this one. His daughter had great taste indeed. Recovering his composure, he said with a sly smile, "Xiao Fan, don't you worry. I won't tell a soul except maybe your grandfather." Xiaofan, I still have some matters to attend to at the military district. I'll be off now. Come visit us at home more often with your mother. After receiving Ye Fan's affirmative reply, Lin Jingwu departed in high spirits. Ye Fan watched his father-in-law's triumphant retreating figure, finished his cigarette and stubbed it out. He checked his watch, it was 9:30 p.m. He called for Xiao Chen and headed home by car. Upon arriving, he went straight to Li Mei's side and asked, "Mom, are you feeling better today?" He began to massage her hands and feet. Looking at her exceptionally accomplished son, Li Mei silently thanked the heavens. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face as she choked out, "Son, I'm feeling much better." "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Ye Fan was taken aback by his mother's sudden tears, asking in a fluster. Li Mei stroked her son's face and said, "Silly child, I'm fine. I'm just so moved seeing how successful you've become that I cry." "Oh, I see." Ye Fan chatted with his mother for a while before heading upstairs to bed. Chen Feier had been dragged off to sleep by Chen Sisi. Ye Fan, feeling quite tired, didn't seek out Lin Waner and instead went straight to his own room to sleep. Late at night, as everyone was fast asleep, a figure gently pushed open a door, peered around with a small head, and then tiptoed straight towards Ye Fan's room. Ye Fan was dozing off when he suddenly felt someone slip into his blanket like a loach. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Lin Waner. To his astonishment, the girl was wearing only a sheer silk nightgown with nothing underneath. Having been abstinent for days due to his mother's presence, Ye Fan was nearly driven to a nosebleed by such temptation. He immediately embraced Lin Waner's delicate body, his hands roaming over her curvaceous figure. Lin Waner breathed warm air softly by Ye Fan's ear and whispered, "Honey, be gentle. Don't let mother and the sisters hear us, or I'll be too embarrassed to face them tomorrow." Ye Fan fondled Lin Waner's full breasts with gentle, kneading his breath warm against her ear as he chuckled, "Wife, you sneak out in the dead of night for this, yet you're afraid of being caught. Ha! Have you been longing for it these past few days? Longing for your big head?" Lin Waner playfully bit down hard on Ye Fan's shoulder, then pursed her lips and murmured, "That's your punishment for talking nonsense." Ye Fan winced at the sudden bite, sucking in a sharp breath. Feigning anger, he said, "You little minx, it seems I need to reassert my authority as your husband." Chuckling, Ye Fan pressed Lin Waner beneath him and began his assault upon her. "Ah, honey, that tickles. Mercy. Oh, honey, not there, not there." The next morning, Ye Fan rose early. None of the women slept in, all busying themselves with breakfast and laundry, bustling about cheerfully. "My sister Waner, you look absolutely radiant today. Have you been using some special cosmetics? Won't you share your secret?" Chen Sisi asked while stretching languidly. The other women turned their gazes to Lin Waner at Chen Sisi's words. Chen Feier glanced at the slightly bashful Lin Waner and, being a married woman, immediately understood the cause. She had risen last night and passed by Ye Fan's room hearing those shameful moans and knew it must have been Lin Waner. Chen Feier pretended to be oblivious and asked with feigned curiosity, "Indeed, Waner, you look stunning today. Did our husbands secretly buy you some exclusive cosmetics behind our backs?" Blushing deeply under their questioning, Lin Waner stammered, I haven't used any cosmetics." She glanced at Ye Fan, who was watching from afar with a mischievous grin, and felt a surge of irritation. She shot him a resentful glare, then changed her tone with a hint of pride, declaring, "Yes, indeed. Yesterday my husband secretly gave me several bottles of premium cosmetics. Their effect is truly remarkable. Sisters, would you like me to share some with you later?" Ye Fan's head spun when he heard this and his body shuddered. His smiling face instantly clouded over. It seemed one must never offend a woman. What karma, what a truth. As expected, Chen Sisi and Mu Tong rushed to Ye Fan's side, pouting with tearful eyes, whining pitifully, "Brother, you're so biased. We won't talk to you, eh?" Lin Waner looked at Chen Feier with confusion and asked, "Sister Feier, why don't you go ask your husband for some cosmetics too?" Chen Feier gave Lin Waner a knowing smile and replied, "Dear sister, that trick of yours only fools those two silly girls. I passed by Ye Fan's room last night and heard everything." "Ah!" Lin Waner exclaimed in shock, her face flushing crimson as she looked like a guilty thief caught red-handed. Chen Feier leaned close to Lin Waner's ear and whispered mysteriously, "Sister, isn't it delightful to have a taste all to yourself?" He. Realizing Chen Feier knew everything, Lin Waner was so mortified she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground, hanging her head in silence. No matter how Ye Fan tried to explain, the two girls simply wouldn't believe him. In the end, defeated, he agreed to a series of unequal terms before they finally dried their tears and smiled. Meng Hu Army, the celebrated beauty anchor of Beijing television, was feeling quite frustrated lately. The station had assigned her a task to interview a student named Ye Fan from Peking University. What she initially thought would be a mundane assignment turned into a nightmare. She had visited the university several times but had yet to catch a glimpse of the elusive Ye Fan, cursing him thousands of times in her heart. According to his classmates, he hadn't been to school in days. In her desperation, Meng Hu Army used her natural advantages and at the cost of a meal obtained Ye Fan's phone number from his mischievous friends. Now the beauty was dialing his number. Ye Fan had just calmed the two girls down when his phone rang. As he answered, a sweet, gentle voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Ye Fan?" "Yes, this is he." "Who is this?" Upon hearing his confirmation, the beauty sighed in relief, patted her chest and said politely, "Ye Fan, hello. I'm Meng Hu Army, a reporter from Beijing television." Meng Hu Army? Ye Fan searched his memory but drew a blank. He replied indifferently, "Is there something I can help you with?" "Oh yes. Our station would like to interview you." "Are you available today?" the beauty asked softly, brimming with confidence as she awaited his answer. Throughout her career, Meng Hu Army had interviewed no fewer than 800 celebrities from the political and business worlds, and she had never failed once. So she was confident Ye Fan would accept her invitation. "Interview me?" Ye Fan asked, thinking to himself that he disliked dealing with the media. Not wanting any trouble, he politely declined. "Oh, I'm really sorry, Miss Han, but I've been quite busy lately. Let's skip the interview, shall we? Besides, I'm just an ordinary person and have no desire to be on TV or in the papers. My apologies." With that, he resolutely hung up. "You?" Meng Hu Army was taken aback by his refusal. As she was about to persuade him further, all she heard was the dial tone. It was the first failure in her career. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. She stomped her feet in anger, hurled her phone aside and cursed under her breath, "Damn you, Ye Fan. Stupid Ye Fan. Who wants to interview you anyway? So what if you can play that lousy piano? Big deal?" Meng Hu Army cursed Ye Fan incessantly, yet she had already assured her superiors and colleagues that she would complete this interview mission. Having been fiercely proud since childhood, she could not bear the mockery of her colleagues. Meng Hu Army was unwilling to give up, deeply unwilling, but what could she do now? Would she really have to swallow her pride and beg him? The usually clever and quick-witted woman was now at a loss. No, she couldn't give up. She had to find a way to see him. She refused to believe that he would still reject her, a stunning beauty like herself. Just you wait. I don't believe I can't conquer this fortress." The beautiful Miss Han regained her confidence and was radiant once more. As soon as Ye Fan hung up the phone, Tong ran over and hugged his arm, asking, "Brother, who was that on the phone?" "Oh, it was a reporter from Beijing TV named Meng Hu Army wanting to interview me. I declined," Ye Fan said nonchalantly. Meng Hu Army? The beautiful host of the lifestyle channel? She wanted to interview you and you refused?" Tong said, a bit surprised, her face full of disbelief. Seeing the little girl's exaggerated expression, Ye Fan said calmly, "Isn't she just a host? Even the Queen of England can't see me so easily. Why is it so surprising that I turned her down?" "That's true. My brother is such an extraordinary person, and not just anyone can see him on a whim, he. The little girl said with her nose in the air, a hint of pride on her face. Ye Fan helped his mother sit down on the sofa. Li Mei called the young women over and said slowly, "Xiao Fan, I'm getting old and can't help you much anymore. From now on I'll just take care of your daily life here at home. Feier, Waner, you two need to work hard as well. Give me a grandchild soon while I still have the strength to help you raise them." Upon hearing Li Mei's words, a blush crept onto both women's cheeks. They felt a bit restless and secretly glanced at Ye Fan, who was looking back at them with an innocent expression. They couldn't help but glare at him. After a long while the two women nodded slightly and whispered shyly, "Yes, mother." Their hearts felt sweet, but fearing the two younger girls would tease them, they kept their heads down, not daring to look at anyone. That's right. You two sisters should add some new life to our family, hee hee." Mu Tong and Chen Feier chimed in, snuggling into Li Mei's arms. The women's chatter made Li Mei beam with joy, and she cherished them even more. Seeing his mother happily chatting with the girls, Ye Fan excused himself and went alone into his study to start preparing the training outline for the Mighty Tiger unit. Li Mei's health improved day by day. The women went back to work and school, and life returned to normal. After 3 days of preparation, Ye Fan finally completed the training outline. In addition, he carefully selected 18 moves from the martial arts techniques his master had taught him, forming a combination fist technique he named the Mighty Tiger Fist. This fist style was powerful, unadorned, explosive, and majestic, embodying the momentum of a shoulder shake can topple the sky, a foot stomp can shake the 9 provinces. It emphasized killing in one strike, moving to change, changing to transform, transforming to become mystical. Its intricacies were endless. This was also a technique Ye Fan had tailor-made for the soldiers. Combined with a simplified version of the gentle breeze steps, Ye Fan believed that as long as the soldiers mastered this fist technique, they would be completely transformed, surpassing even the standard military boxing in effectiveness. After organizing everything, Ye Fan glanced at the documents with satisfaction, stood up, stretched, and took the materials. After greeting his mother, he got into Xiao Chen's car and headed towards Nanhai. Arriving at the chairman's office, the chairman invited Ye Fan to sit down and then carefully reviewed the prepared training outline. The outline was clear and theoretically sound. The chairman praised it 3 times, feeling fortunate for entrusting the Mighty Tiger unit to Ye Fan and pleased with his own wise decision. "This young man is truly capable of great responsibility," the chairman remarked to himself. "Xiao Fan, your outline is very well prepared. I will take it to show the other standing committee members for discussion. I believe it will be approved." The chairman took a sip of tea, glanced at his watch, and continued, "Xiao Fan, it's getting late. How about having a simple meal with me?" "Thank you, Grandpa, but I can't stay for dinner. You've thrown me a difficult task and I need to rush to the Beijing military region right away. There's a bunch of commanders waiting for me there." Ye Fan smiled and explained the whole situation to the chairman, who burst into hearty laughter upon hearing it, while Ye Fan could only force a wry smile. Leaving Nanhai, Ye Fan instructed Xiao Chen to head directly to the Beijing military region. Xiao Chen sped off towards their destination. Upon arriving at the Beijing military region, after a strict inspection by armed sentries, the car slowly drove into the compound. It was Ye Fan's first time inside a military installation. Driven by curiosity, he asked Xiao Chen to stop the car and then walked alone slowly towards the headquarters building. Loud military songs blared from the loudspeakers within the compound. Squads of soldiers were training rigorously on the parade ground, and officers frequently passed by. Everywhere was a scene of bustling activity. As Ye Fan strolled around, absorbing the unique atmosphere of the military camp, he almost lost himself in the experience. Suddenly a screech of brakes brought Ye Fan back to reality. "Hey! What's wrong with you? Why aren't you watching where you're going?" A pleasant yet angry voice reached his ears. Ye Fan looked closely and saw a military off-road vehicle just a few centimeters away from him. A beautiful female officer in the car was glaring at him, her eyes wide with anger. Ye Fan could tell the angry female officer was around 26 or 27 years old. She had short ear-length hair and slightly tanned skin that was as smooth as satin. You would have to put your eyes right up to her face to find a pore. Her delicate features, slender waist, and perfectly straight posture were enhanced by a new female military uniform which accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Unlike the beauty of Chen Feier and the others, this woman possessed a wild, untamed beauty beneath her slender frame. Ye Fan couldn't help but be captivated. Lu Xiyun was 27 years old. She graduated from the People's Liberation Army University of Science and Technology with a PhD in Communications Engineering. She was the captain of the Beijing Military Region's Information Battalion, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel. Recently, the Information Battalion needed some new equipment, but the logistics department's budget was very tight. Today, Lu Xiyun had originally planned to go and plead with those big shots in the logistics department for some funds, but despite her earnest pleas, she couldn't get a single cent. This had put her in a bad mood, and now encountering this situation, Lu Xiyun, who usually had a gentle demeanor, changed completely and shouted furiously. Seeing that the man before her not only ignored her rebuke but was staring at her with a lecherous gaze, Lu Xiyun's inner fury erupted. She slammed the car door shut and stormed over to Ye Fan, who was still lost in his aesthetic appreciation. Infuriated by his dismissive demeanor, the beauty could no longer contain herself and threw a punch aimed at his chest. Her strike was swift, yet despite his wandering attention, Ye Fan's senses, sharpened by years of martial training, allowed him to instinctively sidestep the blow. Reacting on reflex, he grabbed her arm and using her momentum flung her away. Seeing Lu Xiyun about to have an intimate encounter with the ground, Ye Fan snapped back to reality, a silent curse escaping his mind. In a flash he appeared beside her, catching her in his arms and neutralizing the imminent danger. Lu Xiyun hadn't expected the man to dodge her punch. As she felt herself falling, her face turned pale with fright and she squeezed her beautiful eyes shut. But when she didn't feel the hard impact of the ground she expected, she cautiously opened her eyes to find herself lying in the arms of that detestable man who was looking down at her with a wicked grin. Mortified, Lu Xiyun suddenly felt something amiss. The man's strong, large hand was resting squarely on her most sensitive rear. A flush crept up her cheeks and her eyes welled up with tears. A shameful sensation like an electric shock coursed through her body. Her lips trembled as she stammered, You. Ye Fan, who had been reveling in her faint pure fragrance, was jolted back to his senses by her cry. Following her gaze, Ye Fan saw his own hand lingering improperly on her curvaceous backside. On pure reflex he let go. Caught off guard, Lu Xiyun fell hard to the ground. I'm so sorry, Ye Fan quickly apologized, but it was already too late. Lu Xiyun was both furious and indignant. Ignoring her slightly disheveled appearance, she sat on the ground and began to sob softly. Ye Fan didn't know how things had escalated to this point, but he knew it was his fault. Aware of the public setting, he walked over and reached out a hand to help her out. Lu Xiyun also realized she was making a scene, especially within the military district. Seeing Ye Fan's outstretched hand, she quickly dodged it, forced herself to calm down and stood up. She thought to herself how incredibly unlucky she was today, allowing this man to take such liberties with her, yet feeling utterly helpless against him. She inwardly cursed him hundreds of times, which brought her a small measure of satisfaction. She shot him a final glare, then jumped into her military SUV and sped off, leaving a cloud of exhaust fumes swirling around Ye Fan. He himself was perplexed by his own loss of composure. He sighed, realizing he had offended yet another woman, and a female officer at that. With a wry smile, he abandoned his earlier leisurely mood, called for Xiaochen, and headed towards the military headquarters. At noon, Ye Fan had a meal with several commanders in the officers' mess hall before heading straight to the martial arts competition arena. After an afternoon of intense competition, the results were finally determined. As expected, the Beijing military region secured the first place, followed by the Nanjing and Jinan military regions. The three victorious commanders were brimming with pride, while the others looked as dejected as beaten roosters, utterly crestfallen. Per their agreement, Commander Lin of the Beijing military region was to assume the role of political commissar for the Tiger Army, while Commander Zhu of the Nanjing and Commander Li of the Jinan military regions were to serve as deputy commanders. Ye Fan formally reported the results to the chairman, confident that the appointments would be announced soon. With the high-level positions of the Tiger Army settled, a great weight was lifted from Ye Fan's shoulders. 3 days later, Ye Fan received notice from the chairman that his training syllabus had been officially approved. The selection process for Tiger Army members was now in full swing across all major military regions. When news of this spread, it ignited a firestorm of excitement from officers to enlisted men alike. Seeing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they all vied fiercely for a chance, each showcasing their unique talents. For a month, Ye Fan traveled extensively between military regions to select the best candidates, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and swamped. On November 1, 2006, Ye Fan received a notice from Minister Lin and accompanied him to inspect the newly completed Tiger Army base. After a flight in a military helicopter, they arrived over the base, which was situated in a remote secret mountainous area on the outskirts of Beijing. Looking down from the aircraft, Ye Fan could see the base was vast, covering an area of dozens of square kilometers. Surrounded by lush green mountains and clear waters, it boasted an excellent environment. Rows of orderly barracks dotted the landscape, interspersed with various training grounds and equipment. A makeshift airfield occupied the southwest corner. All the advanced equipment allocated for the Tiger Army had arrived, presenting a truly impressive sight. Xiao Fan, how do you like this base? Are you satisfied? Minister Lin asked with a spirited look. And it's good. I'm very satisfied with the whole base. But I'm concerned about the confidentiality measures, Ye Fan replied thoughtfully. Minister Lin smiled slightly and said, since the formation of the Tiger Army, its unique nature has attracted the attention of many countries. To prevent infiltration by foreign spies, we have equipped this base with the most advanced radar and satellite monitoring systems. The entire base is now fully covered, making it absolutely foolproof. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. Xiao Fan, in 3 days the elimination training will begin. This training will be conducted under closed conditions. Once it starts, your opportunities to return home will be few for a while. Spend these next 3 days at home with your mother and the others. Minister Lin spoke with heartfelt sincerity. He felt for the young man burdened with such immense responsibility at such a tender age. Ye Fan, upon hearing this, realized it had been over a month since he'd been home. He smiled wryly and said, Grandpa, I understand. He sighed inwardly, thinking his days ahead would be tough. When he had first returned to the country, he had hoped for a peaceful life, but now, the helicopter didn't land. Instead, it made a graceful turn in the air and roared off towards the Beijing military region. After parting with Minister Lin, Ye Fan checked the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. He thought he might as well go to the company headquarters to see Feier and pick her up on his way home. Ye Fan started his car and headed towards the Yanhuang Group's Beijing headquarters. The Beijing headquarters of Yanhuang Group was located in the city center, housed within the Yanhuang Tower, a striking silver-gray landmark soaring 468 meters into the sky. After parking his car, Ye Fan glanced up at the towering Yanhuang Tower and noticed dozens of men in the main lobby dressed in outlandish attire, clutching bouquets of flowers, all eagerly looking towards the entrance. Dismissing the scene as none of his business, Ye Fan walked directly to the executive elevator, entered the code, stepped inside and pressed the button for the 88th floor where the CEO's office was located. The elevator began its slow ascent. Wanting to surprise Chen Feier, Ye Fan had not informed her of his visit beforehand. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived at the 88th floor. As Ye Fan stepped out and headed toward the CEO's office, a young pretty secretary in a uniform suddenly blocked his path. Who are you? How did you get up here? Li Yu looked at the man warily, a hint of panic in her voice. Ever since the new CEO had arrived, her breathtaking beauty had captivated countless men, drawing a daily swarm of flies who came to pester her with flowers and expensive jewelry. This had become a great annoyance for Chen Feier, and her young secretary Li Yu had taken it upon herself to act as her flower protector. Ye Fan looked at the young secretary before him. She was quite cute, with an earnest, somewhat naive air about her. A playful idea struck him. With a hint of a mischievous smile, he said, I came up in the elevator, of course. What's the matter? Is there a problem? The elevator? Li Yu's mind went blank. This was the executive elevator after all. How had this handsome man managed to use it? Could he have some powerful background? But the CEO had ordered that no man was allowed on this floor. And this man had such a sly smile on his face. He must be like the men downstairs, all birds of a feather, here to pursue the CEO. Finally, Li Yu decided to fulfill her duty. She sternly admonished him, "I don't care who you are. This floor is off limits. Our CEO has ordered that no man except for top management is allowed up here. You have a shifty look about you just like those flies downstairs trying to court our CEO. Now please leave or I will call security." "Me? Courting your CEO?" Ye Fan finally understood that those men downstairs were there for his wife. He couldn't help but feel a silent admiration for her charm. He smiled at Li Yu and said, "Listen little one, I'm here to see your CEO on important business. Don't mess this up for me. You wouldn't want to be responsible for that, would you? I'm not a little one. I'm 22 years old. Watch your tongue. You're really judging a book by its cover. You need to leave right now. Our CEO already has a boyfriend, the most outstanding man in the world. Don't even think about it. You're just a toad lusting after a swan's flesh." Li Yu spat out the words, a trace of disdain curling on her lips. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Ye Fan was truly speechless. Faced with this fierce and tenacious little secretary, he didn't quite know how to handle her, yet he felt a sense of approval towards her. "What's your name? And what's your position here?" Ye Fan asked, looking at her with an amused, probing gaze. "My name is Li Yue and I'm the CEO's secretary," she said, then suddenly realizing she'd been tricked, she changed her tone. "Ah, I fell for that. Who are you and why should I tell you anything? Get back downstairs." With that she stretched out her arms and tried to push Ye Fan back towards the elevator. Ye Fan didn't know what else to say to this unreasonable little secretary. Ignoring her, he walked straight towards the CEO's office. "Hey! You! Stop right there!" A shout came from behind him, and the next moment Ye Fan felt his waist being grabbed. Turning around, he saw the same little secretary, her face flushed red, looking up at him with a determined expression, clearly resolved to stop him. "Little one, don't you think this is a bit intimate?" Ye Fan suddenly said. "I'm a man with a girlfriend, you know. I warned you, don't call me little one. My name is Li Yu." Li Yu shouted, her voice nearly deafening. Then she yelled again, "Security! Security!" At that moment Ye Fan couldn't help but admire Chen Feier. Finding talent like this was truly resourceful. She could work as a secretary and double as a bodyguard. It was killing two birds with one stone. He'd have to properly reward this little secretary later. Li Yu's shouts soon drew the attention of the staff on the floor above. Ye Fan looked around and saw that they were all women, each with their own charm. Long Qian and Long Kun, upon hearing Li Yu's cries, rushed over. But when they saw the scene before them, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. There was their young master engaged in a physical struggle with Li Yu. Seeing his calm expression, they understood his intentions and made no move to intervene, instead watching the spectacle with amusement. Chen Feier, having just finished reviewing a batch of documents, heard Li Yu's shouts from outside her office. She stepped out with Feng Shui. But as she reached the door, she saw a familiar, innocent face before her. It had been over a month. He had lost weight. He had come to see her. Hot tears she could no longer hold back streamed down her beautiful face. "Husband!" Chen Feier rushed into Ye Fan's arms, sobbing softly. The word husband stunned all the female employees in the office. Especially Li Yu. Oh no, could the man before her be the CEO's boyfriend and the chairman of the Yanhuang Group? The figure all employees worshipped as a deity. She was in trouble now. She had fought tooth and nail to get into Yanhuang Group, not just for the great pay and benefits, but because it made her the envy of her friends and family. It had always been a source of immense satisfaction for her small vanity. But now she had offended the chairman. She'd surely be packing her bags and leaving. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She felt completely lost, her head bowed, tears welling up in her eyes. Upon hearing that Ye Fan had arrived, Lin Feng immediately dropped his work and rushed over to greet him warmly. Feng Shui, Long Qian and Long Kun also respectfully bowed and said, "Young master," before standing aside. Ye Fan released Chen Feier from his embrace, glanced at the distressed Li Yue and walked directly towards her. Seeing Ye Fan approaching, Li Yu braced herself for the worst, silently awaiting his judgment. Ye Fan walked up to Li Yu, patted her on the shoulder and said kindly, "Li Yu, I didn't realize you had such strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ye Fan, the chairman of the group." Before he could finish, Li Yu, thinking she was about to be fired, began to cry, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry, Chairman, I didn't know you were. I'll pack my things and leave right away." The others watched Li Yu with sympathetic eyes. Offending the chairman was a hopeless situation. Li Yu turned to leave after finishing her words, but to her surprise Ye Fan grabbed her arm and said, "Little girl, why are you crying? Who said anything about firing you? Not only am I not firing you, I'm giving you a raise. I was very impressed with your performance just now. Keep it up in the future." Everyone was stunned by Ye Fan's words, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. They looked at Li Yu with envious eyes. Good heavens, being favored by the chairman himself meant boundless prospects ahead. Li Yu hadn't expected this outcome either. It was truly a case of extreme sorrow turning to extreme joy. She couldn't help but break into a smile through her tears and walked over to Ye Fan, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Chairman. I will work hard and serve the group well." Ye Fan chatted with Lin Feng and the others for a while before they took their leave, each going off to attend to their own matters. Ye Fan turned and took Chen Feier's hand, leading her into his office. As soon as the office door closed, the women gathered around Li Yu, chattering away. "Xiao Yue, you've truly turned misfortune into a blessing. Congratulations. When you make it big, don't forget us sisters, hee hee." Listening to the women's words, Li Yu felt deep gratitude towards Ye Fan for his recognition. She silently vowed to work diligently to repay the chairman's kindness. Ye Fan led Chen Feier into the office and sat down. Chen Feier settled onto his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck and said with tender concern, "Honey, you've lost weight." Ye Fan took her delicate hand, gently stroking it, and said with deep gratitude, "I'm fine, don't worry. Have you all been well this past month?" "Yes, Mother and Waner are all fine, but we missed you terribly. Now that you're back, you're not leaving again, are you?" Ye Fan gave Chen Feier a loving look and sighed deeply. "To be honest, I don't want to leave either. I hate being apart from you all, but to secure a better future for us, I have to do this." "Honey, how many days are you staying this time? When do you have to leave?" Chen Feier's eyes showed a flicker of disappointment upon hearing he would leave again, but she fought to keep her composure and asked calmly. "I'm back for 3 days this time. The base is already built. In 3 days 100,000 people will move in and begin elimination training. After I go this time, I might not be able to return until things at the base are stabilized. So I want to spend these few days properly with you all." As he spoke, Ye Fan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Chen Feier dutifully retrieved a lighter from his pocket and lit it for him. Then she said, "Honey, a real man aspires to great things. Go ahead. Don't worry about things at home. I'll take good care of Mother and Waner." Ye Fan took a drag from his cigarette and gazed at Chen Feier with deep affection. "Feier, thank you for being so understanding. Alright, let's get going. We'll leave work early today. Let's go pick up Waner and the others, then stop by the supermarket to buy some groceries. Tonight I'll cook a nice meal for you all myself to show my appreciation." Hearing this, Chen Feier nearly drooled. She excitedly stood up, planted a kiss on Ye Fan's lips, and said with a smile, "Honey, wait for me. I'll just go change my clothes. I'll be right back." At the gate of Peking University, Ye Fan sat in the car looking at the familiar campus. It had been over a month since he'd last been to school. He wondered how Chen Liang and the others were doing. He'd deal with that after things settled down. Lin Waner received Ye Fan's call, and upon hearing he was back and waiting at the school gate, quickly gathered Chen Sisimu, Tong and the others, and they ran towards the main entrance. The simultaneous appearance of the girls left countless love-struck onlookers in their wake. By the time Lin Waner and the others reached the school gate, they had amassed a long trail of fans behind them. Ye Fan didn't get out of the car. He smiled and waved at Lin Waner and the others. Seeing him, the girls joyfully ran over, got into the car, and each gave him a hug and a kiss, their longing plainly visible. Then they began chattering playfully, complaining about how long he'd been away. Ye Fan explained himself one by one, and only then did the girls let him off the hook. He started the car and headed towards the supermarket. "Honey, where are we going?" Lin Waner asked curiously, noticing he wasn't driving towards home. Chen Feier turned back and said, "Your husband is taking us to the supermarket to buy groceries. He's going to cook for us himself today. We're in for a treat, hee hee." Hearing Chen Feier's words and thinking of Ye Fan's delicious cooking, the girls unladylike ly gulped in unison, excitement written all over their faces. After a big shopping spree at the supermarket, Ye Fan brought the four women back home. Li Mei was sitting in the living room watching TV when she suddenly saw her son come back laden with bags. She stood up excitedly, took the bags from his hands, gave him a reproachful glare, and pretended to be angry. "You rascal, gone for so long. Have you been fooling around out there again?" Ye Fan smiled at Li Mei and said, "Mom, how could I? I'm an ambitious man." He chuckled. In front of his mother, Ye Fan dropped the facade he wore for outsiders, transforming back into a child who would never grow up. "You know, son, while you were away, these girls have had a hard time. They've been so downcast every day. The smiles they've had in this past month combined don't match what they have in a single day when you're here. I don't know what spell you've cast on them, but they're all devoted to you, you little scoundrel. You must never let them down, you hear me?" Li Mei teased her son, her eyes full of deep affection. In truth, she missed her son just as much. For the past month, Li Mei had wished every day to see her son appear before her, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could stay by her side every day. But she knew that wasn't possible in reality. The four women lowered their heads shyly upon hearing Li Mei's words. Ye Fan comforted his mother, saying, "Mom, don't worry. I'll treat them well. Oh, and today I'll cook a nice meal for you all myself. You just sit here and watch TV. It'll be ready soon." "You cook?" Li Mei was a bit surprised and somewhat skeptical. What could this boy possibly make? She'd be impressed if he could even tell salt from MSG. So she prepared to cook herself. Chen Feier ran over to Li Mei and whispered something in her ear. "What?" Li Mei looked incredulous, still not quite believing it. Seeing Ye Fan insist on cooking, she relented. "All right then, Xiao Fan, go ahead. It's time you did something nice for Feier and the others. But if you really can't manage, just call for me, okay?" Li Mei still wasn't reassured and patiently instructed him. Ye Fan quietly listened to his mother's nagging, feeling a warmth in his heart. Having grown up lacking parental love, he used to sneak away to a secluded spot and cry whenever he saw other children happily with their parents. So instead of being annoyed by his mother's nagging, he cherished it, treasuring this profound family affection. Ye Fan took the groceries into the kitchen and got busy washing and chopping vegetables. Midway, Li Mei, still a bit worried, came in to check on him. Seeing everything in perfect order, she began to believe what Chen Feier had said. Having learned his lesson last time, Ye Fan made 8 dishes and a soup all at once with generous portions, ensuring a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. The dishes were beautifully presented and glistened enticingly. When Ye Fan brought all the dishes to the table, Li Mei and the four women were drawn over by the rich aroma. Everyone sat down and dug in ravenously. Li Mei, still half doubting, took a bite and discovered it was all true. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her son. "Bro, you made so many dishes today and such big portions. Are you afraid you won't get enough to eat yourself?" Tong asked mischievously while wolfing down a piece of chicken. "Yeah, Xiao Tong is really smart, hee hee." Ye Fan laughed a bit awkwardly, causing the women to burst into laughter. The meal was enjoyed in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Chen Feier and Lin Waner volunteered to do the dishes while Ye Fan sat on the living room sofa chatting with his mother. Through their conversation, Li Mei learned about Ye Fan's recent activities. Upon hearing that her son would be leaving in 3 days and wouldn't be back for a while, a shadow of gloom fell over her brow. But not wanting to show her reluctance, she forced a smile and silently encouraged her son, quietly gazing at his handsome face. She also reminded him to work hard these few days so she could soon hold a grandchild. Only after Ye Fan promised repeatedly did she get up to rest. Over the next 3 days Ye Fan accompanied his mother and the 4 women touring all of Beijing. They visited the Forbidden City, climbed the Great Wall. Happy times always pass quickly. Late at night Chen Feier and Lin Waner cast aside their shyness and the 3 slept together. They clung to Ye Fan passionately as if trying to merge into his very being. Knowing he would leave tomorrow, Ye Fan understood their feelings. After a passionate night he gently held them and comforted them. Feier, Waner, take good care of yourselves while I'm away and look after mother for me, okay? The 2 women, listening to his tender words, nodded with tears in their eyes and choked out in unison, honey, don't worry about home. We'll handle things. You take good care of yourself. Li Mei, Chen Cici and Mu Tong also cried through the night. The next morning before dawn the women with red swollen eyes quietly packed Ye Fan's luggage. Ye Fan ate a bit of breakfast, took his bag's hug. Li Mei and the 4 women watched the receding vehicle, unable to hold back their tears any longer, and embraced each other crying. At dawn, as a crimson sun ascended amidst the morning glow, the elimination trials of the Tiger Corps officially commenced. Ye Fan alongside Political Commissar Lin, Vice Commander Zhu and Vice Commander Li ascended the rostrum in full military attire. 10,000 soldiers selected from various major military regions stood in immaculate formation below. Ye Fan's gaze swept across the sea of men, noting a dizzying array of uniforms and insignias ranging from senior colonels to sergeants. Ye Fan beckoned Long Tian over and instructed, Long Tian, go with Xiao Chen and the others to collect all their rank insignias. Soon all the insignias were gathered. The assembled soldiers stared at the unusually young officer, murmuring amongst themselves in confusion about his intentions. Ye Fan stepped forward, declining the microphone offered by an orderly. Channeling his inner energy, he projected his voice clearly, greetings everyone. I am the first commanding officer of the Tiger Corps. My surname is Ye, given name Fan. First, on behalf of the base leadership, I welcome you all. Starting today, the elimination trials officially begin. Only 1 in 10 of you will remain. That means only 10,000 will ultimately stay, and only they will truly become honored members of the Tiger Corps. You must be wondering why I confiscated your rank insignias. Let me tell you now, from this moment on, whether you were a colonel or a sergeant, you are all equal in my eyes. You have no dignity, no status. In my view, you are all a bunch of useless trash. Here your only duty is to obey, and obey absolutely. Does anyone object? His voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of every soldier with crystal clarity. The soldiers below, each an elite chosen from their respective regions, glared furiously at Ye Fan's provocative words, shouting in unison, we object. Hearing this, Ye Fan clapped his hands. A wave of oppressive pressure radiated from him, causing a flicker of unease to pass through the crowd. Ye Fan swept his piercing gaze across the entire assembly and stated coldly, good. Very good. Excellent. Since you refuse to admit you are trash, I will give you a chance to challenge me. Each formation select 100 of your best. We will begin with hand-to-hand combat skills. How about it? He knew these so-called elites needed a lesson to understand there was always someone stronger to make them compliant. His words were a deliberate provocation. Enraged by Ye Fan's insulting words, the soldiers below were practically fuming, their eyes bloodshot. The dignity of a soldier could not be trampled upon so easily. They itched to rush the stage and teach this seemingly young officer a lesson. Lin Zhenghua and the others felt a twinge of worry for Ye Fan and approached to quietly advise him. Ye Fan replied calmly, it's fine, there's no need for concern. 100 men were quickly selected and ascended the large rostrum, staring coldly at Ye Fan. He waved his hand dismissively, a look of utter disdain on his face. You may attack me now. The men, having long since lost patience, lunged at Ye Fan with fierce cries. Fists flew, legs kicked, all with lightning speed. Ye Fan nodded inwardly, acknowledging their caliber as true elites. He did not tarry, shifting his form and meeting their charge. What followed left Lin Zhenghua and the so-called elites below utterly astounded. Ye Fan moved like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger descending a mountain. Wherever he passed, only a blur remained, punctuated by cries of pain. Within the span of a cigarette, all 100 men lay on the ground. Having shown great restraint, they suffered only minor injuries, painful but not enough to impede their future training. In every subsequent competition, Ye Fan achieved overwhelming and effortless victory. His shooting in particular was deemed utterly unbelievable. With his eyes blindfolded, he fired 10 consecutive shots, each one striking the dead center of the target. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Yet the evidence was undeniable. A profound silence fell over the crowd. Was this even human? But soldiers instinctively admire strength. After a moment of shock, a thunderous wave of applause erupted. The looks directed at Ye Fan transformed from initial skepticism to profound reverence. In the hearts of these soldiers, Ye Fan had ascended to the status of a god. Lin Waner was also taken aback by his son-in-law's display. He thought proudly, indeed a worthy son-in-law. In such a short time he's brought this pack of arrogant, fierce soldiers to heel, making them as docile as newlyweds. Truly remarkable. He secretly congratulated himself on raising such a fine daughter, and his gaze towards his son-in-law grew even warmer with admiration. Commander Su and Commander Li were equally stunned by Ye Fan's prowess. Though they had voiced no objection when the chairman appointed Ye Fan as the commander of the Tiger Corps, they had harbored private doubts. Now they felt immense respect for the chairman's and Minister Lin's judgment. No wonder the higher-ups were so confident entrusting such a vital unit to Ye Fan. A wave of excitement washed over them, and they felt a surge of pride in their own wise choice. With a helmsman as capable as Ye Fan, the future of this unit was undeniably bright. They silently vowed to fully support Ye Fan, working together to forge the Tiger Corps into the true soul and symbol of the military. Ye Fan raised his hand to signal for silence. Instantly the area fell into complete stillness. All eyes were fixed on him with fervent admiration, gazing upon their military deity. Ye Fan's sharp gaze swept across the crowd once more. Are you all convinced now? Yes. The roar from the 100,000 soldiers below was earth-shattering, filled with unyielding loyalty and an awe-inspiring domineering spirit. Do you want to become stronger? Yes. Good. If you wish to become stronger, then first you must earn your place in the Tiger Corps. That is all for this morning. Full-scale elimination training begins this afternoon. I wish you all the best of luck in passing this trial. Dismissed. The various units, led by their newly appointed temporary leaders, marched off the parade ground in orderly fashion and returned to their barracks to rest. Lin Waner and the other two commanders excitedly approached Ye Fan. The impatient Commander Su couldn't help but exclaim, "Commander Yi, you are truly a master. I have nothing but the deepest admiration for you, ha ha ha." Indeed. Commander Yi, that was a brilliant move. You've silenced these arrogant young whelps completely. I only am truly fortunate to have the chance to work with a talent as remarkable as you in my lifetime. Commander Li added excitedly. You too flatter me, my elders. I only hope with your guidance to build this unit into a formidable force and live up to the trust placed in me by our superiors. That would be more than enough. Ye Fan replied with a modest air, showing not a trace of arrogance or self-satisfaction. The three commanders and commissars nodded in silent approval, thinking that this young man was destined for greatness far beyond their current station. In the afternoon, at the sound of an urgent assembly whistle, the elimination training officially commenced. Long Tian and Long Di were appointed as instructors by Ye Fan to execute his elimination plan. The first elimination event was a 10-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Each soldier had to carry a total of 25 kilograms, including a bulletproof vest, a pistol with 4 magazines, a submachine gun, an assault rifle with 5 magazines, a helmet, a dagger, combat boots, a first aid kit, rations, a canteen, communication equipment, multipurpose shears, plus a 10-kilogram sandbag vest and 5-kilogram sandbag leg weights. The rule was to eliminate the last 1,000 finishers. Facing such brutal elimination, the soldiers remained expressionless. Upon hearing the start command, they darted forward like leopards. Ye Fan sat in a helicopter, closely observing the troops' movements. Initially everyone was clustered together, but after 10 minutes the unit split into 2 groups. After 30 minutes the gap gradually widened. When the cross-country run ended, the first batch of eliminated soldiers was transported back to their original units in large trucks. The farewell scene was filled with a somber atmosphere as the soldiers, tears welling in their eyes, departed from the barracks they held dear. Day after day passed, and each day a batch of soldiers was sent away from the Mighty Tiger military base. Every day Ye Fan had to face those tearful soldiers, yet he had no choice but to steel his heart and send them off one batch after another. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye a month had passed. Of the original 100,000 soldiers, only 20,000 remained. Today was a rest day, and tomorrow the final elimination round would begin with the goal of eliminating 10,000 more. After over a month of relentless high-intensity training, the soldiers' nerves were stretched taut. Their daily sleep never exceeded 4 hours, and they were exhausted. Finally granted a day of rest, they didn't go out to play but chose instead to lie in bed, their tense nerves suddenly relaxing. The entire camp, once bustling, grew quiet. Meanwhile, in a large conference room, Ye Fan was discussing the final elimination competition with Political Commissar Lin, Commander Su, and Commander Li. "Xiao Fan, isn't this a bit too cruel?" Commander Su said, a hint of worry creasing his brow as he listened to Ye Fan's plan. The cigarette in his hand burned slowly. Ye Fan's face was resolute. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance. After a long pause he said calmly, "We need to build an elite force, a unit capable of handling any major task under any circumstances. If they can't overcome even these minor difficulties, then I'd rather have none at all. Our Mighty Tiger Army is not a conventional force. The soldiers we need must be the best in every aspect. Since the higher-ups have entrusted this unit to me, I must do my utmost to forge them. So I have decided." "All right, Xiao Fan, since you've decided, we support you." Lin Zhenguo stubbed out his cigarette, glanced at Commander Su and Commander Li, then nodded and said solemnly, "Thank you," Ye Fan said, looking at the three of them with a hint of gratitude. Deep in the night the entire camp was silent. Under the influence of a special hypnotic drug, the soldiers slept like logs. Ye Fan, accompanied by Long Tian and Long Di, stood at the entrance of the dormitory. The late autumn wind carried a chill. Ye Fan checked his watch. It was exactly 3 o'clock. He turned to Long Tian and Long Di and said, "All right, let's begin." Upon receiving the order, Long Tian led 1,000 temporarily transferred soldiers from the Beijing military region, who swiftly rushed into the soldiers' dormitories and carried the sleeping soldiers onto the waiting military transport planes. Once all soldiers were loaded, the planes made a graceful turn and roared off towards a primitive forest in southwestern China. At dawn, as a ray of sunlight filtered through the dense leaves onto He Yuan's face, he slowly woke up. He felt refreshed, having finally had a peaceful sleep. He opened his eyes and saw green everywhere. "Hey, where is this? I remember the dormitory walls were white. Why are they green?" He suddenly sensed something amiss and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "How did I end up in a primitive forest?" He let out a long, bewildered cry, startling his comrades nearby awake. Li Dahan scratched his head in confusion, looked around and asked, "Where are we?" He stood up and walked around, but couldn't tell north from south. "Damn it! That hateful instructor actually dumped us in this godforsaken forest while we were asleep." Chen Jian, now fully awake, couldn't help but roar, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. "Hey, look! There's a note here." Shi Fan suddenly spotted a conspicuous note on the ground and called out to the others. They crowded around, and after reading it they were stunned, collapsing onto the ground in despair. This wilderness survival training was different from before. Ye Fan had divided the 20,000 soldiers into groups of 5 scattered across the forest. Each soldier carried no food, only a dagger. They were forbidden to light fires. Anyone caught doing so would be immediately eliminated. They had to follow a designated route and cross over 1,000 kilometers to reach a specified location within half a month. The first 10,000 to arrive would officially become members of the Mighty Tiger unit, if the rest would be eliminated. Each soldier carried a signal flare. If anyone couldn't endure it, they could choose to activate it, signifying their surrender. He Yuan and Tian Yuan were from the Beijing military region, Shi Fan and Chen Jian from the Nanjing military region, and Li Dahan from the Chengdu military region. As top performers in their respective regions, all 5 were determined to join the Mighty Tiger unit. Having spent a month together, they had become familiar with each other. Facing this dire situation, they quickly snapped out of their shock, realizing that if they didn't face reality, they would face elimination, which was unacceptable to them. Yanhuang was the first to stand up, casually flicking off a venomous scorpion from his body. A sly smile played on his lips as he said, "Let's go, brothers. We need to move fast. I don't think any of us wants to be eliminated." He picked up his dagger and led the way into the depths of the forest, with the others following closely behind. In a primitive forest, the greatest threats during survival training were wild animals like venomous snakes and beasts. A single misstep could mean never getting up again. The 5 of them were acutely aware of this, maintaining heightened alertness. The forest, untouched by human feet for so long, was riddled with swamps. Deeper they went, the more numerous the beasts and poisonous insects became. They moved cautiously through the damp jungle, beginning their half-month trek. For the first 2 days they subsisted on wild fruits. But as the terrain grew more challenging, they began to feel weak and exhausted, their stomachs growling with hunger. Yanhuang looked at the others, thought for a moment, and said worriedly, "Brothers, I think we won't make it out of this jungle on wild fruits alone. No, we need to eat meat. Only with meat can we have the strength to move faster and avoid elimination. But that damn instructor won't let us light a fire. Are we supposed to eat raw meat?" "Ugh, the thought alone is disgusting," Yanhuang said, still unwilling to accept it. "Yeah, Yanhuang is right," Chen Feier said. "If we can get past this mental hurdle early, we'll be one step closer to the Mighty Tiger unit." As they discussed, they trudged through the damp jungle. With their energy levels critically depleted, they finally couldn't go on. They sat down to rest. Yanhuang, without a word, slipped into the dense forest on his own. He soon returned carrying 4 or 5 venomous snakes. The others watched with wide eyes as Yanhuang threw the snakes to the ground, picked one up, drew his dagger, and skillfully skinned it in one fluid motion, revealing the pinkish-white snake meat. "Damn, he's not going to eat that raw, is he?" Yanhuang said to Chen Jian beside him, his face a picture of disbelief. Ignoring the others, Yanhuang brought the snake to his nose, inhaling deeply as if savoring it. Then he opened his mouth and took a large bite, chewing noisily with a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his lips. "Ugh!" Yanhuang and the others, seeing Yanhuang's revolting display, retched and backed away from him, their faces etched with horror. "Damn, this snake meat is delicious. And it's great for your health. Here, I caught 5, one for each of you, huh?" Yanhuang said, tossing the snakes to the others, who dodged them in disgust. Yanhuang looked at their squeamish expressions, then changed his tone, mocking them. "Look at yourselves. Where's your soldiers' pride? You call yourselves special forces. You're a disgrace. Remember, if you still want to get out of this jungle and join the Mighty Tiger unit, you will eat this snake. Otherwise you don't deserve to be called soldiers." Yanhuang's voice grew more impassioned and louder with each word. The others fell silent, each wrestling with their own thoughts. They were soldiers, unafraid of death, yet cowed by a mere snake. How could they ever call themselves soldiers again? After a moment, Chen Feier stepped forward, first picked up a snake, closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole. Seeing this, the remaining 3 knew there was no turning back. A look of grim determination crossed their faces as they stepped forward, suppressing their revulsion, and forced the snake meat into their mouths. Yanhuang watched their efforts, and a faint satisfied smile appeared on his face. At the edge of the forest, at a temporary base, Ye Fan, Lin Jinghua and others stood on a hillside, peering through military binoculars into the distant primeval forest. After a long silence, Lin Jinghua suddenly asked, "Xiao Fan, why don't you allow them to light fires?" Ye Fan's gaze remained fixed on the distance as he calmly replied, "This unit will become China's most elite force, destined to undertake many critical missions. In a real state of war, lighting fires would easily expose our position. So I am training them in this aspect now. My principle is that peacetime is wartime. At any moment, as a soldier of the Republic, one must be ready for war." Commander Su, having heard Ye Fan's words, sighed with emotion. "Yes, Xiao Fan speaks very well. If every one of our soldiers shared this mindset, our army would be well on its way to achieving its goals." Just then a dispatch runner jogged over and reported, "Comrade Chief, the medical team has arrived at the designated location as ordered, awaiting your instructions." "Understood," Ye Fan said, turning to Deputy Commander Li. "Old Li, go and arrange the medical team's tasks." Deputy Commander Li acknowledged and left. Since their previous ordeal of eating raw snake meat, Tian Yuan, He Yuan and the others had been moving rapidly through the jungle. Having accepted the necessity of eating raw food, they shed their mental burdens, eating whatever they could catch when hungry, sleeping under the stars, marching by day and resting in trees at night. Days passed this way. On the 14th day, Ye Fan stood as usual on a small hill near the finish line, his face expressionless. To his immense relief, not a single soldier had activated their signal flare. Despite his calm exterior, he was deeply worried for the soldiers, silently praying that each one would return safely. Suddenly 4 or 5 small dark spots appeared in the distance. Ye Fan raised his binoculars and saw 5 soldiers supporting each other, limping and stumbling towards the finish line. As they drew closer, he felt a surge of joy for these 5 men who had trekked over 1,000 kilometers in 14 days without any food source. Chen, notify the medical team to be fully prepared to receive the soldiers. Also have Long Tian record the names of the top 10 finishers and bring them to me. Ye Fan thought for a moment and then gave the orders to Chen behind him. "Yes, Chief," Chen snapped to attention and then turned to leave. Fan Ruoxiao, formerly the head nurse at the Beijing Military Region General Hospital, was renowned as the flower of the military for her exceptional beauty. Upon receiving her orders, she had joyfully come to report for duty with the Mighty Tiger unit. Today the soldiers who had been on the wilderness survival exercise in the primeval forest were beginning to return. Fan Ruoxiao and her nurses were busy attending to them, but the sheer number of arrivals kept them all frantically occupied. Having trekked for so long without food, many soldiers upon reaching the finish line and realizing their success collapsed with contented smiles on their faces, fainting from sheer exhaustion and relief. The 15-day wilderness survival training finally concluded successfully. For those who hadn't completed the task, Ye Fan arranged for military helicopters to pick them up one by one using the GPS positioning systems each soldier carried. 3 days later, on a large parade ground at the Mighty Tiger military base in Beijing, 10,000 eliminated soldiers stood in orderly formation. Ye Fan, in full military uniform, stood before them, his shiny gold stars on his shoulders gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Looking at the soldiers, each with tears welling in their eyes, Ye Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Gazing at the familiar faces before him, Ye Fan raised his right hand in a solemn military salute, holding it for a long time. All 10,000 soldiers who remained spontaneously formed ranks and saluted in unison with Ye Fan. Sobs from the younger soldiers in the formation began to rise. The veterans and officers tried to hold back their tears, but they couldn't stop them from streaming down their faces. Fan Ruoxiao stood quietly behind the formation, moved to tears by the touching scene before her. Looking at this remarkably young and handsome officer, Fan Ruoxiao felt both moved and shocked. This man was a major general, so young yet holding such a high rank and seemingly revered and respected by all the soldiers, their gazes towards him burning with admiration. Fan Ruoxiao was intrigued. This man is so mysterious, truly like a book. I really want to get to know him, she thought to herself. After a long moment, Ye Fan lowered his hand. "Comrades," he began. Instantly everyone snapped to attention. Ye Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to speak. Finally he said slowly, "Although you have failed in this elimination exercise, you are the ones who came closest to the finish line. You are defeated, but you are honored. I hope you will not be discouraged, will not lose heart, and will not give up. Return to your respective units and work hard. I hope to see you again in the next selection. Can you do it?" His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. "Yes," the soldiers shouted back with barely contained excitement. The collective aura of 10,000 men shook the vast base, stirring and powerful. Beneath their military caps, their dark, lean faces were etched with determination. Over these days, Ye Fan's image had been firmly etched into the hearts of every soldier. In many training exercises he led by example, participating alongside the soldiers. His performance left them astounded and earned their profound respect, completely dispelling any initial contempt they might have had for his youth. Just as Christians worship Jesus, Ye Fan was at that moment the undisputed god of war in their eyes. Farewell songs began to play as the soldiers, tears streaming down their faces, boarded the military trucks one by one. Ye Fan waved goodbye to each of them. Every soldier gave him a solemn salute and shouted in unison, "Chief, wait for us. We will definitely come back." Ye Fan's lips trembled as he watched these beloved soldiers. Finally 2 tears escaped the corners of his eyes. The military vehicles started up and drove out of the camp one after another. Each soldier took one last look at the base where they had lived for over 2 months. They had arrived full of hope, but they left carrying a sense of loss in their hearts. Yet they had not given up. Though their bodies were departing, every one of them left their spirit behind. Late at night, Ye Fan lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. He casually threw on a coat, stepped outside the dormitory, and sat down on the balcony. It was winter and the air outside was bitingly cold. Ye Fan tightened his coat, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke. His thoughts drifted to his family. It had been 3 months since he last went home. Though they kept in touch by phone, his deep longing was undeniable. He sighed, thinking, is Mom okay? What about Feier and Waner? And Wu? Still no news. The thought of Xiaoqing Wu stirred a wave of melancholy, and a bitter taste filled his heart. He recalled that night also on a balcony when Wu had spoken to him. Every word, every scene replayed vividly in his mind. Lost in these quiet recollections, he smoked one cigarette after another. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was approaching. Ye Fan stood up to return inside, but as he rose he nearly stumbled, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. He staggered into the room and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning Xiaoqin came to wake Ye Fan as usual. He knocked for a long time, but there was no response. That's strange. The commander is usually up by now. Why is there no sound? Xiaoqin began to worry. He pushed the door and it was unlocked. He hurried inside and the sight before him startled him. Ye Fan was lying crookedly on the bed, completely still. Commander! Commander! What's wrong? Xiaoqin called out as he approached, but got no response. He reached out and touched Ye Fan's forehead. It was scorching hot. The commander must be sick. Without a second thought, Xiaoqin hoisted Ye Fan onto his back and rushed towards the base hospital. Just as they reached the bottom of the building, they ran into Lin Jinghua, who was returning from his morning run. Seeing Ye Fan unconscious, Lin Jinghua asked anxiously, Xiaoqin, what's wrong with Ye Fan? Political Commissar, the commander is sick. I'm taking him to the base hospital, Xiaoqin reported quickly. How did he get sick? Xiao Fan has always been in good health, Lin Jinghua muttered. He thought to himself, why now of all times? Tomorrow morning is the anniversary of the mighty Tiger Army. Father and other leaders are coming to attend. If Ye Fan can't make it, what will we do? He pushed the thought aside. Never mind, let's get him better first. His health is the priority. This was his prized son-in-law. He couldn't let anything happen to him or his daughter would surely be furious. Having made up his mind, he said, quick, I'll come with you. Soon they arrived at the hospital with Ye Fan. The doctors and nurses had just started their shift when they saw the political commissar Lin rushing in and hurried over to greet him. Quick, quick! Commander Yi is sick. Please take a look at him. Lin Jinghua shouted loudly as soon as he walked in. The senior doctor then noticed the person on his back was Commander Yi. He immediately became flustered, arranged for Ye Fan to be laid on a bed, and began his diagnosis. Soon the senior doctor approached Lin Jinghua, who was pacing anxiously, and said, Commander Yi is suffering from a severe cold compounded by exhaustion, mental stress, and extreme physical weakness. That's what led to this condition. He just needs a couple of days of rest. Oh good. It's nothing serious then, Lin Jinghua said, his worry easing. After calming his emotions, Commissar Lin said, all right, arrange for 2 people to take good care of Commander Yi. He's been under a lot of strain lately. Yes, Commander, rest assured, the senior doctor replied. He then turned to Fan Ruoxiao beside him and instructed, "Xiao Fan, you'll be in charge of looking after the commander for the next couple of days. Make sure you take good care of him." "Yes," Fan Ruoxiao agreed, then turned and went in to attend to Ye Fan. Entering the ward, Fan Ruoxiao sat by the bed, propping her delicate jade-like chin on her hand. She quietly gazed at the enigmatic man lying in bed receiving an 4 drip. Despite his pale complexion, the man's captivating temperament was undeniable. Fan Ruoxiao knew deep down that such an aura could only be cultivated through profound cultural refinement, personal cultivation, and life experience. His features were sharply defined and deep, reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His thick eyebrows, high nose, and perfectly shaped lips all exuded nobility and elegance. Especially his eyes, which held a trace of world weariness, captivated Fan Ruoxiao completely. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice the knowing, amused smile on the face of the female doctor beside her, Han Bing. "Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan?" Han Bing said, waving her hand in front of Fan Ruoxiao's eyes with a mischievous grin. "Ah!" Fan Ruoxiao suddenly realized someone was calling her and snapped back to reality. Turning her head, she saw Han Bing looking at her with an amused expression. Realizing she had been caught staring, a blush rapidly spread across her soft cheeks, making her look as beautiful as a peach blossom. She lowered her head, unable to meet Han Bing's gaze. "Oh my, our little Fan's heart is fluttering. It seems our young Commander Yi has quite the charm." Flustered by Han Bing's teasing, Fan Ruoxiao stood up and protested playfully, "Sister Han, stop talking nonsense. I don't." "Oh really?" Han Bing clearly didn't believe Fan Ruoxiao's denial. She chuckled, "Then how do you explain staring at our young Commander Yi without even blinking?" I. Fan Ruoxiao's face was as red as a peach. She stammered, unable to explain herself. Could she say she was just curious about him and wanted to understand him? Even though that was the truth, she doubted anyone would believe her. So she fell silent. "Haha, can't explain that, can you? No wonder you rejected Commander Huang's son's courtship last time. You were aiming for a bigger catch all along." Fan Ruoxiao was mortified by Han Bing's teasing. She ran over to her and said coquettishly, "Sister Han, please stop teasing me. I really am not what you imagine. Xiao Fan, you're 25 this year, not getting any younger. Don't miss this chance. Our young Commander Yi is handsome, has great temperament, and is a major general. If you let a man like this slip away, you'll regret it for a lifetime." Han Bing's tone became more earnest as she offered her advice. She then patted Fan Ruoxiao on the shoulder and left, leaving the young nurse lost in thought. After a while, Fan Ruoxiao sat back down on the stool, gazing at the man before her. "Do I like this man? I can't really say. Even if I do, with his status, why would he ever look at someone like me? I'm just a nurse with nothing to offer besides a pretty face." Fan Ruoxiao couldn't help but mock herself. "If you weren't so outstanding, so perfect, maybe I'd have a chance to think about it." "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore." And so Fan Ruoxiao sat by the bed, keeping vigil over the man. When Ye Fan woke up, it was already deep in the night. He opened his eyes. Where is this?" He looked around and noticed a beautiful nurse asleep, hunched over the edge of his bed. "I must be sick," Ye Fan thought. He patted his throbbing head, recalling, "Right, I sat outside all night and then collapsed on my bed. That must be it." Ye Fan tried to get up, but his body felt utterly weak. With no other choice, he lay back down. Seeing the beautiful woman beside him sleeping soundly, Ye Fan couldn't bear to wake her. He carefully propped himself up against the bed and watched her, lost in her slumber. She had a stunningly beautiful face, long eyelashes, gently closed eyes, a delicate and straight nose, and small cherry-like lips that were rosy and soft. Her tied-up hair released a tantalizing fragrance. Because she was leaning over, her collar had slipped back slightly, revealing a section of her snow-white neck. Her skin was incredibly fine, as if carved from ivory. Her breathing was soft and even, and a sweet smile played at the corners of her mouth, as if she were in the middle of a pleasant dream. Ye Fan gently draped his own coat over her, then closed his eyes. At dawn when Fan Ruoxiao awoke, she found a man's military uniform draped over her and quickly looked toward the man she was guarding. The man was looking at her with a gentle smile. Under his sharp gaze, Fan Ruoxiao felt flustered and uneasy, her heart pounding like a startled deer. Fine beads of sweat formed on her delicate forehead. In a hurry she stood up and whispered, "Commander, you're awake." I woke up last night." "Oh, by the way, don't call me Commander. I'm not used to it. My name is Ye Fan." "And you?" Seeing that Ye Fan had no airs of a commander at all, Fan Ruoxiao felt a surge of goodwill and said with a smile, "My name is Fan Ruoxiao. I'm your subordinate now, but if I can't call you Commander, what should I call you?" "Fan Ruoxiao, that's a beautiful name. How about this? We're about the same age, let's be friends. You can call me Xiao Fan from now on. What do you think?" Ye Fan said with a smile, seeking her opinion. "Xiao Fan?" Fan Ruoxiao was taken aback by his words and felt a sense of unease. This was the highest commander of the base, how could she dare to call him by his nickname? That would be a serious breach of protocol. She quickly shook her head like a rattle drum and said, "That won't do. We're in the military. If other leaders found out, I'd be reprimanded." No. It's fine. Is there any officer in this unit with a higher rank than me? Since I've agreed, you have nothing to worry about." Fan Ruoxiao patted her chest, let out a sigh of relief, and thought, he's right. He is the highest ranking officer in this unit. Since he's agreed, why should I be afraid? She then said happily, "All right then, Xiao Fan, we're friends from now on." Hee. With that she reached out and shook Ye Fan's hand. "Oh no, I almost forgot something important. I need to get up right away." Ye Fan glanced at his watch and suddenly remembered that at 9 o'clock this morning was the founding day of the Tiger Corps, and Minister Lin and others would be coming to attend. It was already 8 o'clock. If he didn't leave now, he'd be late. Ye Fan struggled to sit up, but his whole body felt weak and limp. Seeing Ye Fan trying to get up, Fan Ruoxiao immediately stopped him. "Xiao Fan, what are you doing? You can't get up now. You need to rest. Your body is too weak right now. No, today is the founding day of our Tiger Corps. Minister Lin is about to arrive. As the first commander, I need to be there right away." After saying this, Ye Fan ignored Fan Ruoxiao's protests and quickly began to put on his clothes. Fan Ruoxiao continued to stop him with a resolute expression. Ye Fan felt helpless, but this was a big day. How could he let a small illness delay such an important matter? After much persuasion, Fan Ruoxiao still wouldn't agree to his request. Ye Fan had no way to deal with this stubborn girl, so he put on a stern face and said, "Xiao Fan, I'm ordering you as your commander. I must leave immediately." Fan Ruoxiao's expression changed upon hearing his words. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, so she said with a hint of grievance, "Commander, since you've given the order, I won't stop you." With that she turned her body away and ignored Ye Fan. Seeing that Fan Ruoxiao was upset, Ye Fan softened and walked over to her, saying, "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry. I don't want it to be this way, but today is a big day. I can't delay everyone's time because of my own minor illness. I hope you can understand." "Okay." After saying this, he patted her shoulder and walked resolutely out of the ward. Despite her anger, Fan Ruoxiao was still worried about Ye Fan, so she quickly followed him. When Ye Fan arrived at the main parade ground, it was already 8:30. Lin Zhenghua, Old Su, Old Li, and some mid-level officers from the base were already there. Ye Fan walked over with a somewhat unsteady gait. Although it was only a short distance, he struggled with each step, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fan Ruoxiao quickly moved to support him, but Ye Fan smiled and gently pushed her away, saying weakly, "Xiao Fan, I'm fine. No need to hold me." Seeing how persistent Ye Fan was, Fan Ruoxiao had no choice but to follow closely behind him. Somehow seeing Ye Fan in such a weakened state stirred a faint ache of sympathy in her heart. Lin Zhenghua and the others saw Ye Fan staggering toward them from afar and quickly rushed to his side to support him, saying, "Xiao Fan, why are you here? You're so weak, go back and rest." Commander Su sternly said to Fan Ruoxiao, who was following behind Ye Fan, "Xiao Fan, the commander is seriously ill. How could you let him come out? Take him back to rest immediately." I Fan Ruoxiao felt extremely wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. Old Su, you're blaming Xiao Fan unfairly. I insisted on coming out. Ye Fan explained to old Su, then turned back to comfort Fan Ruoxiao, saying, all right Xiao Fan, you've been wronged. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, Fan Ruoxiao felt much better. She gave him a shy smile, her face full of concern. Below the rostrum, 10,000 soldiers, all clad in uniforms bearing the tiger emblem, stood in neat formations waiting solemnly. All eyes were fixed on Ye Fan, on the deity in their hearts. Their gazes were filled with respect, adoration, and a unique sense of reverence. At 850, the chief of staff, acting as the duty officer, bellowed, salute. In unison, a sea of white-gloved hands snapped up. Minister Lin and several other generals were approaching. Suddenly the rostrum glittered with stars of high rank. The unprecedented level of the gathering drew the awe of the officers and soldiers below. Each one was thrilled to be a part of the glorious Tiger Corps. Ye Fan, accompanied by Lin Jinghua and the others, stepped forward to welcome Minister Lin and his party. At exactly 9 o'clock, Ye Fan walked to the microphone and said with great solemnity, comrades, today marks the official founding of our Tiger Corps. First, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Minister Lin and the other leaders. After a thunderous round of applause, Ye Fan continued, here I congratulate each and every one of you on officially becoming a member of the glorious Tiger Corps from this moment on. I hope you will not disappoint the profound expectations of our country and our people. Always remember your mission and always remember the meaning that the Tiger Corps represents. Honor is forged with blood and sometimes even with life. Each of us must be ready to sacrifice for our country at any moment. Even if we have only one drop of blood left, we must defend the honor of a soldier and the dignity of our motherland with our lives and our passion. As long as there is life, the fight goes on. I believe that in 1 year's time this unit will truly become an invincible iron-blooded and elite division. Do you have confidence? Yes. 10,000 soldiers roared in unison, the sound deafening and awe-inspiring. Minister Lin and the others watched the orderly troops below and saw the fervent looks in the soldiers' eyes when they looked at Ye Fan. They felt a deep sense of respect for him. The soul of an army lies not in its weapons but in a commander who is trusted, supported, and possesses exceptional leadership. Only then can a unit unleash its maximum combat power. And Ye Fan was undoubtedly the right man for the job. From the moment he took office, he had won the hearts of the soldiers with his decisive and formidable style. Everyone was eager to see what this formidable unit would become in a year's time. Ye Fan raised his right hand towards the bright 5-starred red flag overhead, I swear. In unison, 10,000 elite soldiers raised their right fists and echoed, I swear. I will always remember my mission and responsibility. The formation roared in unison, I will always remember my mission and responsibility. Be brave and tenacious, never retreat. The soldiers repeated. Rather die than be captured, to leave the last bullet for me. After the oath-taking ceremony, Minister Lin, on behalf of the military commission, gave a brief speech and presented the Tiger Corps with its military flag. As the Tiger Corps flag, accompanied by the national anthem, rose slowly over the base, the Tiger Corps was officially declared established. When the ceremony concluded and the troops were led away, once everyone had departed, Ye Fan collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. His face was pale, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his body felt utterly drained. Fan Ruoxiao immediately rushed over to him, her face etched with worry. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Fan Ruoxiao looked at Ye Fan with a flustered expression, her voice laced with concern. Ye Fan forced a bitter smile. Lately, why had his body become so weak? Seeing Fan Ruoxiao fidgeting anxiously on the verge of tears, he mustered a smile and said, Xiao Fan, I'm fine. Don't worry, I won't kick the bucket just yet, ha. Fan Ruoxiao felt a flicker of annoyance at his teasing tone and said with a hint of authority, Xiao Fan, you're my patient now, so you have to follow my orders. If you use your commander status to boss me around again, I won't talk to you anymore. Ye Fan couldn't help but laugh at her adorable petulant demeanor. Stop laughing. Fan Ruoxiao couldn't resist clenching her little fists and pounding on him, but then she suddenly remembered he was a patient and stopped. She wondered to herself why she was acting this way. She had never been this intimate with any man in her life. As she thought about it, a blush crept up her cheeks. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ye Fan again. Seeing her shy demeanor, Ye Fan smiled and struggled to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes. He teased, "Come on, my dear nurse, your patient needs to go back and rest." With that he walked, stiffly, towards the base hospital. Fan Ruoxiao watched his retreating figure, her feelings a mix of admiration and frustration. She admired his authority within the Tiger unit and his approachable nature towards her, but was vexed by his occasional teasing that left her embarrassed. Noticing he seemed a bit unsteady, she quickly jogged up and took his arm, supporting him as they headed to the hospital. After 2 days in the hospital, Ye Fan's health had finally recovered. During this time, Fan Ruoxiao cared for him meticulously. Their somewhat intimate interactions were observed by the other hospital staff, who were impressed by Ye Fan's kindness to everyone. They all envied Fan Ruoxiao, seeing them as a perfect match. Everyone silently wished them well. Fan Ruoxiao was in high spirits these 2 days, spending all her time with her beloved, and she seemed to glow even more brightly. Around 9 in the morning, Ye Fan was preparing to be discharged when he heard a heated argument outside. As he moved to investigate, Han Bing burst through the door, panting heavily from rushing. "Sister Han, what's going on outside?" Ye Fan asked calmly with a smile. Han Bing said urgently, "Commander, it's Huang Tianming, the son of military commander Huang from the Beijing military region. He's bothering Xiao Fan and she's in tears. Please go help her." Ye Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He thought to himself, "Damn it, chasing someone right onto my turf. How reckless. I'd better go see who this arrogant bastard is." Having made up his mind, he walked out with Han Bing quickly following. Ye Fan arrived at the hospital lobby, which was crowded with onlookers. A young man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform was gripping Fan Ruoxiao's arm and talking incessantly. Fan Ruoxiao, tears streaming down her face, looked at him with disgust, trying to break free but failing. Ye Fan didn't rush over. Instead, he stood quietly to the side observing. Han Bing started to speak, but Ye Fan stopped her. He then said, "Sister Han, tell me what happened." Han Bing was overjoyed that Ye Fan was willing to intervene and quickly recounted the whole story. Apparently Huang Tianming had been smitten with Fan Ruoxiao after seeing her at the military region. Relying on his father's position, he used his authority to pursue her relentlessly. Huang Tianming had a notorious reputation for womanizing, and all the female soldiers avoided him, calling him the military region tyrant. Knowing his character, Fan Ruoxiao had rejected him outright. But instead of being discouraged, he intensified his harassment. This became a constant source of distress for her. Yet with Huang Tianming's immense power, she dared not offend him and could only try to avoid him. After listening to Han Bing's account, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Ye Fan's mouth. If Long Tian and the others had been there, they would have known someone was about to be in serious trouble, for this expression always appeared before their master's anger. "Xiao Xiao, I've been nothing but nice to you. Don't push me. If you don't agree to be with me, you can forget about staying in the Tiger unit. I could even have you discharged from the military. Think it over carefully." Huang Tianming, annoyed by her public defiance, resorted to threats. "Oh. And who gave you the authority to decide who stays and who leaves? Is the military region your family's property? Just because your father is a commander?" Ye Fan pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. The onlookers instinctively wanted to salute, but a look from Ye Fan stopped them. Fan Ruoxiao's eyes welled up with helplessness as she saw him approach. Ye Fan walked up, pried Huang Tianming's hand off Fan Ruoxiao and pulled her behind him. He then looked at Huang Tianming with utter contempt. Since Ye Fan wasn't in uniform, Huang Tianming didn't recognize him as the commander of the Tiger unit. Seeing only a handsome young man, he sneered coldly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Are you tired of living?" A smug, arrogant smile spread across his face. "Who I am is none of your business. I'll give you one chance. Get the hell out of the Tiger camp right now and promise never to bother Fan Ruoxiao again." Ye Fan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it leisurely, took a deep drag and said calmly, "How about it? Huang Tianming had never been so humiliated. His rage boiled over, his arrogant nature fully exposed. He cursed, "Fuck. Who the hell do you think you are? You're giving me a chance. I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you one. Get the hell out of my sight or else." The crowd, disgusted by his behavior, looked on with contempt, anticipating a show. Ha 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 ha. Ye Fan suddenly burst into laughter, catching Huang Tianming off guard. He walked up to him and mockingly poked the uniform on his chest. "Oh, a lieutenant colonel. My, what an impressive rank. I'm so scared." He made a show of cowering in fear. Huang Tianming, a fool, missed the sarcasm entirely. Seeing Ye Fan's apparent fear, he puffed up with arrogance. "I thought you were an idiot. So you do know I'm a lieutenant colonel. Now get lost." But before he could finish, Ye Fan's hand shot out. Slap! Slap! 18 crisp slaps landed on his face in quick succession. Huang Tianming was left dazed, blood trickling from his mouth, his face swollen like a pig's head. Everyone, including Huang Tianming himself, was stunned. Ye Fan pulled out his credentials and threw them hard at Huang Tianming. "You wanted to know who I am? Take a good look." Huang Tianming's hands trembled as he opened the document. His eyes widened in horror. "Commander of the Tiger, Unit Director of the Ordnance Research Department of the General Equipment Department, Ye Fan, Major General." He realized he was doomed. His father had warned him never to mess with a certain young man of immense power, and he had just done exactly that. He fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. "See, Commander. Please have mercy. I was wrong. Just let me go, I beg you. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now it's too late." Ye Fan looked at him with disgust and said coldly, then called out, "Guards." "Sir." Xiao Chen entered with 4 fully armed soldiers, saluted and asked, "Commander, your orders." "Strip him of his uniform and arrest him on charges of trespassing on a military base as a spy. No one is to intercede. Tell the..." An intimidating aura radiated from Ye Fan, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. Huang Tianming collapsed to the ground like a limp rag upon hearing the verdict. "Yes, sir." Xiao Chen acknowledged and gestured for the soldiers to drag Huang Tianming out like a dead dog. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with satisfaction, glad to see the source of their troubles dealt with. Ye Fan turned to look at Fan Ruoxiao. She had been unconsciously clutching his clothes in her fear. Realizing her actions when he turned, she let go as if shocked, her face turning crimson. The crowd laughed warmly before dispersing. "Are you okay?" Ye Fan asked with concern, his voice deep and resonant, his gaze openly appreciating her beauty. I am fine, thank you," Fan Ruoxiao stammered, still not daring to meet his eyes, but his concern warmed her heart. Seeing her adorable shyness, Ye Fan felt a mischievous urge. He grinned wickedly. "Oh, look at you. Our nurse Fan is quite a beauty when she blushes. No wonder Huang Tianming was so smitten, he chased you right to my doorstep, ha ha ha." The goodwill she had just felt evaporated instantly. She gritted her teeth in frustration. You're always teasing me. You're a big jerk, a pervert." She tried to think of more insults, but found her vocabulary lacking. Defeated by her own outburst, she fell silent, pouting and refusing to look at him. "Haha, my dear nurse is finally done scolding me. Well, I should be going. Goodbye." Before leaving, he leaned in and whispered, "Xiao Fan, you're actually quite cute when you're angry." He then walked away, laughing heartily, leaving her stomping her foot, muttering, "Jerk" and "pervert" under her breath, harmless words with no real bite. Upon returning to his office, Ye Fan called Commander Chen of the Beijing military region, informing him of Commander Huang's son Huang Tianming's misconduct. Commander Chen, enraged by the report, vowed to handle the matter with severity. Subsequently, Commander Huang was found guilty of various offenses and was compelled to retire. After being detained by Ye Fan for 3 months, Huang Tianming left the military along with his father. But that is a story for another time. His recent illness had left a backlog of affairs unattended. No sooner had Ye Fan returned than he plunged into his military duties, not even pausing for a sip of water. After a day of intense work, Ye Fan finally finalized the specific training plan for the Mighty Tiger unit. It was structured in 3 stages, each lasting 3 months. The first stage focused on physical fitness and endurance, forming the foundation. The second stage involved combat skills and proficiency in operating various military equipment. For combat skills, Ye Fan combined his self-created, Mighty Tiger, fist with the Gentle Breeze footwork. The third stage, in addition by Ye Fan, was instinctive reaction training. This crucial element could potentially save many soldiers' lives during dangerous missions. The final phase consisted of 3 months of comprehensive all-domain coordinated exercises conducted under full combat conditions. Ye Fan believed that these soldiers, already the elite of the army, would undergo a complete transformation after his year of rigorous training, each becoming a true soldier king. He hoped they could endure it, he thought to himself. After organizing the training materials, Ye Fan looked up to find it was already dark. He walked to the window and stretched, gazing at the neon lights of the military camp. Realizing the new year was just over a month away and he hadn't called the women in days, he took out his phone and dialed Chen Feier's number. The call was quickly answered and the women eagerly took turns expressing their longing for him. After comforting them, Ye Fan spoke with his mother for a while before ending the call amidst her endless words of caution. At that moment, Lin Waner pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Ye Fan standing by the window as if deep in thought, he approached, patted his shoulder and said warmly, "Xiao Fan, are you feeling better?" His tone was thick with concern. Ye Fan turned and saw it was Lin Waner. He quickly smiled and said, "Dad, you're here. I'm much better. Come have a seat." They settled onto the sofa. Lin Waner accepted a cigarette from Ye Fan, lit it, took a puff and asked, "Xiao Fan, what were you just thinking about?" "Oh, nothing much, just a bit homesick," Ye Fan replied, not hiding his feelings. "Yes, I feel it too, but duty calls. The Mighty Tiger unit is newly formed and just getting on track. We owe a lot to old Su and old Li these days. Honestly, I truly admire you, even those 2 old foxes are completely convinced by you. I was initially worried, but I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Yes, old Su and old Li are straightforward men and I do respect them. I plan to give each of them a carton of British Royal Special cigarettes as a token of appreciation," Ye Fan said with a smile. Lin Waner grinned slyly. "Xiao Fan, actually this is partly why I came to see you today. Those 2 old fellows discovered my secret stash yesterday and I bet they'll come looking for you tomorrow." "I see," Ye Fan said with a knowing smile. "I expected they would find out eventually, so I'm prepared. Oh Dad, I've finished drafting our training plan for the coming year. Would you like to review it for any necessary changes?" He handed the documents from his desk to Lin Waner. Lin Waner was delighted to hear that Ye Fan had completed the training outline. Ye Fan had been ill these past few days, so the soldiers had been training according to the old plan, and Lin Waner and the others had been fretting over this very issue. Lin Waner read through the outline carefully from beginning to end. It was well structured and clear in its objectives, but the training content was brutal, with intensity nearly doubled compared to before. Some parts could easily be described as death training. A flicker of worry crossed Lin Waner's brow. "Xiao Fan, your outline is well written and I approve of it, but isn't the training volume a bit too demanding and harsh? I'm afraid the soldiers won't be able to handle it." After listening, Ye Fan took a drag of his cigarette and said, "Dad, I've had the same concerns as you. This unit carries high expectations from above. To forge a top-tier force domestically and globally, we must abandon our outdated thinking. The human body has immense potential waiting to be scientifically developed. I believe my plan is based on solid scientific principles. Besides, don't worry, Dad. To help them cope with such intense training, I've devised a nutritional meal plan to help the soldiers quickly replenish essential nutrients and recover their strength. Look here." Ye Fan handed over a nutrition guide he had personally written. Lin Waner's eyes widened in astonishment as he reviewed it. "Xiao Fan, I never imagined you knew about this too, and you're an expert. I'm truly impressed. With this I have no more worries," he said with a chuckle. "If this proves viable, we could promote this meal plan army-wide in the future. And your mighty tiger, fist and shadow footwork are far superior to the standard military boxing we currently use. Well, since you approved, Dad, we can hold a meeting with old Sue and the others tomorrow to discuss it. If it's approved, we can officially commence training in 2 days. Good. Oh, by the way, Xiao Fan, the Signal Corps unit arrives tomorrow at 10 in the morning. They're all female soldiers, around 400 to 500 of them. We're planning a welcome ceremony to greet them. Xiao Fan, you should prepare for it. Also, old Sue and I have discussed assigning you a personal life secretary. We've selected Nurse Director Fan Ruoxiao from the base hospital. Lin Zhenghua said thoughtfully. This. How can this be? Ye Fan was taken aback by the plan. Dad, I think we should forget about the life secretary idea. No. You are the brain of this base, the soul of this unit. We can't afford for anything to happen to you. It's settled. Besides, if anything were to happen to you, my daughter would never forgive me, Lin Jinghua said with a laugh. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Ye Fan had no choice but to accept. Lu Xiyun had been troubled for months. Every night she dreamed of that man who had teased her in the military district. She tried to forget him, but he lingered stubbornly in her mind. The mere thought of it made her gnash her teeth in fury. She, a dignified female officer, had been lightly teased by that lecherous wolf. Thus, before going to sleep each night, she would dutifully curse him 100 times, and only then could she rest. Today she received orders from her superiors that her information battalion was to be incorporated into the Tiger Corps. The gloom of the past few months was swept away completely by this heaven-sent piece of joy. Recently the military had been abuzz with talk about that mysterious unit. Lu Xiyun had heard quite a few things about it. Word had it that a couple of days ago, on the founding day of the Tiger Corps, Minister Lin had led a group of generals to personally attend the ceremony. This made countless soldiers envious. The Tiger Corps had already become the common aspiration of all servicemen, a paradise of their dreams. Of course, the ambitious Lu Xiyun was no exception. To her surprise, a single phone call from her superior today made her dream finally attainable. Amidst her joy, Lu Xiyun also busily directed her subordinates making preparations for the transfer. At the same time, Fan Ruoxiao also received a notice that she was to be assigned as Ye Fan's personal secretary starting tomorrow. Upon receiving the notice, she secretly felt a surge of delight. Although Ye Fan could be a bit mischievous at times, it did nothing to diminish the faint budding affection she felt for him, an indescribable feeling, sweet and warm and above all comforting. Since childhood, no man other than her father had ever given her such a feeling. Could this be the taste of love? Fan Ruoxiao tilted her head, lost in thought. Oh, is our little Fan thinking about her little brother Yi again? Look, you're even drooling. He. Suddenly Han Bing walked over, hugged Fan Ruoxiao and teased, the organization is truly wise. Now our little Fan can be with her sweetheart day and night. Sister Han, I'm not drooling at all. I'm not as bad as you make me sound. What, little brother Yi, and sweetheart? How cheesy. Who would want to be with that annoying guy? I don't want to go at all. Fan Ruoxiao said, her words not matching her true feelings. Oh really? Han Bing knew perfectly well what was on Fan Ruoxiao's mind, but pretended to be surprised. Ah, little Fan, since you don't want to go and Sister Han can't bear to see you leave, how about this? I know some people up there. I'll put in a word, say you're sick, and have them send someone else. What do you think? I. Fan Ruoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Agreeing would mean giving up the opportunity, but refusing would be embarrassing. After a fierce inner struggle, the power of love triumphed over pride. Blushing, she protested, Sister Han, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll just follow the organization's arrangement. With that she turned and ran off. Han Bing watched Fan Ruoxiao's retreating figure and burst into laughter. Han Bing had always been fond of this young girl, treating her almost like her own daughter and looking after her carefully. Whenever she saw this young girl, Han Bing would think of her own estranged daughter Han Mengxua. When her daughter was 5, Han Bing, driven by youthful impulsiveness and ambition, had resolutely divorced her husband. Unable to bear the sudden upheaval, her husband, who deeply loved her, had left the capital in dejection. From then on, her daughter never spoke to her again. This became a deep-rooted affliction in Han Bing's heart. The guilt she felt towards her daughter and husband had tormented her for 20 years. Often in the dead of night she would wake up in a cold sweat, racked with pain. After her husband left, Han Bing never remarried, hoping to atone for her sense of guilt. Han Bing had thought of countless ways to mend the rift in her daughter's heart. Yet 20 years of effort had not brought her daughter closer, instead the distance had only grown. Han Bing sighed inwardly. The mistake was made and could not be undone. Her greatest wish in this life was that her daughter would call her mother before she died. She could only hope that day would come. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Ye Fan arrived at his office as usual. As he pushed open the door, he saw a beautiful figure in military uniform bustling about. Ye Fan looked closer. Why wasn't that Fan Ruoxiao? How did she get here so early? Fan Ruoxiao noticed Ye Fan's arrival, wiped the sweat from her brow, and ran over to him with a charming smile. She saluted smartly and said, reporting to the chief. Your personal secretary Fan Ruoxiao has arrived for duty. Please give your instructions. Ye Fan didn't answer her right away. Instead, he deliberately circled around her, sizing her up from head to toe, staring until Fan Ruoxiao began to feel uneasy. Ye Fan pretended not to recognize her and with a lecherous grin said, where did this pretty lass come from? Not bad at all. Such a lovely face, such a figure. Not bad. I like it. Fan Ruoxiao watched Ye Fan's lecherous expression and listened to his nonsensical words. She thought to herself, has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? He's acting like a completely different person. And from the sound of it, he doesn't even recognize me. No, he must be teasing me again. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, and she began to sob softly. Ye Fan hadn't expected such a turn of events and felt a bit flustered. He hurriedly tried to console her. Well, little Fan, don't cry. I was just trying to play a little joke on you, okay? I'm sorry. There, don't cry. As he spoke, he led her to his office chair and sat her down. Then he poured a cup of tea and said, Here, little Fan, have some tea. Crying too much is bad for a woman's health. You're my boss now, so don't be angry. As long as you stop crying, I'll agree to anything you ask, okay? Fan Ruoxiao saw that Ye Fan had none of the demeanor of a chief. The imposing authority he usually displayed before others had vanished without a trace. Though she wanted to laugh, she managed to control herself and pretended to sob. It's your fault for always teasing me. You have to agree to my 3 conditions, then I'll stop crying. What? 3? Ye Fan exclaimed in surprise, silently vowing never to offend a woman again. This was karma, and it had come back to bite him. Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, please protect me. Don't let this little girl come up with any difficult requests. What? You don't agree? Fan Ruoxiao asked, deliberately raising her voice in a fake cry, and said with utmost grievance, I see you were just lying to me. You said you'd agree to anything, and now you're hesitating before I've even said it. Fine, I agree. Tell me, what are the 3 conditions? Ye Fan said with a grimace, looking at Fan Ruoxiao with a nervous expression. He watched her with a tense, wary gaze. Fan Ruoxiao wiped her tears and said coquettishly, the first condition is that you must never bully or tease me again. Okay, I swear. From now on, Ye Fan will never bully the beautiful comrade Fan Ruoxiao. Seeing that the first condition was so simple, Ye Fan nodded hurriedly and asked, and the second? Fan Ruoxiao thought for a moment and said, the second is that you must never put on airs as a chief in front of me. Fine, I agree. Ye Fan hadn't expected the conditions to be so easy. He thought this little girl was quite naive, and with a hint of delight he asked, and the third? Fan Ruoxiao hadn't thought of a 3rd condition yet, so she said slyly, this young lady hasn't thought of the 3rd one yet. I'll tell you when I do. Ye Fan, fearing that delaying might lead to trouble, still wanted her to state the 3rd condition. He said, little Fan, why don't you just tell me your 3rd condition now? Otherwise it'll always be on your mind. What do you say? No, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. But you promised, so you can't go back on your word. Of course, Ye Fan said, feeling a bit exasperated. He silently blamed himself for his momentary playfulness that had led to this great mistake. Seeing that Fan Ruoxiao wouldn't reveal the third condition, he had no choice but to give up. After comforting Fan Ruoxiao, Ye Fan glanced at the time. It was already 9:40. He needed to go welcome the female soldiers from the information battalion. Thinking of the 400 to 500 women in the unit, Ye Fan felt a headache coming on. He hoped nothing else would happen. He was starting to grow wary of women. That might be a bit of an exaggeration. Xiao Fan, the information battalion will be arriving soon and I need to go greet them now. You just rest here and don't bother tidying up, Ye Fan said, looking at the spotless office before turning to leave with a few parting instructions. Wait. Seeing Ye Fan about to leave, Fan Ruoxiao quickly ran up to him. Standing on her tiptoes like a devoted wife, she meticulously straightened his collar. As they stood so close, a fresh masculine scent wafted into Fan Ruoxiao's delicate nose, causing 2 rosy blushes to bloom on her fair cheeks, making her look especially alluring. Ye Fan inhaled a faint, elegant fragrance of a maiden, gazing at the stunningly beautiful face so near his own. He yearned to plant a kiss on it, but he managed to suppress the impulse surging within him. Both of them were slightly entranced, but they quickly came to their senses. Fan Ruoxiao, her face flushed, whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Your collar was crooked." Ye Fan shot her a grateful look and said softly, "Thanks. If you get bored, feel free to use my computer to surf the web." With that, he didn't dare linger any longer and turned to leave the office. Fan Ruoxiao leaned against the window, watching Ye Fan's retreating figure, lost in thought once more. Due to the significance of the information battalion, the base leaders, to show their respect, had Ye Fan, Lin Jinghua, and a large group of mid-level officers personally standing at the base's main gate to welcome them. Lin Jinghua glanced at his wristwatch, thinking they should be arriving soon. Just as the thought crossed his mind, dozens of military vehicles appeared in the distance, approaching in orderly formation at a steady pace. The long convoy kicked up clouds of dust along the road. Lu Xian drove a military SUV at the front of the convoy. From afar she spotted the massive Tiger military base, and her heart swelled with excitement. As the convoy drew closer, she saw a large group of base leaders seemingly waiting at the main gate to welcome them. She quickly stopped the vehicle and got out. The moment Lu Xian stepped out of the car, Ye Fan recognized her clearly. Oh damn, wasn't this the female officer he had offended at the Beijing military region that day? His mind buzzed and he froze. What a small world. No, he had to get out of here quickly. A meeting like this would be too awkward. Heaven, why are you doing this to me? Ye Fan complained inwardly, a wry, helpless smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Seeing Lu Xian getting closer, Ye Fan quickly said to Lin Jinghua beside him, "Political Commissar Lin, look, the information battalion has arrived. I just remembered I have some urgent business. I'll head off first, you take care of the reception." Before Lin Jinghua and the others could react, Ye Fan had already vanished. "Commander Yi Yu." Commissar Lin tried to stop him, but found Ye Fan had already run off. He wondered why Xiao Fan was acting so strangely today and decided to ask him about it later. From a distance, Lu Xian also spotted a familiar figure. Could it be him? What would he be doing at the Tiger military base? She quickly dismissed the thought. No, it couldn't be. He's too young. That's impossible. She shrugged off the idea. Ye Fan jogged all the way back to his office. Pushing open the door, he saw Fan Ruoxiao playing on his computer. Seeing him return so suddenly, she stood up in surprise. "Xiao Fan, why are you back so soon?" "Oh, I have some urgent matters to check on at the camp." "You continue, I just came back to grab something and I'll be off." Ye Fan pulled a pack of cigarettes from his desk drawer, patted Fan Ruoxiao's head gently, and then swiftly walked out of the office. Fan Ruoxiao looked at him with slight bewilderment, wondering why the commander seemed so odd today. After a moment's thought, she returned to playing cards online. Meanwhile, Lu Xian trotted up to Commissar Lin, and the others snapped to attention and saluted smartly. Reporting to the commander, Lu Xiyun, captain of the information battalion, has led 500 personnel here as ordered. Please give your instructions. Commissar Lin and the others returned the salute smiling as they shook her hand. Lu Xiyun: yes, impressive. You truly live up to your reputation, beautiful and known as the talented woman of our military region. Hey, you must have had a tiring journey. Thank you for your concern, Commander. It's our duty, no trouble at all, Lu Xiyun replied modestly, her eyes showing no trace of pride from the commander's praise. Lin Zhenguo looked at her with appreciation and continued in a genial tone, good. Not bad. Xiao Lu, on behalf of Commander Yi, I welcome the information battalion to the Tiger military base. Thank you, Commander. Lu Xiyun saluted crisply, then looked around. Where did that person go? She felt a bit puzzled but didn't pursue it. She turned and went back to direct the convoy into the base. Ye Fan lit a cigarette, feeling a bit dejected. How was he supposed to face that female officer in the future? She was his subordinate now. Sigh, what a dilemma. You can run but you can't hide. What's meant to be will be. Ye Fan wandered aimlessly around the base, unsure of what to do. Checking the time, it was already 1130 and his stomach was beginning to growl. He thought he'd never visited the soldiers' mess hall, so why not check out the quality of the food? With that decided, he headed towards the mess hall. He quickly reached the mess hall. Inside the vast room, soldiers were eating hurriedly. As soon as Ye Fan stepped through the door, the soldiers spotted him and immediately jumped to their feet, saluting and calling out, Commander. Seeing their nervous expressions, Ye Fan smiled and said, everyone sit down. Today I'm here to eat with you all and see how the food is. Don't be so formal. The mess hall's logistics officer Lu saw Ye Fan arrive and quickly trotted over, giving a standard salute. He smiled and said, Commander, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming for an inspection? Would you like to go inside? We have a private dining room there. Ye Fan smiled and replied, Officer Lu, hello. How about this, go get me a meal exactly like what the soldiers are having. I'll just sit with them. As he spoke, Ye Fan looked around and walked over to a table by the window, sitting down. Noticing the soldiers were still standing, he knew they wouldn't sit until ordered. He announced loudly, everyone sit down and eat. Hearing the commander's order, the soldiers finally took their seats, eating while stealing glances at Ye Fan. Ye Fan looked at the men at his table, who seemed a bit excited. He smiled and said, everyone relax. Can you tell me your names? A taller soldier, He Yuan, stood up first and said, reporting, Commander. My name is He Yuan. Shenzhen Tian Yuan, Li Dahan. Tian Yuan, He Yuan. I remember now. You were among the top 10 finishers in the last wilderness survival training exercise, right? Reporting, Commander, we were just lucky, Tian Yuan replied with composure. Ye Fan looked at Tian Yuan with approval. He had taken the lead in eating raw food in the jungle, showed a good sense of the big picture, and had decent coordination skills. He had a bit of a commanding presence. Maybe he could be given a leadership role in the future. He patted Tian Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, good, I admire that. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. Commander, your meal is here, Officer Lu said respectfully as he brought over a tray of food and set it down for Ye Fan. Ye Fan smiled and said, oh right, Officer Lu, you sit down too. I'm here today to understand the situation in the mess hall. If you have any problems, feel free to speak up. I'll do my best to solve them on the spot. Don't be shy, everyone, it's now or never. Haha. Everyone chuckled at Ye Fan's words. Ye Fan picked up his chopsticks and tasted the food. Well, the taste was decent, but it wasn't exactly great. The men were hesitant at first, none daring to offer any criticism. Seeing this, Ye Fan smiled and said, I'm not a tiger, you know. I'm just an ordinary person like you. If you have any complaints, speak up. Don't be afraid, I'll hold it against you. Tian Yuan, you start. Give me at least one piece of feedback. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Ye Fan had to call on someone directly. Tian Yuan, now that he was called upon, couldn't refuse. He scratched the back of his head and said, Commander, the food in our mess hall isn't very tasty. Could you help us solve this problem? Everyone burst into laughter at his comment. Ye Fan with an encouraging look said, "That's a very good point. I just tried the food and it's true the flavor isn't quite there yet. How about this, starting tomorrow I'll send our cooks for professional training. I guarantee that within a month you'll be eating food prepared by chefs good enough for a 5-star hotel. What do you all think?" "Great," the soldiers cheered, applauding enthusiastically. Seeing that Commander Yi was approachable and didn't have the bureaucratic airs of some officials, everyone loosened up and started voicing their concerns one after another. Some said, "Commander, could we occasionally, say once a month, get some seafood or something?" Others said, "Commander, it's too cold in the mess hall. Could you install air conditioning?" The questions were varied and numerous, and Ye Fan addressed each one on the spot, promising that all the issues raised would be resolved within a month. Except for a few mischievous ones who asked some unrealistic questions, he didn't criticize them. Sometimes soldiers need to be a bit mischievous. It helps them handle special operations that soldiers without out-of-the-box thinking could never accomplish. Seeing that everyone had mostly asked their questions, Ye Fan stood up and said solemnly, "Our Tiger unit is the sharpest knife in the entire military, a model for all others. I will provide and create first-class living conditions for you. If you have any problems or difficulties, don't hesitate to come to me. You are always welcome. In 3 days we will begin a new training plan. At that time I don't want to see anyone fail the test and be sent out of the Tiger unit. Although you are now members of the Tiger, that doesn't mean you can't be eliminated. Survival of the fittest is a law of nature, and it is also the law of our Tiger unit. We have no place for cowards here. 1 year from now I hope to see all of you still here. Then I'll throw a celebration banquet for everyone. Do you have the confidence?" "Yes." "Good. I believe you are all capable. I also believe that 1 year from now you will all be worthy of being called kings of soldiers." "Kings of soldiers! Kings of soldiers!" The soldiers shouted passionately, their sharp eyes filled with unwavering conviction, their dark faces radiating determination. After leaving the soldiers' mess hall, Ye Fan passed by the base's small convenience store. Remembering that Fan Ruoxiao spent all her days alone in his office and was surely bored, just as Waner and the others would buy large bags of snacks to munch on whenever they felt restless, he walked in, bought a big bag of snacks, and then strolled leisurely back toward his office. Upon arriving at the office, he found Fan Ruoxiao sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. The moment she saw Ye Fan, she bounced up cheerfully and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Xiao Fan, you're back. Just a moment ago Captain Lu from the Signal Corps came to report to you, but since you weren't here she left first." "What?" Ye Fan's head began to ache at the mention of the female officer, and his brow furrowed slightly. Fan Ruoxiao felt a bit puzzled and asked with a slightly tense tone, "Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The girl, still worried, stood on her tiptoes and felt his forehead, then said in confusion, "You don't have a fever." Ye Fan was both amused and exasperated by her antics. He chuckled wryly, "Xiao Fan, I'm fine. Stop feeling my forehead, I'm perfectly well. Oh, by the way, I noticed you looked bored, so I bought you some snacks to keep you entertained." With that he handed the bag of snacks to Fan Ruoxiao. Seeing that Ye Fan, despite his busy schedule, still remembered to buy her snacks, Fan Ruoxiao couldn't hold back her tears. They streamed down her face as she choked up, "Xiao Fan, in all my life you're the man who has treated me the best, second only to my father. Thank you. All right, silly girl, don't cry. The one thing I fear most in this world is a woman's tears. Be good, stop crying," Ye Fan said, looking at her tear-streaked face with a tender expression, gently patting her head with a smile. Feeling the gentle side of Ye Fan, a faint smile curled at the corners of Fan Ruoxiao's lips. She said in a coquettish tone, "Who are you calling a silly girl? I'm not silly at all. From now on you're not allowed to call me silly girl." Ye Fan looked at her slightly blushing face and put on a serious expression, saying, "Xiao Fan, does this count as your third condition? If it does, then I won't call you silly girl anymore." "You wish." "My third condition isn't that simple," Fan Ruoxiao replied quickly, not falling for his trick. Hearing her response, Ye Fan said with a hint of disappointment, "Xiao Fan, why don't you just tell me what the third condition is? That way I can feel at ease, haha." No way. Fan Ruoxiao stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Ye Fan was speechless. He thought to himself, why was he always being pinned down by women? In the business world or the political arena he never feared anything, yet time and time again he found himself defeated by women. Alas, what a tragedy. In the afternoon Ye Fan held a brief meeting with Lin Zhenghua, Old Su and Old Li. The meeting approved Ye Fan's training plan. Afterward Ye Fan gifted each of the two old men a carton of special British royal family cigarettes, which delighted them so much that they showered him with thanks and nearly hugged him. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Ye Fan was startled and bolted away. Lin Zhenghua had intended to ask about the morning's incident, but by the time he looked Ye Fan was nowhere to be found, so he had to let it go. Days passed one after another and the soldiers began following the new training outline. Despite the exceptionally heavy workload, perhaps inspired by Ye Fan's earlier speech, each soldier was full of drive and nobody complained. They all proved themselves through their actions. Ye Fan personally observed the training every day and sometimes even joined the soldiers during their drills. As a result, the soldiers' enthusiasm for training was exceptionally high and Ye Fan felt gratified to see them steadily progressing toward the goals he had set. One day after finishing his meal, Ye Fan casually put on a standard combat uniform with no rank insignia and wandered around the base. At that moment a pleasant voice called out to him. "Hey, you up ahead, stop right there." Ye Fan found the voice strangely familiar and a sense of impending doom washed over him. Without turning around or looking back, he quickened his pace and hurried forward. Stop! Lu Xian happened to be out on business that day. As she walked, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure loitering ahead. After a closer look, her soldier's keen intuition told her it was the man who had teased her. She immediately chased after him, calling out. Seeing that Ye Fan was completely ignoring her, she grew a little angry and gave chase, shouting as she ran, "You big pervert, stop right there!" Ye Fan felt like crying but had no tears. Since the base was bustling with people and Lu Xian was chasing after him, he feared causing a bad scene, so he stopped and pretended not to recognize her, saying, "Comrade, are you calling me? Do we know each other?" Lu Xian caught up panting and wiped the sweat from her face. Taking a look, she saw it was indeed him, just as she had expected. She thought to herself, "You big pervert, let's see how you escape from my clutches now." With a hint of mockery in her tone, she said, "Big pervert, why aren't you running anymore? Your memory seems pretty bad. It's only been a few days and you've already forgotten what happened." Realizing he could no longer hide it, Ye Fan could only say, "Comrade, what happened last time was purely a misunderstanding. I apologize to you. Can you let me off now?" "Apologize? Big pervert, you took advantage of me and you think a simple apology is enough?" Lu Xian noticed Ye Fan was wearing a soldier's uniform and looked so young, so she assumed he was just an ordinary soldier at the base. She remembered that the Signal Corps had just received a batch of equipment today and was short on manpower. This was perfect. She ordered, "Come on, follow me to the Signal Corps. There's something I need you to do." Can I not go?" Ye Fan asked with a woebegone expression. His utterly dejected look filled Lu Xian with immense satisfaction. She thought, well, heaven truly has eyes. This big pervert has fallen right into my hands. I'll make sure he knows what it means to offend me. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she became, and she began plotting ways to mess with him. "No, let's go," Lu Xian said as she led the way. "What's your name?" she asked as they walked. "Ye Fan." Ye as in leaf, Fan as in ordinary. Gender. Sister, can't you tell by looking? Answer honestly, don't be a smart aleck. Male, Ye Fan replied, reluctantly, cowed by Lu Xian's dominance. Age. Sister, are you checking my household registration? Cut the nonsense, just answer. Lu Xian's delicate brows shot up, her almond-shaped eyes wide with impatience. Not wanting to further provoke the tigress before him, Ye Fan thought, "It's a pity, she's quite pretty, but her temper leaves much to be desired." He could only answer truthfully, 26 years old. Along the way, Lu Xian kept firing questions at Ye Fan and he cooperated by answering each one. Satisfied with his cooperation, she soon led him to the Signal Corps. As soon as they entered the Signal Corps camp, a group of female soldiers saw their captain bringing back an exceptionally handsome young soldier. They swarmed over excitedly, chattering away around Ye Fan. As the saying goes, one woman is as noisy as 10 ducks. With what felt like hundreds of ducks quacking in his ears, Ye Fan was overwhelmed and his head throbbed. Though inwardly he was groaning in misery, he had to force a smile. After all, they were women. All he wished for at that moment was to finish the tigress's task quickly and leave. "Oh Captain, where did you find such a handsome guy?" a female soldier with the rank of major and a rather delicate face said with a laugh to Lu Xian. "Oh Xiao Yu, I found him on the road. Since we have a batch of equipment arriving today and we're short on porters, I brought him here. This saves our sisters from having to do the heavy lifting themselves," Lu Xian said with a fake smile, shooting Ye Fan a glare as a warning of the consequences of offending her. A porter found on the road. Ye Fan finally understood the tigress's intention in bringing him here. He was truly caught between laughter and tears. Here he was, a commander, a lieutenant general, being dragged by his subordinate to work as a porter. If anyone ever found out, he'd be a laughingstock. He thought to himself, "Oh well, none of these female soldiers know who I am. I'll just move the stuff and get out of here quickly." "Captain Lu, how can you bear to make such a handsome man do the heavy lifting? Don't you feel sorry for him?" Another female soldier, petite but with curves in all the right places, chimed in with a giggle. "Li Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Xian feigned anger, then turned to Ye Fan and pointed at a large pile of equipment, saying, "Ye Fan, go move that equipment inside for me." Li Yuan giggled as she ran over to Ye Fan and said, "Handsome, please do us this favor. When you're done, I'll introduce a girlfriend to you. How about that?" "Li Yuan, are you planning to offer yourself up?" "He he he." Yu Min chimed in. Upon hearing Yu Min's words, 2 rosy patches appeared on Li Yuan's pretty face, and she pouted. "Xiao Yu, what are you talking about?" Unable to stand the constant teasing from the female soldiers, Ye Fan said nothing. He just smiled and started moving the equipment. The equipment was numerous and heavy, so Ye Fan quickly worked up a sweat. Just then an off-road vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the Signal Corps gate. Xiao Chen got out of the vehicle and glanced around. Suddenly he spotted Ye Fan moving things by himself. Ignoring the female soldiers, he walked straight over to Ye Fan, saluted smartly, and said with a serious expression, "Commander." Lu Xian and the other female soldiers looked around left and right, but saw no one of commander rank nearby. They then looked at Xiao Chen, and a sense of dread crept over them. Could it be the man moving the equipment, Ye Fan? No way. The female soldiers were all baffled. Ye Fan looked up at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, is there something you need from me?" Xiao Chen immediately replied, "Commander, it's like this afternoon Political Commissar Lin asked me to inform you that you're to preside over a meeting for the base's mid to high-ranking officers. Please make preparations. He'll discuss the specifics with you around noon." "All right, I understand," Ye Fan replied. He glanced at the remaining equipment and instructed Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, come over here and help me move this stuff inside." Xiao Chen acknowledged and quickly began moving the equipment. Soon it was all moved inside. Ye Fan glanced at the dumbfounded female soldiers, took the tissue Xiao Chen offered, wiped the sweat from his face, and walked toward Lu Xian with a gentle smile. Watching Ye Fan approach their captain with a seemingly mischievous grin, the female soldiers silently broke out in a cold sweat for her, thinking she had stirred up a hornet's nest. The young man before them was actually the base commander. Anxiety and unease filled their eyes. Lu Xian knew she was in serious trouble, but inwardly she remained dismissive. He was so young, how could he be a high-ranking commander? He probably climbed the ranks on his family's coattails. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Her gaze toward Ye Fan turned contemptuous and disdainful. Ye Fan noticed the shift in Lu Xian's expression from slight panic and unease to outright scorn. He understood the reason and smiled wryly to himself. It was hard to believe that someone so young could hold such a high position. Even he sometimes found it surreal, let alone the proud captain of the information battalion. In her eyes he must be nothing but a spoiled rich kid. A hint of frustration stirred within him. He had actually learned the female officer's name a few days ago but had been reluctant to confront the situation. Yet what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Ye Fan walked calmly up to Lu Xiyun, extended his hand and said with a smile, "Captain Lu, hello. I'm Ye Fan. I apologize once again for what happened last time. I hope you can forgive me and we can formally get to know each other." In Lu Xiyun's mind he was now the epitome of a hypocrite. Seeing his feigned friendliness, she assumed his intentions were not honorable. She put on a stern face, keeping him at arm's length, and said coldly, "I already know your name. No need for an introduction. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of your acquaintance. Let's just skip it." Ye Fan felt a pang of embarrassment, his hand lingering in the air, but he didn't blame her. He smiled and said, "Very well then. I'll take my leave. Goodbye." With that he turned and walked away. Seeing how Lu Xiyun had treated his deeply revered commander, Xiao Chen stepped forward, faced her and the other female soldiers, and said coldly, "Captain Lu, you're quite high and mighty, aren't you? Do you even know who he is? He's the commander of the mighty Tiger Army, a major general, Ye Fan." After speaking he shot them a contemptuous glance and followed Ye Fan without looking back. The female soldiers were stunned by Xiao Chen's words. They had thought Ye Fan was just a minor officer, but never in their wildest dreams did they expect to have offended the highest-ranking commander at the base. Panic set in as they scurried about like ants on a hot pan, completely at a loss. Lu Xiyun too hadn't expected Ye Fan to be the army commander. She had assumed he was only a rank or two above her. Now she had truly messed up. She had worked so hard to earn a place in the mighty Tiger Army, and now her future was in jeopardy. He would surely seek petty revenge, find some excuse to kick her out quietly. Her career would be over. Given her blunt personality, she would easily give him a handle to use against her. Lu Xiyun's mind raced with worries. She decided to just be careful and avoid him from now on. Worst came to worst, she could always leave. But would she really be content with that? She questioned herself. "Captain Lu, this is bad. You had the commander move equipment for us earlier, and now you've embarrassed him in front of everyone. What are we going to do?" Yu Min said worriedly, then a thought struck her. "Wait, Captain Lu, from what the commander said earlier it sounds like you two knew each other before?" The other women, suddenly enlightened by Yu Min's words, looked at Lu Xiyun with questioning eyes. Seeing everyone staring at her, Lu Xiyun said dejectedly, "He's the commander and I'm just a lowly captain. How could I possibly know him? Don't overthink it." The slight tremor in her voice only deepened their suspicions. Han Mengxue was having a frustrating day. For 2 months she had exhausted every possible avenue to track down Ye Fan, but had come up empty-handed. Eventually she had to abandon her interview plans, accepting her first professional failure. Recalling her superior's criticism and the faintly mocking looks from her colleagues, Han Mengxue harbored a deep burning resentment towards Ye Fan. Back home she threw herself onto her pink bed and grabbed a caterpillar plushie, hurling it against the wall with all her might as if it were Ye Fan himself. She vented her frustration by cursing him and imagining all sorts of ways to torment the doll. Her stubborn nature flared up as she vowed she would never let that insufferable arrogant man get away with this. Meanwhile in his office, Ye Fan sneezed several times in a row. He wondered if he had offended someone. He grabbed a tissue, wiped his nose, and continued working on his documents. The night deepened, but the light in Ye Fan's office remained on. A graceful figure stood downstairs looking up at the glaring light. She then walked softly upstairs and pushed open the office door. Fan Ruoxiao saw Ye Fan hunched over his desk writing. A slight frown creased her delicate brow. It was already 2 a.m. And this reckless man still wasn't resting, showing no regard for his own health. She let out a soft sigh, walked over to him with light steps, and gently placed a thermos on the desk. Hearing the sound, Ye Fan looked up and saw Fan Ruoxiao. He continued writing while smiling. "Xiao Fan, didn't I tell you to get some sleep? Why are you still up? A beautiful lady like you will age quickly if you stay up late." Fan Ruoxiao shot him a reproachful glance. This man was her bane, she couldn't stop thinking about him day and night. Earlier he had told her to rest, but she couldn't fall asleep worrying about him neglecting his health. So she had gone to the canteen and personally made him a pot of chicken soup to nourish his body. At the thought her heart fluttered and a blush crept across her cheeks. Xiao Fan stopped with the sweet talk. I've just made you some chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot, she said as she opened the thermos and ladled out the soup for him. The rich aroma made Ye Fan look up. He put down his pen, took the bowl from her with a smile and gave her a grateful look before gulping down the soup in one go. He licked the remnants from his lips, savoring the delicious taste of the soup. Seeing Ye Fan's face full of lingering relish, Fan Ruoxiao's heart felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey, and she was lost in her own thoughts again. Ye Fan looked at the infatuated and pretty look of the little girl, then personally filled a bowl, gently poked Fan Ruoxiao's brow with his finger, bringing her back to reality, and said with a gentle smile, "Little girl, come have a bowl too." "No, you should drink it. I made it for you in the first place," Fan Ruoxiao said, a little shy and uneasy. She had also become accustomed to Ye Fan calling her little girl, and instead of being annoyed she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Ye Fan was growing more and more fond of Fan Ruoxiao. After spending time together he had come to regard her as his own younger sister. With a look of doting affection he said, "Be good, listen to me. If I say drink, you drink." Fan Ruoxiao had no choice but to obediently take the bowl of chicken soup, took a small sip with her lips pursed, and then looked at Ye Fan with a blissful expression. The deep night, the delicious soup, the person in her heart, it all felt like a dream to Fan Ruoxiao. Since meeting Ye Fan, Fan Ruoxiao felt that the other half she yearned for had finally appeared and fate had brought them together. She was grateful to heaven for this blessing and cherished this exceptionally precious feeling even more. Unconsciously a wave of drowsiness washed over her and Fan Ruoxiao couldn't help but fall asleep on the table. Ye Fan put down his pen, glanced at the little girl who still had a hint of sweet sleep at the corner of her mouth, gently picked her up, laid her on the sofa, took off his military uniform and covered her with it. Then he returned to the desk to continue writing. In the early morning, when the wake-up call sounded at the military camp, Fan Ruoxiao woke from her dreams. Last night was the most peaceful sleep she had had since arriving at the Tiger military base. Opening her beautiful big eyes, she blinked a few times, and upon seeing the military uniform covering her, she smiled dreamily. Everything was so wonderful. Just as Fan Ruoxiao was lost in her reverie, Ye Fan pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a large bag of breakfast. He gently placed it on the desk. Seeing that Fan Ruoxiao hadn't woken up and noticing she had closed her eyes and pretended to sleep when he entered, he left a note on the table and went out again. Seeing Ye Fan leave, Fan Ruoxiao quietly got up, picked up the note, and saw a line of elegant handwriting. "Xiao Fan, thank you for the chicken soup last night and for keeping me company. I bought some breakfast this morning as a small token of my gratitude. Ye Fan." Looking at the handsome and flowing handwriting, Fan Ruoxiao excitedly pressed the note to her chest, then ran to the window and watched Ye Fan's retreating figure. As Fan Ruoxiao leaned on the windowsill, Ye Fan suddenly turned around and smiled at her from a distance, startling her so much that she quickly moved away from the window, patting her chest with her hand. She thought to herself, "This rascal is so cunning, he could even tell I was pretending to sleep." Opening the breakfast bag, she saw it was all her favorites, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "This guy is really thoughtful," she thought to herself, and then began to eat happily. Meanwhile, Ye Fan walked by the training ground, watching the soldiers training intensely. He thought about the upcoming new year and decided to give the soldiers a surprise. With his mind made up, he took out his phone and dialed Chen Feier's number. The phone was answered quickly and Chen Feier's sweet, surprised voice came through. "Honey, is that you?" "Yes, it's me, Feier. How are you all?" Ye Fan greeted warmly. Chen Feier's slightly choked voice came over the phone. "Honey, don't worry, we're all fine. We just miss you so much. We really want to come and see you. My dear, I miss you all too. Don't worry about me at home, I'm doing very well. Honey, is there something you need?" Chen Feier asked. "It's like this, the new year is coming soon and the soldiers at the base have been training too hard. I wanted you to help me purchase some things and send them over. I'll fax you the shopping list and you can all come to the base to celebrate the new year with me." "Oh really, honey? I'm so happy. Mom and Waner and the others will be thrilled to hear this, hee hee. I'll get everything purchased as soon as possible, Chen Feier said, her voice full of joy. All right, Feier, thank you for your hard work. Take care of yourselves. I have things to do. Goodbye. Goodbye, honey, you take care too. Chen Feier hung up the phone reluctantly. Overjoyed at the thought of seeing her husband soon, she immediately called to share the good news with her mother and the other women. Li Mei and the others were also very happy upon hearing this, and they all eagerly awaited the day's arrival. Sitting in her chair, Chen Feier propped her chin on her hand and thinking about seeing Ye Fan in a month, a faint smile spread across her lips. The young secretary Li Yue walked in with a stack of documents. Seeing President Chen's blissful expression, she knew she was thinking about the chairman again. Thinking of the chairman, Li Yu's mind flashed back to the incident that happened between them that day. Since that incident, Li Yu noticed that her status in the company had risen significantly. Remembering this, Li Yu silently felt grateful to Ye Fan, and a subtle smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Li Yu approached Chen Feier and softly called out, "President Chen, President Chen." Li Yu's call startled Chen Feier back to reality. Turning her head and seeing it was her secretary Li Yue, she smiled apologetically and said, "Oh, it's Xiao Yu. Is there something you need?" Li Yu handed over the documents and said, "President Chen, there are some documents here that need your signature." Chen Feier took the files and began to review them carefully. Gradually, everything returned to normal. 3 more days passed. As night fell, in a single ward at the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital, a girl lay quietly in bed. Despite her long-term suffering from illness, her stunning beauty was still undeniable. The girl's face was pale and her body appeared extremely frail. She kept mumbling a few words indistinctly, "Ye Fan. Ye Fan." A group of people surrounded the bed, among whom a middle-aged couple were particularly agitated, their tears long dried. Watching their beloved daughter's life slowly ebbing away, they were heartbroken. If Ye Fan were there at that moment, he would surely recognize her as Xiao Qingwu, the one he often thought of. Xiao Yuanhe let out a deep sigh, supporting his wife Yan Ruyun, and said with a pained voice, "Xiao Yun, it's been 3 days. Wu Er has been calling this name all along. Let's help her fulfill this last wish." Yan Ruyun, haggard from prolonged grief, showed a trace of determination on her delicate face, and said with a choked voice, "My poor Wu Er, she's only 20. Such a young, wonderful age, and now she's leaving us. Oh, Lao shall find a way to contact this Ye Fan so our daughter can rest in peace." With trembling hands, Xiao Yuanhe scrolled through his daughter's phone to find Ye Fan's number. He cast a sorrowful glance at his critically ill daughter's side and dialed. Ye Fan was reviewing documents in his office when his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he was thrilled to see it was Wu Er's number. Barely believing his eyes, he answered with a trembling hand, eagerly blurting out, "Wu Er, is that you? Where are you? Hello, is this Mr. Ye Fan?" Xiao Yuanhe was taken aback by the reaction on the other end, but years of business acumen quickly steadied his nerves. Hearing not Xiao Qingwu's voice but a middle-aged man's, a chilling premonition enveloped Ye Fan. Composing himself, Ye Fan said, "This is Ye Fan. Who am I speaking with?" "Oh, I'm Xiao Qingwu's father, Xiao Yuanhe." Surprised and puzzled as to why her father would call him from her phone, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. He asked nervously, "Uncle, has something happened to Xiao Wu?" Xiao Yuanhe replied with a sorrowful tone, "Mr. Ye, I apologize for disturbing you so late. It's just Xiao Wu is leaving this world. She wants to see you one last time. Could you come tomorrow?" A faint sob followed his words. What? What did you say?" Ye Fan couldn't believe his ears upon hearing this devastating news. He repeated, "Uncle, are you telling the truth?" Upon receiving Xiao Yuanhe's confirmation, the phone slipped from Ye Fan's hand and clattered to the floor. He slumped down, all his usual vitality drained, feeling as if the sky was falling. Fan Ruoxiao, frightened by his expression, rushed to his side and began to cry. Her sobs jolted him back to a semblance of calm. He comforted her briefly, then urgently summoned Xiao Chen, ordering him to prepare a military helicopter for an immediate flight to the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital. Ye Fan's actions alerted Lin Jinghua to the gravity of the situation. After inquiring with Xiao Chen and learning of their destination, he urgently summoned Commander Su to accompany Ye Fan. The helicopter was swiftly prepared. Ye Fan, Commander Su and Xiaoqin boarded and the aircraft lifted off, tearing through the vast night sky, speeding towards Nanjing. Soon the newly appointed Commander Yan of the Nanjing military region received a call from his former superior Commander Su instructing him to arrange a landing zone for the helicopter at the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital. The arrival of Ye Fan and Commander Su quickly drew the attention of Secretary Zheng of the Jiangsu Provincial Committee. Aware of Ye Fan's true identity, a veritable crown prince and a powerful figure in the military, he immediately rushed with his entourage to the hospital, patiently awaiting their arrival. The arrival of the provincial secretary and Commander Yan alerted Director Sun of the hospital and his staff that a very important person was coming. They immediately arranged for a full reception. Aboard the aircraft, Ye Fan's face was cold and grim, his heart heavy with unspeakable grief. He chain-smoked anxiously, glancing out at the desolate night. A sense of utter despair washed over him. Commander Su and Xiaoqin watched him nervously, offering constant words of comfort, fearing for his well-being. Ye Fan, however, did not reveal the purpose of their trip to Nanjing, leaving the two of them restless and anxious. 2 hours later, the helicopter arrived over the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital and landed smoothly at the prearranged spot. The moment the helicopter touched down, Ye Fan threw open the cabin door and leaped out. Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan, along with a large group, were about to step forward to greet him when they felt a figure brush past them. Commander Su and Xiaoqin, seeing the welcoming party, smiled wryly and exchanged greetings, informing them that the fleeting figure was indeed Ye Fan. The assembled officials marveled at his speed and hurried to follow. As Ye Fan pushed open the door to Xiaoqinwu's hospital room, everyone inside turned to look at him. His haggard face, pale complexion and slightly trembling frame betrayed his profound sorrow. Yet his handsome features set against his immaculate military uniform were striking. Especially the rank insignia on his shoulders commanded awe, a golden wheat wreath encircling a dazzling star. The people in the room gasped in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that this young man was a major general. Xiao Yuanhe and Yan Ruyun were equally taken aback. The young man their daughter had always spoken of turned out to be this accomplished. They stared at Ye Fan, momentarily stunned. Noticing the reactions, Ye Fan realized it was his uniform that had caused the stir. He gave a wry smile, glanced at everyone and walked over to Xiao Yuanhe. In a slightly hoarse voice he said, "Uncle, Aunt, I am Ye Fan. Where is Wu?" Snapping back to reality, Xiao Yuanhe and Yan Ruyun, who had never dreamed the young man would arrive so quickly and were unsure how to address him, gestured apologetically towards Xiaoqinwu on the bed. Ye Fan walked dejectedly to Xiaoqinwu's bedside and knelt down with a thud. The vibrant girl he had seen months ago was now unrecognizable. She had lost so much weight, appearing utterly lifeless. Oblivious to the others in the room, Ye Fan reached out his large hand and gently stroked Xiaoqinwu's face. Tears he could no longer hold back streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the bedsheet. Commander Su, Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan asked the others to wait outside, then entered the room with Director Sun. The people inside were stunned to see the Jiangsu Provincial Secretary and the Nanjing Military Region Commander. As they moved to greet them, Secretary Zheng raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence so as not to disturb Ye Fan. They complied, their internal shock beyond words. Holding Xiaoqinwu's delicate, boneless feeling hand, Ye Fan choked out, "Wu, why did you deceive me? Why?" In her haze, Xiaoqinwu heard a familiar voice. She struggled to open her eyes and saw a beloved face before her. Summoning strength from somewhere unknown, she gripped Ye Fan's hand tightly and cried, "Brother, is it you? How did you come? I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so happy." Ye Fan stood up and embraced her, saying with a mix of tenderness and authority, "You silly girl, why didn't you tell me the truth? You should know there's nothing I can't do in this world. Why were you so foolish? Why didn't you tell me?" As he spoke, he discerned the fragility of her heart from her pulse. He placed his right hand on her back, slowly channeling his inner energy to support her weakening heart. Most were astonished by Ye Fan's words, but the few commanders and the secretary present knew he was not boasting. His influence reached the highest levels and his wealth made him the richest man in the world. Xiaoqinwu felt a warm current envelop her fragile heart. With a bittersweet smile she said, "Brother, it feels so good. Is this the legendary inner strength?" Ye Fan hummed in affirmation and nodded. Xiao Qingwu smiled again then spoke with effort, "Brother, I'm dying. I didn't want to lie to you but I couldn't bear to worry you and my sisters. I had no choice. I hope you can forgive me, brother. You know I loved you so much. It's a pity. I hope we can be together in the next life. Brother, I'm sorry." Ye Fan looked at the withering flower in his arms, tears falling directly onto her face. He continuously channeled his true qi into her, stammering, "War, I love you deeply too, you know. I was so sad and heartbroken after you left. Don't worry, brother won't let you die. I won't. Absolutely not." Xiao Qinghu reached out her frail hand and lovingly wiped the tears from Ye Fan's eyes, whispering, "Brother, don't be sad. It hurts me to see you like this. Brother, promise me, okay?" Everyone in the room was moved by their sincere affection, tears welling in their eyes. Yanhuang, overwhelmed, buried her face in Xiao Yuanhe's chest and sobbed quietly. After assessing her condition, Ye Fan was confident he had a 90% chance of curing her. But to ensure 100% success, an idea struck him. He thought of his friend in England, Smith, a world-renowned heart specialist. He felt a surge of hope knowing that with Smith's expertise and his own medical skills they could surely see Wu through this crisis. Having Smith there would also conceal Ye Fan's own medical abilities, avoiding unnecessary complications. He gently laid Xiao Qingwu down and said with immense tenderness, "Wu, rest for a while. Brother will find a way to save you. Trust me, I won't let you die. I promise you, once you're well we'll be together forever. No one can stop us, okay? Really?" A flicker of light returned to Xiao Qingwu's dull eyes, which shone with trust as she looked at Ye Fan. After receiving his confirmation, a faint long-mist smile appeared on her pale face. Hearing Ye Fan's words, Xiao Yuanhe and Yanhuang fell to their knees with a thud, their eyes filled with desperate hope. Commander, do you really have a way to save our daughter?" they asked in disbelief, a glimmer of hope rekindling in their deadened hearts. Ye Fan bent down to help them up and said sincerely, "Uncle, Aunt, you've seen my relationship with Wu. Please just call me Xiao Fan. Don't worry, Wu will be fine." Tears of joy streamed down Xiao Yuanhe and Yanhuang's faces as they choked out, "Xiao Fan, if you can save our daughter we will be forever indebted to you. We would work like beasts of burden for a lifetime to repay your kindness." Ye Fan smiled to reassure them, then noticed Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan standing nearby. He walked over with an apologetic tone saying, "Secretary Zheng, Commander Yan, I'm truly sorry for neglecting you. Once I've handled this matter I will personally come to thank you." Both men smiled and stepped forward to shake his hand, warmly replying courteously, "Commander Yi, please don't speak so formally. We're friends here. Is there anything we can do to help?" "Haha, thank you so much. If there's a need I certainly won't hesitate to ask. Old Su, please keep them company. I need to speak with the director." With that he walked toward Director Sun, who was standing nearby. Director Sun, having long heard of this young commander's reputation, quickly stepped forward and saluted with excitement, saying, "Commander, I am Sun Tian, Director of the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital. Please give your orders." Ye Fan patted Sun Tian on the shoulder, then turned to Xiao Yuanhe and his wife saying, "Uncle, Aunt, please come over as well. I'd like to discuss the treatment plan with Director Sun and I want you to hear it too." The couple, having hoped for exactly this, hurried forward. "Director Sun, I plan to invite the world-renowned cardiac specialist Mr. Smith to come and treat Wu. Also, to be honest, I have already stabilized her heart with my internal energy. She is in no immediate danger. What do you think?" Ye Fan said calmly. "Mr. Smith. Internal energy?" Director Sun exclaimed in shock. Both concepts were staggering in their own right. Director Sun could barely contain his excitement. If Dr. Smith could come in person, then perhaps this little girl might truly have a chance. Yet the mere thought of getting Dr. Smith to travel to China for treatment seemed nothing short of a pipe dream. The difficulty was immense. Xiao Yuanhe and his wife also looked at Ye Fan with worried expressions, saying, "Xiao Fan, we had previously considered Dr. Smith, but the idea of getting him to come treat Wu is simply unimaginable. Director Sun nodded in agreement with the couple's sentiment. At the mention of Smith, a vision of an old man with thick black-rimmed glasses and an exceptionally gentlemanly demeanor surfaced in Ye Fan's mind. Once when Smith was at his most destitute and desperate on the verge of suicide, Ye Fan had extended a helping hand, saving him and providing the funds to establish a hospital for him. From that moment they became the best of friends. With Ye Fan's support and his own exceptional medical skills, Smith had risen to become the world's foremost authority on cardiac care. Ye Fan smiled slightly to himself, thinking if anyone else asked, Smith would never come. But if he personally invited him, the old man would likely rush over in delight even in the dead of night. Without answering Director Sun or the Xiao couple, Ye Fan pulled out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in a while but knew by heart. It was answered almost immediately. A woman's voice came through, polite and professional. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Recognizing it as one of Smith's assistants, Ye Fan chuckled and said, "I'm looking for Smith. Go and tell that old rascal to get his hide over here right now. Tell him Ye Fan is on the line." Director Sun and the others were taken aback by Ye Fan's audacity. The nurse on the other end was equally stunned. Everyone who called Dr. Smith was always incredibly deferential, but this man was blatantly rude. Assuming he must be an old friend of the doctor, she maintained her composure and said politely, "I'm sorry sir, but Dr. Smith is in surgery right now and cannot take your call. You know his habits, interrupting him during an operation would be disastrous." Ye Fan of course knew the old man's quirks. He laughed, "Miss, don't worry. Just say my name to him. I guarantee he won't scold you, in fact he might even promote you." The nurse was a bit taken aback. She remembered that since joining Dr. Smith's hospital she had never been given any real responsibility and her dream of learning from him had gone nowhere. She thought, why not take a gamble? Maybe this will finally get me noticed by Dr. Smith and allow me to learn the medical skills I crave. So she said, "All right sir. Please hold. I'll go and get Dr. Smith." Elena, her heart pounding with anxiety, tiptoed to the operating room doors. She had Smith's assistant call him out. Smith stormed over, his face a mask of fury, and ripped off his mask. "Damn it, Elena! Do you not know my rules?" he shouted. Seeing his expression, Elena's heart sank. Her lips trembling, she stammered, "Dr. Smith. There's a Ye Fan looking for you." Ye Fan. The name instantly banished the storm clouds from Smith's face, replaced by a look of sheer joy that baffled Elena. "Elena, you're brilliant. You're with me from now on," Smith said, taking the phone from her hand, leaving Elena standing there, a wave of ecstatic disbelief washing over her. "My most esteemed and dearest friend Yi. How are you? What makes you call this old man?" Smith said, his face beaming with joy. "I'm doing great, you old rascal," Ye Fan chuckled. "Listen, my girlfriend is critically ill and needs you to perform surgery." Before he could finish, Smith nearly shouted with excitement, "Oh Ye? My God! How is the young madam? Where are you? I'll cancel all my surgeries right now and bring my entire medical team to you." Moved by Smith's heartfelt words, Ye Fan said gratefully, "Thank you, old friend. I'm at the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital in China. When will you arrive? I'll send someone to pick you up." Smith immediately barked orders to Elena, who was still lost in her dreams. "Elena, book us flights to Nanjing, China right now. What are you waiting for?" As Elena scurried off to make the arrangements, Smith spoke into the phone. "According to your Beijing time, I'll arrive in Nanjing at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "All right, I'll be at the airport to pick you up. See you tomorrow, old man," Ye Fan said, ending the call. Seeing everyone around him still in a state of shock, he turned to Secretary Zheng with a smile. "Secretary Zheng, tomorrow at 8 a.m. Could you arrange a few cars to pick up Dr. Smith at the airport?" "Xiao Fan, I'll arrange it right away. By the way, I feel an instant kinship with you. Please don't keep calling me Secretary Zheng. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Zheng." Commander Yan also stepped forward with a smile. "Xiao Fan, I'm a bit older than you, so you can call me Brother Yan, ha ha ha." Within our jurisdiction, as long as it doesn't violate certain principles, we'll do our best to help. Ye Fan couldn't very well refuse their kindness, so he smiled and said, I'm honored by your regard, I'll defer to your wishes. After exchanging pleasantries, he walked over to Xiao Yuanhe and said, Uncle Aunt Dr. Smith will be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. So please don't worry. Go get some rest. I'll take care of Wu. Yanhuang choked up, speaking with deep meaning, Xiao Fan, thank you so much. Even though this is our first meeting, I know my daughter loves you deeply. Wu has suffered from congenital heart disease since she was young and missed out on many joys of childhood. Seeing you today puts my mind at ease. I hope you will take good care of her and make her happy. I will. Ye Fan said with unwavering determination. The couple exchanged a glance, then leaning on each other they walked out of the ward. After everyone had left, Ye Fan walked over to Xiao Qingwu's bed and sat down. He looked at her with a gentle expression, tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. Wu, you have surgery tomorrow. Are you scared? Xiao Qingwu nestled her head into his chest, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Brother, as long as you're here with me, I'm not afraid of anything. I'll make sure my Wu is happy for the rest of her life, Ye Fan said calmly, looking into her eyes. Thank you, brother, Xiao Qingwu said, deeply moved, but a trace of worry creased her brow. Brother, will Sister Feier and the others accept me being with you? They will. Your Sister Feier is the most tolerant and kind-hearted woman in the world. I will love all of you equally, Ye Fan said, his gaze drifting to the beautiful night outside the window. After a long pause he continued slowly, I've already told Feier and the others about you. Oh, and I've also found my biological mother. They'll be coming to see you tomorrow morning. Oh really? That's wonderful. Brother, congratulations. Xiao Qingwu's face lit up with joy upon hearing the news, but then she blushed, suddenly feeling like a nervous bride about to meet her in-laws. She snuggled deeper into Ye Fan's arms, murmuring shyly, Brother, will your mother dislike me? Of course not. You're so gentle and beautiful. My mother will adore you. Don't worry, Ye Fan reassured her. Okay, that makes me feel better, Xiao Qingwu said, sticking out her tongue playfully. The thought of spending the rest of her life with Ye Fan brought tears of joy to her eyes. Ye Fan gently wiped the tears from her face and whispered, Silly girl, why are you crying? Brother, I'm crying because I'm so happy. After I left you that day, I felt my soul was gone like a walking corpse. You have no idea how much pain and helplessness I felt. But now my dream is about to come true. I'm just so happy. So thrilled. Moved by Xiao Qingwu's words, Ye Fan held her tightly in his arms. He knew the feeling all too well. His master had once told him, Xiao Fan, you are destined to be surrounded by romance. Many women will come into your life. When that time comes, I hope you will follow your heart and not be bound by the trivial conventions of the world. You are not an ordinary man, just do not betray those who love you. Recalling his master's words, Ye Fan nodded to himself, a resolute light shining in his eyes. Now that he had Chen Feier, Lin Waner and Xiao Qingwu in his life, he was determined to treat them well and shield them from any grievance. If given the chance, Ye Fan would willingly set aside everything and retreat to a tranquil paradise with the women he loved, living out his days in peace. Alas, he wondered if such a beautiful dream could ever come true. Brother, you are a general? Xiao Qingwu suddenly noticed the rank insignia on Ye Fan's shoulder and spoke in surprise. Ye Fan nodded. Brother, you're amazing. Wu admires you so much. Xiao Qingwu said, her face lighting up with excitement. She then added, Brother, I find you so mysterious. Can you tell me your real identity? Ye Fan cast a fond glance at her and said, All right, Wu, I'll tell you. Adjusting his embrace, Ye Fan continued, Your brother is the commander of the Mighty Tiger Army and the director of the General Armament Department's Ordnance Research Division with the rank of Major General. Also, Wu, the Yanhuang Group was founded by me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingwu's eyes widened in astonishment. It took her a long while to process everything. The man she loved was truly extraordinary, it was almost unbelievable. After a long silence she stammered, Brother, is this real? Am I dreaming? No, it's all true. Once you're better, I'll take you back to Beijing. You can continue your studies with Waner and the others. How does that sound? Okay, brother, Xiao Qingwu replied, nodding weakly, her voice barely a whisper due to her fragile state. Seeing how delicate Xiao Qingwu looked, Ye Fan said with concern, all right, Wu, get some rest. I'll stay with you. Okay, brother, she replied obediently. Brother, will you kiss me? Ye Fan leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. A faint smile graced Xiao Qingwu's lips as she gradually drifted off to sleep. Ye Fan looked at the endearing girl and smiled warmly, then leaned back against the bed and fell asleep himself. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the ward, Ye Fan woke up. He glanced at Xiao Qingwu still sleeping soundly, kissed her forehead with a smile and gently laid her head down on the bed. He went to the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and looked at his reflection in the mirror. He saw stubble, slightly disheveled hair, and a haggard expression. After tidying himself up a bit, Ye Fan couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It was already 7 o'clock, and in an hour Smith and his party would arrive. As Ye Fan stepped out, Xiao Yuanhe and his wife were just coming over. Ye Fan greeted them with a smile. Uncle, Auntie, good morning. Good, good. How is Wu doing? Xiao Yuanhe asked, feeling a bit flattered. He was just a businessman used to dealing with officials, but the highest-ranking one he'd ever met was a deputy mayor. Yesterday, however, he had been in the presence of the province's top military and political leaders, and now he was standing before a man whom even the provincial party secretary and the Nanjing military region commander seemed eager to please. It was truly overwhelming. Wu is still asleep. I need to go to the airport to pick up Dr. Smith. I'll leave her in your care. All right. Go ahead, Xiao Fan. Thank you so much, Yan Ruyun said, forcing a weak smile. Auntie, you're being too formal. Just then Secretary Zheng, Commander Yan and Commander Su walked over with Dean Sun following respectfully behind. Secretary Zheng said with a smile, Brother Xiao Yi, good morning. The cars are waiting downstairs. Shall we go together to pick them up? Brother Zheng, Brother Yan, I'm so sorry to trouble you. I'm truly grateful that you came personally. Brother Xiao Yi, no need for thanks. If you really feel bad about it, you can treat us to a drink once everything is settled, haha. Commander Yan said boisterously. All right. Once this is all over, I'll definitely treat you brothers to a proper drink, haha. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way downstairs. When they reached the entrance, Ye Fan saw that both the provincial party committee's #1 car and the military region's #1 car were parked there. He smiled and said, You two old brothers, isn't this a bit too grand just to pick someone up? Xiao Fan, don't be so polite. Time is ticking, let's get going. Ye Fan didn't decline and got into the car with the others. A convoy of 4 or 5 vehicles sped off towards the airport. In the car, Ye Fan's phone rang. Seeing it was Feier, he answered, Feier, where are you guys? Honey, we've already arrived at the airport, Chen Feier said, her voice brimming with joy at the prospect of seeing him soon. We're almost there. Wait for us for 5 minutes, Ye Fan said before hanging up. Thanks to the special license plates, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. They soon arrived at the airport. As they got out of the cars, they saw Li Mei and the 4 women walking towards them with smiles. Having not seen them for months, Ye Fan missed them dearly. He ran over with a smile and embraced each of them. Li Mei shot him a stern look and said, You rascal, always leaving a trail of broken hearts. Feier told me all about Wu's situation yesterday. She's such a poor child. You must not let her down. Mom, don't worry, haha. Ye Fan said with a sheepish grin, rubbing his head. He then looked at the 4 women, his eyes full of affection. After chatting with the women for a while, Ye Fan remembered the people behind him. He quickly led his mother and the 4 women over to introduce them to Secretary Zheng and the others. The women were familiar with Commander Su and greeted him warmly. Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan walked over to Li Mei and said with smiles, Elder sister-in-law, hello. Welcome to Nanjing. Li Mei, having been introduced by Ye Fan, responded warmly, Secretary Zheng, Commander Yan, thank you so much. I'm really sorry for all the trouble. Xiao Fan is so thoughtless, troubling you with our family matters. Elder sister-in-law, you're being too modest. We get along very well with Xiao Fan, so his matters are our matters. It was no trouble at all, not worth mentioning, Commander Yan said with a laugh. Ye Fan introduced the 4 women to Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan one by one. The 2 dignitaries noticed that the girls around Ye Fan were each more beautiful than the last. They exchanged a knowing, slightly envious glance, thinking to themselves that this young brother was truly remarkable to be able to keep so many extraordinary women living in harmony. What a master indeed! Due to their high profiles, they couldn't linger outside for long. The airport director, upon learning of their arrival, rushed over to greet them. Since they still had to wait for Dr. Smith, they were led to the VIP lounge. At 8 o'clock sharp, the flight from London landed on time. Ye Fan and the others went forward to greet the passengers. From a distance, Dr. Smith spotted Ye Fan and, abandoning his luggage, hurried over to give him a deep embrace. After a long moment they parted. Dr. Smith exclaimed excitedly, "Ye, finally I see you. I'm so happy. You're still as handsome and dashing as ever. You wouldn't believe how many beautiful women in England shed tears after you left. You old rascal, you're still in such good shape and still so humorous. I miss the old days when we were together. Let me introduce you. This is my mother, Li Mei." Smith gave a slight bow with gentlemanly grace and said, "Honored lady, hello. I am Smith, an old friend of Ye's. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ye Fan then introduced everyone else. They exchanged pleasantries and everyone was amazed to find that Smith spoke fluent Chinese. According to Smith, Ye is my savior and my best friend in the world. So Ye's Hong Lan. Everyone was deeply touched by the profound friendship between the 2 men upon hearing Smith's words. The group got into their cars and the convoy made its way towards the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital. They arrived quickly and Dean Sun was already waiting at the entrance with a large group of hospital staff. As they got out of the cars, they drew many stares. A young Major General was at the front, accompanied by 4 stunningly beautiful women and an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind him were Secretary Zheng of the Provincial Committee, Commander Yan of the Nanjing Military Region, former Commander Su, and a host of other officials. Among the foreigners was the world-renowned heart specialist Dr. Smith. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Dean Sun hurried over to greet them. Ye Fan and the group walked with him towards the ward. When Ye Fan pushed open the door, Xiao Yuanhe and Yan Ruyan were tending to Xiao Qingwu, helping her with breakfast. Seeing the crowd of people and Dr. Smith, Xiao Yuanhe could hardly believe his eyes. He thought to himself with a wry smile, who exactly did my daughter get involved with? He actually managed to bring Dr. Smith here. He quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Xiao Fan, you're here. Please everyone have a seat." Ye Fan introduced everyone one by one. After the initial greetings, when Xiao Yuanhe and his wife learned that Ye Fan's mother had also come, they warmly welcomed her. Li Mei led the 4 women to Xiao Qingwu's bedside. Seeing Ye Fan's mother, Xiao Qingwu felt a little shy and nervous, stealing occasional glances at Ye Fan. Li Mei looked at the extraordinarily beautiful girl before her, who appeared especially frail due to her illness. Her heart softened and she sat down by the bedside, speaking with a gentle smile, "Child, you must be Wu. I am Ye Fan's mother, Li Mei. You have suffered so much. Auntie, I'm truly sorry to have you come all this way to see me. Sister Wu, you were so ill, why didn't you tell us? If you had told us sooner, things might not have come to this. Do you know how sad we were after you left?" Chen Sisi, seeing Xiao Qingwu's gravely ill condition, couldn't help but speak through her tears. The other girls also began to sob quietly. Xiao Qingwu forced a faint smile and said, "Auntie, Sister Feier, please don't be sad. I'll be fine." Ye Fan said, "I will get better." Ye Fan stepped forward with Dr. Smith, saying, "Mom Feier, please step aside for a moment and let Smith examine her condition." The women moved to one side. After a thorough examination, Smith looked up and smiled at Ye Fan. "Ye, if it weren't for your miraculous healing energy, the young lady might have already passed away. It's truly fortunate." Ye Fan smiled calmly and asked, "Smith, what are your chances?" 80%. Smith whispered with a smile. "Actually, Ye, given your level of medical skill, I believe your confidence should be greater than mine. So if we work together, I'm certain we have a 99% chance of success." The two exchanged a glance, clasped hands, and burst into laughter. Ye Fan sighed inwardly, realizing it had been a long time since he had personally performed surgery. It seemed he would have to return to his old trade. His master was a master of healing arts. Unlike some reclusive experts, his master never isolated himself in learning. His master once said, "All things in the world follow the cycle of cause and effect. Everything has its reason for existence, and one must not be self-deprecating." Thus his master integrated the strengths of both Chinese and Western medicine, taking the best and discarding the worst, spending decades developing extraordinary medical expertise. Ye Fan, being exceptionally gifted, fully inherited his master's legacy in just over 10 years, often making his master sigh with relief that his teachings had a worthy successor. The others, being far away, couldn't hear what the two were discussing, only seeing them laughing continuously. Xiao Yuanhe and his wife approached Ye Fan and Smith, speaking with slight anxiety. "Dear Smith, Xiao Fan, how is our daughter's condition?" Seeing the couple's worried expression, Smith said warmly, "Mr. Xiao, you should be proud that your daughter knows Ye. To be honest, do you know that Ye is actually the legendary god of medicine? His other qualities simply overshadow this aspect. Even without me, your daughter's surgery would succeed. Now, with the two of us joining forces, I believe the surgery has a 99% chance of success, so rest assured." In the medical field there are no absolutes, so even with complete confidence they couldn't make grand claims. This was an unwritten rule. "God of medicine?" everyone exclaimed, with Dean Sun's voice being the loudest. The god of medicine was a legend in the medical world, rumored to possess the ability to bring people back from the brink of death. He had successfully treated many cases deemed incurable by others, including the Queen of England. After that, the god of medicine had vanished without a trace. Many dignitaries had gone to great lengths to find him, but all their efforts were in vain. Unexpectedly, the legendary god of medicine was standing right before them. The excitement was palpable, with everyone gazing at Ye Fan with fervent eyes. Ye Fan shot Smith a reproachful glance. Smith also regretted his blabbermouth and looked back at Ye Fan with deep apology. Dean Sun stepped forward excitedly, but due to Ye Fan's status he didn't dare to be overly familiar. His lips trembling slightly, he said, "Chief, I never imagined that the legendary god of medicine would be you. It's truly an honor. I wonder when you might find some time to offer some guidance to our hospital staff. I would be eternally grateful." All the medical staff present looked at Ye Fan with eager anticipation, hoping this legendary figure would share some of his skills. Seeing this, Ye Fan said somewhat helplessly, "All right, Dean Sun, once I've finished this matter I'll find some time." Secretary Zhen, Commander Yen, Commander Su, and others, upon learning that Ye Fan was the legendary god of medicine, secretly rejoiced at having made such a friend, knowing their health concerns would be well taken care of in the future. Xiao Yuanhe and Yan Ruyan were already sobbing with joy, having mentally accepted Ye Fan as their son-in-law. Holding his hands, they said, "Xiao Fan, we never imagined. We truly never imagined you were the god of medicine. Wu must have accumulated great fortune in her past life. We're relieved to entrust her to you." Ye Fan comforted the couple and said with a wry smile, "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. Wu will be fine." The other girls also ran over to Ye Fan. Tong tilted her head, patted her chest, and laughed, "Honey, you're amazing. I think you're the most outstanding man in the whole world, hee hee. You little girl speaking without a filter." Ye Fan pretended to be angry and tapped Tong on the head, then humbly said to everyone, "Actually, the title, God of Medicine, was coined by someone else. I'm not as miraculous as you all imagine. So I hope everyone here can help me keep this a secret, alright?" Everyone nodded, and Ye Fan felt a bit more at ease. After speaking, Ye Fan discussed the surgical arrangements with the blabbermouth Smith beside him. It was decided that Ye Fan would lead the surgery, with Smith assisting. The surgery was scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ye Fan instructed Dean Sun to make the preparations, then chatted with the others in the living room. Li Mei Yan Ruyun and the 4 girls stayed inside with Xiao Qingwu. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye Fan put on surgical scrubs and said to Xiao Qingwu, who was lying on the bed, "Or I'll be performing your surgery today. You need to be strong. Once it's over you'll have health and happiness just like everyone else. And then brother, I believe in you. Go ahead, I'll get through this." Xiao Qingwu blinked her big watery eyes with unwavering trust. At 2:30 Ye Fan and Smith along with several assistants entered the operating room. The doors of the operating room slowly closed. At Dean Sun's earnest request, Ye Fan allowed doctors and nurses without patients to observe the procedure. The collaboration between the 2 medical masters was flawless. Their skilled techniques and wordless understanding left the observing medical staff in awe, feeling that there was always someone better, and everyone felt they had learned a great deal. Time passed quietly as the surgery reached its most critical moment. An assistant wiped the sweat from Ye Fan's brow, but he continued to wield the scalpel with practiced precision, undisturbed by anything, as if crafting a work of art. Finally the light in the operating room went out and those waiting outside rushed forward. Ye Fan and Smith walked out, removing their masks, their faces solemn. Xiao Yuanhe asked nervously, "Xiao Fan, was the surgery successful?" Everyone stared at Ye Fan with grave expressions. Seeing his prolonged silence, they feared something had gone wrong and grew increasingly anxious. A smile suddenly broke through Ye Fan's stern expression as he said casually, "It was a success. A success." The crowd erupted in cheers. All the medical staff who had observed the surgery applauded in perfect unison, a heartfelt applause born of admiration and conviction. The duo's extraordinary skill had won over every medical professional present. The applause, sobs and cheers echoed through the hall outside the operating room for a long time. In the lounge, Ye Fan and Smith sat shoulder to shoulder, smoking and chatting about amusing anecdotes from the past. The clamor from outside did little to disturb their tranquil state of mind. "Smith, I've started making arrangements to build the world's largest and most advanced hospital in Beijing, China. I've already thought of a name for it, the Yanhuang Hospital. I'd like you to come and be its director. Are you willing?" After a long pause, Ye Fan spoke with careful deliberation, his tone remarkably calm and steady. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, Smith's face lit up with surprise. Being a straightforward man, he made no effort to conceal the sheer joy within him. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face, he said, You've finally allowed me to follow in your footsteps." "I'm willing, of course I'm willing. I owe my very life to you. I've always dreamed of working alongside you. In my heart you are my God, my savior. I would dedicate everything I have to you." Ye Fan, moved by Smith's heartfelt sincerity and genuine words, let out a soft sigh. He gently patted Smith's slightly trembling shoulder and said with deep feeling, "Smith, you don't need to do this. I've always regarded you as a kindred spirit, my dearest friend. So I hope you can let go of the heavy burden on your mind. Ease up a little, perhaps life will treat you better. Thank you, Ye, my best friend." Smith wiped the tears from his face and looked at Ye Fan with a reverent gaze before continuing, "Ye, I'll return. Oh, by the way, won't Catherine resent me for taking you away to China? There are other factors to consider as well. Smith, you don't have to answer me right away. I hope you'll think it over carefully. I don't want you to get into any unnecessary trouble because of me," Ye Fan said thoughtfully, a hint of worry surfacing in his mind. After all, this was no small matter. Smith was a household name in England. His sudden departure would surely cause a stir. A trace of concern flickered across Ye Fan's face. "Oh my God, Ye! You have no idea. Ever since you left England, Catherine has been constantly asking me to find out news about you. The way she cares about you, to use your Chinese saying, I'm almost jealous. And my daughter Angel, she's just... Words can't describe that little angel who is both a delight and a torment. If I told them this news, they'd be overjoyed. They'd definitely insist on coming to China to see you right away." Smith said, his face beaming with excitement. Whenever he talked about his family, his face was always radiant with immense happiness. At the thought of Angel, Ye Fan couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread, a cold chill running down his spine. That little sprite was indeed both a joy and a headache. What was lovable about her was that she was born a beauty, a true stunner. Calling her an angel wasn't an exaggeration. She was tall, graceful, and despite being only 18, she was exceptionally well developed with delicate features and an aura full of exotic charm. What was troublesome was that the girl was exceptionally mischievous. Back in London, from the moment she laid eyes on Ye Fan, she had been utterly captivated by him. Since then, wherever Ye Fan went, she was always right there beside him like a stubborn piece of taffy stuck to him tirelessly. Following him around was one thing, but what really gave Ye Fan a headache was her penchant for staging a big show just when you let your guard down. The employees at the group's headquarters would scatter like mice seeing a cat at the mere sight of her. Her pranks were endless. For instance, once she smeared super glue on Ye Fan's female secretary's chair. The poor woman unknowingly sat down and ripped her skirt, exposing her pink underwear. In front of everyone, the secretary burst into tears on the spot. Ye Fan had to step in to console her and smooth things over. "Ye, what are you thinking about?" Smith noticed Ye Fan's wry smile and apparent worry and asked with concern. Ye Fan certainly couldn't reveal his troubles. He quickly composed himself and said, "Oh no, I wasn't thinking about anything." Smith suddenly gave a sly smile and said, Were you thinking about Angel?" "Ha! How did you know?" Ye Fan was surprised that Smith had seen through his thoughts. He looked at Smith with astonishment, hoping to get an answer from him. I actually didn't know. I just took a guess. And I was right. Had to be honest, I'm terrified of her too. That little angel is God's punishment sent just for me." Smith took a drag of his cigarette and said with a sigh, a faint elusive warmth appearing on his world-weary face. "Actually, she can be quite adorable sometimes, Thinking about her pranks is kind of funny." Ye Fan and Smith recounted the little girl's past masterpieces, causing Smith to frown one moment and burst into laughter the next. They chatted for about an hour. Seeing that it was getting late, Smith stood up and said to Ye Fan, I really must be going now. I can't wait to get back, handle everything, and then come to report to you, haha." "All right, Smith. If there are any problems in London, you can tell me frankly. Don't hide anything. Rest assured I'll provide you with first-class living conditions. Oh, and give my regards to Catherine and Angel," Ye Fan added after a moment's thought. "Thank you, my best friend." "God bless you," Smith said solemnly, making the sign of the cross over his chest. Their eyes met, and in that gaze from soul to soul was etched the mark of their profound friendship. It was all so tacit, so natural. Sometimes the bond between men needs no words, a single look is enough. When the others learned that Smith was about to leave, they all came forward to express their gratitude, with Xiao Yuanha and his wife being especially moved to tears. Before leaving, Xiao Yuanha wrote a check and tried his best to make Smith accept it. Smith's face showed a hint of anger, but out of respect for Ye Fan he held back. He said sternly, "Mr. Xiao, do you think this check can buy the deep friendship between Ye and me? If Ye says the word, I would gladly give my life for him. Please don't use such vulgar things to defile our noble friendship." After a moment, Smith felt his tone had been too harsh, and he said with a smile, "I apologize, Mr. Xiao, for my rudeness. But I hope you can understand the bond between Ye and me." Everyone was moved by Smith's words, including Xiao Yuanha, who choked up and said, "Smith, I'm sorry, it was my fault. You are welcome to come to China again. Then please allow me to be your host and prepare a feast for you. What do you say?" "That's more like it, Mr. Xiao. In 3 months I'll return to China for good. Don't you dare go back on your word. You Chinese often say, a gentleman's word is his bond, right? Hee hee. I'll definitely be looking for a chance to savor some authentic Chinese dishes. Oh, and of course some fine Chinese wine, ha ha ha." Smith swallowed his saliva, looking somewhat comical. Everyone laughed at Smith's words. But upon hearing that Smith was returning to China soon, they all looked at Ye Fan with questioning eyes. Ye Fan smiled and nodded. Only then did they exclaim joyfully, "Smith, welcome to settle down in China. We will always be your friends." After seeing Smith off, Ye Fan returned to the hospital. He checked on Xiao Qingwu, who was still unconscious on the bed, and after a careful examination confirmed she was fine. He remembered the many matters awaiting him at the base. He bid farewell to Xiao Yuanha and his wife, and along with his mother Li Mei, the 4 women including Chen Feier, Commander Su and Xiao Chen, he headed to the airport in Secretary Zheng's car. Upon hearing that Ye Fan was about to leave, Dean Sun led a large group of doctors to personally see him off at the hospital entrance. Seeing Dean Sun's hesitant expression, Ye Fan understood the reason. He smiled, shook hands with Dean Sun and said, "Dean Sun, I know what you're thinking. We're planning to establish the Yanhuang Hospital, the largest in the world in Beijing. I've already invited Dr. Smith to be its director. When the time comes, on behalf of Yanhuang Hospital, I welcome your medical staff to come and learn. What do you think?" Dean Sun was taken aback by this news. Could the Yanhuang Hospital be related to the Yanhuang Group that had just moved its headquarters back to the country? He thought it was unlikely, but it was indeed good news. He had been too embarrassed to ask, but the young commander had proactively addressed his concerns. Moved and grateful, Dean Sun said, "Commander, thank you. On behalf of the medical staff of Nanjing Military Region General Hospital." Before boarding in the VIP lounge, Ye Fan warmly embraced Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan, then said gratefully, "Brother Zheng, Brother Yan, I truly owe you both for your help during this trip to Nanjing. I am deeply grateful. I welcome you both to Beijing anytime. I will personally host a feast and we shall drink to our heart's content." "Xiao Fan, I wouldn't dare to promise drinking to our heart's content. You have an immense capacity for liquor. I'm a bit intimidated, haha. But I'm certainly up for a good time." Secretary Zheng had heard from his old friend Secretary General Huang about the banquet at Diaoyutai last time and still felt a lingering awe. Secretary General Huang's words naturally carried great weight, and Secretary Zheng believed them without doubt, inwardly sighing that there is always a higher mountain and a better man, and one should remain humble. Commander Yan, unaware of that banquet incident, was puzzled to see his old friend of many years being so modest. He thought to himself, "What's gotten into this old fellow today? I know his drinking capacity. Usually when it comes to drinking, he's always full of confidence and never yields to anyone. Why is he acting like a mouse seeing a cat when mentioning drinking with Xiao Fan today?" The more he thought, the more confused he became, so he said, "Hey old man, what's wrong with you today?" Secretary Zheng knew exactly what Commander Yan was going to say. He pulled the bewildered Commander Yan aside and whispered the story of Ye Fan's remarkable feat at the Diaoyutai guest house. The more Commander Yan listened, the more astonished he became. Good heavens! Is this kid Xiao Fan even human? He's practically a god. How can he excel in every aspect? No wonder old Zheng is acting this way today. He must have had inside information. Commander Su, watching the two whispering, boomed in his loud voice, "Hey you two old codgers, if you have something to say, say it openly. Why whisper in each other's ears like a couple of old women?" Everyone burst into laughter at old Su's blunt remark. Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan felt a bit embarrassed and simultaneously shot a fierce glare at Commander Su. Commander Yan chuckled and said, "Old Su, you old devil, after all these years you still haven't gotten rid of that bad habit of never saying anything decent." Secretary Zheng chimed in, "If a dog's mouth could spit out ivory, then pigs would be climbing trees, ha ha ha." Seeing the two of them ganging up on him, Commander Su's face darkened. Being naturally competitive, he refused to back down and immediately joined the fray, engaging in a heated verbal battle with the two. They got more and more excited and eventually began revealing each other's embarrassing past stories. Li Mei, Chen Feier and the other women laughed heartily at the comical sight of the 3 old rascals. Ye Fan watched everyone chatting and laughing, and noticing the time was getting late, he interrupted their conversation saying, "Brothers, we need to board now. I'd appreciate it if you could look after Xiao Wu for me." "I'm deeply grateful. Ah Xiao Fan, we got so caught up in bickering with old Su that we neglected you. Don't worry about your little girlfriend, we'll take care of her, hee hee," Secretary Zheng said, catching his breath and returning to a normal demeanor. He then said to Li Mei, "Old sister-in-law, please excuse our behavior. Welcome to Nanjing again and have a safe trip." Secretary Zheng, Commander Yan, you are both too kind. This trip has been a great deal of trouble for you. Do come to our home when you're in Beijing, Li Mei replied politely. We certainly will, hee hee. Goodbye. Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan waved farewell to everyone. With a tremendous roar, the plane whisked Ye Fan and the others away from Nanjing. At Beijing International Airport, as Ye Fan had many matters to attend to at the base and needed to return directly, Li Mei and the women gave him a series of reminders about taking care of himself. After his enthusiastic promises, they tearfully bid him a reluctant farewell. At the base in the commander's office, Fan Ruoxiao was listlessly sprawled on Ye Fan's desk, fiddling with a pen. Recalling Ye Fan's expression, she still felt a lingering fear and trepidation. Sigh, I wonder how that Ye Fan is doing. Fan Ruoxiao felt uneasy and anxious. She thought about calling him, but then remembered she was just his life secretary, so she held back. Silently she prayed for him, merciful and compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless Ye Fan and keep him safe. Sigh. Fan Ruoxiao let out another sigh. This bad guy, why doesn't he call to let me know how he is? Doesn't he know I worry about him too? What a blockhead, a wooden blockhead. She gently opened the drawer, revealing a bag of snacks. They were the ones Ye Fan had bought that day, which she couldn't bear to eat and would take out to look at whenever she missed him. A single hot teardrop fell onto the back of her hand, blurring her vision. Fan Ruoxiao couldn't hold back any longer and buried her face in her arms on the desk, sobbing quietly, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. Ye Fan arrived at the office door and gently pushed it open. A beautiful tear-streaked face was revealed before him. Ye Fan was a bit puzzled. Who had upset this young lady this time? Seeing Ye Fan suddenly appear before her, a flash of joy quickly crossed Fan Ruoxiao's face, followed by a hint of reproach in her eyes. At that moment she longed to throw herself into his arms and cry her heart out, but her naturally reserved nature held her back. She stood up, sheepishly wiped the tears from her face, and feigning calmness said softly, Xiao Fan, you're back. Ye Fan replied, then said gently, Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Is something the matter? Tell me, I'll help you. His string of caring words warmed Fan Ruoxiao's heart, but she still suppressed her fiery emotions and said softly, it's nothing. I just miss home a little. Oh, I see, Ye Fan said, tapping his head. Xiao Fan, that's my fault. How about this, I'll approve a week's leave for you to go home and visit. Although Fan Ruoxiao wanted to go home, she thought about Ye Fan's poor ability to take care of himself and dismissed the idea, forcing a faint smile as she said shyly, Xiao Fan, thank you, but there's no need. If I leave, who will take care of you? With your self-care skills, you'd make a mess of everything. Ye Fan looked at her gratefully. Xiao Fan, I've really put you through a lot. How about this, whenever you want to go home, just let me know and I'll definitely approve it. Fan Ruoxiao nodded slightly in response. A trace of loneliness appeared on her delicate face, but it vanished quickly. After finishing a mountain of documents in his office, Ye Fan suddenly thought of visiting the information battalion. Ever since the last incident, he felt a rift had formed between him and Lu Xian. The information battalion was like the eyes of the base, playing a crucial role in a modern military force. Ye Fan understood this well and thought it necessary to clear up the misunderstanding between them to ensure smooth work in the future. Having made up his mind, he gave Fan Ruoxiao a few instructions and then headed towards the information battalion. Since the Porter incident, word had somehow gotten out. As the saying goes, bad news travels fast. Within just a few days, the whole base was buzzing with the story, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Xian had become the base's celebrity. When the senior leaders learned of this, they were clearly angry. First, Political Commissar Lin called Lu Xian in for a severe reprimand and demanded a written self-criticism. Then Commander Li followed suit. After being scolded by several superiors, Lu Xian returned to her office with red, swollen eyes and a dejected look, sitting alone in silent anger while tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. She thought bitterly, this must be that bastard Ye Fan's revenge. Definitely. Petty man, hypocrite, pervert, scoundrel. Lu Xian mentally hurled every insult she could think of at the man who was at that very moment cheerfully approaching. Still not satisfied, she picked up the teacup from her desk and hurled it at the office door. Ye Fan walked into the information battalion. Deputy Commanders Li Yuan and Yu Min, seeing the chief arrive, quickly trotted over and saluted smartly. Hello, Chief. Hello, Ye Fan returned the salute then asked, where's your battalion commander Lu? Li Yuan and Yu Min knew Lu Xiyun was fuming in her office and thought the chief had picked a terrible time to visit. They were a bit worried for him as their commander was known to be merciless when angry. Li Yuan stuck out her tongue, slightly pointed a finger towards Lu Xiyun's office and said, Chief, the commander's office is right there. You're Li Yuan, the deputy commander of the information battalion, right? Ye Fan said after a moment's thought, then looked at Yu Min. And Yu Min also deputy commander? Am I right? Li Yuan and Yu Min were surprised that the chief knew their names, feeling a bit flattered. They thought, the commander-in-chief doesn't seem as bad as battalion commander Lu usually makes him out to be. He's handsome and down-to-earth, not arrogant at all. So why does Commander Lu hate him so much? Could there be a story between them? They speculated but quickly snapped back to reality, remembering the chief was still there. With a hint of delight they said playfully, Chief, you have a great memory. You're absolutely right, hee. We'll chat some other time. I need to see Battalion Commander Lu about something. Ye Fan greeted them warmly, then turned and walked towards Lu Xiyun's office. As Ye Fan reached the door of Lu Xiyun's office and was about to knock, an unidentified object suddenly flew towards him at high speed. Lu Xiyun was stunned to see Ye Fan appear at her door. She thought, oh no, if I hit this pervert it won't just be a matter of writing a self-criticism. Panicking, Lu Xiyun covered her eyes, unable to watch. Just as the object was about to strike Ye Fan's forehead, he instinctively dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the projectile. The teacup shattered on the floor with a loud crack. That was close. Even with his courage and skill, Ye Fan broke out in a cold sweat from the sudden surprise. Coming to her senses at the sound of the shattering cup, Lu Xiyun breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Although she deeply resented Ye Fan, she straightened her uniform, walked over, saluted, and said with hostility, Hello, Chief. Having just returned to the base, Ye Fan didn't know about Lu Xiyun being reprimanded, so he was puzzled. Is she really that grudging? I only accidentally took a little advantage of her. Besides, didn't I help her carry all that equipment last time? She should have calmed down by now. Why does she still look at me like I'm the enemy? Wait, something's off. Her eyes look red, like she's been crying. Did something happen? He asked with confusion. Battalion Commander Lu, what's wrong? Has something happened? Lu Xiyun looked at Ye Fan's innocent expression and sneered inwardly. A modern-day Yu Buchuan? Hypocrite. Shameless. He knows exactly what happened and he's come to gloat. How infuriating. Lu Xiyun gritted her teeth and said coldly, Chief, if you have official business, state it. If not, please don't disturb my work. I'm very busy. Hearing this, Ye Fan felt his mind go blank as if filled with paste. Ah, this young lady is truly my nemesis. Could her crying have something to do with me? That's impossible. I haven't even been at the base lately. How could I have offended her? Battalion Commander Lu, you seem to hold a particular grudge against me. Is it just because of that last incident? Didn't I already apologize? Could you tell me what I've done to offend you this time? Lu Xiyun snorted coldly. Don't play the crocodile's tears with me. Can you swear you didn't come here today to see me make a fool of myself? Hypocrite. If you have nothing else, you're not welcome here. Please leave. See you make a fool of yourself. Hypocrite. Ye Fan was exasperated. A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the deep sea. He felt he simply couldn't communicate with her. For the first time in his life he felt a sense of defeat. Realizing the misunderstanding had deepened, he sighed helplessly and turned to leave. As he was leaving, he left a message, Battalion Commander Lu, there must be many misunderstandings between us. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I hope you can calm down and think about it. Since you're not in a good mood today, I won't disturb you. Goodbye. With a hint of regret, Ye Fan left the information battalion. Lu Xiyun watched Ye Fan's fading figure and murmured, could it be that I truly wronged him? Walking back to the office with a heavy heart, Ye Fan recalled the incident just now, tasting a faint trace of bitterness. Why did it have to be this way? Xiao Fan, wait. I need to discuss something with you. Just then a booming voice came from behind. Ye Fan turned around and saw his father-in-law Lin Waner jogging over to him slightly out of breath. "Dad, whatever you need to say, go ahead." "I'm listening," Ye Fan said unhurriedly as Lin Waner approached. "Xiao Fan, there are two matters I need to discuss with you." Catching his breath, Lin Waner continued, "The first is that Deputy Director Zhang of the General Logistics Department wants to recommend his daughter Zhang Lin to our base. She holds a Ph.D. in computer science from Yale University and is exceptionally skilled in software. We've already conducted preliminary tests and Captain Lu of the Information Division is highly impressed with her. She's a rare talent. What do you think?" Ye Fan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this, thinking that the base was in its infancy and in dire need of talent, especially in the computer field. A glint of brilliance flashed in his deep eyes as he said with a hint of delight, "If she's truly talented, we can't afford to lose her. Does the Information Division have a suitable position for her?" Lin Waner glanced at Ye Fan, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossed one to him, lit one for himself and said, "Xiao Fan, there happens to be a vacancy for an engineer in the informat." Ye Fan nodded after hearing this and said, "All right, let's settle it then. But for now have Captain Lu keep an eye on her. Don't let her access any national secrets yet. We'll observe her first." "Okay, I'll handle that." "The second matter concerns you." "Concerns me?" Ye Fan wondered but couldn't figure out what it might be. He asked, "Dad, what is it exactly?" As they talked, they walked towards the office, exchanging greetings with the soldiers they passed. "Xiao Fan, you've just returned, so you might not know. There's been quite a buzz around the base lately about you acting as a porter for Captain Lu Xian of the Information Division." Ye Fan interrupted Lin Waner before he could finish, "Oh, I see. Now I understand." No wonder, no wonder. "Xiao Fan, what do you understand?" "What, no wonder?" Lin Waner was puzzled. "Dad, did you have a talk with Lu Xian?" Ye Fan asked abruptly. Lin Waner nodded. "Xiao Fan, how did you know?" "Yes, I did talk to her. The situation was having a negative impact, so I gave her a severe reprimand and made her write a self-criticism. If she weren't a woman, I would have given her a party disciplinary warning. Oh, and the others like Lao Li also talked to her." The more Ye Fan heard, the more distressed he became, his eyes widening in disbelief. His strange expression made Lin Waner stop talking and ask, "Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Are you sick again? Why do you look so strange?" Ye Fan felt like crying but had no tears. He forced a bitter smile and said, "Dad, I'm not sick, I'm fine. But..." He struggled to find the right words but managed to say, "Dad, you've really caused me trouble. You've misunderstood Captain Lu. Actually, this is my fault. It all started because of me. I can't go into the specific reasons, but I hope you can cancel the order for her to write the self-criticism." Lin Waner looked at Ye Fan's hesitant expression and thought to himself that Xiao Fan must have some unspeakable difficulty. He smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, since that's the case, consider it cancelled. I'll personally apologize to Captain Lu later." "Thank you, Dad," Ye Fan said, looking at Lin Waner with gratitude, relieved that he hadn't pressed further. They continued walking. Ye Fan suddenly stopped, looked at the soldiers training hard on the distant field and said, "Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Go ahead." Ye Fan leaned against a tree by the roadside and said, "Dad, in just over 20 days it will be the traditional Chinese Spring Festival. Due to our intense training schedule, the soldiers will be spending the holiday at the base this year. As the saying goes, one misses one's family all the more during festive seasons. To help the soldiers stay focused on their training, I have an idea. I plan to send an invitation to the family of every member of the base, inviting one family member each to come and celebrate the new year with the soldiers here." Lin Waner was taken aback by Ye Fan's bold idea. He said, "Xiao Fan, I agree with the idea, but have you considered the funding? You know, the military budget is very tight right now. Where would the money come from?" Suddenly changing his tone, he added, "Xiao Fan, you're not planning to pay for this yourself, are you?" Ye Fan chuckled and said, "Dad, you guessed it. I've already had Feier prepare everything." "You rascal, so you had it all planned out?" Lin Zhenguo said, playfully tapping Ye Fan on the head. Ah, our soldiers are truly lucky to have a wealthy commander like you. Alright, since that's the case, I support you. I'll arrange the reception details right away. Oh, and have the base's art troupe prepare a spring festival gala. Ye Fan leaned close to Lin Zhenguo's ear and gave him detailed instructions. You little rascal, ha ha ha. Lin Zhenguo patted Ye Fan's head and went off to make preparations, chuckling. When Lin Zhenguo, accompanied by Commander Li, personally went to the information division to apologize to Lu Xian, she was stunned, feeling a mix of flattery and disbelief. Could it truly have been a misunderstanding? Was it all just a misunderstanding? 20 days later, at the Nanjing Military Region General Hospital in a VIP ward, Xiao Qingwu had woken up and was sitting quietly in bed, propped up by a pillow. Xiao Yuanhe and his wife sat beside their daughter. Xiao Yuanhe let out a soft sigh. Since waking up, his daughter had been constantly asking to see Ye Fan. It seemed she had truly fallen for him. Ye Fan was so busy, how could he possibly have time to visit her? Besides, he was so outstanding, not only a major general but also, as she had learned from her daughter, the legendary chairman of the Yanhuang Group. When he had learned the truth, his jaw had dropped in disbelief. Whether in status or wealth, Ye Fan surpassed their family by 1,000-fold. Was his daughter worthy of him? He was already immensely grateful that Ye Fan had come to save her last time. He wouldn't dare harbor other hopes. The few girls who had come before were no less beautiful or refined than his daughter. And as someone with life experience, Xiao Yuanhe could see the relationship between Ye Fan and those girls. What were they to do? Yanhuang saw her husband's distress and gently patted his back, saying, Yuanhe, our children will have their own blessings. Let's just let things take their natural course. Our daughter surviving is already a blessing from heaven. We shouldn't have any more expectations. I just hope our family can live in peace from now on. Yes. Xiao Yuanhe nodded heavily, looking at his wife with whom he had shared decades of life. Mom, why hasn't brother come to take me to Beijing yet? Xiao Qingwu asked again from the bed. This was almost the most frequent sentence Xiao Qingwu said every day. Her expression showed urgency, and a hint of melancholy shadowed her delicate face. She was set to be discharged from the hospital this afternoon, but Ye Fan still hadn't arrived. Xiao Yuanhe said helplessly, Or are you truly willing to be with Ye Fan? He already has several women. Besides, he deliberately emphasized the words, several women. A flicker of dimness passed through Xiao Qingwu's eyes, but she nodded resolutely. Dad, Mom, I know. But in this life I am Ye Fan's in life and death. Even if I could only be a maidservant by his side, I would be content. Daughter. Yanhuang was taken aback by her daughter's devotion, but still said with concern, Even though we agree to you being with Ye Fan, he might not. No, he won't. Brother is a man of his word. He will definitely come for me. Xiao Qingwu suddenly shouted excitedly, her gaze unwavering. Ye Fan and Chen Feier had just arrived outside the ward and overheard Xiao Qingwu's words, which were filled with deep affection. Both were moved by her persistence. Gently pushing open the door, Ye Fan and Chen Feier walked in. Xiao Yuanhe and his wife hadn't expected Ye Fan to actually come, and they couldn't help but embrace each other, sobbing. When Xiao Qingwu saw Ye Fan and Chen Feier, her beautiful face was streaked with tears of joy. Mustering strength from somewhere, she leapt off the bed and threw herself into Ye Fan's arms, crying. Ye Fan held her tightly, comforting her. Your brother and sister have come to take you home. Now don't cry. You're all grown up, but you're still acting like a child. Xiao Qingwu nodded heavily, then broke into a joyful smile so radiant and sweet. She hadn't smiled once since waking up, her face etched with worry every day. Xiao Yuanhe and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yanhuang walked over to Ye Fan and Xiao Qingwu, gently placing their hands together. Xiao Fan, thank you. From today on, Wu is in your care. I hope you'll treat her well. We owe her so much. We sincerely wish you both everlasting happiness. Overwhelmed by her mother's blessing, Xiao Qingwu threw herself into her arms, weeping. Her lifelong dream had finally come true. Xiao Qingwu was speechless with gratitude, contentment and joy. Thank you, Auntie, Ye Fan said, equally pleased that Xiao Qingwu had such understanding parents. Xiao Yuanhe approached with a grin. Xiao Fan, we've given you our most precious treasure. Isn't it time you changed how you address us? Yan Ryu looked on with eager anticipation. Dad, Mom, Ye Fan called out immediately following Xiao Yuanhe's lead. He inwardly chided himself for being such a rogue, having gained another set of parents. He knew he needed to exercise more restraint and not let Feier down again. Ye Fan was filled with deep remorse towards Chen Feier, silently vowing to make amends for the rest of his days. Hearing this, the couple's faces bloomed like flowers. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. The couple, who had always longed for a son, had finally seen their wish fulfilled with such an outstanding son-in-law. Though he had other women, what mattered most was that he treated their daughter well. Ye Fan took a breath. Dad, Mom, I'd like to invite you both to come live with us in Beijing. That way you can be with Wu Er forever. What do you think? Xiao Qingwu shot him a grateful look, then turned to her parents with hopeful eyes. A flicker of joy crossed the couple's faces, but Xiao Yuanhe politely declined. Xiao Fan, it's thoughtful of you, but wouldn't we two old folks just be a burden on your lives? Perhaps it's best we stay. Chen Feier stepped forward with a graceful smile, taking Yan Ryu's hand. Uncle, Auntie, please don't refuse. If you come, wouldn't our home be even livelier? The couple was swayed by her words, and with Xiao Qingwu's added persuasion, they finally nodded in agreement. Yan Ryu held Chen Feier's hand, looking her over from head to toe with an approving smile. Feier, thank you. Wu Er often speaks of you, saying how beautiful, generous, gentle, and virtuous you are. I didn't quite believe it before, but now I see it's all true. Since we're to be one family now, you'll be like a daughter to us. I hope that doesn't seem too forward. Chen Feier, being the sensible girl she was, stepped forward and called them Dad and Mom, much to the old couple's delight. Xiao Yuanhe calmed his excitement and addressed Ye Fan. Xiao Fan, I've worked my whole life and I'm tired. Now that my daughter is in your hands, I have no more worries and am ready to enjoy my golden years. So I intend to give you the Xiao Group as my daughter's dowry. If you're willing, you can merge it into the Yanhuang Group. I know my assets may be small in your eyes, but it's a token of my affection. Please don't refuse. Thank you, Dad. Ye Fan accepted without hesitation, instructing Chen Feier, have Lin Feng handle the paperwork later. With the matter settled, Ye Fan asked Dean Sun to process his discharge. The formalities were quickly completed. Since Xiao Yuanhe needed 2 more days to handle the handover, Ye Fan decided to stay in Nanjing for a while. Reflecting on how smoothly things had gone thanks to Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan, Ye Fan decided to visit Secretary Zheng at the Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee and Government to express his gratitude and treat them to a meal. Having made up his mind, Ye Fan said goodbye to Chen Feier, and the others hailed a taxi and arrived at the gates of the Jiangsu Provincial Party Committee. Since he hadn't contacted Secretary Zheng beforehand, the latter was unaware of his arrival. Ye Fan paid the fare, got out of the taxi and walked towards the government building. As he reached the gate, a security guard in uniform stepped forward to block his path. Comrade, hello. Who are you looking for? Ye Fan, respecting the guard's duty, replied, Hello, I'm a friend of Secretary Zheng, here to pay him a visit. The guard looked at the young man, thinking he was handsome enough, but so young, and claiming to be the secretary's friend. Who would believe that? Suspecting some ulterior motive, he said sternly, Comrade, you say you're a friend of Secretary Zheng. Do you have any proof? Secretary Zheng is a very busy man, not just anyone can see him. You should understand that. Proof. Ye Fan hadn't expected such trouble. Realizing he'd have to call Secretary Zheng, he smiled and pulled out his phone. Comrade, I don't have proof. I won't make things difficult for you, I'll just give Secretary Zheng a call. The guard watched Ye Fan make the call with a puzzled expression. Could this young man really be a friend of Secretary Zheng? It seemed impossible. Secretary Zheng held a high position and was constantly swamped with work. How could he know this young man? Secretary Zheng, busy with documents in his office, was startled to learn of Ye Fan's arrival. He quickly took off his reading glasses and called for his secretary Gao. Xiao Gao, hurry downstairs and bring up a young man named Ye Fan. He's a good friend of mine. Mind your manners. Gao was puzzled. Who could make the ever-composed Secretary Zheng so animated and excited? He acknowledged and was about to head downstairs when Secretary Zheng's deep voice followed, "Shout Gao, wait, I'll come with you." Gao had been Secretary Zheng's secretary for 10 years and had never seen him so enthusiastic about anyone. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The guard's astonishment grew as he saw Secretary Zheng and Gao come running over with beaming smiles just 2 minutes after the young man's call. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if the sun had risen from the west. In his 4 or 5 years at the provincial government, he had never seen Secretary Zheng behave like this in public. Not only the guard but also the staff and visiting officials were equally amazed. The particularly curious ones even stopped to watch the secretary's actions. The unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Secretary Zheng, shedding his usual stern demeanor, excitedly embraced the young man and then spoke to him with great warmth. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Ye Fan, touched that Secretary Zheng had come down to greet him personally, said, "Brother Zheng, I truly didn't expect you to come down yourself. I'm deeply honored. Ah, my young friend, you are a rare guest. I was just thinking yesterday when you might come to see me, and here you are today. No wonder I heard magpies chirping on the tree by my door this morning, haha." Secretary Zheng said, heartily patting Ye Fan on the shoulder. Noticing the crowd staring, he shot them a fierce glare, sending them scattering in fright. Then turning back with a beaming smile, he said, "Come Xiao Fan, let's talk in my office." Gao followed the two men, his mind full of questions. Who was this young man? Secretary Zheng kept calling him young friend. Could he be the son of a central leader? Or perhaps... The more he thought, the more confused he became. Being a seasoned official, he knew that in the political arena every word and action required extreme caution. Often the line between heaven and hell is but a single step. To survive long in officialdom, one must have sharp instincts, for a great opportunity might appear at any moment. Gao's rise to his current position was due to his intelligence and acumen. Though he didn't know the young man's identity, he could sense an air of nobility in his every move and word. This young man surely had a powerful background. He decided to cultivate a closer relationship with him. He had been a secretary for a decade, his ambitions unfulfilled. If he could gain this young man's favor, perhaps his big break would come. His mind made up, a faint smile flickered across Gao's face before vanishing. Upon reaching the office, he dutifully went to pour tea for them. Secretary Zheng invited Ye Fan to sit and introduced, "Xiao Fan, this is my secretary Gao Yuan. If you ever need anything and I'm not around, you can contact him." Ye Fan stood up and shook hands with Gao. "Secretary Gao, hello. My name is Ye Fan. Oh, and you can call me Xiao Fan. I look forward to your guidance." Gao, flattered, quickly returned the courtesy. "Xiao Fan, guidance is too strong a word, but anything within my power I'll gladly help with." "Oh, here's my number." Gao promptly handed over his business card, secretly thrilled at how smoothly things were going. The difficult problem of how to get close to Ye Fan had been solved. He smiled, said his goodbyes, and discreetly left the office, gently closing the door behind him. Ye Fan was impressed with Gao's performance and gave him an approving look before sitting down. "Xiao Fan, what brings you here today?" "I'm so glad to see you, haha," Secretary Zheng said, unable to hide his delight. For some reason, Secretary Zheng always felt a special kinship with this young man. Ye Fan took a sip of tea. "Brother Zheng, I wanted to thank you and Brother Yan for all your help with Xiao Wu's matter. Since I'm here to take her back to Beijing, I thought I'd take this chance to get together with you both and treat you to a meal to strengthen our bond. I hope you'll give me that honor, haha." "Xiao Fan, how could that be? We're in Nanjing, my territory. How could I let you pay? Let me handle it." "Oh right, let me call that old man Yan. If he finds out you're here, he'll come running over in sheer delight, hee." Secretary Zheng said with a smile, then picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number. The call connected quickly and the two exchanged playful banter before Secretary Zheng hung up with a beaming smile, saying, "Just as I expected, that old man said he's on his way, hee." That's good. I was worried you two might not have the time, hee." Brother Zheng, let me treat this time, Ye Fan said tactfully. Secretary Zheng immediately looked displeased, his eyes widening as he said, Xiao Fan, that's not right of you. Though our age gap is significant, honestly we get along quite well. We're family here, no need for formalities. I may not be as wealthy as you, but this I can certainly afford. Say no more or I'll get upset. Secretary Zheng looked at Ye Fan with an expression that brooked no argument. Ye Fan had no choice but to relent. Then I'll graciously accept your kind offer, he. That's the spirit, Xiao Fan. Have some tea. Secretary Zheng said warmly, then called for Xiao Gao outside the door, instructing him to book a dinner banquet at a restaurant called Changjiang Shifu on the western outskirts of Nanjing. Xiao Gao acknowledged and hurried off to handle it. About half an hour later, Commander Yan pushed open the door and walked in, sweating profusely. As he entered, he exclaimed loudly, Xiao Fan, you're such a rare guest. Welcome, welcome. Ye Fan stood up and shook hands warmly with Commander Yan. Commander Yan's eyes darted around and he said with slight reproach, Xiao Fan, since you're in Nanjing, why didn't you come to the Nanjing military region? We're both military men after all. Why did you come to this old fellow first? You should know the young lads in our region hold you in the highest esteem. Ye Fan smiled, unsure how to respond. Seeing Ye Fan's awkwardness, Secretary Zheng jumped up and scolded, Hold Yan, you old coot, Xiao Fan came to my place because he wanted to. That's none of your business. The two bickered like children and Ye Fan didn't intervene, sitting down to sip his tea. After a while, perhaps tired from arguing, they both sat down, breathing heavily. In winter, night falls quickly in Nanjing. By a little past 5 the entire city was shrouded in darkness, and the neon lights along the streets painted the city in vibrant colors, making it look like a young woman draped in red silk, gracefully alluring. 2 official cars, one after another, drove out of the provincial party committee and government compound, heading toward the western outskirts. Since it was rush hour, the roads were congested with traffic and the cars crept forward inch by inch. After half an hour, they finally broke free from the gridlock and arrived at the entrance of a restaurant on the west side of the city, modest in appearance yet exuding a unique charm. The restaurant's owner, Xia Shuai, had long received word that Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan were coming to dine, so she waited quietly at the entrance. The cars came to a stop in the parking lot in front of Changjiang Shifu. Seeing Secretary Zheng and the others arrive, Xia Shuai's eyes lit up with joy and she hurried over with a radiant smile. Stepping forward quickly, Xia Shuai extended her delicate hand to open the car door, and what came into view was an extraordinarily handsome man. Standing 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin and delicate features tinged with handsomeness, his charm was softened by a hint of gentleness. The aura he exuded was complex, a blend of various temperaments, yet amidst the warmth and allure there was a unique ethereal and refined quality all his own. Xia Shuai couldn't help but stare, her eyes fixed unblinkingly. As Ye Fan stepped out of the car, he saw an elegant, beautiful woman standing before him. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, about 1.68 meters tall, with a classic oval face that seemed to have stepped straight out of a perfect beauty comic. Unlike the large eyes of typical beauties, hers were big and spirited, with a hint of sorrow hidden behind their brightness. Her delicate nose and slightly thin, soft lips were a near-transparent ruby red, so moist that one glance seemed enough to enchant. Her wine-red hair was casually draped over her somewhat fragile-looking shoulders. Dressed in professional attire with a tender yellow wool coat over it, she appeared utterly charming and captivating. Seeing this, Secretary Zheng let out a soft cough, snapping the entranced Xia Shuai back to reality. Blushing with slight embarrassment, she said, "Oh, Secretary Zheng, Commander Yan, it's been so long since you visited. Please come in. Secretary Zheng stepped forward and said to Xia Shuai, "This is my good friend Mr. Ye Fan." Then he turned to Ye Fan and introduced, "Xiao Fan, this is the owner of this establishment, Miss Xia Shuai." Ye Fan stepped forward and politely shook hands with Xia Shuai. Her hand was smooth and delicate to the touch. A trace of shyness flickered across Xia Shuai's face, but she quickly regained her composed professional demeanor and greeted Ye Fan. "Hello. I'm Xia Shuai. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," Ye Fan replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Shui led them through the back entrance to a tastefully decorated private dining room. Once everyone was seated, Commander Yan said with a smile, "Xiao Shui, what specialty dishes have you prepared for us today? Do tell." "Commander Yan, rest assured. Knowing that you distinguished leaders were coming, I've made thorough preparations. Today you'll dine to your heart's content. Please sit for a moment, I'll be right back." Xia Shui smoothly excused herself and went out to make the arrangements. Inside the private room, Secretary Jing let out a sigh and said, "Xiao Fan, do you know why I brought you to this little restaurant today?" Ye Fan looked at Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan with a bewildered expression and shook his head. Actually, Xiao Shui is a pitiful girl. 4 years ago she had a wonderful family. They ran a restaurant and lived a comfortable life. But one day a wealthy and powerful scoundrel came to her family's restaurant to dine. He took a liking to Xia Shui, and 3 nights later, as Xia Shui was walking home alone, he raped her. When her parents found out, they went to confront the villain, but his thugs beat them mercilessly, leaving them covered in wounds. Afterward, the scoundrel used his family's influence to shut down the restaurant on the pretext of health code violations. Heartbroken and devastated by both physical and emotional wounds, Xia Shui's parents passed away one after another. After their deaths, Xia Shui was consumed by grief and went to throw herself into the river, but I happened to be patrolling the riverside and saved her. Through my connections, I helped her reopen a restaurant here. After my investigation, that scoundrel ultimately got what he deserved. That's how Xia Shui managed to survive. Since then, I've often come to this restaurant partly to check on this poor girl." As Secretary Jing finished, the veins on his forehead bulged with lingering anger at the memory. Ye Fan hadn't expected that this beautiful girl carried such a tragic past, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. No wonder a trace of sorrow could be seen in her eyes, so that was it. Just as they were talking, Xia Shui pushed open the door and entered carrying several bottles of 10-year-old mitai, followed by a waiter holding dishes. Soon all the dishes were served. Xia Shui opened the bottles, poured drinks for everyone, and filled her own glass as well. Smiling, she said, "Come, Secretary Jing, Commander Yan, Ye Fan, I toast to you all, thank you." With that, she tilted her head back and drained the glass, a trace of tears glistening in her eyes that was barely perceptible to others. Ye Fan, Secretary Zheng, and Commander Yan also drank their glasses dry. Xia Shui refilled everyone's glasses, then stood up and said to Ye Fan, come, let's toast to our first meeting. I hope you'll come by often to support your sister's business." Of course, Ye Fan said, standing up to clink glasses with Xia Shui before draining his drink. After finishing her drink, Xia Shui was about to leave when Secretary Jing called her back, saying, "Xiao Shui, why don't you stay and dine with us? It's been a while since we've had a good chat. How about it?" Xia Shui thought for a moment, then nodded and quietly took a seat. "Xiao Shui, how's business at the restaurant lately? Any troubles? If there are, don't hesitate to tell us, we'll help you." Commander Yan, setting aside his usual booming voice, said kindly. Xia Shui looked at Commander Yan with gratitude and said, "Thank you for your concern, Commander Yan. My restaurant is doing well and there are no troubles. If any arise, I'll definitely come to you for help." That's good to hear. Oh, by the way, Xiao Shui, I heard you recently opened a restaurant in Beijing, is that right? Secretary Zheng asked while taking a bite of food. Yes, it's been about a month now. I'll need to head over there in a couple of days, Xia Shui said softly. Hehe, Xiao Shui, since you have no one to rely on in Beijing, would you like to find a patron? Secretary Zheng teased, casting a sly glance at Ye Fan. Xia Shui took a sip of wine and smiled bitterly. I would, but who would help a weak woman like me? As she spoke, a hint of worry crept into her brow. Actually, the person who can help you is right here, close at hand. If you can latch onto this big tree, I doubt anyone in Beijing would dare bully you, hehe. Oh really? Secretary Zheng, is Commander Yan being transferred to Beijing? Xia Shui glanced around the room. There were only 3 people. Could it be someone else? Surely not Ye Fan, he was too young. Ha ha ha. Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan both burst into laughter. Secretary Zheng, struggling to contain his mirth, said, "Xiao Fan, it seems your youth has fooled quite a few people, including our beautiful little Xiao Shui here, haha." Hearing Secretary Zheng's words, Xiao Shui stood up in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. "Secretary Zheng, you don't mean Ye Fan, do you?" Secretary Zheng patted his chest, composed himself, and said, "Xiao Shui, don't underestimate Ye Fan. I dare say that if he's willing to help you, it'll be very effective." Ye Fan, who already had a favorable impression of Xiao Shui, felt he couldn't remain silent any longer given how far Secretary Zheng had taken it. He stood up and said, "Xiao Shui, I may be a bit younger than you. If you don't mind, I'll call you sister from now on. If you ever need anything in Beijing, just come to me, I'll definitely help." Hearing Ye Fan's words, Xiao Shui was overjoyed and immediately smiled. "Xiao Fan, thank you for thinking so highly of me and being willing to accept me as your sister. I have no family left in this world, from now on you are all my family." As she spoke, her expression turned melancholic, the painful memories resurfacing. Unable to hold Ba. Ye Fan looked at Xiao Shui, thinking of her tragic experience, and couldn't help but step forward to comfort her softly. "Sister, don't cry. From now on my family is your family. We'll all help you." "Thank you, Xiao Fan." Xiao Shui wiped the tears from her eyes and said, her voice choked with emotion. After comforting Xiao Shui, everyone returned to their seats, eating and chatting. The private room was filled with laughter and a harmonious atmosphere. At Xiao Shui's personal recommendation, Ye Fan tried several signature dishes. The one that left the deepest impression was the steamed yellow croquet, tender, succulent, and exquisitely flavored, a true classic that delighted all the senses. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Xiaosu, a hotel waiter, burst into the private room in a panic. He whispered something into Xiao Shui's ear, and her expression darkened, her brows knitting together. The others noticed Xiao Shui's change in demeanor and knew she must be in some kind of trouble. But since she didn't speak up, they could only watch helplessly. Xiao Shui calmed her restless emotions, rose to her feet, and forced a faint smile. "Xiao Fan, Secretary Zheng, Commander Yan, please continue eating. I'll be right back." "Sister, do you need my help with something?" Ye Fan stood up and asked. Xiao Shui glanced at him with feigned composure. "It's nothing, just a small problem. I can handle it myself. Xiao Fan, please keep Secretary Zheng and the others company on my behalf. I'll be fine." Ye Fan nodded reluctantly and watched helplessly as Xiao Shui walked away. They continued eating, but about 5 minutes later a heated argument and a woman's cries erupted from the main hall. With his keen hearing, Ye Fan immediately recognized Xiao Shui's voice. He rose, excused himself to Secretary Zheng and Commander Yan, and strode out of the private room. The two officials, aware of Xiao Shui's predicament, assumed Ye Fan would handle it without issue. Besides, given their official positions, it was inconvenient for them to intervene directly. Ye Fan entered the hall to find chaos, tables and chairs overturned, a crowd gathered in a circle. He grabbed a trembling waitress. "Miss, can you tell me what happened here?" The waitress, nervous, stammered, "Yes sir, please save our boss." She recounted the whole story, and Ye Fan's anger flared, fury surging within him. It turned out that He Ming, the son of Deputy Mayor He Guoxing, had once come to the Yangtze River restaurant with his friends and been captivated by Xiao Shui's beauty. To show off in front of his gang and win the beauty, He Ming boasted that he could win Xiao Shui over within 2 hours. The young heirs, each proud in their own right, doubted him and egged him on. He Ming, handsome and from a good family, had never failed to charm a woman before. He expected an easy victory, but to his shock Xiao Shui slapped him hard in front of everyone, humiliating him before his friends. Enraged, He Ming returned home and, using his father's influence, mobilized trusted people from the Administration for Industry and Commerce, the Health Bureau, and the police. They stormed into the restaurant, determined to find any pretext to shut it down. After a heated argument, Xiao Shui refused to comply, and a furious He Ming slapped her, sending her crashing to the floor with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ye Fan steadied his surging emotions and calmly pushed through the crowd. The sight before him ignited a murderous rage. His face ashen, he stepped forward, helped the sobbing, trembling Xiao Shui to her feet, gently wiped the blood from her lips with a tissue, and entrusted her to a nearby waitress. After handling that, Ye Fan turned and coldly fixed his gaze on He Ming and the uniformed officials, these so-called public servants. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a voice so calm it was almost unnerving. "Who hit my sister? If you have the guts, step forward." Habitually he lit a cigarette, a prelude to his rage. He Ming sneered contemptuously. "Who the hell do you think you are? I hit that bitch. What are you going to do about it?" Before he could finish, Ye Fan's lightning-fast kick sent him flying. He doubled over like a shrimp, hurtling 4 or 5 meters until he slammed into the wall, then crumpled to the ground, legs trembling, coughing up blood. His face turned deathly pale and his venomous glare promised vengeance, though he was powerless to act. Some timid women in the crowd screamed in fright. The men were stunned. He Ming weighed at least 70 kilograms, a single casual kick sent him flying that far. The officials who had followed He Ming were all intimidated by Ye Fan's audacity. The police reacted first. A man who looked like a station chief approached Ye Fan and said sternly, "Comrade, you can't just assault people. This is a society governed by law. You can't act recklessly." "Oh, is that so?" Ye Fan smiled faintly, his calm unnerving, as if it had nothing to do with him. Then with a look of utter disdain he turned to the officer. "So you know this is a society governed by law. Let me ask you, what law has my sister broken? What rules or regulations have you found that warrant this grand display?" He paused, then walked over to the other officials. Here we have the Administration for Industry and Commerce, the Health Bureau, and the City Management Bureau, a joint operation. I'd love to hear what regulations my sister's restaurant has violated to merit such a grand mobilization." He looked at their ugly faces with undisguised contempt. Station Chief Zhang was at a loss for words. They had searched for nearly an hour without finding a single violation. His face flushed with embarrassment and he inwardly cursed the wailing rich brat on the ground. Chief Zhang was in fact an upright and disciplined officer, but he had been forced to bring his team here under pressure, carrying a burden he couldn't easily explain. Humiliated publicly by a young man, the group of officials finally lost their composure and began cursing. One obese man, seemingly the leader from the Commerce Bureau, barked, "Chief Zhang, what are you waiting for? Arrest this troublemaker for disturbing the peace, assault and obstructing official duty." Chief Zhang hesitated. His years of police work told him this young man was no ordinary person and acting rashly could bring disaster. He decided not to act, ignoring the fat man's urging. Ye Fan noticed Chief Zhang's hesitation and thought to himself, "Not bad. He still has a conscience, there's hope for him. Well, this gentleman certainly knows his law. Impressive, truly impressive. May I ask your name?" The fat man puffed up proudly. "My surname is Huang, named Shulung, Section Chief of the Commerce Bureau." "Scared now, boy? Get lost before you land yourself in jail, you'll regret it if you don't." The fat man wore a smug, arrogant expression. "Huang. Weasel." Ye Fan and the others burst into laughter. Ye Fan laughed so hard tears streamed down his face. He never imagined this fat oaf could have such a poetic name, truly a masterpiece. Seeing everyone mocking him even with his thick skin, the fat man grew flustered and shouted, "What's so funny? You're all a bunch of shallow fools." Ye Fan suppressed his laughter, took a breath, and continued, "So Mr. Weasel, is there a problem with my sister's restaurant? If so, we'll follow the rules, pay the fines, close the doors if needed. And you from the Health Bureau and City Management Bureau, speak up. If you can't produce a single valid reason today, then..." The weasel was drenched in cold sweat, stammering incoherently. The others couldn't produce a single word either, their silence deafening. Just as they were wallowing in embarrassment, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a plump, heavily bejeweled middle-aged woman rushed in. The officials, seeing them arrive, swarmed around like flies, eagerly listing Ye Fan's crimes to the man. Amused by their pathetic display, Ye Fan burst into laughter. The middle-aged woman spotted He Ming on the ground and rushed over with a shriek, wailing hysterically as she hugged him. He Ming, already in agony, winced at her touch. "Mom, it hurts. Be gentle." The fat woman, startled, loosened her grip and He Ming thudded back to the floor, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Oh dear son, are you okay? The fat woman panicked, then suddenly turned and screamed, which bastard did this to my precious boy? Show yourself and I'll make your life a living hell. Disgusted by her vulgar rant, Ye Fan casually pulled a coin from his pocket and flicked it. In an instant the fat woman was clutching her plump mouth, howling incoherently. Soon she spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva along with several broken teeth. The crowd, stifling their laughter, turned red in the face. After all, she was the deputy mayor's wife. Laughing outright might earn you a pair of tight shoes later.